Oh my, the Yi family has actually chosen a good-for-nothing as their patriarch. The new head of the Yi family fell into a coma from blood congestion during the ceremony. The greatest joke in the history of Yunxiao City. The night was as dark as ink. Yi Suifeng awakened from chaos, his mind clouded. Have I finally succeeded? With each faint breath, he felt the pulse of the real world. At that moment, tears threatened to spill from Yi Suifeng's eyes. He was once a thriving young man on Blue Star. Suddenly, he found himself bound to a peculiar entity known as the Supreme Idol System, which set him on a journey through realms unknown. Little did he know, during this journey, certain inscrutable forces intervened, leaving him adrift in the void. Even his consciousness began to blur. Time was an enigma, and eventually, he sensed the refreshing air of a new world. Another memory, a different life, crashed through his soul like a tempest. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually settled. Yi Suifeng came to realize his current predicament. His predecessor was the newly appointed patriarch of the Yi family in Yunxiao City. However, this patriarch was rather unfortunate. Due to his weak prowess, he faced ridicule from all sides. On the day of the ceremony, his rival presented him with a grand box of blood essence pills as a gift. These pills were the most rudimentary cultivation elixirs, suitable only for those in the early stages of energy refinement. This was a blatant mockery of Yi Suifeng. Moreover, his predecessor was not one to withstand such humiliation. Under this provocation, he succumbed to blood congestion and perished. Why must a worthless person be the patriarch? Yi Suifeng pondered, his confusion palpable. He delved into the memories of his predecessor and discovered that the Yi family seemed quite distinct from traditional families. This family was exceptionally united. They did not treat him differently due to his low cultivation level, nor did they allow any servant to overstep their bounds. Instead, as the heir of the main lineage, they supported his ascension to patriarch. It was a pity that this individual's mental fortitude was severely lacking. Interesting, Yi Suifeng mused as he organized his chaotic memories and opened his eyes. Before him stood an ancient, fragrant house. The soft bed exuded a refreshing aroma, reminiscent of medicinal herbs meant for nurturing the body. Beside him sat a young girl, engrossed in her reading. Upon sensing his movement, she turned her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng. Father, you're awake. She was his daughter, Yi Huang, 14 years of age. Yi Suifeng chuckled internally. He had not even been married, yet found himself with a daughter of such age. Moreover, his wife had died during childbirth. Am I destined to be single? Yi Suifeng smiled, indifferent to the matter. However, his smile nearly left Yi Huang speechless. Father, you actually smiled. Yi Suifeng was taken aback before realizing the situation. His predecessor had worn a grim visage since the loss of his wife. Smiles had long vanished from his existence. Yi Suifeng was speechless. Life presented challenges to everyone, and some bore burdens far heavier than his own. Moving forward with a smile was the essence of survival. Ding! Today's idle task has been completed. Please collect your rewards promptly. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed within Yi Suifeng's mind. The idol system is still operational? Yi Suifeng was momentarily stunned. This system was a boon he had received prior to his transmigration. Its functions were quite simple, limited to two options. Idle mining, extracting resources from a super vein daily. Idle cultivation, gaining a day's worth of cultivation. During his journey, he had activated both functions. Unexpectedly, mishaps occurred, plunging him into chaos. In this chaos, time lost all meaning, and he had no idea how long he had been idling. Yi Suifeng opened the system panel, determined to check his gains. Instantly, he was taken aback. Xiao Huang, please step outside for a moment. Yi Huang hesitated. Father, what's wrong? Just go? Yi Suifeng's tone turned stern. Though confused, Yi Huang obediently exited the room. After sending his daughter away, Yi Suifeng took a deep breath, his demeanor solemn. He then returned to the system interface. 1, 2, 3. How many is 13 digits? My math isn't great. Staring at the outrageous numbers, he was momentarily lost in thought. After an extensive period, he finally compiled the figures. Low-grade spiritual stones, daily yield of 100,000, currently possessing 356 trillion. Mid-grade spiritual stones, daily yield of 10,000, currently possessing 36.5 billion. High-grade spiritual stones, daily yield of 1,000, currently possessing 3.65 billion. Spirit crystals, daily yield of 100, currently possessing 365 million. Celestial stones, daily yield of 10, currently possessing 36.5 million. Celestial crystals, daily yield of 1, currently possessing 3.65 million. These were the total rewards from idle mining. Heavens! Such wealth, it could scarcely fit in any wallet. Yi Suifeng was positively elated. He would never again worry about money. Next came the harvest from idle cultivation. This was rather straightforward. totaling 10 trillion years of cultivation, currently in a pending state. Yi Suifeng contemplated for a moment and then silently intoned, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Instantly, a vast surge of power coursed through his body. This energy was pure, devoid of any impurities, crashing through Yi Suifeng's being. Initially at the 3rd level of energy refinement, he surged through 5 levels, ascending directly to the 8th level, all from just 1 year of cultivation. With newfound vigor, Yi Suifeng continued to extract cultivation. His power soared as if he had boarded a spacecraft, soaring to the heavens. Energy refinement, transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, primordial infant, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, tribulation. In the span of a single incense stick burning, Yi Suifeng broke through to the pinnacle of the tribulation period. When he attempted to extract cultivation once more, a massive wave of spiritual energy detected ominous clouds gathering in the sky, a terrifying thunderous force coalescing. He was about to face tribulation. Under his own roof was not the best place for such an event. Yi Suifeng hastily interrupted the extraction process, causing the brewing thunderstorm to dissipate. Interesting. He tried extracting cultivation again, and the dark clouds above condensed once more, faint rumbles of thunder echoing. Each time he interrupted, the impending tribulation dispersed again. Yi Suifeng, feeling playful, oscillated between extracting and interrupting, repeating the process countless times. After toying with the tribulation, he decided to cease his provocations. Glancing at his cultivation reserves, he had only consumed around 5,000 years, not even a fraction. After some thought, Yi Suifeng resolved to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation period. It was more than sufficient. After all, if memory served, the strongest individuals in Yunxiao City barely reached the golden core realm. It was a true dimensional suppression. Having completed this, Yi Suifeng chuckled, "Yi family, warmly welcome your new patriarch." By now it was late at night. In the deep autumn chill, the nights of Yunxiao City were particularly frigid. Yi Huang squatted outside the door, her face etched with deep melancholy. Her mother had perished in childbirth, leaving only her father as her lone companion through life. Although she was genuinely happy that her father had been chosen as the next patriarch, little did she know this would become the last straw that burdened him. If only time could reverse, she would surely advise her father to renounce the patriarchal title. The weight of such a position was far too immense for him to bear. "It's all my fault. If only I were a bit more capable, I could relieve my father's worries." Yi Huang silently lamented. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed behind her as the door swung open, revealing the tall figure of Yi Suifeng standing before her. "Father." Yi Huang quickly rose to her feet. With a puzzled expression, Yi Suifeng inquired, "What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be asleep?" "I was merely a bit concerned about your health," Yi Huang murmured softly. Yet, as she observed Yi Suifeng, his radiant demeanor and commanding presence belied any signs of illness. In fact, he appeared to be in far better shape than before, perhaps even several times improved. "Huh." Yi Suifeng chuckled heartily. "There's no need for concern. I'm in splendid health now, and everything I eat is delightful." Faced with such a vibrant father, Yi Huang was taken aback. Sensing her confusion, Yi Suifeng continued, "This recent experience has led me to some realizations. Rest assured, the same circumstances will not occur again," he said, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. Yi Huang stood in a daze, yet she nodded in agreement. "Now, off to bed with you. If I recall correctly, you have alchemy lessons tomorrow, don't delay." It was already the latter half of the night. However, Yi Huang's expression darkened. "Father, you may not be aware, but today, the family's alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters have all departed." Yi Suifeng was taken aback, never anticipating such an occurrence. The Yi family was substantial, with hundreds of young members when considering both direct and collateral lines. Many masters from various fields had been engaged as instructors. Yet, the collective defection was unexpected. It was clear they had perceived Yi Suifeng's ascension to the position of family head and concluded that the Yi family lacked future prospects, prompting their departure. There will always be those who perfectly miss the train of historical progress. "Father, what do you mean?" Yi Suifeng smiled and clarified, "I mean their departure is a loss for them. Now, return to your rest. Tomorrow, I shall resolve this matter." Chapter 2. Family Crisis. The following day, in the family council chamber, Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at an ancient inscription on the wall. It was a set of venerable family edicts, the 3 iron laws of the Yi clan. Those who betray the family without cause shall be executed. Those who undermine family unity shall be executed. Those who deliberately oppress their kin shall be executed. These 3 ironclad principles have been the cornerstone of the Yi family's enduring solidarity and their collective stance against external adversaries. Such a family evoked a sense of admiration in Yi Suifeng. Suddenly, the grand doors of the council chamber swung open, and 4 dignified middle-aged men entered in succession. Once Yi Suifeng had taken his seat, they followed suit, settling down in their respective places. They were the family's key figures, direct blood relatives of Yi Suifeng, his cousins. To his left sat Yi Suiyun and Yi Suyu, 2 representatives from his second uncle's household, responsible for managing the family's internal and external enterprises, overseeing financial matters and resource allocation. To his right were Yi Suhu and Yi Suibao, 2 representatives from his third uncle's household, tasked with family defense and the acquisition and protection of external resources. Yi Suifeng's fourth uncle had a son still too young to assume a leadership role within the family. His second, third, and fourth uncles had retreated to the background, honored as family elders, only emerging for significant decisions. Truly, it was a large family. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat. Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting. Beside him, Yi Suiyun expressed concern. Elder brother, is your health satisfactory? It is indeed. And I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, replied Yi Suifeng as he surveyed the room. Our family shall not fear anyone, nor any challenge. If you have any concerns, please voice them, and we shall address them collectively. At these words, the cousins exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Yi Suifeng turned to Yi Suhu. I have heard that several esteemed instructors from our family departed yesterday. Yi Suhu nodded, grumbling. Indeed, those ingrates. We have never mistreated them. Yet they all fled. From now on, I shall strike them on sight. Nearby, Yi Suiyun sighed. This matter stems from the Li family's machinations. They lured our masters away with superior compensation. The Li family was the Yi family's mortal enemy. In the city of Yunshao, the 3 prominent families were the Yi family, the Li family, and the Tang family. The Tang family was the most powerful, often remaining aloof from the fray. The conflicts between the Yi and Li families had escalated to a point of near venomous enmity. This act of poaching the instructors was akin to kicking a man when he was down. What are your plans? Inquired Yi Suifeng. Yi Suibao responded. It would be prudent to swiftly find other masters to replace them. Otherwise, the growth of our younger generation will be adversely affected. A strong youth equates to a strong family. We cannot afford to delay their development. It is difficult, Yi Suiyu remarked. In light of your ascension, elder brother, there has been much speculation in the city. I have attempted to reach out to masters of similar standing, but they remain non-committal. Even our offer of increased remuneration has not swayed them. Once again, the council chamber fell into silence. Several individuals furrowed their brows, acknowledging the complexity of the situation at hand. If all else fails, we might have to lower the standards for hiring a master instructor, suggested Yi Suiyun. Someone will inevitably come forth. It is a reluctant measure. However, Yi Suifeng was determined not to allow such an eventuality to transpire. If memory serves me right, the 3 masters who departed were all of the 5th tier, correct? Within the realm of alchemy, there exists a hierarchy of 9 tiers, with 5th tier masters considered among the elite in Yunshao City. What are their hiring fees? Yi Suifeng inquired. Well, they are quite uniform. Approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month, replied Yi Suiyun, specifying the low-grade stones. Nonetheless, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones still constituted a substantial remuneration, sufficient to facilitate daily cultivation and to afford a comfortable lifestyle within Yunshao City. Yi Suifeng glanced at his purse, which contained a 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones. That should suffice, he mused. Have any of you had encounters with masters of the 5th tier or above? He asked again. The group was taken aback. Brother, in Yunshao City, there are only a handful of 6th tier masters, and they remain aloof from worldly affairs, unwilling to accept any employment. Even if they were amenable, their exorbitant fees would be nearly impossible for us to bear, Yi Suiyun explained. Yi Suifeng chuckled. As long as there is a price, all is well. Rest assured, I shall present them with an irresistible offer. The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to place their trust in their family head. Apart from this matter, is there anything else? Yi Suifeng inquired. Indeed, replied Yi Suyu, who primarily managed the family's resource allocation, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. Brother, it seems we may need to further reduce the cultivation resources for the clan's younger generation. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. And what might be the reason for that? Yi Suyu sighed. In recent years, the family's enterprises have struggled, compounded by the Li family's incessant interference. Our current financial situation is insufficient to support internal expenditures. The Yi family possesses 2 primary enterprises, one being the resource land outside the city, and the other, their shops. In recent years, the yield from the external resource land has been poor, repeatedly disrupted by the Li family's harassment, leading to significantly diminished returns. Relying solely on the shop as a revenue stream is woefully inadequate. What does the resource allocation for the younger generation look like currently, and what are the monthly expenditures? Yi Suifeng asked. Yi Suiyu pondered for a moment. Let us consider the qi refining stage first. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of qi refining pills, and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills monthly. Collateral descendants receive 30 spirit stones, 5 bottles of qi refining pills, and 5 bottles of bone strengthening pills, including various rewards. Their total monthly expenditures exceed 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, resources required for alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talisman crafting are even greater. Additionally, the demands for techniques, spiritual artifacts, and cultivation venues mean that the overall monthly expenditure for nurturing the younger generation is around 1 million spirit stones. A staggering figure indeed. This is the reality of a prominent family. Their formidable strength is underpinned by an accumulation of countless resources. However, for Yi Suifeng, the issue of money was of little concern. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. Upon the patriarch's pronouncement, the others immediately focused their attention. The younger generation represented the future of the family. Only by nurturing their growth could we elevate our lineage to greater heights. Thus, starting today, every member's monthly allocation of resources will be doubled. Furthermore, we shall enhance our training conditions, such as the medicinal herbs for alchemy and the materials for refining artifacts, to attain a standard of unlimited supply. What do you think? Upon the conclusion of Yi Suifeng's words, the other four were left in a state of bewilderment. What had they just heard? They had braced themselves for a reduction in family expenditures, only to discover that the benefits had been increased several-fold. Was this a grave misstep? Or an act of folly? Elder brother. Yi Suiyu's South expression was close to tears. He felt Yi Suifeng was merely jesting. If his standards were to be followed, the monthly expenses would surge to at least 5 times the current amount. That would amount to 5 million spirit stones. Even at the family's most prosperous, such expenditure had never been witnessed. He wished to convey to his elder brother the absurdity of this notion. Yet Yi Suifeng raised his hand and retrieved a storage bag from within his robe, tossing it to the side to Yi Suiyun. Do not worry. I possess 1 million spirit stones. You may use them for now, and if you require more, simply ask. Yi Suifeng smiled. However, Yi Suiyu still wore a troubled expression and said, Elder brother, have you not heard clearly? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it is insufficient. Before he could finish his sentence, a strong hand grasped his arm, trembling uncontrollably. It was Yi Suiyun beside him. His face flushed. He shakily presented the storage bag to Yi Suiyu, then slowly opened it. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated both their faces. What lay within was not 1 million inferior spirit stones, but rather 1 million superior spirit stones. Converted, that amounted to 10 billion inferior spirit stones. The two stood in stunned silence. Even as the stewards of the family finances, they had never encountered such a vast sum of spirit stones at once. I mentioned I had acquired some fortunate opportunities, Yi Suifeng remarked nonchalantly, tapping the table. Remember, from this day forth, the Yi family shall not fear anyone. Chapter 3. He gave too much. As the meeting concluded, Yi Suiyun and the others exited the conference hall in a daze. They had anticipated a reduction in family resources following this meeting, expecting everyone to tighten their belts for the days ahead. Yet, who could have foreseen not only an absence of cuts, but a comprehensive increase by several multiples? Yi Suifeng's generosity was simply overwhelming. It was truly extravagant. Had he perhaps given too little? Standing by the window, Yi Suifeng pondered. 1 million superior spirit stones was hardly a substantial sum. Nevertheless, after some thought, he decided to maintain the current course. Everything has its process. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is no exception. Providing too much at once may not be advantageous. Once they acclimate to these more generous conditions, it would not be too late to further enhance their provisions. Yi Suifeng gazed at the information sheet in his hand. The 3 individuals mentioned were among the few esteemed 6th-grade masters in Yunqiao City. Their prowess was extraordinary, and they carried themselves with an air of superiority, often disregarding the 3 prominent families. Yi Suifeng hoped they would not prove to be unappreciative of his visit. He crumpled the information sheet and discarded it. Today, he intended to pay them a visit one by one. After a brief moment of repose, Yi Suifeng departed from the Yi residence. The Yi family was situated in the heart of Yunqiao City, and just beyond their doorstep lay a bustling marketplace. Yunqiao City was a grand metropolis. With a resident population nearing 1 million, the streets alive with a constant flow of people. Yi Suifeng rode in an opulent carriage, proceeding leisurely down the thoroughfare. Through the window, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped him, reminiscent of a bygone era. If time permitted, he wished to savor the culinary delights of this world. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before a magnificent pavilion. Yi Suifeng alighted, contemplating the name Danfeng Pavilion, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an establishment of ill repute. This was the abode of the 6th-grade alchemist, Zhang Ziming. who had resided in Yunxiao City for over a decade, remaining aloof from the fray. Various factions sought to cultivate favorable relations with this esteemed alchemist in hopes of acquiring rare elixirs. Few would dare to offend him. Yi Suifeng entered the pavilion. The ground floor served as a marketplace for ordinary elixirs, bustling with patrons. He had little interest in the wares and sought out the floor manager, stating, "Inform Zhang Ziming that Yi Suifeng, the head of the Yi family, has come to see him." He spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, merely a sixth-grade alchemist. He felt Zhang Ziming lacked the merit to present himself grandly before him. However, this demeanor incited the ire of the floor manager. In all his years at Danfeng Pavilion, every visitor had approached the master with utmost reverence. Even the head of the Tang family was courteous. What of the Yi family head? The manager cast a sidelong glance at Yi Suifeng, retorting, "My master is currently engaged in alchemy. You would do well to take your leave." Such an attitude did not surprise Yi Suifeng. Those who linger in high positions often develop inexplicable quirks. Suddenly, a formidable aura enveloped the entire pavilion, and Yi Suifeng discerned an ethereal elder with flowing hair, leisurely seated at the pinnacle of the pavilion, indulging in translucent grapes. "I shall grant you one more opportunity to escort me to Zhang Ziming. Otherwise, do not expect me to be courteous," Yi Suifeng declared. The manager's expression turned frosty, and with a wave of his hand, a group of burly men at the Golden Body realm encircled him. "Humph, Yi Suifeng, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are but a mere waste in the Qi refinement stage. Let us see what you can do." He spoke with brazen confidence, his tone extremely assertive. A smile crept onto Yi Suifeng's lips. "Then do watch closely." With that, he extended his hand and seized the manager by the collar. The nearby Golden Body warriors, witnessing this, promptly launched an attack, aiming to subdue Yi Suifeng swiftly. "Begone!" Yet, with a mere command, Yi Suifeng unleashed a tremendous force. Several cultivators at the Golden Body realm felt as though they had been struck by an ancient wild bull, instantly propelled backward and crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs. The individuals in the hall below erupted into chaos, their faces etched with panic as they gazed at Yi Suifeng, who dared to cause such a ruckus in the Danfeng Pavilion. The strength of this individual was formidable, easily overpowering even those at the Golden Body realm. It dawned on them that this was Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. Confusion spread among the crowd. The person in charge was equally bewildered. Was it not rumored that Yi Suifeng was a mere Qi refining period waste? How could he possess such overwhelming power? Nevertheless, Yi Suifeng maintained an air of calmness. "Now do you see clearly? Let us depart together." With that, he effortlessly lifted the man and ascended to the upper levels of the pavilion. The Danfeng Pavilion comprised 5 stories, each offering different grades of elixirs. As Yi Suifeng made his ascent, numerous individuals attempted to obstruct his path. However, they were no match for him. The mere aura he exuded sent them flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Soon, he reached the top floor and pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming sensed an intruder. Yet, he was not merely a 6th-grade alchemist. He was a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. In Yunxiao City, he feared no one. "How presumptuous of you!" Zhang Ziming's expression darkened. Yi Suifeng casually discarded the man he had lifted and stepped inside. "Your subordinates are too arrogant. I am merely here to enlighten them." "Arrogance?" Zhang Ziming's voice thundered. "Do you truly believe I am easily bullied?" With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing at Yi Suifeng. The sound of a sword echoed as a flying sword, radiating a golden glow, pierced through the air, bursting forth with ferocious energy, arriving before Yi Suifeng in an instant. This was Zhang Ziming's life treasure. He intended to obliterate Yi Suifeng in one decisive strike. However, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Faced with the incoming sword, Yi Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An imperceptible wave emanated from the tip of his finger, rippling outward. The formidable life treasure of the late Golden Core stage. Upon encountering this wave, abruptly changed direction, swiftly darting toward Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting just before the skin on his forehead, suspended in midair. In that moment, apart from the tables and chairs by the window, everything else in the room was instantly reduced to powder, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened, frozen in place, too terrified to move. The strength of the man before him far surpassed his wildest imagination. "Senior, let us speak amicably." His voice trembled. Yi Suifeng smiled, stepping forward to sit opposite Zhang Ziming. The life treasure sword gently descended, resting upon the table. For Yi Suifeng, a golden core treasure could be obliterated with but a thought. Yet, he refrained from doing so. His purpose today was to recruit Zhang Ziming as a teacher for his family. Destroying his life treasure would only result in backlash, necessitating a lengthy recovery. There was no need for such a course of action. Observing Zhang Ziming, drenched in sweat and taut with tension, Yi Suifeng remarked, "Now, can we engage in a proper conversation?" Zhang Ziming nodded eagerly. Senior, please speak freely. I shall do my utmost. He was genuinely intimidated. The methods employed by Yi Suifeng were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Even his own master, who was at the out-of-body stage, would likely be incapable of such feats. What manner of person is this? Zhang Ziming was filled with trepidation. Yi Suifeng plucked a grape and placed it in his mouth. The cool, fragrant taste of the fruit from the cultivation world was indeed extraordinary. It is nothing of great consequence. My family is currently in need of an alchemist to instruct the younger members, and I wish for you to assume the role of a tutor, Yi Suifeng stated. Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback, then felt a cold sweat break out. He had wondered what the matter was, only to discover it was an invitation to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family. Was it necessary to make such a grand gesture? He thought, discreetly wiping his brow. Of course, I would be honored to work under your guidance. When shall I commence? Yi Suifeng wore a playful expression. Such eagerness. Should we not first discuss compensation? Zhang Ziming laughed awkwardly. Ah, senior, you flatter me. This is a fortuitous opportunity you offer. How could I dare to speak of monetary matters? Secretly, he mused, after the way you bested me, how could I possibly ask for payment? Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I am no bandit, and would not stoop to such coercive tactics. This is an employment opportunity as a guest elder of the Yi family. Name your price. Zhang Ziming regarded Yi Suifeng with suspicion for a while, attempting to gauge his intentions, fearing he might be lured into a trap. Unfortunately, Yi Suifeng remained impassive, leaving him at a loss. Resigned, Zhang Ziming hesitantly extended his palm. Senior, though my strength is lacking, I am nonetheless a 6th-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, my monthly remuneration would be no less than 500,000 spirit stones. However, I am open to negotiation in your presence. 500,000 spirit stones was a sum that the families of Yunxiao City could manage. But it was hardly a necessity, given their numerous expenditures. Yi Suifeng nodded. I shall provide you with 1 million spirit stones each month. But you must dedicate yourself fully to the education of the Yi family's youth. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated Yi Suifeng would lower the price. Yet here he was, doubling the remuneration. How wealthy are you? Surely you jest? He questioned, still unable to comprehend the offer. I do not jest, Yi Suifeng replied, placing a storage bag on the table and rising. This contains 3 years' worth of payment. After 3 years, should you wish to leave the Yi family, you are free to do so. I shall not impede your departure. Remember to give your all, or you shall understand the consequences. If there are no objections, you may report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu. With that, Yi Suifeng tossed a note and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Ziming alone, staring in astonishment at the vast quantity of spirit stones within the storage bag. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple arrived and inquired about the situation. Upon learning that his master intended to join the Yi family as a guest elder, he was utterly astonished. Master, did you not refuse the invitation from the family? Zhang Ziming remained silent for a considerable time. What he offered was indeed too much. Chapter 4. All resolved, Yi Suifeng had employed Zhang Ziming for 3 years. In truth, he had similar intentions for the other 2 individuals as well. With their presence, the Yi family would undoubtedly flourish over the course of 3 years. Moreover, he would become well acquainted with the circumstances of this continent. By then, even if the 3 chose not to remain, he would be able to find even more remarkable candidates. Master Refiner Hu Chuang and Master Formation Dong Tianji. Yi Suifeng glanced at their respective locations and decided to first seek out Dong Tianji, who was closer in proximity. Dong Tianji's residence was situated on the outskirts of Yunxiao City. After approximately a quarter of an hour's journey by carriage, Yi Suifeng arrived at his destination. This place was far removed from the opulence of Danfeng Pavilion. It resembled the quarters of an ordinary resident, albeit of a larger scale. Yi Suifeng knocked on the door. Please return, the head of the Yi family. We do not receive guests, a faint voice responded. I have come today to invite you as a guest elder of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng replied. My price is beyond your means. Leave. The voice within was exceedingly cold. How much do you desire? We can negotiate, Yi Suifeng offered. Get lost. However, his politeness was met with a harsh rebuff. Yi Suifeng sighed, reluctant to be forceful, yet the arrogance of these individuals was intolerable. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Beyond the door lay a desolate expanse, suffused with a malevolent aura. Sinister apparitions emerged from the blood-soaked earth, howling as they charged towards Yi Suifeng. This place resembled a hellish nightmare, truly terrifying. A formation, perhaps? Yi Suifeng discerned it effortlessly. This was a killing array. Even a golden core cultivator would find little benefit from recklessly entering. Had it been the former Yi Suifeng, he might have sustained permanent injuries within mere moments. A flicker of anger ignited within Yi Suifeng. Since you treat me thus, do not blame me for my response. With a decisive step forward, an enigmatic aura erupted explosively, and the entire blood-red realm trembled violently. In an instant, the ground fissured, and the sky, like fragile glass, developed intricate cracks. Then, it shattered completely. As the world shifted, Yi Suifeng reappeared within the dwelling. Before him extended a broad pathway, leading through a wasteland. At the end of the corridor, a middle-aged man lay on the ground. His face etched with disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yi Suifeng advanced, standing before Dong Tianji. How is this possible? Dong Tianji's expression was one of panic. Yi Suifeng's might left him devoid of any inclination to resist. I prefer to engage in reasoned discourse. Yi Suifeng casually pulled up a chair and seated himself before Dong Tianji. Can we now have a proper discussion regarding your remuneration? If it could be resolved with money and was not absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to exert his strength over the weak. A harmonious relationship benefits all. The pretentiousness displayed before me is truly exasperating. At this moment, Dong Tianji's mind was in a state of utter disarray. How could Yi Suifeng be so formidable? Hadn't the Li family deemed him a worthless individual? He felt an urge to curse. Have you ever encountered a so-called wastrel who could shatter his own infernal formation with a mere kick, only to breach multiple defensive arrays and injure himself? Damn the Li family for perpetuating such falsehoods. Senior, I apologize for any offense I may have caused just now. I hope you will disregard my previous words, he implored, preferring to avoid superficial pleasantries with this individual. As I mentioned, I am here to invite you to become a guest elder of the Yi family. Let us discuss your remuneration. Dong Tianji's lips twitched, and after a prolonged hesitation, he cautiously replied, Senior, my teaching methods are quite resource-intensive, requiring substantial array materials, which can be costly. Therefore, I would need at least 500,000 spirit stones each month. Without hesitation, Yi Suifeng tossed a storage bag toward him. You need not concern yourself with the materials. The family will provide everything. The 500,000 spirit stones include 3 years' worth of remuneration, during which I expect your undivided attention in educating the Yi family's offspring. Prepare yourself. You are to report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu. Having spoken, Yi Suifeng casually left behind a note before turning to depart. He harbored no fear of Dong Tianji absconding in Yunshao City. No one could elude his watchful gaze, not even a master of formations. Once Yi Suifeng had left, Dong Tianji remained in a daze for quite some time. Gradually regaining his senses, the encounter felt surreal, akin to a dream. Alas, 500,000 spirit stones per month, without the burden of providing materials, rivaled the offerings of even the most prominent families. Moreover, the strength of the Yi family's patriarch was simply terrifying. Working under such a figure was hardly a degradation of his own status. He began to pack his belongings. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. After disembarking from the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant. Without imparting some discipline, even if they were to be recruited, their dedication to the task would be dubious. He wondered if this Hu Chuang would prove to be the same. Yi Suifeng entered what appeared to be a blacksmith shop. Numerous young men, bare-chested, were fervently hammering iron amidst the blazing coals, the air thick with the scent of carbon and sweat. Yi Suifeng felt a twinge of confusion. This instrument craftsman bore an uncanny resemblance to a blacksmith. Greetings, how may I assist you? A young man, clad in garments, approached him. Oh, I am the patriarch of the Yi family, seeking Hu Chuang, Yi Suifeng replied. The young man clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. Please wait a moment while I inform the master. Yi Suifeng nodded, relieved to finally encounter someone of reasonable demeanor. After a brief while, the young man returned. Patriarch Yi, the master is in the back. Please follow me. Very well. Thus, Yi Suifeng followed the young man to the back courtyard of the blacksmith shop. Within the yard stood 3 colossal iron furnaces, where several older youths diligently added materials. Behind them stood a middle-aged man, dressed simply, observing and occasionally offering guidance. Indeed, this place resembles a true forge. Master, the head of the Yi family has arrived. The young man addressed the middle-aged man in plain clothing. It appears he is Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang bowed slightly to Yi Suifeng and said, Please, this way. Subsequently, the two moved to the parlor, where the attendants had prepared a fragrant cup of tea for them. You are Hu Chuang? Yi Suifeng inquired. He appeared rather unassuming and emaciated. Hardly someone one would associate with the sole 6th-grade master of weapon forging in Yunshao City. Indeed, that is I, Hu Chuang responded with an elegant tone. You must be Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. What brings you here today? Yi Suifeng nodded and said, I wish to invite you to be a guest elder of the Yi family, to guide the younger generation in the art of forging. How do you feel about this? As Hu Chuang was also a reasonable person, Yi Suifeng maintained his polite demeanor. Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's proposition, Hu Chuang could not help but smile wryly. I appreciate your good intentions, but I simply cannot abandon these rascally youths. The rejection was anticipated. Yi Suifeng inquired, what do you mean by that? Hu Chuang gestured towards a group of young apprentices outside, and explained, you must have noticed them upon your arrival. My forge is filled with numerous apprentices, and their sustenance depends entirely on me. If I were to leave, they would be left to fend for themselves, haha? Yi Suifeng, puzzled, asked, why is that the case? Is their tuition insufficient for expenses? In this world, education is an exceedingly costly endeavor, especially for a master like Hu Chuang. Aspiring to be his disciple without ample financial means is utterly impossible. Hu Chuang took a sip of tea and replied with a smile. These youngsters are all impoverished children I took in during my travels. They possess determination and talent, yet lack the opportunity to shine on this grand stage. Thus, I provided them with this chance. Yi Suifeng understood, realizing why Hu Chuang felt so attached to them. Forging is indeed an expensive pursuit, and without Hu Chuang, these young talents would likely return to their previous state, full of potential, yet ultimately unfulfilled. Yi Suifeng clasped his hands in respect, saying, your virtue commands my sincere admiration. Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively, it is of no consequence. Therefore, I shall not accept your invitation to be a guest elder of your family, ha? Yi Suifeng chuckled and shook his head. No, if that is the case, I believe you ought to accompany me instead. Hu Chuang was taken aback. Why do you say that? Yi Suifeng continued. Let me ask you, what are your monthly expenses for supporting such a large group of young apprentices? Hu Chuang had not anticipated that Yi Suifeng would persist. After a moment's thought, he replied, including all the materials consumed in forging. This entire group requires at least 200,000 spirit stones each month. Indeed, forging is a costly endeavor. Yi Suifeng extended 5 fingers. Should you become a guest elder of the Yi family, I can provide you with 500,000 spirit stones monthly. Furthermore, if you wish, we can move this entire forge into the Yi family along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, the apprentices remain under your guidance. I shall grant you complete autonomy, and you need only to instruct the younger members of the Yi family. Furthermore, all materials for crafting will be provided by the Yi family. Simply inform me of your needs. Yi Suifeng articulated his conditions. Hu Chuang was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether he had misheard. A monthly sum of 5 million spirit stones, alongside the provision of all necessary crafting materials. Was this person truly prepared to forego a sustainable livelihood? Surely, even the prominent families of the South could not endure such expenditures. Most critically, he had even granted Hu Chuang full autonomy. This level of generosity was beyond mere words. Why would you do this? With such financial resources, you could easily hire a more accomplished craftsman, couldn't you? Hu Chuang queried, filled with uncertainty. Yi Suifeng replied with a smile, there are many craftsmen, but individuals of your caliber are exceedingly rare. I admire your vision and shall support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell silent. When he first arrived in Yunshao City, the 3 great families had approached him, seeking to recruit him as a guest elder. However, upon learning that Hu Chuang intended to care for a multitude of impoverished apprentices, they all withdrew, prioritizing their own family interests above all else. Yet Yi Suifeng was the first to express his support, offering an astonishing reward. Is this truly how you feel? Hu Chuang inquired. Yi Suifeng nodded affirmatively. Very well. Hu Chuang stated, I shall relocate my forge to the Yi family, but rest assured, I will cover all expenses for those rascally youths. Moreover, 5 million is excessive. I require only the essentials. 50,000 will suffice. That is not too much, Yi Suifeng responded. You also need to cultivate. And I hope you can take on more talented impoverished youths. That is still far too much. Let us settle on 499,000. Agreed. Yi Suifeng rose to his feet, proclaiming, money, when allocated wisely, can yield its utmost value. Please make your arrangements. It would be best to head to the Yi family today. I will ensure that the family's affairs are properly managed. After speaking, Yi Suifeng produced a sheet of paper and, with a respectful bow, took his leave. Left alone, Hu Chuang found himself engulfed in tumultuous emotions, unable to find peace. Chapter 5. The disordered Yi Suihu with such an abundance of spirit stones, how should one allocate them? Yi Suihu sat in his study, gazing at a storage bag brimming with spirit stones, lost in thought. His elder brother had gifted him a total of 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and subsequently, Sui Yun, who managed the family finances, had allocated 5,000 to him, equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, designated for this month's cultivation expenses. Good heavens! Previously, he had only possessed 1 million, and now, all at once, his resources had multiplied 50-fold. He was momentarily at a loss as to how to distribute them. First, I shall allocate the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the family's younger members. According to my brother's guidance, let us increase the spirit stones by a factor of 2, as well as the Qi refinement pills and blood essence pills. But even this would not exhaust the funds. Then, I shall purchase mid-grade Qi refinement pills and mid-grade blood essence pills. Heh, those fortunate little rascals are truly blessed. In addition to the resources consumed by other cultivation methods, my elder brother mentioned the need for an unlimited supply. Let me see. In the realm of alchemy, we are perpetually short on low-grade spiritual herbs. We should increase our purchase volume tenfold, which should suffice. The materials for weapon forging, array formations, and talisman crafting should also be augmented by 10 times. Our provisions ought to be improved as well, incorporating higher-grade ingredients, as this would facilitate the enhancement of everyone's cultivation levels. Yi Suihu calculated for quite some time, ultimately spending a total of 20 million spirit stones. Yet, there remains 30 million. What should be done? For the first time, he found himself troubled by an excess of funds. Then let us acquire high-grade cultivation resources. Yi Suihu steeled his resolve, and his brush danced across the paper once more. He scribbled down requests for cleansing marrow pills, body refinement liquids, yellow-grade techniques, yellow-grade spiritual artifacts, and cleansing Qi pills. He wrote for an extended period, his mind growing weary, until he finally exhausted the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Yi Suihu slumped into his chair, releasing a long breath. At last, he had completed the financial planning for the month. Gazing at the lengthy list of purchases, Yi Suihu felt a sense of daze. With such a financial investment, how could the Yi family not thrive? What of the Li family and the Tang family? Sooner or later, they would be supplanted by the Yi family. While he pondered, the door to the study was suddenly knocked upon. Come in. A middle-aged man dressed in butler attire entered. Ah, Butler Wu, what brings you here? Yi Suihu inquired. Third master, someone requests an audience, Butler Wu replied. Yi Suihu, being the third among his direct siblings, was respectfully addressed as the third master within the clan. Who is it? He asked. Butler Wu paused briefly before stating, he claims to be Zhang Ziming, sent by the family head to serve as the master of alchemical teachings. Who? Yi Suihu nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance of the Yi residence, Zhang Ziming, accompanied by 2 disciples, lingered at the threshold. After receiving his payment, he dared not delay, swiftly packing his belongings, handing over Danfeng Pavilion to his eldest disciple, and bringing along his 2 favorite disciples to report to the Yi family. He moved quickly, anxious not to displease Yi Suihu. Zhang Ziming. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, Zhang Ziming was surprised to find Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade array master from Yunxiao City. The two were of equal standing and thus well acquainted. What brings you here? They both queried simultaneously. Zhang Ziming, with a glint in his eye, replied with a smile. I was invited by the head of the Yi family for a visit. What about you? Dong Tianji scoffed. Stop pretending. You've come to the Yi family as a guest elder, haven't you? They understood each other's circumstances at a glance. Likewise, Zhang Ziming chuckled. It seems my brother here may have offended Elder Yi. His keen eyes detected Dong Tianji's flushed countenance, indicative of recent internal injuries. Knowing Dong Tianji's temperament, he surmised that he must have spoken disrespectfully in front of Yi Suihu, thus incurring some form of retribution. At this thought, he privately felt fortunate that Yi Suihu had shown him mercy. Dong Tianji, with a sullen expression, coldly replied, that was merely Elder Yi assessing my array skills. He even offered me some guidance, which you would be envious of. He certainly would not be outdone linguistically by Zhang Ziming. The two harbored their own thoughts, subtly at odds with each other. At that moment, Yi Suihu emerged from within the door. Master Zhang, my apologies for not greeting you properly. It is truly a grave offense. Yi Suihu clasped his fists in salutation, and upon noticing Dong Tianji beside him, he momentarily froze, then quickly exclaimed, Master Dong, I did not anticipate your presence here. He felt a twinge of weakness in his legs. The two esteemed masters had come together. Had they both been summoned by his elder brother? Elder brother, you are simply remarkable. Zhang Ziming replied with a smile. No need for concern. I am merely following the directive of the Yi family head. Indeed, Dong Tianji added, the Yi family head is both revered and esteemed. To be invited as a guest elder in the Yi family is a fortune I have accrued over several lifetimes. Yi Suihu gazed at the typically haughty masters, momentarily at a loss for words. What has come over you two? Why this sudden display of courtesy? He was perplexed but nonetheless warmly invited them inside. Once seated in the parlor, Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji each produced a piece of stationery, presenting it to Yi Suihu. It was a token left by Yi Suifeng, and both men were considerate enough not to open it. Yi Suihu extended his spirit, absorbing the information contained within. Suihu, this is the instructor I have engaged. The remuneration has been settled, with a 3-year term of employment. Please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely novices, so do not feel overly formal. Yi Suihu was taken aback, glancing at the two imposing masters, unable to reconcile the term novices with their stature. He was baffled as to why his elder brother would describe them in such a manner. Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, as well as provide information about the young disciples of the family and the teaching schedule, which will be delivered to you post-haste. Naturally, Yi Suihu would not genuinely regard them as novices, speaking politely. Quite so, Zhang Ziming chuckled. The Yi family descendants are clearly exceptional individuals, rest assured. I will impart all my knowledge generously. Indeed, I possess unique insights into the art of teaching that surely surpass those of others, Dong Tianji remarked. What do you mean by that? Just wait and see. Observing the sudden quarrel between the two masters, Yi Suihu scratched his head in confusion. What is happening in this world that I cannot comprehend? After some time, Yi Suihu finally arranged suitable accommodations for both masters. With the alchemist and array master settled, he pondered whether his elder brother had made arrangements for the craftsman. Just then, Steward Wu hurried over. Third master, a large group has arrived outside, claiming to come to the family as per the head's agreement. Who are they? Hu Chuang. Yi Suihu, still unaccustomed to his seat, sprang up once more. Another 6th grade master. Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunxiao City was incomparable to that of the previous two. He hastily made his way to the entrance, only to be taken aback. Indeed, there was a large crowd, at least over 100. Have you brought an entire blacksmith shop with you? Greetings, Third Master Yi. Hu Chuang bowed respectfully. You honor me. I am unworthy. Yi Suihu quickly returned the gesture and invited everyone inside. In the parlor, Hu Chuang similarly produced a piece of stationery. Suihu, this is the master craftsman I have engaged. The remuneration for the past 3 years has been duly settled. You are to provide them with a designated area to serve as a new blacksmith's forge, where no one shall disturb its normal operations. Remember, the requests of Master Hu must be prioritized without delay. This missive stands in stark contrast to the previous two. It is evident that the elder brother holds this 6th-rank refiner in high esteem. Master Hu, I shall arrange your accommodations shortly and provide you with the teaching schedule. Should you have any additional requests, please feel free to voice them, Yi Suihu said respectfully. Hu Chuang smiled and replied, You are too courteous, Master Yi. I have no other demands. Simply placing that group of rascals together will suffice. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, it is my duty. Yi Suihu quickly assured him. Please, follow me. Before long, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were comfortably settled, with cultivation resources and facilities being meticulously prepared. The gaps left by the departure of the 3 masters of the Yi family had been entirely filled. Chapter 6. I want it all. After exiting Hu Chuang's forge, Yi Suifeng did not rush home. Instead, he strolled through the bustling market of Yunxiao City, savoring the local customs and flavors. Naturally, he indulged in the local delicacies, tofu dragon fish, green bamboo phoenix floss, and northern banquets, sampling everything from street vendors to the city's finest tavern. His remarkable appetite leaving even the carriage drivers wide-eyed in astonishment. After wandering for a while, Yi Suifeng arrived at the imposing Wanbao Pavilion. As the name suggests, it is a place where various treasures are sold. Rumor has it that this is an immensely powerful organization with establishments throughout the continent, boasting significant influence and an impressive scale. I shall procure some techniques and investigate the cultivation system of this world, he mused. Although Yi Suifeng currently possessed the pinnacle of the Tribulation Crossing realm and had formidable spiritual power, he lacked a systematic understanding of specific techniques. However, this was not a great concern. With his unparalleled spiritual awareness, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Suifeng entered the Wanbao Pavilion. He wandered through the first floor, discovering an abundance of items, techniques, spiritual tools, medicinal pills, talismans, spiritual herbs, and materials for cultivation, everything one could desire. Yet, nearly all were below the yellow grade, the lowest tier among the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, which naturally did not pique his interest. Approaching the counter, he found the supervisor of the first floor and opened a storage bag before him. I wish to speak with your pavilion master. There is a significant business opportunity at hand, Yi Suifeng stated succinctly. The supervisor's eyes widened upon seeing the overflowing spirit stones. Goodness, this must be over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Indeed, a substantial business. Without delay, he invited Yi Suifeng into a private room, serving him fine water and tea, before hastily seeking out his pavilion master. Moments later, a stunning young woman entered. She appeared youthful and curvaceous, her every smile and frown captivating the hearts of those around her. It turns out that the esteemed head of the Yi family has arrived. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome and hope that you will not take offense. The woman's voice was melodious and pleasant, evoking a sense of goodwill. Are you the master of the Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Suifeng inquired. The woman took a seat opposite him, smiling as she replied, Indeed, I am Gu Wanxin, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunxiao City. Master Gu, Yi Suifeng said, clasping his hands in greeting. I have come to procure some treasures today, and I trust that with the prowess of Wanbao Pavilion, I shall not be disappointed. He wasted no time and delved directly into the matter. You are truly a forthright individual, Gu Wanxin remarked, her countenance brightening as she retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and placed it upon the table. I presume treasures of the yellow grade would not pique your interest? Here is the list of our Xian grade treasures. Please peruse it and see if anything catches your fancy. The Xian grade treasures, even the most basic spirit herbs, were valued above 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Wanxin clearly regarded Yi Suifeng as a man of considerable wealth, and she was not mistaken. He indeed fit that description. Yi Suifeng picked up the jade slip and extended a wisp of his consciousness. Instantly, a plethora of treasures' names and descriptions materialized before his eyes. The assortment was reminiscent of the first floor of Wanbao Pavilion, encompassing a wide array of items, truly befitting the reputation of the establishment. He concentrated on the techniques, martial arts, and cultivation manuals within. Sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refinement techniques, alchemy, artifact forging, formations, apart from certain specialized pathways. Everything one would expect was present, perfectly suited for Yi Suifeng to familiarize himself with this world. However, upon reviewing the list, Yi Suifeng discovered that it only contained techniques of medium quality within the Xian grade. Are there no higher grade options available? He inquired. Gu Wanxin was taken aback. Medium quality Xian grade items were already considered high-end in Yunxiao City, yet he seemed unsatisfied. Master Yi, treasures of the upper Xian grade and above are exceedingly rare. I do not wish to offend, but their worth is immense. Money is not an issue. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Bring forth any higher grade items you may have. Gu Wanxin's expression turned peculiar. Had it not been said that the Yi family was on the verge of decline? How could this new master be so extravagant? Nevertheless, recognizing a business opportunity, she would not turn him away. Once more, she retrieved a glowing jade slip from her bosom and presented it before Yi Suifeng. These are our upper Xian grade treasures. Please take a look and see if any interest you, Gu Wanxin said. Yi Suifeng nodded and extended his spiritual energy once more. This time, the list was noticeably sparse. After all, upper Xian grade items were not commonplace. He quickly perused its contents, discovering remarkable treasures, including a superb Xian grade spirit sword, exquisitely crafted and immensely powerful, perfect for his daughter, Yi Huang. He resolved to inquire about her preferences upon his return. Due to the stubbornness of his previous incarnation, this child had endured much hardship. Are there no even higher grade items? Yi Suifeng set the jade slip down. Even higher grade? Gu Wanxin was bewildered. What was happening with Yi Suifeng? Was he truly so insatiable that even the finest Xian grade treasures could not satisfy him? Ascending further, one would encounter treasures of the earth grade, the quintessential artifacts of the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunxiao City. Does he truly possess the financial means for such luxuries? Gu Wanxin could not help but question whether this patriarch of the Yi family was merely toying with her. However, observing his composed demeanor, he did not appear to be the type to indulge in frivolity. Gu Wanxin subtly shook her head. No one dared to offend the Wanbao Pavilion lightly, and it would do no harm to show him the treasures. Subsequently, she retrieved a golden jade slip and handed it to Yi Suifeng. Patriarch Yi, this is indeed our prized possession. If you remain unsatisfied, I am at a loss for what more I can offer, Gu Wanxin stated deliberately. Oh, very well. Is the highest only of earth grade? Yi Suifeng's expression bore a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Gu Wanxin felt increasingly flustered. Reading between the lines was her forte, and she clearly discerned Yi Suifeng's discontent. Are you not even satisfied with the earth grade? Good heavens, whom have I encountered but a true tycoon? At this juncture, Yi Suifeng had already probed into the essence of the treasures. Naturally, the prized possession would not be numerous. Within, there were only 5 items, 2 tomes of martial arts, 2 spiritual instruments, and a singular blue stone. Kangling Gong, earth grade low-tier martial art. Shishin Jian, earth grade mid-tier martial skill. A low-tier earth grade jade talisman, capable of generating a robust defensive barrier. A mid-tier earth grade alchemy furnace, which can autonomously produce alchemical fire, enhancing the endurance of the alchemist. The most superior item was indeed that stone, Serenity Stone, earth grade high-tier treasure, which soothes the soul, enhances cultivation efficiency, and aids in comprehending martial arts. Yi Suifeng nodded in quiet approval. Indeed, these were commendable items. Are there no higher grade treasures? He inquired. Gu Wanxin, slightly embarrassed, responded, Alas, there are none. Our branch pavilion is rather small, and these 5 items constitute our prized possessions. Very well, Yi Suifeng conceded, no longer pressing the matter. Now let us discuss the price. Gu Wanxin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. At last, they were broaching the subject of cost. It appeared that this patriarch of the Yi family was not here to create chaos. Which item piques your interest? Gu Wanxin inquired. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss them all. As you wish, Gu Wanxin pondered before continuing. You see, treasures of earth grade are indeed rare, even in Su City. The Kangling Gong is priced at 2 billion spirit stones. The Shishin Jian commands 1 billion. The Hongfu Jade Pendant is 10 billion, and the Qinggu Alchemy Furnace is 50 billion. As for the Serenity Stone, it requires 500 billion spirit stones. A staggering price. If one were to consider the previous expenditures of the Yi family, covering the daily needs of its members, cultivation resources, investments in businesses, and maintaining resource lands, their annual costs hovered around 10 billion spirit stones. Their income was roughly equivalent, rendering even the least expensive Hongfu Jade Pendant unaffordable. Throughout the entirety of Yunxiao City, it seemed that only the formidable Tang family could procure a treasure from the Wanbao Pavilion, yet if they were to do so, their clansmen would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which treasure do you wish to acquire? Gu Wanxin's face brimmed with eager anticipation. The 5 treasured artifacts have been displayed since her arrival, yet remained untouched. If she could sell even one, the commission would amount to a substantial income. More importantly, it would bestow upon him considerable honor in the city lord's pavilion. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, declaring, Bring them all to me. I desire them all. Gu Wanxin was taken aback, momentarily doubting her hearing. In her estimation, Yi Suifeng would most likely purchase the Kanglan skill, as it was relatively inexpensive and of great benefit to the family. To her astonishment, he wanted the entire collection. Was this truly the case? Gu Wanxin felt compelled to confirm. Yi Suifeng smiled, assuring her, Of course it's true, but you must provide me with several larger storage bags. Otherwise, I cannot accommodate so many spirit stones. This time, Yi Suifeng intended to spend some of the low-grade spirit stones, as it was impractical to let them accumulate. They were quite an eyesore. Gu Wanxin, feeling dizzy, realized that at this point, she need not worry that Yi Suifeng was jesting. Moments later, she returned with a pile of storage bags and presented him with a beautiful ring. The 5 treasured artifacts were nestled within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you, and from this moment forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest in the Wanbao Pavilion of Yunxiao City. Gu Wanxin spoke with deep respect. To her, Yi Suifeng was not merely a benefactor, but also a guiding force towards her ascension to greater heights. Imagining the expressions of those back in the main pavilion upon hearing of her successful sales filled her with exhilaration. Very well. Yi Suifeng accepted the ring, verifying its contents. Indeed, the 5 artifacts were present without issue. He then took the storage bags and began to fill them with spirit stones. The bags Gu Wanxin provided were substantial, each capable of holding 50 billion spirit stones. Once filled, Yi Suifeng frowned slightly. It still wasn't enough. Pardon? Gu Wanxin queried, confusion etched on her face. You must have miscalculated. With a total of 14 storage bags, they can hold 700 billion spirit stones, while those artifacts total 680 billion. A warm smile graced Yi Suifeng's face. No, it is you who misinterpreted. When I said I wanted it all, I did not refer solely to the treasured artifacts. I also desire the 2 jade slips detailing the profound level treasures. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. In the city of Yunxiao, no one was aware that the Wanbao Pavilion had suddenly become impoverished, left with naught but money. All profound level treasures were swiftly cleared away, transformed into 10 storage rings adorning Yi Suifeng's fingers. As he departed, Gu Wanxin, filled with concern, insisted on dispatching all 8 golden core cultivators from the Wanbao Pavilion to safeguard his journey back to the family. Yi Suifeng politely declined. No one could rob him of his possessions. He meandered leisurely, even indulging in 2 delightful meals before returning home at a relaxed pace. By then, night was nearly upon him. Yi Suifeng first visited Sui Yun, discarding 9 storage rings and instructing him to allocate them wisely, leaving him alone in the study, contemplating the chaos. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Before he even stepped inside, he heard the sound of thuds, bang, bang. Upon entering, he discovered that it was his daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in multiple layers of cloth, and before her stood a black force-testing stone. This stone possessed remarkable resilience, capable of quickly regaining its shape even after sustaining a dent, making it ideal for training. Yi Huang struck the stone with unwavering focus, her punches landing with intensity. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. What a hard-working and ambitious young lady she was. Yi Suifeng felt a sense of pride welling within him. He recalled that from a young age, this daughter had been exceptionally mature, never giving him cause for worry and even alleviating many of his burdens. Indeed, children from humble beginnings often grow up fast. Xiao Huang, Yi Suifeng called out. Father, you're back. Yi Huang raised her head, yet her fists continued their relentless rhythm. Have you eaten dinner? Yi Suifeng inquired. I've already had my meal, she replied. Just let me finish these last 200 punches to reach 1,000. It's part of my post-dinner training. What a stubborn girl she was. Yi Suifeng did not press her, instead standing by, watching as she pursued her goal. Every punch she delivered was infused with her entire strength, striking the force-testing stone with determination, clearly aiming to surpass her limits. However, from Yi Suifeng's perspective, her technique was lacking, with a few adjustments. She could achieve far superior results. He resolved to provide specific guidance to his beloved daughter later on. Upon completing her 1,000 punches, Yi Huang exhaled deeply and smiled at Yi Suifeng. Come inside. The two entered the room. Once seated, Yi Suifeng intended to discuss Yi Huang's training, but suddenly realized he was unaware of her current cultivation level. What a negligent father he was. Xiao Huang, what stage of cultivation have you reached? Yi Suifeng asked. Yi Huang's expression reflected astonishment. Her father had never proactively inquired about her cultivation over the years. What prompted this change today? Just a few days ago, I broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, she replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. With 12 levels in total for Qi refinement, and Yi Huang being 14 years old, reaching the 7th level in a place like Yunxiao City was merely passing. However, within the Yi family, it was considered insufficient. If memory served correctly, several peers of Yi Huang had already surpassed the Qi refinement stage, attaining the realm of transformation Qi. In comparison to them, Yi Huang's strength appeared rather meager, especially as the daughter of the family head, which surely brought her considerable pressure. Do not be disheartened. Starting today, I will personally guide your training, and you will soon catch up, Yi Suifeng assured her. Thank you, father. Yi Huang beamed with joy. She held no high expectations for the guidance. Yet the most significant aspect was that her father was finally taking an interest in her. This realization filled her with genuine happiness. All right, father went out today and brought you some gifts. Tell me, what do you cherish most, or what is your greatest aspiration? Yi Suifeng inquired. He had brought back an abundance of items, and it would be imprudent to overwhelm his daughter with them all at once. It was prudent to first discern her thoughts. Yi Huang paused momentarily, contemplating. As for aspirations, my desire is to diligently cultivate my skills and become a formidable force, so that one day I can. Her voice trailed off as she lowered her gaze. The wish to alleviate her father's burdens had long resided in her heart. Not easily articulated. So that you can do what? Yi Suifeng pressed. So that I can participate in the forthcoming Battle of Cloud City, Yi Huang fabricated a small fib. The Battle of Cloud City? Yi Suifeng was taken aback for a moment before recollecting the matter. In Cloud City, the three prominent families were bound to clash in various respects. To avert large-scale bloodshed, the concept of the Battle of Cloud City was proposed after deliberation. This contest was held biennially, with each family dispatching 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete. The victors would claim the shops or resource territories of the defeated side. The Yi family had recently suffered losses in these battles, resulting in a significant depletion of their familial assets. Thus, the upcoming Battle of Cloud City was scheduled for half a year hence. Surprised by his daughter's ambition to shine and contribute to the family, Yi Suifeng nodded in approval. Cultivation was indeed a necessary path. And even if she did not voice it, he would assist her in advancing her journey. Aside from cultivation, what else do you enjoy? Yi Huang pondered before replying. Outside of cultivation, I have a fondness for alchemy. What draws you to alchemy? Yi Suifeng inquired with curiosity. Because if I master the art. Alchemy is one of the most lucrative pursuits. Yi Huang chuckled, scratching her head. Yi Suifeng realized that his daughter's concern for wealth stemmed from their past hardships. Before assuming the position of family head, although he had enjoyed a modest stipend from the family, it was insufficient for anything beyond basic sustenance. It was no wonder his daughter placed such importance on money. Very well, I support you wholeheartedly, Yi Suifeng declared. The ambition of youth was a precious thing, and he would naturally lend his full support. Subsequently, he retrieved a newly acquired Earth-grade alchemy furnace from his storage ring. This one, just purchased, surpasses your current furnace. Take it, Yi Suifeng offered. His daughter's furnace was of a low yellow grade and held little utility. You're the best, father. Yi Huang beamed as she accepted the furnace. Unbeknownst to her, it was a prized treasure from the Wanbao Pavilion. Nevertheless, anything gifted by her father brought her immense joy. By the way, our family has recently hired a new alchemy instructor, but you need not attend classes from today onward. I shall personally guide you in the art of alchemy, Yi Suifeng announced. Oh, all right. Yi Huang blinked in surprise. When had her father learned the intricacies of alchemy? Yi Suifeng pondered for a moment before asking, by the way, do you have an affinity for swords? Yes, I find them quite appealing. But our family excels in martial arts, so I chose to focus on mastering the fist, Yi Huang replied. Now, we have a sword technique available. As Yi Suifeng spoke, He retrieved a magnificent sword of superior quality from his storage ring and presented it to Yi Huang. Since you have taken a liking to it, it is time to commence your sword practice. The elegant blade emanated a subtle violet glow, and Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with delight, utterly captivated by its beauty. However, she was uncertain about its grade. I shall provide you with the cultivation technique tomorrow. And this as well. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng produced a tranquil stone. This earth-grade superior tranquil stone significantly aids in cultivation and is highly coveted by all practitioners. Yi Huang stood in awe, accepting the tranquil stone. Yet she remained oblivious to the profound significance of this unassuming rock. Very well, you should return to your room and rest. Cultivation, after all, requires a balance of labor and leisure. Relentless practice alone will not yield great achievements, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded, her heart brimming with excitement as she rose to leave. Yi Suifeng sighed, knowing well that his daughter would likely cultivate late into the night. It was no great concern. After all, the youth ought to strive diligently. After freshening up, Yi Suifeng lay upon his bed, taking out the 2 earth-grade cultivation techniques he had purchased that day. Each of these texts could cause quite a stir in Yunxiao City. Their quality was exceedingly high. Yet, Yi Suifeng was not satisfied. He intended to refine them further. There are evident issues here. The spiritual energy should be channeled this way. The meridians are incorrect as well. 2 better paths should be substituted. Millennia of cultivation had rendered Yi Suifeng's spirit immeasurably powerful, enabling him to perceive the very essence of things. Such earth-grade techniques were trivial to dissect, revealing their flaws for improvement. Naturally, he could not afford to be negligent regarding his daughter's cultivation. It was only in the latter half of the night that Yi Suifeng completed the revisions for both techniques. Now, the Kanglin technique had ascended from an inferior earth-grade to a superior earth-grade technique. Meanwhile, the God-slaying 9 swords had risen to a mid-tier heavenly grade. Upon attaining mastery, it would possess the capability to slay true deities. Very well, this shall suffice for now. Let us allow little Huang to utilize these 2 techniques as a transitional phase. Perhaps I shall devise some celestial techniques or Tao arts for her to learn at a later date. Chapter 8. The entire clan in uproar today marked the day when the disciples of the Yi family would receive their customary allowances. Young men and women, in groups or alone, made their way to the family's service hall. A youth clad in white, exuding an air of elegance, strode along the path with a golden spear slung across his back. Brother Long, wait for me. Suddenly, a bright voice rang out from behind. The youth turned to see 2 individuals of similar height, dressed in azure garments, hastening towards him. Yi Qian, Yi Long acknowledged. The girl approached Yi Long with a cheerful grin and inquired, Brother Long, when did you emerge from seclusion? 3 days ago, Yi Long replied, nodding to both of them as they walked together. How was your experience during this retreat? Yi Qian asked. Quite satisfactory, Yi Long responded. I have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi transformation, and I have successfully cultivated the dragon hunting spear technique to a preliminary stage. In Yi Qian's eyes, a sparkle of excitement ignited. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the upcoming battle at Cloud City 6 months from now, we must teach those detestable Li family members a lesson, she declared, shaking her small fists in indignation. Yi Long pressed his lips together, aware that among the younger generation of the Yi family, his strength was unparalleled. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would undoubtedly secure a place in the upcoming battle. Yet, he felt a gnawing lack of confidence in overcoming the Li family. According to reliable sources, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, had already ascended to the 5th level of Qi transformation, wielding hidden weapons with unparalleled skill. If he were to confront him now, defeat would be almost certain. Yi Long couldn't help but clench his fists. Rest assured, I will strive to do my best. I believe in you. Yi Qian cheered from the side. You 2 must also put forth your utmost effort. The Yi family cannot decline in our generation. Yi Long spoke earnestly. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Brother Long, I received news from father a few days ago that our allowance is to be reduced again. Yi Qian suddenly interjected, having been silent until now. The 3 of them were all children of Yi Suiyun, with Yi Long being the eldest at 15 years of age. Yi Qian and Yi Qian were twins, both 14, slightly younger than Yi Huang. As Yi Suiyun managed the family's resources, they were privy to certain information ahead of time. I am aware, Yi Long sighed lightly. The family is currently facing difficulties, so we must train diligently and unite to help the family navigate through this trying period. Yi Qian pouted, saying, though you speak wisely. With the allowance being reduced, won't it be even harder for us to cultivate? And with uncle now as the head of the family, I foresee bleak days ahead for us. As she spoke, Yi Long suddenly halted his steps. Smack! A resounding slap landed heavily on Yi Qian's face, quickly leaving a crimson mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind his back? Yilong's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Qian, then cast a sharp look at Yi Qian. Startled, Yi Qian trembled and hastily replied, "Brother, we were wrong. You know sister has a straightforward tongue." Straightforward tongue? Such recklessness will inevitably lead to disaster. Yilong scoffed coldly. Regardless of what uncle may be, he is now our family head, the highest authority of the Yi family. Speaking ill of him is tantamount to challenging the entire family's authority. Have you both forgotten the 3 iron rules of our clan? Chastised, the two lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a word. In this household, parents held the utmost authority, followed by the eldest brother. Brother, I was wrong, Yi Qian murmured softly while covering her face. Yilong cast her a sidelong glance before addressing Yi Qian. When I am not around, you must keep a close watch on her and prevent her from acting recklessly. Yi Qian quickly nodded in agreement. Having received a reprimand, their words were considerably fewer. Moments later, the 3 of them arrived at the Hall of Elders. Young masters, here are your allowances and cultivation resources for this month. Take them and cultivate diligently, the steward of the Hall of Elders said with a cheerful smile. The 3 felt somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the allowance supposed to be reduced? Why did it seem that he was in such high spirits? However, they did not ponder much. After taking the storage bags, they turned and departed. You all have classes today, right? Yilong inquired. Indeed, Yi Qian replied. The previous 3 instructors have left, and I heard that the head of the family summoned 3 new ones yesterday. This alone indicates the head's capability. Yilong remarked. Therefore, dispel any unwarranted thoughts. Diligent cultivation is the true path. As the 2 conversed while walking, they suddenly noticed Yi Qian standing still, motionless. What's wrong? Yilong asked. Yi Qian lifted her head, her face filled with confusion and uncertainty. She cradled the open storage bag in her hands. It seems my allowance was mistakenly given. Yilong frowned slightly and said, Didn't they mention that this month's allowance would be reduced? What is so strange about that? No. Yi Qian opened her storage bag wide. My allowance hasn't decreased. In fact, it appears to have increased significantly. What? Yilong and Yi Qian hurried over to examine their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in astonishment. As direct descendants, they were originally entitled to 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of chi-nourishing pills, and 10 bottles of bone-strengthening pills for their daily cultivation. However, the quantities in their sister's storage bag were evidently amiss. After counting carefully, they discovered a total of 100 spirit stones, and both the chi-nourishing pills and bone-strengthening pills had doubled. Moreover, there were 2 additional items. One was a bottle of red elixir labeled body refinement pill. The other was a round porcelain pellet marked as a marrow cleansing pill. These 2, especially the marrow cleansing pill, were of high grade. How could they end up in their sister's possession? It must be a mistake, Yi Qian asserted. Such an abundance of resources does not seem intended for us. Let us check our own, Yilong suddenly suggested. Subsequently, the 2 opened their storage bags, only to be rendered speechless. They are identical. What is going on? Were they all misallocated? The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting the same perplexity on their faces. After a moment of silence, Yilong closed the storage bag and said solemnly, It must be an error. These items are surely meant for someone else. We cannot accept them. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Not wanting to act against their conscience, they decided to return the bags. They made their way back to the Hall of Affairs, returning the storage bags to the steward. Steward Liao, it seems these items do not belong to us, Yilong stated. Oh, were they misallocated? Steward Liao took the storage bag, examined it closely, and then handed it back. Young masters, you jest. The items within are indeed intended for you, Steward Liao chuckled. The 3 were once again taken aback. But the quantities? Steward Liao waved his hand and smiled. Did you not see the head seal within? Yilong, bewildered, opened the storage bag again and discovered an unusual item inside. It was a small seal. Upon opening it, a bold line of characters unfurled before them. Resources are ample. Cultivate diligently. Chapter 9. Guidance in Cultivation. The Yi family was abuzz with excitement. No one could have anticipated that this month's allowance would increase to such an extent. Good heavens, the chi refining pill this time is actually a medium-grade elixir. And the bone-strengthening pill is no exception. Upon consuming the elixir, some individuals were instantly overwhelmed by the vast spiritual energy contained within. When compared to low-grade chi refining pills, the cultivation efficiency of medium-grade elixirs is at least 5-fold. My goodness. The newly appointed alchemy instructor is none other than Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. During the alchemy class, some recognized him and were astonished that the family had managed to invite him as an instructor. Moreover, in the courses on weapon forging and formations, others also recognized 2 6th-grade masters, leaving them in a state of shock. The family has truly invested heavily this time. Coupled with the message conveyed by the family head to cultivate diligently, with resources in abundance, the Yi family has officially ushered in an era of collective cultivation. Such news quickly spread, becoming known to the other two prominent families. Doubling resources? 6th grade masters? Huh. It seems the Yi family has staked everything on the upcoming battle in Yunxiao City in 6 months. Haha. I always said that the new head of the Yi family is a fool. Such actions are akin to undermining their own foundation. I wonder how the elders of the Yi family allowed him to act so recklessly. Who knows, perhaps those elders are fools as well. The Yi family is truly on a path to ruin, destined to fall at the hands of Yi Suifeng. The Li family scoffed at Yi Suifeng's actions, deriding him for depleting resources and undermining the family's foundation, essentially courting destruction. The Yi family possesses such financial power? Have they tapped into the family's reserves? Impossible. It's hard to say. I've seen Yi Suifeng before, and he doesn't seem particularly capable. Perhaps he has made such an absurd decision out of sheer folly. However, one must question how the 6th grade masters could be easily invited back to the family. One wonders what enormous price the Yi family has paid. Regardless, in 6 months' time, during the battle in Yunxiao City, our Tang family must not be overshadowed by the other two families. Members of the Tang family are equally perplexed, unsure of what Yi Suifeng's maneuvers truly signify. The entire Yunxiao City has been rocked by the Yi family's sudden substantial investment in cultivation resources. Yet, as the architect of this event, Yi Suifeng sits beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, perusing a thick, ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practices the fundamentals of swordsmanship nearby. Earlier in the morning, Yi Suifeng had provided her with 2 revised manuals. However, due to her rather inadequate foundation, she must first solidify her swordsmanship basics. Of course, Yi Suifeng has his own unique approach. He has sifted through various sword techniques, discarding the dross and extracting the essence, culminating in the creation of an entirely new sword style, titled Basic Sword Technique, Phoenix, despite the somewhat frivolous name. This sword technique far surpasses ordinary introductory sword manuals in profundity. It serves as an exceptional gateway for an individual utterly unfamiliar with the art of swordsmanship, providing not only a solid foundation in the postures of swordplay, but also fostering physical fitness and enhancing bodily coordination. Most importantly, it has been meticulously tailored by Yi Suifeng to suit Yi Huang's unique constitution. After merely an hour of practice, Yi Huang has already made significant progress, displaying a level of proficiency that starkly contrasts with her initial awkwardness when first wielding a sword. Once his daughter's training was on the right track, Yi Suifeng settled down nearby, continuing to peruse the martial arts text he had acquired the previous day. The volume he held was titled Thunder Sound Body Refinement Technique, a superior grade method for body refinement. This technique is quite commendable, Yi Suifeng nodded, savoring a crystal-clear apple. Having resolved to cultivate Yi Huang, he naturally approached the endeavor with utmost seriousness. Techniques, sword formulas, body refinement, and magical artifacts. While he did not expect the very best, they at least had to be of satisfactory quality. The notion of relying solely on her own efforts was utterly absurd. Firstly, Yi Huang was not an extraordinary genius, but rather a cultivator of merely adequate talent. Without his intervention, her future achievements would be significantly constrained. Secondly, to possess wealth yet refrain from utilizing it would be sheer folly. Why are reclusive families, super sects, and disciples of sacred lands so formidable? Is it solely due to their own merits? Nonsense. They are all built upon an immense foundation of resources. In comparison to their investments, Yi Suifeng's commitment to Yi Huang was still lacking. However, he was not anxious. He believed in a gradual, step-by-step approach. After reviewing the Thunder Sound Body Refinement Technique, Yi Suifeng poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. The technique was impressive. With some modifications, it could evolve into a heavenly grade body refinement method. Yet, observing his daughter diligently practicing, he subtly shook his head. Simultaneously cultivating multiple elite techniques may not necessarily be advantageous. Perhaps it would be wiser to devise a potent body refining elixir based on this technique, he mused, considering it a more straightforward approach. With that thought, Yi Suifeng's vast consciousness began to engage in calculations and simulations, and within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, he formulated a recipe for a body refining elixir. This elixir may not be the most powerful, but the materials currently at his disposal would suffice, sparing him the trouble of seeking out rare, celestial treasures. Only one ingredient remained elusive. Yi Suifeng glanced skyward. The essence of the Thunder Sound Body Refinement Technique lies in thunder. Consequently, the elixir derived from it requires thunder as its primary ingredient. What could possibly surpass the formidable thunder of the tribulation at its zenith? Indeed, Yi Suifeng had set his sights on the Tao of Heaven he had playfully taunted a few days prior, just borrowing a bit of its essence. He figured it would not take offense. However, performing the tribulation here would be rather conspicuous, so a more secluded location would be prudent. After contemplating, Yi Suifeng rose to his feet. Little Huang, it's time to pause, he said, observing his daughter, drenched in sweat. I'm fine, father. I can keep going, Yi Huang panted. Her cheeks flushed, yet she gritted her teeth, continuing to wield the sword as instructed by her father. Yi Suifeng's expression grew serious. Do as I say. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. I instructed you to halt, to settle down and practice the Kanglan technique, for this is the most opportune moment. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Huang promptly composed herself, calming her breath before settling cross-legged on the ground, ready to channel the Kanglan technique. Before commencing, she cast a furtive glance at Yi Suifeng. Her father had recently assumed an air of authority. In the past, he would never have offered opinions concerning her cultivation. However, this newfound demeanor of his brought an unexpected sense of reassurance. With her thoughts in order, she closed her eyes and began her earnest practice. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly and advised, remember, for every hour you dedicate to practicing the fundamental sword techniques, you must sit in meditation for an hour, followed by a self-reflection on any issues encountered and how to improve. Each cycle consists of 3 hours, and you must complete 2 cycles daily, without exceeding that limit. The remaining time is yours to manage as you please. He cautioned her earnestly. Now, take your time to cultivate. I shall step out for a while and return in the evening. With that, Yi Suifeng's figure gradually faded from the courtyard. Chapter 10. Crossing the tribulation. The Qinggu Highland serves as an insurmountable chasm in the northern expanse of Cloud City. Beyond it lies the northern snowfield. Legends speak of the northern snowfield as a realm of scarce resources, where life is exceedingly arduous. Essentially resembling a primitive tribe reliant on animal skins for clothing and slash-and-burn agriculture. In essence, it is a land devoid of culture. However, these are mere speculations of the people from the south. Few have traversed the Qinggu Highland to behold the northern snowfield splendor. The Qinggu Highland obstructs the passage of nearly all travelers, its towering peaks and dense thickets concealing ancient territories rarely trodden by humankind. Countless formidable beasts lurk in the depths of the highland, and to venture heedlessly into their domain would be to risk one's life in an instant. Yet, this very peril draws numerous cultivators seeking to hone their skills. The beasts are rumored to possess treasures beyond measure, should fortune favor one. Obtaining a spirit herb of earthly grade or higher could lead to sudden wealth, ensuring a lifetime free from worry. At this moment, several young cultivators cautiously traversed the periphery of the highland. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from afar, startling them. One youth, with disheveled hair, immediately dropped to the ground. Straining to listen intently, his expression shifted dramatically. Run, a great horde of ferocious beasts is charging our way, he shouted in alarm, only to find his companions frozen in place, mouths agape, gazing skyward. Following their gaze, the long-haired youth was rendered speechless. A thick blanket of dark clouds loomed, shrouding much of the sky. It formed a swirling vortex, pulsating with flashes of azure and violet light, an oppressive aura weighing heavily upon his chest, as if his heart might leap from his breast. What is that? They trembled, feeling their legs weaken. This sight bore the ominous portent of annihilation. At that moment, the rumbling intensified, and they witnessed a multitude of birds erupting from the nearby forest in a panicked descent. It's a beast tide. We must flee. The long-haired youth was the first to react, shouting in desperation before turning to escape. As the others regained their composure, they hurriedly followed his lead, racing towards the mountain's edge. At the summit of a secluded peak, Yi Suifeng gazed at the ominous dark clouds expanding above him, furrowing his brow. The commotion was unexpectedly loud. Had he known, he would have ventured deeper. He had chosen this location to draw forth the lightning, intending to spare ordinary cultivators from disturbance. Yet he was astonished at the vast reach of the dark clouds, almost spilling over the mountain's boundary. Come on, hurry up, stop dawdling, Yi Suifeng exclaimed, his dissatisfaction palpable. The calamity he was about to summon was the formidable 9-9 heavenly tribulation, consisting of a total of 81 strikes, each exponentially more powerful than the last. Naturally, their intensity escalated as well. Yi Suifeng had been biding his time for that final strike. As if sensing his provocation, the dark clouds above began to swirl with increased velocity. With a resounding crash, a bolt of azure-purple lightning descended from the heavens, embodying boundless celestial might, and instantly hovered above Yi Suifeng. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, this seemingly invincible lightning was shattered into countless fragments, cascading like petals from a celestial flower onto the surrounding peaks. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and several minor mountains crumbled under the onslaught. Now that's more like it. Hurry up. Yi Suifeng appeared utterly unscathed. Waves of lightning continued to descend, yet before Yi Suifeng, they resembled nothing more than soft cotton candy, utterly incapable of withstanding his power. At long last, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation approached its final strike. The dark clouds above began to contract, yet the violent energy contained within surged to unprecedented levels. When the clouds shrank to their utmost limit, a grand bolt of violet lightning thundered down. "I've been waiting for you," Suifeng proclaimed, soaring into the air to confront the annihilating lightning head-on. With his right hand weaving intricate patterns, various mystical energies coalesced within his grasp. Remarkably, in his left hand, he produced a white jade bottle, crafted from sheep fat. In an instant, Suifeng collided with the lightning. Contrary to the anticipated cataclysm, the clash resonated with a final note akin to a pipa's concluding chord, abruptly halting the ferocious storm as if the skies had cleared. Suifeng's figure gradually descended, a swirl of violet energy manifesting in his hand, thrashing restlessly. "Be still," he commanded, gently closing his fingers around the violet energy, which shrank into a tiny droplet, suspended delicately in his palm. Subsequently, this droplet was sealed within the jade bottle. "Ah, finally done," Suifeng sighed, lifting his gaze to the heavens where a magnificent celestial gate emerged, partially obscured. As the gate slowly opened, a golden radiance enveloped Suifeng, and ethereal melodies resonated from within. He had successfully weathered the 9-9 heavenly tribulation and was on the verge of ascension to immortality. There's no rush. You should return now," he mused, as Suifeng dispersed the aura of his ascendant being. His cultivation once again solidified at the pinnacle of the tribulation realm. In this world, immortals are unwelcome. To attain immortality, one must ascend to a higher realm. Yet, Suifeng harbored no desire to ascend just yet, having only arrived a few days prior and yearning to truly experience the culture and charm of this world. Moreover, he had a delightful daughter awaiting his return home. Once Suifeng relinquished his celestial presence, the ethereal gates of immortality seemed to lose their target, lingering momentarily before gradually dissipating into nothingness. Task accomplished. He retrieved the jade vial into his storage space. The primary medicinal ingredients were prepared, and when the opportune moment arose, he could concoct the body-refining elixir for Yihuan. The final bolt of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation harbored both destructive and transformative energies. Even Suifeng himself could not fathom the immense effects that the elixir derived from it might yield. Standing atop the mountain, he observed the surrounding devastation. The landscape had been ravaged, with the mountain beneath his feet eroded by several dozen meters from the thunderous tribulation. The terror of the heavenly tribulation was palpable. Gazing northward, his formidable consciousness reached out thousands of miles, arriving at a vast expanse of icy plateau. There lay the legendary northern snowfields, appearing indeed desolate. As Suifeng's awareness wandered, he suddenly sensed a colossal consciousness extending from the depths of the plateau, rushing towards him with remarkable speed. This presence seemed intricately intertwined with the entire northern expanse, nearly rivaling the fraction of consciousness Suifeng projected. It was immensely powerful. Did such high-caliber cultivators truly exist in this world? Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, Suifeng promptly withdrew his consciousness. He was not yet inclined to engage with the foremost powers of this realm. Perhaps another time. He shrugged. The sun was already dipping in the west, and the 9-9 heavenly tribulation had consumed far too much of his time. It was time to return home. In the extreme northern region, a pair of icy eyes suddenly opened. Peering into the divine realm, friend or foe, another thread of destiny lay concealed within the mists. How much longer could we endure? Chapter 11. Rescuing a life, a figure flashed across the sky. Below, the majestic mountains stretched endlessly, receding at a rapid pace. Suifeng could have instantaneously teleported back. However, he chose to revel in the scenery of this world, opting against such expediency. As he traversed, he could distinctly sense that numerous areas within the mountains had suffered damage from beasts, with some timid monsters still exhibiting signs of panic, evidently affected by his tribulation. Suddenly, he detected the essence of a struggle not far away, suggesting the presence of humans. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and soared toward the source. Hovering in midair, Suifeng beheld 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, engaged in a fierce battle against a unicorn blue ox. This beast was a second-grade monster, equivalent to the late stage of human chi transformation, while the young cultivators were merely at the late stage of chi refinement, revealing a significant disparity in strength. The duration of the fierce confrontation between the 2 parties remains unknown. Among the 4 combatants, 2 have sustained injuries, their movements sluggish, leaving only a long-haired youth and a woman engaged in relentless battle. Suddenly, the long-haired youth is struck and sent flying by the blue bull, yet he swiftly returns, resolutely restraining it at the front. Gritting his teeth, the impact of the previous blow has stirred his vital energy, resulting in internal injuries. Attack its lower body. He shouts fervently. At his command, the other three spring into action, wielding their massive blades towards the blue bull. However, the one-horned blue bull proves to be a formidable adversary. As the group approaches, it erupts in a frenzy, deftly countering their assault with powerful kicks. One individual, already injured, is unable to evade and is struck by its iron hoof, sent sprawling through the underbrush, blood spilling from his mouth, barely able to rise. Ma Fong. The long-haired youth roars in fury, his eyes ablaze. Armed with an iron rod, he strikes at the bull's head. Yet, that is the bull's most resilient area. His efforts yield little effect, and he finds himself once again toppled by the bull's charge. With a thunderous roar, the one-horned blue bull repels all four combatants. Standing as an indomitable ancient beast, the earth trembles beneath its iron hooves, resonating with a deafening sound, before it turns its gaze towards the fallen Ma Fong. A glint of bloodlust flashing in its eyes as it charges forth. Having attained a level of sentience, the bull understands the necessity of eliminating a key human adversary. The remaining foes can be dispatched one by one. With remarkable speed, it hurtles towards Ma Fong, its unassailable horn poised to deliver a fatal blow. No, cries the long-haired youth in despair. Could his cherished companion truly perish before his very eyes? Meanwhile, Ma Fong lies on the ground, eyes closed, resigned to the approaching death. Suddenly, from the thicket before him, a small seedling rises. While overlooked by all, it swings its tiny branches and strikes the bull upon the head. A resounding explosion ensues. Amidst the chaos of earth and stone, a colossal figure is propelled from the blast, raining down blood as it crashes to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widen in astonishment. He clearly sees that the one-horned blue bull, once an overwhelming threat, has now suffered grievous injury. Its once impenetrable horn is shattered, and its skull is caved in, blood gushing forth. It lies defeated, beyond salvation. What has transpired? At that moment, a towering figure descends from the sky. Indeed, it is Suifeng who has intervened. As a human, he could never bear to witness his kind meet an untimely demise. Moreover, it is evident that the one-horned blue bull had been startled and fled from the mountains due to his own tribulation. Thus, he bears a measure of responsibility for the dire situation. These young individuals have suffered an unjust calamity, and he cannot stand idly by. What is your name? Yi followed the wind and inquired of the young man with long hair, Fengji. At that moment, Fengji appeared somewhat dazed. The person before him exuded an overwhelming power, having effortlessly dispatched the second-tier demon beast, the one-horned azure bull, without even making an appearance. Could he be a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage? Hurry and check on your companions, Yi urged. Fengji finally came to his senses, hastily rising from the ground and making his way to Ma Fong. At that moment, Ma Fong was examining a small sapling in front of him with a puzzled expression, turning it over and over. Ma Fong, how are you? Fengji called out loudly. Ma Fong looked up at him, then struggled to get to his feet, offering a wry smile as he said, "This is quite a setback. I'll need at least half a month of recuperation when I return." Seeing his condition, Fengji felt relieved. As long as you are alive. However, his brow soon furrowed again as he asked, Ma Fong, what is wrong with that sapling? Why do you keep staring at it? Ma Fong's expression was peculiar as he replied, Brother Feng, you might not believe it, but it was this very sapling that suddenly stood up and slapped the azure bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng, we've struck it rich. Fengji's face darkened at Ma Fong's excitement. Brother, don't be foolish. It was that senior who intervened and saved us. He then carefully assisted Ma Fong to his feet. Their other two companions also gathered around, and the four of them dusted off the dirt and grass from their clothes before bowing respectfully before Yi. Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them, Fengji said earnestly. Yi casually toyed with the horn of the one-horned azure bull and waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling matter. There's no need to dwell on it. This incident had originated from him, and he lacked the audacity to demand any form of recompense. However, to Fengji and his companions, it was a different matter. This senior not only possessed astounding strength and striking looks, but also displayed such a gentle temperament. They felt they had struck a stroke of fortune today. By the way, are you all from the vicinity? Yi inquired. Fengji nodded. Yes, senior. We four hail from outside the Qinggu Highlands, in Yinyan Town. Yinyan Town? Yi echoed. Indeed. It is a small town within the jurisdiction of Yunshao City, Fengji explained. Yi's understanding deepened. Yunshao City was not merely an ordinary city. It held its own sphere of influence. He recalled that Yunshao City governed an area of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, comparable to the size of Chongqing in his previous life. The extent of governance for such a small city was indeed astonishing. Yet, based on Ye's knowledge, This was considered relatively small compared to other cities of similar standing nearby. How fortuitous, Yi remarked with a smile. I am the head of the Yi family in Yunshao City. He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal his identity, as there was no necessity for it. We have met the Yi family head. The four bowed even lower, as to them. Yunshao City was akin to an imperial city. The figure before them was evidently a dignitary from the imperial court. There is no need for such formalities, Yi said, smiling. It seems we are fated to meet. Should you ever have the opportunity to visit Yunshao City, feel free to come to the Yi family to find me. I shall provide you with an excellent platform. The four were instantly filled with joy. The promise made by a patriarch is indeed invaluable. Now, it is getting late, and there are still numerous other beasts lurking here. You should hurry back to recuperate. After Yi Suifeng concluded his words, he waved his hand, and his figure vanished from sight, leaving Feng Zhi and the others in a state of disbelief over the surreal circumstances they had just experienced. Notably, before departing, Ma Feng insisted on taking that small sapling with him, declaring it a miracle, an ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Yi Suifeng's plans. The ominous black clouds threatening to engulf the world and the impending beast tide. In the patriarch's study, Yi Suifeng sat across from Sui Yun, listening intently as he reported on the situation at the borders of Yunshao City. Yes, elder brother, Sui Yun said, his expression anxious. Yesterday, many cultivators witnessed the black clouds nearly blotting out the entire sky, accompanied by eerie rumbling sounds. Shortly after, the beast tide ensued. Numerous ferocious creatures suddenly surged against the outskirts of Gaoling, injuring many adventuring cultivators to varying degrees. They are now breaking through Gaoling and heading towards several human settlements at the borders. Yi Suifeng nervously touched his nose and replied, even so, can it truly be deemed an omen of world destruction? Elder brother, you do not understand. Sui Yun spoke in a grave tone. Those black clouds are sinister, seemingly manifesting only outside our Yunshao City. Some have concluded that either a powerful beast is emerging or evil is descending upon us. People are already preparing to flee to other cities. Panic is rampant. Yi Suifeng's expression grew perplexed. He genuinely did not know how to articulate his thoughts. It was merely a crossing of heavenly tribulation, yet it had triggered such a colossal chain reaction. Truly, the ancient adage holds, the lower one's cultivation, the more peculiar phenomena one encounters in the world. The Li and Tang families are already mobilizing personnel to the borders, Sui Yun informed. They intend to support the border? Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Sui Yun continued, if we remain indifferent, the areas managed by the Yi family, along with those resource-rich lands, may soon face grave issues. The governance of Yunshao City is remarkably unique. All its territories are collectively overseen by the three prominent families. Each family has its designated management area, the Tang family primarily in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Yi family in the northwest. They intertwine, balance each other, and cooperate. The majority of the Yi family's revenue, including resources, is generated within their own domain. Should complications arise, the impact on the Yi family would be substantial. How many personnel are they preparing to dispatch? Yi Suifeng inquired. Sui Yun pondered for a moment before responding. It should not be too many. In previous similar situations, we would dispatch a portion of the family's mid-level forces to oversee the situation, which generally suffices to prevent any major issues. I see, Yi Suifeng mused for a moment before stating, then we shall send our own team as well. However, this time, we will not only deploy mid-level personnel, but also send that group of young rascals from our family. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback and asked, why is that? The beasts are ferocious, and they are still too young. There's bound to be some mishap. It is precisely because they are young that they must go out to gain experience. Yi Suifeng remarked. A fledgling that has never weathered the storms will never learn to soar. Furthermore, you must advise them not to flaunt any ostentatious airs of a grand family once they arrive. It would be prudent to cultivate amicable relations with the cultivators of the bordering cities. Additionally, it would be wise to bring ample resources, should anyone sustain injuries. We shall provide free medical care. Yi Suifeng's series of directives left Sui Yun utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? While those regions are indeed significant to the family, it hardly warrants such a commotion. Establishing good relations and offering free healthcare? Brother, although we are now affluent, we cannot squander our wealth in such a manner. Observing Sui Yun's perplexed expression, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and said, Sui Yun, let me ask you, what is the most crucial element for a formidable force? Money. Without hesitation. Sui Yun replied, indeed, money is vital. Ah, yes, money holds great importance, but if we seek to expand our influence, talent is indispensable. Thus, during this reinforcement, we must not only commit ourselves wholeheartedly, but also forge robust relationships with them. This will facilitate our future expansion. Do you understand? Yi Suifeng's actions were a strategic foresight for the future. While lacking money is untenable, money alone is not omnipotent. Undoubtedly, with Yi Suifeng's strength and wealth, he could effortlessly obliterate the Li and Tang families and attract numerous talented individuals. But what follows? Excluding Yi Suifeng, the members of the Yi family would be severely weakened, akin to an infant in swaddling, utterly helpless. The Yi family is a family, and a family is a complex entity. Should Yi Suifeng alone shield the entire clan, the Yi family would be doomed. He aims to establish a genuine powerhouse. I have encountered several young cultivators from the borders whose potential rivals that of certain members of our families. Therefore, do not regard them with disdain, they merely lack resources. They are all untapped potential for the family, Yi Suifeng asserted. By the way, what is your current cultivation level alongside Hu and the others? Suiyin responded. We are all at the golden core stage, and have been for many years. Ever since assuming our roles in the family, we have had little time to refine our cultivation, and our talents are rather average. Yi Suifeng shook his head. I mentioned to you a few days ago that the entire clan should engage in cultivation, and this does not solely pertain to the youth. From this moment on, you too must intensify your training. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of a mere city like Yunxiao. Suiyin nodded earnestly. If there were an opportunity to advance in cultivation, who would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? The conversation in the study thus reached a conclusion. Yi Suifeng's orders were swiftly dispatched and executed. Within a single day, nearly the entire Yi family mobilized, laden with resources, setting forth to support the borders. This spectacle astonished the other two prominent families in Yunxiao City. Insanity, it is indeed madness. Someone exclaimed. The new head of the Yi family truly possesses a vision that is nothing short of eye-opening. Not awarding him the title of Saint of Cloud City would be an affront to his efforts. What use is a rustic brute? Is such a grandiose display truly necessary? Some scoffed at the actions of the Yi family, deeming Yi Suifeng's decisions as the whims of a bleeding heart, leading to such foolishness. Yet, the whispers and rumors could not diminish the Yi family's resolve. They exhibited unwavering loyalty to their patriarch. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng had returned to his courtyard to prepare a body-tempering elixir for Yi Huang. The final bolt of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation possessed immense power, encapsulating both destruction and rebirth. Applying it to Yi Huang, who was still at the qi refining stage, would not only be a waste. Her body could not withstand even a mere touch of it without suffering catastrophic consequences. It required neutralization. Yi Suifeng extracted a drop of tribulation liquid and performed a series of incantations. The tumultuous thunder gradually softened under his guidance, ultimately condensing into a sphere of pure energy. Producing a cauldron from thin air, he added all the prepared materials. In a matter of moments, the ingredients transformed into a vial of golden liquid. Yes, the body tempering could commence, Yi Suifeng nodded. Suddenly, his door was thrust open with great force. A figure burst into the room. Father, why am I not on the list for the external training? Yi Huang demanded indignantly. All my brothers and sisters have set off. Why am I excluded? I wish to contribute to the family's advancement. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Yi Huang resembled a furious little lion, raging within the confines of the room. Yi Suifeng found amusement in her display. It was his first encounter with this side of Yi Huang. The young girl had finally mustered the courage to claim her rights. This was a positive development. However, a firm lesson was still necessary. Yi Suifeng regarded her with indifference, his expression stern as he inquired. Do you wish to go to the border? Indeed. Yi Huang affirmed with evident determination. Then allow me to ask, do you know what cultivation level Yi Long has achieved? Yi Huang hesitated, replying, 3rd layer of qi transformation. But, and what of Yi Qian and Yi Qian? What are their levels? They are at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Very well, let me inquire further about your second uncle's 2 siblings. What is their cultivation level? And what about your 4th uncle's 2 brothers and your 5th uncle's 2 sisters? Yi Huang fell silent. Among the direct descendants of her age within the family, the weakest was at the 10th layer of qi refinement. While her cousin Yi Long and a cousin from her 5th uncle's household had already transcended into the qi transformation realm, she was the weakest. You, at the 7th layer of qi refinement, possess meager strength. What purpose would your journey to the border serve, other than courting death and tarnishing my reputation? Yi Suifeng's words were mercilessly cutting. Yi Huang lowered her head, twisting her garment in her hands, silent and pensive. Strength was her deepest anguish. As the daughter of the family head, the eldest daughter, she found herself less formidable than some collateral relatives. Though no one had voiced it directly, it had always weighed heavily on her heart. Yi Suifeng gazed at his daughter, his words harsh and piercing. He had anticipated that they would reduce the girl to tears. Yet to his surprise, she bore the weight of his remarks with resilience. Quite impressive, indeed, her psychological fortitude. Thus, he continued. You should remain at home and devote yourself to cultivation. Only when you are no longer inferior to them should you consider contributing to the family. Yi Suifeng huffed disdainfully. Yi Huang bit her lip, clearly affected by his words. However, she abruptly lifted her head and murmured, "But if I stay at home, wouldn't that tarnish your reputation?" Yi Suifeng was taken aback. So, this child had such considerations? All the clan's younger members had been dispatched, leaving only his daughter behind. She must have been concerned that the clan would disapprove of such favoritism. The girl's thoughts were indeed intricate. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng sighed gently and beckoned Yi Huang closer. "My dear Huang, I comprehend your sentiments. However, no endeavor is accomplished overnight. If you truly wish to bring honor to me and contribute to our clan, it is imperative that you focus on your cultivation and enhance your abilities." Yi Huang nodded. Yet her inner dissatisfaction was palpable. Yi Suifeng shook his head and said, "I promise you. If you can cultivate the sword technique I bestowed upon you to the minor completion realm, I shall allow you to venture to the borders and train alongside your siblings." Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? You wouldn't deceive me?" Yi Suifeng chuckled softly. "Naturally not. The 9 styles of god-slaying. Should Yi Huang reach the minor completion realm, there would be no need for further hindrances, for by then, her combat prowess would surpass that of her peers in the Yi family, capable of overwhelming even Yi Long himself. But, once I perfect it, will they not have returned?" Yi Huang inquired, puzzled. "They won't," Yi Suifeng replied. "This training expedition will require at least 4 months. Do you lack confidence in mastering it within that time frame?" "I do not," Yi Huang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Under Yi Suifeng's guidance, she had already grasped some of the fundamentals. Perhaps within 2 months, she would complete the sword technique. The mere thought of fighting alongside her siblings filled her with exhilaration. "I shall begin at once," Yi Huang declared, intent on commencing her training immediately. "Wait," Yi Suifeng interjected, exasperated, "you must first undergo a body tempering session. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the 9 styles of god-slaying." Half an hour later, a large vat appeared in Yi Suifeng's chamber. Should a discerning individual lay eyes upon it, their jaw would drop in astonishment. For this unassuming vat was crafted from source stones, a material of mid-grade mystique, precious for its use in formations, with a small piece costing tens of thousands of spirit stones. A vat of this size would be worth at least 100 million. Such extravagance was almost wasteful. "Step inside," Yi Suifeng commanded. Obediently, Yi Huang shed her garments and stepped into the vat. Hiss! The deep crimson liquid nearly overflowed, and Yi Huang could only feel a piercing warmth, accompanied by an immense energy surging from all directions. Her brow furrowed. She possessed some knowledge regarding the body-tempering liquid. It was a highly precious spiritual fluid, crafted from various elixirs, and generally, the higher the grade of the body-tempering liquid, the greater the energy it contained. She quickly closed her eyes, circulating her cultivation technique, preparing to absorb the surrounding body-tempering energy. Such a valuable substance must have cost her father a considerable sum. It simply could not be wasted. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on the back of her head. "What are you doing?" Yi Huang, rubbing her head, looked utterly perplexed. "What are you up to? Absorbing body-tempering liquid?" Her father, Yi Suifeng, retorted, "I haven't even released the body-tempering liquid yet. Are you trying to absorb air?" Yi Huang's confusion deepened as she pointed at the red liquid in the vat. "Isn't that body-tempering liquid?" Yi Suifeng shook his head, bemused by his daughter's growing foolishness. "That is merely some auxiliary medicine, meant to promote the absorption of the body-tempering liquid. What are you daydreaming about?" He then retrieved a vial of golden liquid. "Listen, this body-tempering liquid's energy may be quite formidable for you. Henceforth, you must guard your heart and operate the Kanglan technique. No matter what external changes occur, you must not lose focus. Do you understand?" Yi Huang nodded earnestly, though she remained curious about the red liquid. Was it truly just an auxiliary medicine? How powerful, then, was the actual body-tempering liquid? "Enough. Close your eyes and maintain your focus," Yi Suifeng instructed, before uncorking the bottle of body-tempering liquid. Suddenly, a golden dragon burst forth from the vial, soaring and twisting through the air. "Go," Yi Suifeng commanded, and after circling, the golden dragon plunged into the vat. Instantly, the spiritual liquid within began to swirl violently, forming a spiraling vortex around Yi Huang, with golden light weaving through it. "Channel your energy," Yi Suifeng shouted, prompting Yi Huang to swiftly operate the Kanglan technique. At that moment, the golden dragon seemed to sense an unusual aura and abruptly dove into her body. Yi Huang let out a muffled groan, feeling a surge of chaotic energy explode within her, threatening to disrupt her cultivation. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Yi Suifeng nodded, altering his hand seals as the golden dragon emerged once more, though its radiant glow had dimmed slightly. "Well, the next part is straightforward. Once Yi Huang completely absorbs the previous energy, the golden dragon will once again enter her body. This process will repeat until an hour has passed. The golden dragon transformed into a mere shadow, while the liquid in the vat had nearly become transparent. When all had vanished, Yi Huang suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame igniting within them. Chapter 14. Unfair. How do you feel? After the body tempering process, Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Huang's eyes were hazy, as if she had yet to fully return from the depths of the body tempering experience. I feel as though I have become invincible. She struck the water tank with a powerful punch, sending a cascade of water splashing everywhere, drenching Yi Suifeng. Oh dear, my apologies. Yi Huang stifled a laugh. Covering her mouth, Yi Suifeng wiped the water from his face. Come forth. This daughter of his was increasingly exuding the spirit of an eccentric young girl. After adjusting her attire, Yi Suifeng meticulously assessed the effects of the body tempering on Yi Huang, discovering that the results surpassed his expectations. Both her strength and physical resilience exhibited a remarkable leap, exceeding 3 times her condition prior to tempering. Furthermore, the energy from the tempering liquid had yet to be fully absorbed by Yi Huang. A significant portion remained concealed within her limbs and bones, awaiting gradual nourishment through continued training. Only after exhausting that energy would they contemplate a second round of tempering. Regrettably, Yi Huang's physical constitution was rather poor. He could not afford to be overly aggressive and had to proceed step by step. Let us properly familiarize ourselves with your newfound strength, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded enthusiastically and dashed outside. Soon, the yard echoed with the sound of slicing winds from her swordplay. Yi Suifeng took his time to sit by the desk at the window, appreciating his daughter's sword techniques while pulling out a thick stack of books. These tomes contained various martial arts, alchemical and crafting secrets, along with introductions to this vast continent. It was time to gain a clearer understanding of this world. 1,000 miles away from Yunshao City lay an expansive plain, at the heart of which a colossal city rose majestically, towering between heaven and earth. Its scale was several times that of Yunshao City, adorned with lofty pavilions and opulent structures. The city walls soared dozens of meters high, of a deep crimson hue, evidently forged from special materials. At the city gates, people formed orderly lines stretching hundreds of meters as they entered the city. Above the gates, 2 bold characters commanded respect. Su City. Gu Wanxin sat leisurely in her carriage, making her way through the city gates. She lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze at the bustling scene outside, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Ever since being assigned to Yunshao City, she had only returned once in the past 3 years. On that occasion, her poor performance had drawn harsh ridicule from her colleagues. Since then, she had refrained from attending the annual guild leader meetings in Su City, instead sending her deputy as her representative, for the sting of mockery was a bitter experience. However, this time was different. She glanced at the pile of storage bags within the carriage. The humiliation of 4 years would be thoroughly avenged today. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the carriage curtain and inquired, "Guild leader, should we take a moment to rest before reporting to the main guild?" Gu Wanxin looked up. This man was her deputy, Mo Chiu, who had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Course stage. In fact, all the servants in the caravan, including the coachman, were skilled members of the Wanbao Guild, all at the Golden Core level. She had chosen to do this because the wealth being transported was simply too vast. Utmost caution was imperative. No need. Let us proceed directly to the main guild. Gu Wanxin replied. With trepidation, she finally arrived at Su City, hoping that no unforeseen complications would arise at the last moment. Although she held a prominent position as a Golden Core cultivator in Yunshao City, in Su City, she was merely regarded as a high-tier force. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before an imposing 9-story pavilion, suffused with the aura of intricate formations. Standing at its base, it was challenging to discern the view from the pinnacle. Gu Wanxin disembarked from the carriage and took a deep breath. Let us proceed with our belongings. Moments later, she entered a spacious chamber. Before her sat a dignified middle-aged man, meticulously reviewing an account book in his hands. Beside him, a youthful gentleman with refined features leisurely sipped tea. "Greetings, Lord Luo," Gu Wanxin said respectfully. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Qing, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion in Su City. Within the pavilion, he held a specific title, Master Envoy. The Wanbao Pavilion was vast, spanning the continent, with a clear hierarchy that included positions such as Steward, Master Envoy, Deputy Envoy, and Pavilion Master. Strictly speaking, the Pavilion Master's status was the lowest among the high-ranking positions. Luo Qing oversaw several cities, including Yunshao City. Luo Qing set down the account book and looked up. Gu Pavilion Master, it has been many years since we last met. Gu Wanxin clasped her hands in greeting. My duties have kept me busy. I hope for your understanding, Lord Luo. Suddenly, a burst of laughter emanated from the side. Just say it outright. What urgent matters could there possibly be in that impoverished backwater of Yunshao City? The speaker was the young man, who lounged with one leg crossed over the other, unabashedly scrutinizing Gu Wanqing. Her expression darkened immediately. This young man was none other than Song Shuang, the one who had once insulted her the most. This does not concern you, Song Pavilion Master, Gu Wanqing replied. Song Shuang chuckled lightly. Wanqing, I believe you will soon address me as Deputy Envoy Song. Gu Wanqing remained silent, casting a glance at Luo Qing. Luo Qing chuckled and said, Indeed, Song Shuang has brought considerable profit to the Wanbao Pavilion in recent years. I intend to promote him to Deputy Envoy. He will then manage Yunshao City in my stead. Gu Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. You cannot be serious. Allowing Song Shuang to govern Yunshao City? Given their long-standing enmity, this would surely spell disaster for her. Lord Luo, this may be ill-advised, Gu Wanqing urged anxiously. Luo Qing toyed with a bead in his hand, speaking indifferently. Are you questioning my judgment? Gu Wanqing hesitated, quickly responding, No. The Wanbao Pavilion has always valued merit. How could I ever doubt your choice? I merely believe that Yunshao City is fully capable of self-governance and does not require a deputy envoy. How absurd. Song Shuang interjected with a light laugh. You, Gu Wanqing, have not returned to the main pavilion for 3 years, and your annual profits are meager, even inferior to those of a second-rate city. What grounds do you have to claim independence? Gu Wanqing was about to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Luo Qing. Master Gu, although Yunshao City may not be bustling, it is still a small principal city. Your recent endeavors have been rather unsatisfactory. In contrast, Master Song's Huangye City generates nearly 100 billion spirit stones annually, and having him manage Yunshao City presents a valuable opportunity for your learning, Luo Qing remarked indifferently. Gu Wanqing's heart gradually sank. It was evident that the two had reached some form of agreement. Indeed, her performance over the past few years had not been commendable. Yet it was common knowledge that this was largely due to the constraints imposed by geographical conditions. Yunshao City was inherently not affluent, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, its annual revenue was rather meager, rendering any efforts futile. Conversely, Huangye City, a grand city second only to Suching within a radius of 10,000 miles, was bustling with numerous influential families and sects, embroiled in frequent conflicts. With conflict comes a significant demand for resources. To be frank, she too could achieve an annual profit of 100 billion. Now, Luo Qing's comparison of Yunshao City with Huangye City, devoid of ulterior motives, was utterly incredulous to her. However, it was reasonable to ponder if there were no hidden agendas between Luo Qing and Song Shuang. How could he ascend to the position of master of the Wanbao Pavilion in Huangye City? This time, they had set their sights on her. Nevertheless, Gu Wanqing was not one to retreat easily. If I truly lag behind Song Shuang, I shall harbor no objections to your arrangements, Master Luo. With a subtle gesture, Gu Wanqing signaled to Mo Qiu, who promptly presented a storage bag and a jade tablet. Recently, I sold goods worth 1,438 billion spirit stones, yielding a net profit of 192 billion spirit stones. Gu Wanqing declared emphatically. The two individuals opposite her were momentarily taken aback. Luo Qing frowned slightly, examining the jade tablet and subsequently scrutinizing the contents of the storage bag filled with spirit stones. His expression grew increasingly grave. This is impossible, Song Shuang exclaimed, abruptly rising. 1,400 billion? Unless you sold half of the Wanbao Pavilion, it is utterly inconceivable. Gu Wanqing retorted with a smirk. Not half, Master Song. I sold all treasures above the Xian level, including 5 prized possessions. Do not presume that other branches are as affluent as your Huangye City. You. Song Shuang's face flushed with anger. Silence. Luo Qing intervened to prevent the conflict from escalating further, his brow furrowed. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanqing could sell such a massive quantity of goods. Yet, with the spirit stones laid out before him and the detailed accounts, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Master Gu, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Luo Qing inquired kindly. Gu Wanqing, feeling wary, replied, Master Luo, our Wanbao Pavilion has no such regulations. If it were to become known that Yunshao City harbored a significant presence like Yi Suifeng, it would not be long before I found myself inexplicably replaced by others. However, he still underestimated human greed. After a moment of silence, Luo Qing's face gradually broke into a smile. Master Gu, you have indeed made a tremendous contribution to the Wanbao Pavilion this time. I shall report this matter truthfully, as stated above. However, it has been decided that Song Shuang will assume the position of deputy envoy, so you shall serve under him from now on. Gu Wanqing's expression darkened considerably. She had not anticipated that even after presenting her achievements, she would still be manipulated by them. A surge of indignation welled up within her. This is unjust, she exclaimed loudly. Luo Qing, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "A wealth of resources must be managed by someone with greater experience to maximize benefits." Gu Pavilion Master. Refrain from throwing a childish tantrum. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanqing. Luo Qing's voice turned stern. Considering your contributions, I have permitted you to remain thus far. Should you dare to challenge my authority again, you may choose another city for your training. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanqing clenched her teeth. Yet she truly had no viable recourse. I will report this matter truthfully, Gu Wanqing declared. Heh, do as you wish, Luo Qing replied, unperturbed. Gu Wanqing said nothing further and turned to leave. After she departed, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing and whispered, "Uncle, what if she truly reports this? Otherwise?" A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Luo Qing shot him a glance. How many times must I remind you not to resolve every issue through violence? Gu Wanqing is still a master of her own pavilion. Should she encounter trouble, the higher-ups will certainly investigate, leading to greater complications. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. Focus on performing your duties as deputy envoy. As long as I am here, she cannot stir up any significant trouble. Luo Qing scoffed. To the upper echelons. Over 100 billion is not a concern of great magnitude. A person without any background is merely a pawn for us. This time, when you accompany her to Yunxiao City to take charge of the branch there, ensure you ascertain how she managed to sell so many items in such a short time. Then, seize the initiative into your own hands. Chapter 15. What use are you if you cannot spend money? It has been a month since Yi Suifeng arrived in this world. Throughout this month, he has come to a preliminary understanding of the continental situation and the overall cultivation methods. This is an immensely vast land, spanning countless miles. Even an ordinary cultivator could not traverse the entirety of the continent in a lifetime. Yunxiao City is situated in the central part of the northern region of the continent. Slightly to the north, this central northern area is governed by a super organization known as the Nine-City Alliance. Su City is one of the Nine-City Alliance, overseeing 5 major cities, including Yunxiao City, along with numerous secondary cities. Every 3 years, Yunxiao City must pay substantial tribute to Su City to secure its protection. Essentially, it is a protection fee. Without these tribute payments, other cities would launch indiscriminate attacks against Yunxiao City, and even Su City might intervene out of boredom. In such circumstances, Yunxiao City would face imminent demise. This is reasonable. To enjoy the benefits afforded by the organization and its rules, one must be willing to pay a price. Yi Suifeng harbored no objections to this protection fee. In fact, he preferred order and rules, as they render life more engaging. Otherwise, it would indeed be a brutal survival of the fittest, reminiscent of primitive times, devoid of any semblance of civilization. As for the cultivation system of this world, it bears a striking resemblance to his imagination. The stages of qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation are all structured in 9 layers. The tribulation phase represents the pinnacle of power in this realm. However, there are whispers of some perverse entities that have evaded the heavenly tribulations, concealing their formidable might beyond the tribulation stage, manipulating all affairs in the world from behind the scenes. This is merely a folk legend, yet Yi Suifeng is aware of its veracity. First and foremost, he himself embodies such an anomaly. Secondly, during the last tribulation, the immense divine consciousness from the northern snowfields evidently surpassed the tribulation stage. One day, he would inevitably encounter it. Yi Suifeng remains unperturbed. His current objective is to cultivate the entire Yi family into a top-tier force on the continent. Today marks the day of the family's regular meeting. Yi Suifeng and several key family members convene in the conference hall, discussing the state of affairs for the month. The beast tide at the northern border has been severe, significantly impacting many of our resource areas. Nevertheless, after a substantial investment of manpower and materials, the situation has eased considerably. Our shops have stabilized for the time being, and we can begin contemplating expansion. With the infusion of resources, many in the younger generation of the family have advanced in their cultivation. The achievements of this month nearly equate to those of the previous 3 months combined. Yi Suifeng and his companions engage in animated discussion, buoyed by the 100 billion spirit stones provided by him, making this month exceedingly comfortable. To encapsulate it in 4 words, it would be prospering with vigor. Once their discussions concluded, Suiyun handed the month's ledger to Yi Suifeng. Elder brother, due to our substantial resource investment, this month's expenses have skyrocketed. Please take a look, he said, somewhat sheepishly. Not to worry, money is meant to be spent. Yi Suifeng took the ledger and scrutinized it meticulously. Suddenly, a surge of anger welled up within him. He tossed the ledger onto the table and fixed Suiyun with a piercing gaze. Last month, we spent 15 billion spirit stones. The room fell silent in an instant. Suiyun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "Elder brother, it was my first time handling such a large sum of spirit stones, so there were some minor planning issues. But rest assured, I will allocate resources meticulously moving forward, and next month's expenditures will definitely be kept within 10 billion. Indeed, elder brother," Suhu chimed in. "We have procured in excess of resources this month. Even with enhanced benefits, we have utilized only a fraction. Things will undoubtedly improve moving forward." The other two nodded in agreement, affirming that future expenses would not be as exorbitant. Yi Suifeng observed their reactions and let out a profound sigh. He understood that they had clearly misunderstood his sentiments. It was not that he found the expenditure excessive. Rather, he lamented that it was far too meager. Having bestowed 100 billion spirit stones, they had only managed to spend 15 billion. Yi Suifeng glanced at his wallet. Filled with a staggering 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones, with the change alone exceeding 80 million trillion. How long would it take to deplete even the change? Truly, a band of fools. Yi Suifeng rapped the table sharply several times. Su Yun, I inquired, "How long do you perceive my allocation of 100 billion spirit stones to last?" Su Yun blinked in surprise. "Isn't it for a year?" "Certainly not." Yi Suifeng slammed his palm on the table. "I entrusted you with 100 billion to be expended within a month, and you have only managed to utilize 15 billion. What on earth have you been doing?" Faced with the patriarch's ire, the responsible parties were rendered speechless. Did they hear that correctly? Was that truly the budget for merely a month? Su Yun was equally bewildered, having never before been chastised for spending too little. Elder brother, are you serious?" Yi Suifeng's expression darkened. "Do I appear to be jesting?" The others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. "My elder brother, you are far too lavish in your generosity." Only Su Yun, with a grimace, murmured, "Elder brother, spending such a vast sum in a single month is quite a formidable task. What makes it so difficult?" Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Su Yun replied, "The resources available within the clan are limited. We are essentially at saturation point, and any surplus would be of little use." He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unable to fathom that he would one day fret over the inability to expend money. Yi Suifeng shook his head. "You are constrained by your own limitations, still trapped within the confines of your previous mindset. Tell me, is it only the younger generation that requires resources within the clan? What about the clan's affairs? What about you? The elders? Do they not also require cultivation? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the resource demands. Do not tell me that 100 billion cannot be fully utilized. Even the instructors and offerings can provide remuneration to ensure their utmost dedication. If all else fails, we can recruit talented individuals from the common folk. They lack nothing but resources. Honestly, if you cannot manage expenditures, why am I entrusting you with the finances?" Under Yi Suifeng's admonition, Su Yun instinctively recoiled. Indeed, he had not considered such matters, as he had never engaged in them before. Previously, funds were utilized with such frugality that they nearly dissected every spirit stone. There had never been such abundance as now. Even if he truly lacked the knowledge to allocate appropriately, surely purchasing would suffice. The Wanbao Pavilion is right there, filled with treasures. 100 billion would hardly be sufficient to fill a gap, Yi Suifeng remarked. Su Yun scratched his head. "Elder brother, have you forgotten that the Wanbao Pavilion was completely emptied by you last time?" Yi Suifeng frowned slightly. "Have they not restocked? It has been a month. Their efficiency is rather lacking." "No," Su Yun responded. "Perhaps they are encountering this situation for the first time and require time to prepare." "Very well," Yi Suifeng conceded. "Let us set that aside for now. I shall later investigate the matter. By the way, is the younger generation returning from the border soon?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Suhu nodded. "Yes, they return once a month to collect cultivation resources before setting off again, until the threat of the beast tide is completely eradicated." Yi Suifeng said. "Then it is fortuitous. You can make adjustments to the resources based on their merits from this expedition. Those who contribute significantly must be duly rewarded. Moreover, the myriad of spiritual techniques and artifacts I acquired from the Wanbao Pavilion should not be hoarded. They must all be made available for use. What purpose do exceptional techniques serve if they merely gather dust at home? Furthermore, I encourage them to actively engage with talented individuals from the common folk, ideally recruiting them to bolster our family's strength in battle." A series of commands were issued, and the responsible parties hurriedly took note. Finally, Yi Suifeng tossed down a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. "This amounts to 10 billion, along with the remaining stones from last month. If you still cannot exhaust these resources, I shall seek someone more adept in this matter to manage the family finances." Having said this, Yi Suifeng rose and departed, leaving Sui Yun to gaze at the two conspicuous bags of spirit stones, overwhelmed. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement. Song Shuang had been in Yunshao City for over 10 days. In his quest to uncover the identity of the mysterious affluent individual, he visited many influential figures in the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. These two families indeed possessed considerable economic power, particularly the Tang family, which had long established itself in Yunshao City, amassing vast wealth. However, based on his assessment, neither family was the enigmatic benefactor he sought. The Li family's financial capacity appeared somewhat inadequate to procure such a substantial amount of spirit stones at once, while the Tang family lacked sufficient motive to do so. His investigation encountered obstacles. Deputy Envoy, perhaps we should consider visiting the Yi family? Proposed a middle-aged man to Song Shuang. Furrowing his brow, Song Shuang contemplated for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our information, the Yi family has only recently risen to prominence within the last century. Their ascent, fueled by familial unity and a certain ferocity, has allowed them to join the ranks of the three leading families, but their foundation remains rather shallow. It is entirely implausible for them to be the source. Moreover, based on my discussions with the Li and Tang families, they regard the Yi family with disdain, claiming the new head of the Yi family is nothing more than a fool. We need not squander our time there. The middle-aged man nodded, not questioning Song Shuang's judgment. They understood well that the depth of a faction is a crucial criterion for evaluation. Throughout history, many illustrious families and sects have risen to glory. Yet only those that endure are truly powerful. Then we must focus our efforts on Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man suggested. Song Shuang nodded, snorting as he remarked, "That infuriating woman is far too cautious. Since her return from Sioux City, she has made no movements whatsoever. Even the supplementary goods she provided were but a meager portion, clearly indicating her intent to guard against us discovering her sources." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and said, "Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master. Can we not resort to force? After all, her actions have already disrupted the normal operations of the Wanbao Pavilion." Song Shuang shot him a glance and replied, "Certainly not. Although I am the deputy envoy, the person in charge of this branch is still Gu Wanxin. Regardless of her actions, I cannot intervene directly. I can only report and await instructions from above. The rules of the Wanbao Pavilion are stringent and cannot be defied. This is also to protect those without power or influence. Let it be." Song Shuang sighed and remarked, "Keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I cannot believe she can hide indefinitely. If new goods do not hit the shelves within a month, I shall find a way to deal with her." Just then, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a guard rushed in, exclaiming, "Deputy Envoy, something is amiss. Gu Wanxin has suddenly vanished." Drunken Dream Tower, the most opulent establishment in Yunshao City, housed Yi Suifeng and Gu Wanxin seated across from one another in a private room on the top floor. "Lady Gu, why must this transaction take place here?" Yi Suifeng inquired. After yesterday's meeting, he had come to Wanbao Pavilion today to question Gu Wanxin about the delay in merchandise. Yet, before he could dismount his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid approached him, stating that Gu was at Drunken Dream Tower, and she subsequently led him here. With a smile adorning her face, Gu Wanxin said, "As the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, it is only natural for me to extend you a grand welcome." Upon saying this, she clapped her hands, and a group of graceful maidens entered, bearing the finest delicacies and drinks from Drunken Dream Tower, filling the table to the brim. Yi Suifeng gazed at Gu Wanxin, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than she had portrayed. Undoubtedly, there were underlying secrets. However, he remained disinterested, for he had come merely to procure goods. "Thank you for your consideration, Lady Gu. However, I am here solely to inquire whether there are any new treasures at Wanbao Pavilion," Yi Suifeng stated plainly. "Ah, as ever, the head of the Yi family is direct." Gu Wanxin replied with a smile, producing a jade slip from her bosom and offering it to Yi Suifeng. "I have acquired new merchandise. Please have a look." Yi Suifeng accepted the jade slip and quickly scanned its contents. The items were largely similar to those he had purchased previously, predominantly of mid-grade Xian level or lower, with only a meager 4 treasures of Earth level or above. This was even fewer than last time, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. "Is this all there is?" he inquired. Seemingly perceiving Yi Suifeng's dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, "I beg your understanding, head of the Yi family. The supply of goods from our branch is determined by the main pavilion. Although you were quite lavish in your last purchase, acquiring nearly all available items, the main pavilion remains unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity. Thus they dared not allocate too much." Yi Suifeng was at a loss for words. This was excessively cautious. "Very well, please provide an estimate," he said. "How forthright you are, head of the Yi family," Gu Wanxin exclaimed joyfully. "The total value of this merchandise is 12 billion spirit stones. But as you are Wanxin's most esteemed guest, I shall grant you a 10% discount. Therefore, the final amount comes to 10,800 million spirit stones." A 10% discount meant a reduction of 1,200 million spirit stones, an impressive display of goodwill. Yi Suifeng nodded, accepting the generosity. "Bring forth the storage bag." He extended his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile widened as she quickly produced the storage bag she had prepared in advance. This bag was exceptionally large, capable of holding 200 billion spirit stones when filled. Soon, the two concluded their transaction with efficiency and grace. Head of the Yi family, would you care to experience the unique offerings of Drunken Dream Tower? Gu Wanxin cast a knowing glance at Yi Suifeng. No, thank you. I have but one request. Please, do tell. Gu Wanxin promptly straightened her posture. Yi Suifeng remarked, in the future, please expedite the procurement process. Once you have acquired the goods, come directly to the Yi residence to find me. I would prefer not to make a trip myself. Additionally, ensure that a significant proportion of the materials consists of rare treasures. I require as many as you can procure. Furthermore, I need treasures of at least earth grade. Inform your superiors in the main pavilion that I possess ample spirit stones. Do not worry about my financial capacity. Gu Wanxin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will return to the main pavilion today, and within a fortnight, I shall bring back the resources. The acquisition of rare materials is not an issue. However, for treasures of earth grade or higher, I can only do my utmost to secure them, as such matters exceed my jurisdiction. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall await your good news. With that, he rose to depart, casually taking a roasted duck on his way out, which caused Gu Wanxin to glance at him in surprise. After some time, the door to the elegant chamber was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a scowl. Gu Wanxin nonchalantly crossed her legs and chuckled. Deputy Envoy Song, aren't you being a bit overbearing? Must I report my every need to you? You. Song Shuang felt a surge of anger, but realized he could do little to Gu Wanxin. Humph. I merely came to remind you that as the pavilion master, you should dedicate yourself fully, rather than idling away your time without managing the inventory. If this continues, I will certainly report you to Envoy Luo. Gu Wanxin took a sip of fine wine and stood up. Then I shall not trouble you further, Deputy Envoy. Coincidentally, I also intend to return to the main pavilion today. Would you care to join me? Song Shuang immediately frowned. What business do you have in the main pavilion? Gu Wanxin laughed lightly. Of course, to replenish the inventory. The goods I brought previously have all been sold, resulting in over 1,000 billion spirit stones. In just a month, I have sold over 2,000 billion worth. I believe the attendants under Envoy Luo would find that quite intriguing. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Song Shuang, her smile radiant. By the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones involved and the long journey to Sioux City, I hope you will fulfill your duty and send guards to escort me. I would be most grateful. With that, Gu Wanxin departed from the elegant chamber. Song Shuang stood rooted to the spot, his expression dark. How has this wretched girl managed to attract such wealthy clients? He kicked a chair in frustration. Chapter 17. Returned from training at the Yi residence, a slender figure danced through the air, accompanied by flashes of sword light. At times as agile as a swallow, at others as formidable as an eagle, she twirled and soared. Huh! With a sharp cry, she struck the black measuring stone before her with a sword. Instantly, a massive surge of sword energy coalesced in the air and swiftly struck the measuring stone. Boom! The remarkably resilient stone was immediately marred with fine cracks, which soon shattered it into a heap of rubble. Excellent! Excellent! Yi Suifeng observed with a satisfied nod from the side. Father! Yi Huang exclaimed upon seeing Yi Suifeng and rushed towards him, her cheeks flushed, breathless, with sweat dampening her hair and clinging to her face. But her spirit had ascended to a pinnacle. The 9 styles of god-slaying. I have mastered them. Yi Huang spoke slowly, containing her inner exhilaration. Yi Suifeng tenderly ruffled her hair, fully aware of his daughter's efforts and growth. Last time, he had promised her that if she could cultivate the 9 styles of god-slaying to a minor completion, she could accompany the clan's youths to the borders for training. Since then, Yi Huang had devoted herself to rigorous practice, immersing herself entirely in her training, save for meals and sleep. With the aid of the Tranquil Heartstone, she achieved minor completion in just a month. Furthermore, she had broken through 2 levels in her cultivation, reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, nearly matching the caliber of the clan's outstanding youths. Her progress was indeed astonishing. Father, may I? Yi Huang looked at Yi Suifeng with eager anticipation. Yi Long and the others will return tomorrow. You may go with him. Yi Suifeng discerned his daughter's thoughts. I love you, father. Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. Her relentless efforts were all aimed at earning Yi Suifeng's approval. Now, everything felt worthwhile. Look at how delighted you are. Yi Suifeng chuckled, shaking his head. Come here. I need to check your body refinement progress. He placed his hand atop Yi Huang's head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During her previous refinement, most of the energy had lain dormant within Yi Huang, nurturing her body bit by bit as she trained. A month had passed, and she had absorbed nearly all that energy. Her strength and physical prowess had improved nearly tenfold since a month prior. Moreover, Yi Suifeng was astonished to discover that Yi Huang's cultivation aptitude had also seen a slight enhancement, likely due to the transformative powers of the tribulation lightning. Go rest for a bit. I will conduct your second body refinement tonight. After that, you may indulge in your whims as you please, Yi Suifeng said. Thank you, father. Yi Huang replied, elated. That evening, Yi Suifeng performed her second body refinement. This time, the process was gentler than the last, as he had altered the formula. Realizing the body refinement liquid had efficacy in enhancing aptitude, he focused on that aspect. Most of the energy was concealed, set to gradually unleash her potential as she grew. This was a long-term strategy. Afterwards, he gifted her the amulet he had purchased during his first outing. The reason he hadn't given it to her earlier was simple: he had forgotten. The next day, the Yi family suddenly buzzed with activity. The clan's youths returned after a month away, each brimming with vitality following their experiences. They shared tales of their adventures and remarkable encounters during their travels. Such opportunities had never arisen before. Brother, you're truly impressive. You took down that second-grade wolf demon with a single strike. Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian, the three siblings, returned home together. Did you know? Young Master Long's reputation has already spread across the borders. Everyone speaks of him in glowing terms. Yi Qian exclaimed excitedly. Yi Long remained rather composed as he remarked, those are merely empty titles. The true path lies in becoming stronger. Yi Qian nodded, and then added, by the way, I heard that Yi Xiao managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm just a few days ago. The younger sister of fifth uncle? Yi Long raised an eyebrow. Fifth uncle Yi Sui Bao has two daughters. The elder, Yi Qin Yao, is merely a few months younger than Yi Long, and she too has recently entered the Qi transformation realm, currently at the 3rd level. She is another prodigy of the Yi family. As for Yi Xiao, she is only 13 and has also achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. Truly, these two sisters of fifth uncle possess remarkable talents. Indeed, Yi Qian replied. She is even younger than I am, yet so accomplished. Moreover, Sister Qin Yao has excelled during this trial, earning the title of Fairy of the Melody. Yi Qian pouted slightly. With Yi Long as her brother and idol, it made her uncomfortable that Yi Qin Yao was being compared to him. This is a good thing, Yi Long chuckled, saying. Do not feel resentment towards others' excellence, and certainly do not be disheartened. You have been at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage for some time now. With a little more effort, I believe you will soon break through to the Qi transformation realm. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. After a moment, she suddenly turned to the side and asked Yi Qian, Qian, what is wrong with you today? You haven't said a word. Yi Long also looked over. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar. After a brief silence, he sighed softly and said, I was merely reflecting on the plight of those impoverished children. During this trial, I have finally come to understand the nature of life in remote areas. For them, survival is a constant struggle, teetering on the brink of death just to get by. It is difficult for someone who has lived in comfort to fathom. Oh dear, your compassionate heart is overflowing again. Yi Qian teased. Not at all. Yi Qian quickly retorted. I was thinking that for our family, people can also be a form of wealth. If we have the means, perhaps we could take in some of those with promising talents and nurture them. Given time, they could become assets to our family. Uft, you just feel sorry for them. It's your bleeding heart acting up. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. I genuinely do not. Enough. Yi Long interjected to halt their bickering. He turned to Yi Qian, asking, Is that truly how you feel? Yi Qian affirmed. Indeed, I believe that for a faction, talent is an indispensable asset. Yi Long nodded. What you say is not without merit. To expand one's influence, ample talent is essential. However, nurturing talent is an immensely resource-intensive endeavor, fraught with complexities. You might consider discussing your thoughts with Uncle and see how he would approach it. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Wow, brother, you are quite astute to consider such relations. Unlike certain individuals who are perpetually bleeding hearts, Yi Qian praised. Yi Qian immediately retorted, Hey, I am discussing the same matter with you, aren't I? No. Brother is contemplative. You are merely sentimental. Chapter 18. The Patriarch's Golden Medal, Adopting Orphans? Yi Suifeng sat in his study, gazing with mild astonishment at his cultured nephew before him. This was not merely an act of adoption. Yi Qian, appearing somewhat reserved, stated, I wish to transform them into a force for the future of our family. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, finding his nephew's thoughts surprisingly aligned with his own. Very well, he replied. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he inquired, Uncle, you agree? Yi Suifeng chuckled. Indeed, why would I refuse? This is a commendable endeavor. Yi Qian was stunned. He had summoned considerable courage to present this idea, fully aware that in a world governed by the law of the jungle, such a notion was decidedly unconventional. The thought of squandering family resources to nurture unrelated individuals could easily invite ridicule. having prepared himself for a scolding upon his arrival. He was unprepared for his uncle's unhesitating approval, so straightforward, so calm, that it left him momentarily speechless. "Uncle, you truly do not oppose this?" Yi Qian still found it hard to believe. "Of course not," Yi Suifeng reaffirmed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian expressed, "Your support invigorates me greatly. Amidst universal opposition, your endorsement has bestowed upon me immense confidence." "Haha," Yi Suifeng laughed. "Very well, pursue your ambitions. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." The undertaking of adopting orphans and cultivating a faction was, in truth, an intricate matter. While resources were secondary, the manipulation of human sentiment was paramount, a craft in its own right. Yi Qian was still quite young. However, Yi Suifeng would afford him ample space and time. "Thank you, uncle," Yi Qian stated earnestly. "I shall commence my efforts forthwith." "Agreed," Yi Suifeng nodded. "However, it is prudent to devise a plan beforehand. Tell me, how many do you intend to take in first, and how will you nurture them?" Yi Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then replied. "During this recent experience, I encountered many individuals of considerable potential. I plan to first adopt the 3 most gifted and accomplished among them. We will then retreat to the heights, both for training and to secure beneficial returns. Once we have amassed sufficient resources, we shall gradually expand our ranks. What do you think, uncle?" He quickly awaited his uncle's response. Yi Suifeng privately nodded, recognizing that, under normal circumstances, this arrangement was indeed commendable with a high margin for error. However, he remarked, "I find this rather lacking." Yi Qian blinked in surprise, not expecting such criticism. "Your vision is too narrow." Yi Suifeng shook his head. "If you follow your plan, how long will it take to truly establish a scale that benefits the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot afford to wait that long." Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's words, Yi Qian's face instantly contorted with concern as he replied, "Uncle, if we were to expand the recruitment range, my limited resources would be utterly insufficient. This endeavor entails considerable costs." It was only after noticing the recent increase in exemplary cases that Yi Qian dared to voice such a notion. The thought of expansion was something he had never even dared to contemplate. However, Yi Suifeng merely chuckled and remarked, "What a foolish boy you are. Do you think my support for you is merely verbal?" Yi Qian blinked in surprise. "Of course not." Yi Suifeng shook his head and continued, "There is something you are yet unaware of. The family has resolved to support you in harnessing external forces to bolster our own, and will provide corresponding resources based on the situation. Upon your return, devise a plan, detailing the amount of spirit stones you require and the types of resources needed. Present it to me directly when the time comes. Since you were the first to propose this idea, feel free to report any needs to me in the future. I have but one request. Pursue your endeavors with vigor." Dazed, Yi Qian exited the family head study. Outside, Yi Long and Yi Qian awaited him. "So, did uncle agree?" Yi Long inquired. Yi Qian turned back, looking somewhat dazed. Observing his expression, Yi Qian scoffed. "Humph, I knew uncle would never acquiesce to such an outrageous request. It's not as if we have money to spare." "Uncle agreed," Yi Qian interjected, pulling a lightweight token from his pocket. The token gleamed a resplendent gold, inscribed with a prominent character for wind. It was the family head's gold medal. Yi Long's eyes widened in shock. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, they were aware of the significance of this item. The family head's gold medal had a singular purpose. It allowed for unconditional access to family resources, be it spirit stones or spiritual techniques and artifacts. Such a token was likely possessed by only a few esteemed family members. Yet now, it was bestowed upon Yi Qian. Had the family head lost his senses? Yi Long's heart raced as he asked, "Yi Qian, what exactly did you discuss with uncle?" "Nothing much," Yi Qian replied. "I simply shared my thoughts with uncle, and he expressed his full support before giving me this gold medal." Yi Long and Yi Qian exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for words. Was this not too reckless? Did they not fear Yi Qian squandering the gold medal? Does this mean we need not worry about resources any longer? Yi Qian mused, gazing at the token, her eyes almost glazing over. For them, this represented boundless resources. However, Yi Qian tucked the medal away, his expression serious as he declared, "For me, uncle's support is the most invaluable asset. I must ensure the success of this endeavor and never betray his trust. I will not use this gold medal for personal gain." With resolute steps, he departed. "I hope that boy doesn't become overly rigid and can utilize the gold medal to enhance himself," Yi Suifeng muttered to himself in the room. Today, my conversation with Yi Qian unveiled a significant issue. The young individuals within the household, though remarkable, possess one flaw: they are rather obstinate. Alas, it seems this group of children has become accustomed to frugality. It appears that we must intensify our policy efforts. Chapter 19. Contribution points. What do cultivators aspire to achieve? A suitable and effective cultivation method, a high-quality spiritual artifact, and ample resources for training. Most conflicts and disputes arise from these desires, with many individuals even willing to pay the ultimate price of their lives. Thus, from a certain perspective, a considerable number of practitioners live in poverty. The Yi family of old was exceedingly impoverished, lacking in cultivation resources, with a singular and inferior method of practice, and daring not to even hope for spiritual artifacts of a higher grade. Such poverty significantly constrains one's innate talents and limits the potential for strength. Yi Suifeng's vision was straightforward: to eliminate these restrictions and allow every member of the Yi family to fully realize their talents in an environment abundant in resources. Sui Yun, he instructed, design a contribution point system and establish the cultivation hall, spiritual artifact hall, and treasure hall. Everything within should be linked to contribution points, enabling family members to exchange them for what they desire. Yi Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to his study. Sui Yun diligently took notes and remarked, I understand. This is akin to the practices of those major sects, and it can serve as an incentive for our clan members. Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement, stating, precisely. However, as we are a family, our specific methods must differ from those of sections. Their approach primarily aims to enhance cohesion and sense of belonging, as well as to utilize a plethora of disciples to garner greater profits for the sect. We, however, have no such need. My intention is to relieve our kin from the worries over resources, allowing them to concentrate more on their cultivation. Thus, the acquisition of contribution points must be carefully considered. Breaking through cultivation levels shall count as a contribution. Achieving success in a certain aspect shall also be recognized. Aiding fellow clan members will count as a contribution. And even marrying and having children should be factored into the contribution points. Sui Yun, wide-eyed, inquired, having children counts too? Why should it not? Yi Suifeng retorted. A thriving lineage is a hallmark of a flourishing family. Not only should it count, but it should be awarded generously. In summary, all endeavors beneficial to the family must be incorporated into the contribution system. After you return, discuss the specific evaluation standards thoroughly with Sui Yu and the others. Yi Suifeng delegated the specifics to the family officials, focusing solely on policy formulation and funding support. Upon returning, Sui Yun and the others convened and swiftly established a preliminary set of contribution point criteria. Subsequently, the cultivation hall, spiritual artifact hall, and treasure hall were announced to be permanently open to the clan. The Yi family members soon learned how to acquire contribution points. I have 1,000 initial contribution points. Is that a lot or a little? I also have 1,000. It seems most people's initial contribution points are around that number. The young individuals gathered to deliberate the newly implemented policies and explore how to obtain contribution points. Oh, every breakthrough in the Qi refinement stage grants 100 contribution points. Indeed, breaking through to the transformation realm directly awards 3,000 contribution points. Goodness gracious. Becoming a first-grade alchemist also yields 3,000 contribution points. Assisting an elderly lady across the street earns a mere 10 contribution points. Recruiting a genius into the family brings in 500 contribution points. Giving birth to a child rewards 5,000 contribution points. As onlookers absorbed this information, they noticed a sudden shift in the narrative. Some individuals, familiar with the sect's contribution point standards, understood that these were typically tied to a task system, where points or contributions could only be earned upon the completion of specific tasks. However, the regulations of the Yi family were astonishingly comprehensive. Never had they heard that childbirth could be considered a contribution. They foresaw that in the near future, the population of the Yi family would undoubtedly experience an unprecedented surge. Yet, they cautioned against premature elation, as the value of those precious resources in terms of required contribution points remained unknown. A voice of skepticism dampened the excitement. Indeed, if the costs were exorbitant, the contributions would hold little significance. They decided to investigate further. Alas, I hope my 1,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a mid-grade yellow-level martial technique. The crowd began to surge towards the newly opened 3 great halls. Upon seeing the marked prices inside, everyone was left utterly astonished. To my utter disbelief, a low-grade yellow-level technique costs merely 10 contribution points. My goodness, there were even profound-level techniques available for 1,000 contribution points, though each person was limited to redeeming only 2. One must be content. Such opportunities were previously unheard of. And besides, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. A low-grade yellow-level spirit sword costs just 50 contribution points. Woe is me. I shall finally possess a spirit sword. The crowd was electrified. The prices of those precious resources were astonishingly affordable. It felt as though they were being given away for free. Everyone began to sing praises for their family and their beloved head of the family, Yi Suifeng. Sister, our uncle is truly magnificent, exclaimed a girl with 2 long braids, brimming with excitement, clutching a radiant long sword. She tenderly caressed it as if it were the most exquisite object in the world. Xiao Xiao, that is a profound level spirit weapon. Be careful not to injure yourself, cautioned an older girl with a sigh. Dear Sister Yaoxian, I want tea. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Xiao Xiao let out a startled gasp. A crimson droplet of blood emerging from her finger. She quickly placed her finger in her mouth. Yi Qingyao shook her head in exasperation. We only have 1,000 contribution points. You've just spent it all in one go, which is rather wasteful. With her finger still in her mouth, Yi Xiao Xiao whimpered. Not wasteful. It is destined to be mine, and it will surely unleash its fullest brilliance and warmth in my hands. It is a pity I broke through too early. Had I waited a few more days to reach the transformation realm, I could have earned another 3,000 contribution points. Humph, but that matters little. I am Yi Xiao Xiao, and I shall make rapid strides even in the transformation realm, with an abundance of contribution points to spare. Yi Xiao Xiao was quite the chatterbox, incessantly babbling away, while Yi Qingyao remained relatively quiet, merely listening to her sister's ramblings. By the way, sister, Yi Xiao Xiao's fingers had finally stopped bleeding as she remarked. I have heard that Yi Long's reputation at the border is quite formidable, and many clansmen have gathered around him, forming a significant force. With only the two of us, we should seek some allies. Otherwise, we will surely be outdone by him. Yi Qingyao glanced at her and shook her head, saying, We are fighting for our family. There is no need to establish a hierarchy. It suffices to focus on our own duties. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao Xiao pouted and retorted. You are simply too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Yi family, a nunnery might suit you better. Never mind, if you won't seek help, I will. I believe we could first win over Sister Huang. Albeit her abilities are limited, she is nonetheless the daughter of the clan leader. Given Uncle's current generosity, it is possible we may even acquire a superior mystical spirit sword through her. Additionally, Sister Zihan from 4th Uncle's family is impressive. Having reached the 10th level of Qi refinement at just 13, she nearly possesses half of my charisma. Hehe. We could form a Yi family women's ensemble to overshadow Yi Long and his cohorts. However, let's exclude Yi Qian. She is merely infatuated with her brother and cannot detach from Yi Long. Chapter 20. Primal skill after a few days of rest. The younger generation of the Yi family set forth once again on the path to the jailing border. Yi Huang accompanied them as well. A couple of days prior, Yi Xiao Xiao, the spirited girl from the Yi Sui leopard family, took the initiative to invite Yi Huang and fervently assured Yi Suifeng of her commitment to guarantee Yi Huang's safety, urging him to feel completely at ease. She even praised him, claiming he was becoming increasingly handsome, lavishing him with compliments. Yi Suifeng understood her intentions and chose not to expose her motives, gifting each of the girls a superior mystical bracelet. Yi Xiao Xiao was nearly overjoyed to the point of levitation. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng pulled them aside, advising them not to hold back due to Yi Huang's status and to allow her to engage fully in the training process, as this would yield the best experience. After the group departed, Yi Suifeng returned to his study, perusing ancient texts. Having already engaged in 2 transactions with Gu Wanxin, he had acquired numerous martial arts techniques and insights into cultivation. He had gained a substantial understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In ancient times, mortals bathed in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, becoming the first humans to possess extraordinary powers. In that era, innate talent was paramount. Subsequently, as human ancestors waged wars against demons and beasts, they gradually discovered a path of self-cultivation. They emulated the training methods of the beasts, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance themselves. It was from that moment that the existence of spiritual energy formally entered the human realm. As development progressed, the path of cultivation became further refined, with clear and detailed classifications of cultivation levels emerging. Profound advancements also occurred in the various professions that arose from cultivation, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans. It was a flourishing era, akin to a sky filled with countless stars. However, amidst this flourishing landscape, a grave issue began to manifest. The myriad of categories is excessively complex and intricate, lacking a universal standard suitable for all learners, Yi Suifeng remarked. Every individual in this world is unique, practicing different techniques that inevitably lead to varying degrees of divergence. This necessitates that each person seeks out the cultivation method most compatible with their own nature. Finding such a path enables one to fully harness their potential. Conversely, if one fails to discover the right approach or errs in judgment by selecting an unsuitable technique, it is highly likely that they may lead a life of mediocrity. The uneven distribution of resources exacerbates this phenomenon, rendering it commonplace. Were there to exist a more universally applicable technique that all could practice, the latent potential of every individual would be boundless, and the world itself would undoubtedly flourish. Yi Suifeng pondered deeply. hailing from a different realm with distinct perspectives and beliefs. In his era, there existed a concept known as foundational education. Prior to high school, all individuals received an equitable education encompassing a broad spectrum of subjects. It was only in high school that students were divided into the arts and sciences. Upon entering university, the disciplines further specialized, leading to an array of fields, with even greater subdivisions occurring at the graduate level. Like the numerous branches and leaves of a grand tree, each branch harbors infinite potential futures. The essence of this tree lies in its trunk, and Suifeng aspired to create such a trunk. He resolved to commence with the very essence of spiritual energy. With a flick of his hand, a gentle white aura manifested in his palm, shifting into various forms. Fundamentally, spiritual energy is a unique form of energy that can be absorbed by any object. If the absorbing entity possesses consciousness, it will utilize this energy, transforming it into its own power. The Qi refinement stage primarily involves absorbing spiritual energy, unblocking meridians, and initially tempering the body. The transformation stage further refines the spiritual energy, forming clouds of Qi within the Dantian, allowing one to master the power of this energy. Suifeng intended to initiate changes beginning with these two stages. All techniques are essentially methods of channeling spiritual energy within the body. The diverse pathways through which this energy circulates can yield vastly different outcomes, with even the minutest nuances leading to significant variations. Some techniques are rigid and domineering, while others are gentle, and some possess unique attributes. Moreover, the meridians within each individual exhibit subtle differences, culminating in an exceedingly intricate system. A slight smile graced Suifeng's lips. Complexity is the antithesis of universality. Although the human meridian system resembles an intricate web, there are 9 primary meridians that every individual possesses. By establishing a foundation based on these 9 main meridians, there lies a considerable probability of creating a technique applicable to all practitioners. Each of these 9 meridians is remarkably broad, akin to a wide thoroughfare, embracing all possibilities. However, the vastness of the sea implies that the energy absorbed will be quite heterogeneous, necessitating the existence of a pure system. Suifeng contemplated as he waved his hand, conjuring a massive luminous screen before him, upon which the 9 primary meridians of the human body were distinctly visible. Above them, they connected to the center of the soul, while below, they linked to the Dantian center. Behind them, a faint green energy was subtly intertwined, representing the essence of human life. Any slight misstep could jeopardize this essence, which is why no one had dared to simultaneously target all 9 primary meridians. Yet, Suifeng was different. His immeasurable soul allowed him to easily perceive the most fundamental aspects. The first phase was to unblock these 9 primary meridians, which corresponded perfectly to the Qi refining stage in traditional cultivation systems. Subsequently, he would utilize the primary meridians to nourish the physical body, refine the Dantian, and extract and store energy, aligning with the transformation stage. Suddenly, a glimmer sparkled in Suifeng's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a brilliant galaxy floated within, continuously extinguishing and being reborn. He had begun his calculations. Time flowed slowly. Suifeng remained in the family study for nearly 2 months. The last time he elevated the divine slaying 9 swords to a higher level, it had taken merely the time to sip tea, highlighting the immense difficulty of this endeavor. During this period, Suiyun visited him several times, and Yi Huang returned once to see Suifeng, but both were thwarted by an invisible force, unable to enter the study. They speculated that Suifeng had entered seclusion. 2 months later, the starlight in Suifeng's eyes gradually faded, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome. Softly closing its final page, he exhaled deeply, finally having completed his work. At the outset, he had not anticipated that the creation of this cultivation method would consume so much of his time. Now, to name it, with a smile, Suifeng gazed at the tome as if it were his own child. This method represented a brand new cultivation system. The energy it harnessed transcended mere spiritual energy, encompassing the essence of heaven and earth, the primordial sources of all things, and even demonic and malevolent energies, all of which it could absorb and utilize. After thoughtful consideration, Suifeng extended his finger and inscribed 3 grand characters upon the tome: Primordial Beginnings. Chapter 21. The Art of Business in the Family Study. Suiyun was reporting the recent developments to Suifeng. During the 2-month seclusion, no significant events had transpired within the family. The beast tide in the border regions had mostly subsided, and the core members had largely retreated. Only the younger generation remained, clearing the involved beasts and adhering to Suifeng's directives to foster good relations with ordinary cultivators. As no one had undertaken such efforts before, the results were remarkably evident. In less than 3 months, The cities under the Yi family's jurisdiction had elevated their perception of the Yi family by several tiers, with some even regarding the Yi family as a sacred entity. Sacred? I have no desire to transform the Yi family into any sort of holy ground. Yi Suifeng pursed his lips. His ambition was to establish a sufficiently formidable faction, with reputation being a secondary concern. Are there any cultivators willing to ally with the Yi family? What is their strength and talent? Yi Suifeng inquired. Indeed, there are numerous. Sui Yun replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have arrived at Yunxiao City, all eager to join our family. Most are at the qi refining stage. And as for their talents, they vary considerably. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Inconsistency is not a problem. We are not a sect that demands exceptional talent. This world equally requires the weak to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure their responsibilities are well delineated, striving to place each individual in their rightful position. Sui Yun furrowed his brow. Elder brother, are you suggesting we accept them all? Certainly, we shall embrace them all, Yi Suifeng affirmed. Provide them with a conducive cultivation environment and do not skimp on resources. A strong foundation will lead to smoother progress in the future. Sui Yun nodded in understanding, a smile spreading across his face. I estimate that within the coming years, our family's overall population could multiply several times. From what I gather, some of the younger members have been quite successful in garnering numerous followers. Some younger members? Yi Suifeng chuckled. Are you referring to that lad from your family? Before the family announced this policy, Yi Qian had approached him, expressing similar aspirations. Yi Suifeng held a favorable view of this nephew. Ha! Sui Yun laughed heartily. It is not only Yi Qian. Yi Long and Yi Qianyao have also attracted many followers due to their remarkable strength. And let's not forget Yi Huang. Yi Huang, Qianyao, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, along with several other girls in the clan, have formed an organization called the Tianluan Palace, which has grown significantly and gained considerable renown in the border regions. The leaders of Tianluan Palace are Qianyao and Yi Huang, but as you know, Qianyao is naturally indifferent to fame and fortune, so it is primarily Yi Huang who manages the affairs. With their exceptional prowess, they have amassed a large following of loose cultivators. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the girls in the family possessed such competitive spirits. The fact that his daughter could lead them indicated not only her status, but also considerable progress in her own strength. Elder brother, I am curious about how Xiao Huang suddenly enhanced her abilities so significantly. In just over 2 months, she has broken through to the 12th layer of qi refining. Simply astonishing. Moreover, her combat prowess is formidable. I hear even Yi Long lacks certainty in defeating her. It seems she must be considered for the upcoming battle in Yunxiao City. Sui Yun's face bore an expression of disbelief, as Yi Huang's performance was truly exceptional. She is merely a late bloomer, Yi Suifeng remarked. Is that so? Sui Yun chuckled, giving Yi Suifeng a knowing look. Perhaps other younger members of the clan also possess the potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not fully believe Yi Suifeng's words. After all, Yi Huang's transformation was too pronounced. It would be hard for anyone to dismiss the influence of Yi Suifeng. Look at you, acting like a monkey. As Yi Suifeng shook his head gently, he remarked, let us await the conclusion of this trial. It will allow us to discern who possesses the potential for further cultivation, and I shall attend to them accordingly. Sui Yun chuckled in agreement, knowing that his eldest son, Yi Long, would undoubtedly secure a position. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and have not provided you with this month's spirit stones. Has anything amiss occurred? Yi Suifeng inquired. No. Not at all, Sui Yun replied. You had bestowed upon me a total of 182 billion spirit stones. Fortunately, you were in seclusion, otherwise, I would have been at a loss to expend such a vast sum within a month. Yi Suifeng had assigned him the task of utilizing those spirit stones within the allotted time, which had caused Sui Yun considerable distress, as he found himself bereft of suitable avenues for expenditure. Look at your limited ambition, Yi Suifeng said, deciding not to press him further. He understood that this matter had illuminated a concern. Should he unexpectedly retreat into seclusion for an extended period, the family's financial stability would undoubtedly be jeopardized, thwarting his vision for their development. Pondering this, Yi Suifeng handed Sui Yun a storage bag. Herein lies 1 billion top-tier spirit stones. Manage them wisely. My sole request is that you endeavor to create an optimal cultivation environment for the family within reasonable bounds. Cultivation and expansion will be our focus for the foreseeable future, and you must be prepared to oversee this. Yi Suifeng spoke with gravity. Trembling with anticipation, Sui Yun accepted the storage bag, recognizing that 1 billion top-tier spirit stones equated to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. In all his years, he had never beheld such an immense fortune. Rest assured, my elder brother, I shall maximize their potential, Sui Yun declared earnestly, fully aware that this storage bag symbolized not merely wealth, but also Yi Suifeng's trust in him. Coupled with the weighty responsibility it entailed, Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, has that individual from Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin, sought you out recently? Yi Suifeng inquired. They had previously agreed to arrange a shipment of supplies every fortnight, but his unexpected retreat into seclusion had interrupted this plan. Indeed, she has. Sui Yin replied, producing 3 rings. She left these behind, instructing me to deliver them to you. There is a formation seal upon them that I cannot unlock. Yi Suifeng took the rings and effortlessly dispelled the seals. Inside lay a veritable treasure trove, accompanied by a corresponding price list. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion. Yi family head, a playful thought from her resonated within. How intriguing, Yi Suifeng mused, a smile gracing his lips. Their last agreement had stipulated that Gu Wanxin would send resources every fortnight, yet he had inadvertently remained in seclusion for 2 months. To his surprise, she had adhered to their arrangement and delivered the goods ahead of schedule. It was worth noting that as merely a pavilion leader, the pressure from her superiors regarding the procurement of such a substantial quantity of resources must have been monumental. Clearly, she possessed a keen business acumen. Upon reviewing the price list, he noted that it still reflected a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied a storage ring and, utilizing the residual divine consciousness of Gu Wanxin, crafted a new formation, one that only she could unlock. Subsequently, he handed the ring to Sui Yun. Within these are resources. You may handle them as you see fit. Arrange for someone to deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin at the Wanbao Pavilion, he instructed. Sui Yun nodded and accepted 3 rings. Upon witnessing the vast resources contained within, he felt no surprise, for this was not his first encounter with such abundance. His mindset had improved considerably by now. After discussing a few other trivial matters, Sui Yun rose to depart, but soon returned. I nearly forgot. Over a month ago, 4 young individuals came looking for you, claiming you had encountered them near the outskirts of Qinggu jailing, Sui Yun remarked. Is that so? Oh, right, Yi Suifeng recalled. On the day of his tribulation, he had casually rescued a few young souls who were nearly trampled by a bull. Feeling a sense of kinship, he had offered them a promise. Make proper arrangements for them. They seem quite capable, Yi Suifeng suggested. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait. Have them come to see me, he said, stroking his chin. I have just embarked on a newly forged path of cultivation, and it requires some pioneers to test its efficacy. Chapter 22. Sui Hu's ambush in the courtyard, beneath the willow tree. 3 young men and 1 woman stood before Yi Suifeng, their demeanor marked by a palpable awkwardness. Have you settled in well? Yi Suifeng inquired as he leisurely sipped his tea at the stone table. Yes, it's been quite comfortable, stammered the long-haired youth, Feng Ji. The Yi family has treated us exceptionally well, providing us with lodging and meals. Recently, while working within the family, we were also granted numerous cultivation resources. Yi Suifeng chuckled. There's no need to be so tense. I have yet to learn your names. Feng Ji hastily replied, I am Feng Ji. And this is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yu Pengyi, and she is Lu Hong. The 4 bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to Senior Yi. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Our meeting at jailing signifies a bond of fate. There is no need for excessive formality. The reason I have summoned you today is to request your assistance with a task. Feng Ji clasped his hands together, declaring, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Please, give us your orders. We would brave any danger for you. Their eyes shone with determination, embodying the spirit of adventurers. Well spoken, Yi Suifeng paused before continuing. All of you are in the qi refinement stage, correct? Feng Ji nodded. Indeed. Very well. I possess a unique cultivation technique known as the Yuan Shi Gong, which diverges entirely from the current cultivation system. I hold great optimism for its future. Yet as no one has practiced it before, the results remain uncertain. In essence, I require individuals to serve as test subjects. Consider it carefully. If you are willing, I shall personally guide your cultivation journey. However, if you choose not to, you are welcome to remain with the Yi family and pursue your own endeavors. Yi Suifeng candidly expressed his thoughts. He saw no need to conceal anything from a group of young cultivators in the qi refining stage. Even if they hesitated, he could easily summon individuals from his family. Openness was the best approach. There was no necessity for deceit. However, his frankness left Feng Ji and the others in silence. The decision to reform their cultivation methods was a daunting one, especially since Yi Suifeng made it clear that this was an entirely different path of cultivation. The risks were substantial. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Yi Suifeng remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping tea as he awaited their decision. After a considerable pause, one individual stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was the lad named Ma Feng. Senior, you saved my life. Yet my humble status leaves me uncertain on how to repay your kindness. If you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate. I am willing to attempt your new cultivation method. Ma Feng's expression was resolute, having made his choice. Soon after, Feng Zhi also stepped forward, smiling. A true man must honor his word. I have just declared my willingness to spare no effort. How could I act contrary to my words? Senior, I too am eager to try. Following them, Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi also approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with the others. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. Yi Suifeng smiled. These four young individuals evoked a sense of camaraderie that was rare among those from noble families. But do not come to regret your choice, he cautioned. Certainly not. Feng Zhi replied with unwavering conviction. Very well, let us commence at once. Yi Suifeng rose, his immense spiritual consciousness enveloping the group, revealing all secrets within their bodies. Feng Zhi, Qi refining level 8, with average talent. Ma Feng, Qi refining level 6, with below average talent. Lu Hong, Qi refining level 6, with below average talent. Yu Pingyi, Qi refining level 7, with average talent. Feng Zhi and Lu Hong possessed a more solid foundation, while the other two were slightly weaker. Nonetheless, to Yi Suifeng, their skills appeared disorganized and chaotic, typical of scattered cultivators. Their cultivation methods were scarce, leaving little room to consider suitability. Feng Zhi and Ma Feng, you must disperse all your current cultivation and start anew. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi, you shall maintain your original cultivation methods while simultaneously practicing the Yuan Shi technique. Yi Suifeng stated, I will impart the essence of the Yuan Shi technique to you. Explore and cultivate on your own for now. Rest assured, I will oversee your progress personally, so you need not worry about any life-threatening dangers. Yi Suifeng swiftly organized the four, dividing them into two groups, one to start afresh and the other to integrate traditional cultivation methods. The initial phase of their training would be self-exploration, as he believed this would yield the most precise experimental data. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng imparted a profound initiation to the four individuals, embedding the essence of the foundational principles of the primordial skill deep within their souls. This eliminated the necessity of grappling with the complexities of the technique. Following this, the four began their inaugural practice within the courtyard. Yi Suifeng stood guard, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the myriad transformations occurring within their bodies during their cultivation. Based on these observations, he sought to further refine and enhance the nuances of the primordial skill, rendering this new path of cultivation increasingly luminous and discernible. The initial practice continued until nightfall. Upon returning, they were advised to rest thoroughly and reflect on any issues encountered during their training, avoiding any rash attempts that might lead to complications. I will arrange for you a more convenient location shortly, Yi Suifeng instructed, as everything progressed smoothly. However, later that evening, Sui Yun hurriedly arrived. Elder brother, there is a crisis, he exclaimed, his expression grave. You instructed me to send someone to Wanbao Pavilion for a transaction, so I dispatched Sui Hu. However, upon completion of the trade, they were ambushed on their return. All the supplies brought from Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Sui Hu is gravely injured and unconscious. The sudden news caused Yi Suifeng's brow to furrow in concern. It seemed that the dealings with Wanbao Pavilion had drawn the attention of certain nefarious individuals. Such an immense resource, amounting to trillions, had indeed incited their covetousness. Where is Sui Hu now? Yi Suifeng inquired. At home, Sui Yun replied. His dantian is shattered, and all his meridians are severed. Master Zhang Ziming has already examined him and declared that his soul is damaged, making recovery exceedingly difficult. We must find the culprits. Sui Yun's expression was one of fury. Sui Hu was a vital pillar of their family and their closest brother. Do not rush. Let us assess the situation. Yi Suifeng responded. As long as there is breath within him, I shall find a way to rescue Sui Hu. As for the assailants, since they dare to bare their fangs, they must prepare for annihilation. Chapter 23. Awakening in the Chongqing Hall of the Yi family, numerous pivotal figures convened, some bearing solemn expressions while others were consumed with rage. Who did this? By heavens, I will make them pay. Undoubtedly, it was that wretched clan of the Li family. I cannot coexist with them. Calm down. We cannot yet ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, nor their motives for attacking the fourth master. Who else but the Li family? Are you afraid? I merely seek clarity. Who accuses me of fear? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each contributing to the uproar. What are you all clamoring about? At that moment, Sui Yun and Yi Suifeng entered, prompting the assembly to quiet down. Refrain from your reckless fervor. The specifics will be determined by the family head, Sui Yun admonished with a glare, before he and Yi Suifeng proceeded into the inner hall. Inside, Yi Suiyun and Sui Bao awaited, while Sui Hu lay upon the bed, his complexion ashen. Beside him, his wife wept, her eyes red from tears. Upon seeing Yi Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming promptly rose to his feet. Yi family head, he addressed respectfully. Yi Suifeng nodded, gesturing for Zhang Ziming to step outside. Elder brother. He acknowledged. Family head. Several individuals voiced their concerns, yet their expressions were laden with sorrow and indignation. The impulsive Yi Suibao, his eyes bloodshot, questioned the somberness of the scene, exclaiming that they all looked as though they had lost someone dear. Yi Suifeng, rendered speechless, reassured them, do not worry. I shall bring him back. Aside from Yi Suiyun, the others stood in stunned silence, having already resigned themselves to the notion of Yi Suihu's demise. Yi Suibao blinked and remarked, brother, Master Zhang just mentioned he is merely a 6th-rank alchemist, of no great capability. Yi Suifeng interrupted him, leaving Yi Suibao momentarily at a loss. After all, a 6th-rank alchemist was the most formidable in Yunxiao City. Yet, to hear his brother dismiss such a figure as insignificant was astonishing. After speaking, Yi Suifeng disregarded him and settled by the bedside. He extended his finger to press against Yi Suihu's brow, probing with his consciousness and swiftly discerning the dire state of affairs. It was grim, truly grim. His dantian lay shattered, meridians obliterated, even his bones fractured into splinters. Most critically, his soul had suffered grievous injuries, with over half of its essence lost and the source of his life waning. It was evident that he had encountered a being of transcendent power. That he still drew breath was nothing short of miraculous. Shaking his head, Yi Suifeng pressed once more on Yi Suihu's brow, silently invoking, return to your soul. Instantly, a tremendous aura erupted from his fingertip, expanding explosively, its reach unfathomably vast. Suddenly, an ethereal melody seemed to fill the air, as azure and white lights flickered incessantly. Yi Suiyun and the others stood transfixed, watching as wisps of azure smoke emerged from the void, swiftly entering Yi Suihu's brow. Such a method was unprecedented. As the final wisp of azure smoke entered Yi Suihu's brow, he abruptly opened his eyes and gasped, awakening. Husband. His wife was the first to react, throwing herself upon him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Yi Suiyun and the others were left in disbelief, after Master Zhang had deemed Yi Suihu beyond salvation. Yi Suifeng had miraculously revived him in mere moments. What extraordinary power this was, and how formidable Yi Suifeng must be. After a considerable pause, Yi Suiyun pulled Yi Suiyu aside and whispered, go outside and inform them that our third brother is safe. Let them carry on with their affairs. Yi Suifeng's strength remained an enigma, a secret he preferred not to unveil too soon. Yi Suiyu nodded and departed. At this juncture, Yi Suihu had fully regained consciousness. Yi Suihu, do you remember what transpired? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Suihu took a sip of water, reflecting on the events that had unfolded. He had arrived at Wanbao Pavilion with 3 rings, seeking out Gu Wanxin. A swift transaction ensued, and Yi Suihu acquired the resources Gu Wanxin had brought. As he prepared to leave, she had offered to send someone from Wanbao Pavilion to escort him, but he had declined. He believed that a larger entourage would only serve to expose his possession of invaluable treasures. Thus, he chose to journey alone. Little did he anticipate the ensuing trouble. The opponent comprises 4 formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage, while he, in the mid-stage of golden core, stands no chance against them. Within merely a few breaths, he was utterly defeated and fell unconscious. Brother, I was in the wrong. I should have heeded the words of the Valley Master and requested her to send someone for protection, Yi Suihu lamented, his face etched with remorse. After all, that was an astronomical resource worth billions. Do not speak such nonsense. The important thing is that you are alive, replied Yi Suifeng. For nascent soul cultivators, which family in Yunxiao City possesses such formidable power? Suiyun furrowed his brow. The pinnacle of combat strength in Yunxiao City lies with the golden core stage. Perhaps some families harbor 1 or 2 ancient monsters that have transcended to the nascent soul stage, yet these beings typically remain in seclusion and are unlikely to act, let alone form a quartet. Thus, the assailants are unlikely to be from the Li or Tang families. Could it be from the Wanbao Pavilion? Suggested Yi Suiyu. The Wanbao Pavilion has always been an enigmatic force, and its true strength remains uncertain. It is indeed plausible they could dispatch for nascent soul cultivators. Brother, what shall we do? If it truly is the Wanbao Pavilion, then we are in serious trouble. What to do? Yi Suifeng rose, asserting, do you remember what I once told you? Our Yi family fears no one. If they dare to extend their hands, we shall sever their claws. He glanced at Yi Suihu and added, leave this matter to me. You shall utilize the best resources to nurture Suihu back to health. When the time comes, I shall aid in restoring his dantian and his strength. With that, Yi Suifeng prepared to depart. Brother, are you truly going alone? Suiyun expressed concern. Yi Suifeng nodded. Do not worry. Focus on your own responsibilities. Regardless of who they may be, I have become an indomitable force. With a wave of his sleeve, He vanished from the room, leaving the others exchanging glances at a loss for words. Doesn't it seem that second brother has changed rather drastically? Yi Suiyu murmured. First, there was an overwhelming fortune that rendered one faint, followed by the effortless rescue of Yi Suihu from the brink of death. Now, he exuded unparalleled confidence, dismissing even 4 nascent soul cultivators without a second thought. Is this still the taciturn elder brother they knew, who was merely at the chi refining stage? No matter how much he changes, he remains our elder brother. Yi Suiyun's expression turned grave. We have all witnessed the transformations within the family over these past months. Without him, everything would revert to its former state. He turned to Yi Suiyu, speaking solemnly. In the future, do not let me hear such remarks again. Chapter 24. Pursuers in the Sky. Yi Suifeng strode with hands clasped behind his back, navigating through the clouds. A gray line guided his path, derived from the essence of Yi Suihu's aura, capturing the law of causality. With this principle, he could trace the site of the battle. Soon, he arrived at a secluded pathway within Yunxiao City. Within the vision of Yi Suifeng, the traces of battle were unmistakably evident. Alongside remnants of the formations that had once been employed, concealed arrays indicated that the adversary had come well prepared. What is she doing here? On the path, several figures appeared to be searching for something. Among them was none other than Gu Wanxin, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng gracefully descended. Who goes there? A few golden core cultivators immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, upon recognizing Yi Suifeng, Gu Wanxin hastily intervened. Master Yi. Gu Wanxin approached, her expression somewhat complex. I truly apologize. I had not anticipated that they would act within Yunxiao City, resulting in harm to Third Master. She bowed in contrition. They? So you are aware of who is responsible? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Gu Wanxin pursed her lips and replied, I cannot be entirely certain, but judging from the scene, it seems that only 4 nascent soul cultivators could orchestrate such a formidable array. Pray, enlighten me, Yi Suifeng commanded, standing with hands clasped behind his back, clearly implying that Gu Wanxin was somewhat entangled in this affair. With a sigh, Gu Wanxin divulged the recent events to Yi Suifeng. It turned out that after their last transaction, she had established a certain rapport with the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion. The steward's rank was above that of the orchestrators. Thus, upon meeting the steward, Gu Wanxin reported the indiscretion between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Given the substantial profits Gu Wanxin had recently generated, the steward regarded this matter with considerable seriousness. Following an investigation, the steward promptly revoked Song Shuang's deputy qualification and admonished Luo Qing to refrain from similar antics. Consequently, Gu Wanxin's crisis was averted, and both Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their due punishments. Yet, they would not acquiesce so easily. Although Song Shuang had been ousted from his deputy position, he remained active within Yunxiao City. Gu Wanxin knew his intentions well. His objective was to locate that enigmatic affluent individual. As for what would transpire thereafter, Gu Wanxin was oblivious and unable to intervene. For such matters fell within the normal protocols of the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client were to be abducted, it merely indicated her own inadequacy. However, Gu Wanxin never imagined that Song Shuang would opt for a reckless gamble, directly eliminating Yi Suihu, who had come to trade, and seizing the vast resources he possessed. Such audacity was utterly outrageous. With a client encountering misfortune on her turf, Gu Wanxin could hardly evade culpability. This turn of events threatened to shatter the collaboration they had only just established. Master Yi, I failed to protect Third Master. This is my responsibility. Rest assured, I shall employ all my means to provide you with an explanation. Gu Wanxin vowed earnestly. Yi Suifeng remained silent, astonished that Yi Suihu's attack was merely a consequence of internal strife within the Wanbao Pavilion. It was indeed a case of celestial beings clashing while mere mortals suffered. This individual named Song Shuang acted with excessive tyranny and malice, entirely disregarding the lives of others. Why did you not inform me sooner? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin's face reflected distress as she replied, Master Yi, you are not aware of the full circumstances. Behind Song Shuang lies the orchestrator, Luo Qing, the master of the Wanyao Pavilion in Su City. Under his command are formidable beings in the transformation stage, providing unwavering protection. I cannot divulge further details and can only strive to navigate this situation with them. Yi Suifeng bore a slight smirk, remarking, You merely wish to preserve this trading channel, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanxin is, at her core, a merchant driven by profit, in pursuit of her own interests. She deliberately concealed the conflict between herself and Song Shuang, leading to Yi Su suffering an undeserved calamity, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for this, perhaps the party engaging in trade with the Yi family would have been Song Shuang instead. However, for Yi Suifeng, resources are paramount, regardless of their source. Thus, Gu Wanxin bears an inescapable responsibility in this matter. While Yi Suifeng comprehends her intentions, he cannot extend forgiveness. I truly apologize, head of the Yi family. At this juncture, I do not wish to argue. I can only do my utmost to provide you and the late third master with an explanation, Gu Wanqin asserted resolutely. Yi Suifeng fixed his gaze upon her eyes. To be candid, this woman is exceptional. She skillfully navigates the intricacies of her position, leveraging her wit and devoid of any background, even managing to outmaneuver her direct superiors. Regrettably, she has underestimated the might of absolute power. The third master is not dead, Yi Suifeng stated calmly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it myself. However, there can be no next time, regardless of the circumstances. Should anything arise that could jeopardize the Yi family, you must inform me at once. Do you understand? He resolved to refrain from placing blame upon her. Firstly, Gu Wanqin's business acumen is indeed commendable, and her proactive approach is invaluable to him at present. Secondly, entrusting another individual with this responsibility could introduce further complications, an unwelcome hassle. Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's words, Gu Wanqin was momentarily taken aback. Head of the Yi family, I do not fully grasp your meaning. There is no hidden meaning. Yi Suifeng replied. Our agreement remains in effect, and as for Song Shuang, I shall personally address the situation. Gu Wanqin opened her mouth to speak. Head of the Yi family, please reconsider. Given the vast wealth Song Shuang has acquired, she will undoubtedly return to seek Luo Qing. There are numerous nascent soul cultivators offering protection there, along with formidable beings in the transformation stage. How do you intend to confront them? She simply could not fathom how Yi Suifeng dared utter such words. The highest combat power in Yunxiao City barely reaches the nascent soul stage. Yet Yi Suifeng shook his head, responding with indifference. Nascent soul, transformation stage, mere insects. Very well, you shall accompany me, lest you hesitate to inform me of any future occurrences. With that, Yi Suifeng extended his hand, grasping at the void. Suddenly, the entire realm shifted in hue, the great Tao reverberated, and a brilliant galaxy materialized before their eyes. Time rewound. The world transformed. The surroundings began to whirl as Gu Wanqin stood in awe, her focus locking onto a singular figure, Yi Suhu. He was hastily traversing a narrow path when, out of nowhere, four silhouettes descended from the sky, blocking all routes of escape. Among them stood a slender figure, adorned with a magnificent jeweled longsword at his waist, his striking sword-like brows reaching towards the heavens. He was none other than Song Shuang. Gu Wanqin gasped in surprise. Chapter 25. Kneel before me in the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng. Luo Qing sat facing Song Shuang, idly toying with a delicate ring in his hand. Rest assured, uncle, I have already lifted the mental seal placed by that little wretch, Gu Wanqin. Even if she suspects me, she is powerless to act against me, Song Shuang boasted, having finally reaped the rewards after lurking in Yunxiao City for several months. A bountiful harvest indeed. The vast resources, amounting to hundreds of billions, would take Song Shuang a century of toil to amass. He had truly struck it rich overnight. Moreover, this maneuver would undoubtedly sever the ties between Gu Wanqin and the Yi family, possibly branding her with the reputation of mismanagement, thus reducing her to her original status. A peasant-born wretch, how could she ever contend with him? Luo Qing carefully stored the spatial ring and inquired. Are you certain that the Yi family is not a prominent clan, lacking substantial power? Absolutely, Song Shuang replied with a grin, having spent nearly 3 months in Yunxiao City. I have thoroughly investigated the dynamics of the local powers. The most formidable practitioners there are merely at the nascent soul stage, and most are in seclusion. The Yi family is the weakest of the 3 major clans in Yunxiao City, perhaps lacking even a single nascent soul cultivator, and their patriarch is a newly appointed fool. We need not worry about any retaliation from them. With unwavering confidence, Song Shuang recounted how he had discreetly gathered intelligence in Yunxiao City, even locating the alchemists and blacksmiths of the Yi family. According to their accounts, they had only joined the Yi family due to generous remuneration. Thus, he orchestrated this ambush to seize the substantial resources for himself. But if the Yi family is so feeble, how could they possess such wealth? Luo Qing inquired. Song Shuang shook his head with a chuckle. The world is vast and filled with wonders. Instances of individuals stumbling upon treasures are not rare. In my estimation, the Yi family has merely stumbled upon a fortune by chance, yet they lack the wisdom to exercise restraint and instead squander it lavishly. Even without my intervention, others would inevitably target the Yi family. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. The Yi family's actions exuded the unmistakable air of nouveau riche. Such individuals, he had seen many, seldom met with favorable outcomes. Haha, you have done well this time. Fear not. Once the dust settles, I shall devise a way to restore your position as deputy. As long as that Yi family does not find you, all will be well, Luo Qing remarked with a smile. Song Shuang burst into hearty laughter. Naturally, there is no way the Yi family could ever find me. Yet as he laughed, he suddenly noticed that Luo Qing's expression had frozen in place. I have found you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Startled, Song Shuang turned, nearly toppling from his chair. In the void, there suddenly emerged a pitch-black portal, which slowly widened, revealing several figures before him. Gu Wanxin. Song Shuang recognized the woman. And in a fit of terror, he emitted a sharp scream, akin to that of a woman. How could this be possible? His face was a mask of fear. To tear open a portal in the void required extraordinary skill. What formidable cultivator could achieve such a feat? His legs felt weak. At that moment, Yi Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanxin, stepped through the void and stood before Luo Qing and Song Shuang. Is this Song Shuang? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded, still appearing shaken. She could hardly fathom that Yi Suifeng had grown so powerful, effortlessly opening the river of time and returning to the source. With a mere wave of his hand, he had traversed an enigmatic gray trajectory, directly unveiling the true form of Song Shuang. It was simply terrifying. Song Shuang. Neither of us anticipated the terrifying entity you have provoked. Who are you? Song Shuang's legs trembled. The man before him exuded an aura that suggested he was no ordinary foe, and he had come specifically for him. Head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng spoke with an impassive demeanor, stating, "You dare to attack my kin and seize resources. Who granted you such audacity?" Upon hearing this, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the head of the Yi family? The heads of the Li and Tang families had assured him with unwavering conviction that the new head of the Yi family was but a mere waste in the Qi refinement stage. He now yearned to seize them by their collars and demand an explanation. How could a Qi refinement cultivator open a portal in the void? Please, let me explain. Song Shuang attempted to speak, yet Yi Suifeng offered him no opportunity. With a swift motion, he struck him with a palm infused with a power akin to heavenly might, crashing down with tremendous force upon his face. Instantly, Song Shuang collapsed to the ground. One side of his face swollen grotesquely, his teeth mingling with blood as he spat it out. Yi Suifeng's expression remained indifferent. He had no desire for idle conversation with Song Shuang. Today, he had come for judgment. Today, he had come to exact retribution. Bang! Yi Suifeng again brought his foot down upon Song Shuang, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that surged into Song Shuang's body, wreaking havoc within. His meridians, dantian, and bones were all shattered by this single blow. A howl of agony escaped Song Shuang's lips, blood-soaked foam splattering across his face. Luo Qing, witnessing this horrific scene, involuntarily trembled. Hesitantly, he spoke, "My lord, let us converse civilly." Yi Suifeng cast a cold glance at him. "Who are you to address me as my lord?" With that, he stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped Luo Qing's head, which soon erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! A tremendous energy, centered around Yi Suifeng, exploded forth. The protective formations crumbled as though they were mere parchment, disintegrating in an instant. Debris flew, wood splintered. The top of the Wanbao Pavilion was obliterated, reduced to an open-air platform. Heavens! What is happening? Everyone flee. Downstairs, numerous cultivators and customers who had come to purchase goods were taken aback by the sudden explosion, scrambling in panic to flee from the Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Xingju stared in shock at the vast flat roof above. On that roof, Luo Qing trembled uncontrollably. How terrifying! That surge of energy, had it been directed at him, would have likely evaporated him in an instant, reducing him to mere ashes. Song Shuang, what kind of entity have you provoked? The head of the Yi family, he is our master, and also Song Shuang's uncle, Gu Wanxin murmured. Yi Suifeng cast a glance over. Oh, you are involved as well. Luo Qing widened his eyes and hastily exclaimed, "No, I have nothing to do with Song Shuang." However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Suifeng pressed down lightly with his hand, and Luo Qing felt as if a divine mountain had crashed upon him, instantly spitting blood, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Who dares to cause trouble in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the lower levels of the pavilion. An elderly man clad in a brocade robe slowly ascended, his expression grave and his demeanor extraordinary. That was the aura of a transformation stage cultivator. Yet, with just a glance from Yi Suifeng, the old man nearly lost control of his faculties. "It is I. What can you do to me?" Yi Suifeng said indifferently. "Senior, let us speak amicably." The transformation stage elder quickly clasped his fists in respect. Yi Suifeng lowered his gaze. "Kneel for now." Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng is a prominent architectural landmark within the city, standing 7 stories tall, encircled by arrays of formations. Particularly at night, the uppermost levels emit a hazy purple glow, exuding an air of nobility. Yet today, its pinnacle had been completely breached. Shattered wood and tiles erupted, scattering across the ground. A solitary figure stood there calmly, while the prominent figures of the Wanbao Pavilion seemed to have all surrendered, kneeling before him. Who could this person be? Could it be someone of a higher status within the Wanbao Pavilion? Surely, one would not demolish their own property unless they bore a grudge against the pavilion. My goodness, does he not realize the depths of the waters behind the Wanbao Pavilion? To act with such audacity, people murmured in hushed tones, their curiosity piqued by the figure clad in white. What could be his backing? Yi Suifeng's sole reliance was himself. In this world, none could rival him. Not even the mightiest of deities. The elder of the Wanbao Pavilion, a transformation stage cultivator, knelt on the ground, gazing at Yi Suifeng in terror. I did not permit you to speak. Silence yourself, Yi Suifeng stated coolly. Then with a single hand, he grasped, and 3 gray threads of causality floated from his palm. 2 of them drifted towards the lower levels of the Wanbao Pavilion, while 1 soared towards the distant horizon. They had fled far, but it was futile. Yi Suifeng smiled coldly, clenching his fist. Suddenly, 2 gasps echoed from beneath. Crash! The wall of the lower level broke open, and 2 figures rushed upwards with great speed. Accompanied by blood-curdling screams, they collided violently with the floor, collapsing to their knees alongside Song Shuang and the others. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanqin's eyes widened in shock. The 2 individuals before her were indeed the assailants who had attacked Yi Suihu. Yet, why were there only 2 of them? At the time, besides Song Shuang, there were 3 other formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage. As she pondered this perplexity, a voice laden with terror echoed from the horizon. Gazing into the distance, she discerned a small black dot spiraling through the air along the last gray thread in Yi Suifeng's grasp. With a resounding thud, it struck the ground beneath her feet. It was the final nascent soul cultivator. His countenance was one of astonishment and panic. His upper body was entirely bare, and he wore only a meager piece of cloth below. The faint aura emanating from him indicated that he had clearly been engaged in some questionable activities. In the midst of this, he had been directly captured by Yi Suifeng. Such a method was utterly terrifying. Gu Wanqin gazed at Yi Suifeng's silhouette, and in a moment of reverie, the figure of this man loomed large, towering as if he touched the heavens, an endless sight to behold. Yi Suifeng regarded them coldly, his voice deliberate as he declared, "You, consumed by greed, brazenly attacked a key member of my clan, resulting in the shattering of his meridians and bringing him to the brink of death. As the head of the Yi family, I hereby sentence you to death." With that, Yi Suifeng raised his hand slightly, and amidst their terror-stricken gazes, he wielded his palm like a blade, executing his decree with resolute swiftness. With a gruesome splatter, 4 heads were severed, their warm blood soaring into the air before rolling down from the Wanbao Pavilion, landing amidst the crowd on the street. A gasp escaped the onlookers, who were initially startled, but upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, they were gripped by a chill of horror, scattering in all directions to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After vanquishing the 4 culprits behind Song Shuang's demise, Yi Suifeng turned his attention to Luo Qing. Unable to contain himself any longer, Luo Qing cried out, "Senior, I had no knowledge of their actions. I only learned of it afterward. Had I known in advance, I would have unequivocally intervened. I implore you, spare me." His genuine fear was palpable. Before him stood the head of the Yi family, whose cultivation was unfathomable and whose strikes were executed with unyielding decisiveness. Death was but a mere word to him. He desperately wished not to pay with his life for Song Shuang's folly. Yi Suifeng remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand as a round, polished ring floated slowly from Luo Qing's embrace. Upon seeing the ring, despair washed over Luo Qing's face. The incriminating evidence lay within his possession. He was as good as doomed. "Check if the contents are intact," Yi Suifeng instructed, handing the ring to Gu Wanqin. Nodding eagerly, she accepted the ring. "They have erased my spiritual imprint," she huffed, inspecting it closely before slightly nodding at Yi Suifeng. "Head of the Yi family, everything is here. It seems they did not have the chance to utilize it." Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze back to Luo Qing. "In this world, every individual harbors greed, and I can comprehend that. However, your error lies in provoking me." With a penetrating gaze, Yi Suifeng's eyes glimmered with an ominous light, which swiftly penetrated Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing let out a muffled groan as blood streamed from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Luo Qing's entire meridian system shattered. His dantian reduced to mere powder, and even his soul was severed by half. He had become utterly incapacitated. Luo Qing's expression resembled that of lifeless ash. His eyes were devoid of spirit, slightly parted, his voice hoarse. "Yi Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will surely invoke the retribution you deserve. You remain oblivious to the terrifying power lurking behind the Wanbao Pavilion. You and your family will inevitably vanish from the annals of history in the near future. All of this is a consequence of your actions. As Luo Qing spoke, blood spilled from his mouth. Yi Suifeng regarded him with indifference, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. Have you summoned the elders because the young have failed? Haha, I find such narratives most entertaining. I grant you an opportunity. Hasten to contact your ancestors, or even your ancestors' ancestors. At that time, I shall engage in a heartfelt discussion with them. Yi Suifeng released the pressure weighing on Luo Qing. He was curious to see what kind of figures Luo Qing would summon. It would serve to further suppress him, preventing future disturbances. He had neither the time nor inclination to entertain such individuals. You will regret this. Luo Qing nearly screamed. Call for them quickly, Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. No need to call, I have already arrived. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated. A young man of striking elegance appeared, clad in a violet robe, holding a pristine jade fan. He gracefully descended beside Luo Qing. Yi Suifeng directed his gaze towards the youth, who exuded a certain nobility. Are you his ancestor, or perhaps his ancestor's ancestor? Yi Suifeng inquired. Head of the Yi family, he is the esteemed steward of Wanbao Pavilion, Lord Shun Tianming, whom I previously mentioned, Gu Wanqing explained. Bowing respectfully to Shun Tianming. Lord Shun, this man is exceedingly arrogant, having destroyed our Wanbao Pavilion and ruthlessly slain Song Shuang and others, rendering my cultivation null. You must avenge me. Upon Shun Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing clung to him like a lifeline, shouting fervently. Hush, hush, Shun Tianming placed a hand on Luo Qing's shoulder. Speaking softly, rest assured, I shall handle this impartially. With that, Shun Tianming turned his attention to Yi Suifeng. Crack. A line of blood appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing, his face a mask of disbelief, collapsed to the ground. A cripple has no right to make such impertinent demands. Shun Tianming wore a warm smile. Head of the Yi family, would you not agree? Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What does it matter to me? Chapter 27. Intensifying the pressure, Shun Tianming appeared remarkably youthful. Yet he had already attained the realm of transformation. A quintessential genius. Unlike the other elder of the same realm, Shun Tianming remained remarkably composed in the presence of Yi Suifeng, as if he possessed some form of assurance. Yi Suifeng's gaze drifted towards the distant void. He could distinctly sense a powerful presence concealed behind the emptiness, observing the unfolding events. A cultivator in the later stages of fusion. Is this truly his reliance? Yi Suifeng felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, if you are here on behalf of Luo Qing and the others, then do proceed swiftly. Alternatively, you may summon additional allies. Shun Tianming pushed Luo Qing's lifeless body aside and smiled. Yi family head, you misunderstand. I have not come to act on behalf of anyone. Wanbage has always upheld impartiality, both internally and externally, adhering strictly to principles. Especially concerning our guests, we would never engage in treachery. Thus, Song Shuang's arrogance in targeting the patrons of Wanbage is a grave transgression, and he deserves his fate. Although Luo Qing did not participate directly, he bears guilt for harboring criminals. Coupled with his previous acts of unfair competition, he has been expelled by Wanbage. Shun Tianming shrugged and added, I must thank you, Yi family head, for eliminating these pests on our behalf. Yi Suifeng responded with an "Oh," realizing that this individual possessed some discernment. In that case, do as you wish, he said, preparing to open the void gate. Wait. Shun Tianming quickly called out to Yi Suifeng. What is it? Yi Suifeng inquired. Shun Tianming smiled and continued. Your wealth has garnered the attention of the upper echelons of Wanbage. Previously, I heard from the Gu Pavilion Master that you seek more valuable resources and treasures? Yi Suifeng nodded, indeed. Very well, Shun Tianming said. I came today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we could find a quieter place to deliberate in detail? Shun Tianming maintained a smile, and his handsome visage made it easy for others to feel favorably inclined towards him. However, Yi Suifeng was disinclined to engage in further conversation. He had an aversion to those who appeared affable yet harbored malice within. The fallen Luo Qing was a prime example. I reiterate, Yi Suifeng declared. Regardless of how many resources you wish to sell, feel free to present them without concern for my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the specifics, you may discuss them with Gu Wanqing. I only desire the items. With that, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and turned, disappearing without a trace. Shun Tianming opened his mouth but could not utter a word, only managing an awkward smile. What a man of character, he mused, turning to Gu Wanqing. It seems he regards you as his spokesperson. I am honored, Gu Wanqing replied, maintaining her composure. Yi Suifeng's parting words served as a form of protection, conveying significant implications to her. Shun Tianming nodded. In that case, you shall remain in Yunxiao City as the liaison between Wanbage and Yi Suifeng. I must caution you, however, that if this is the case, according to Wanbei's rules, you will forever be merely the head of a sub-pavilion. Gu Wanqing pressed her lips together and stated earnestly, that is of no concern. Today's events have illuminated certain truths for me. To remain in Yunxiao City, in a sense, is a blessing. Whether as a deputy envoy, chief envoy, or steward, what significance do such titles hold? For individuals like Yi Suifeng and Shen Tianming, the act of killing is as simple as a mere command. Only strength serves as the foundation upon which one can stand in this world. She has seen through this truth. Very well, I respect your perspective, Shen Tianming replied. Let us follow Yi Suifeng's suggestion. We shall find a suitable locale to discuss the allocation of resources in Yunxiao City. Thus, this incident drew to a close. The deceased, akin to lifeless hounds, were disposed of by Shen Tianming without a second thought. The damaged Wanbao Pavilion, with the concerted efforts of numerous cultivators, was restored to its former glory within the span of an hour. Everything proceeded with an air of tranquility. Moments later, Shen Tianming reappeared in the newly refurbished top-floor chamber, accompanied by a diminutive elder. Elder Mu, what is your assessment of Yi Suifeng? Shen Tianming inquired softly. I find him inscrutable, Elder Mu replied, his expression slightly grave. He appears unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, he is profoundly enigmatic. His every word and action seem to resonate with the essence of the Tao. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in any other elder. Young master, I advise a composed approach, and to refrain from any conflict with him for the time being. Shen Tianming nodded. To think that such a figure could emerge from a mere Yunxiao city. No wonder those ancient beings speak of impending upheaval in this realm. One wonders if this so-called upheaval is embodied by that individual just now. I certainly hope not. For I have no desire to find myself at the epicenter of a storm, a tragic pawn in the games of others. After dealing with Song Shuang, Yi Suifeng returned to his family. Sui Yun and Sui Yu remained in Yi Suihu's room, having dispersed the family officials waiting outside. Elder brother, how did it go? Sui Yun asked with concern etched upon her face. It has been resolved, Yi Suifeng replied, glancing at Yi Suihu, who lay on the bed. He produced a delicate porcelain vial from his robe and handed it to Sui Yun. Inside are some medicinal pills. Administer one to him every 10 days, and after 100 days, his health will naturally restore. This vial of pills was concocted by Yi Suifeng during his journey home. Although he could have fully healed Yi Suihu in mere moments, such methods were far too unsettling. Moreover, he wished to prevent others from assuming that his presence could allow them to recklessly disregard life and death. Allowing Yi Suihu to remain bedridden for 100 days served as a minor reprimand for his careless actions. Thank you, head of the family. Yi Suihu's wife wept gratefully. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to the study. I ask you, what caliber of genius does a 20-something in the transformation realm represent in this world? He inquired. During his encounter with Shen Tianming, Yi Suifeng had discreetly assessed his bone age, merely 27. This led him to ponder. If the great powers of this world were populated by prodigies akin to Shen Tianming, then the youth of the Yi family appeared woefully inadequate by comparison. Confronted with this dilemma, Sui Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a prodigy possibly exist? This is absolutely inconceivable. His reaction spoke volumes. Given Sui Yun's perspective and experience, he was utterly unacquainted with such heights of talent. Yi Suifeng shook his head and declared, very well, I comprehend your sentiments. From this day forth, you shall devise every conceivable method to expedite the cultivation progress of our clan's disciples. Arrange for training chambers, spirit-gathering formations, body-tempering liquids. Procure whatever is feasible. Increase the intensity, do you understand? Chapter 28. The struggle in the forest in the remote outskirts of the Qinggu Highlands. Amidst a secluded grove lay a verdant lake. Beneath the large azure stones at the water's edge, a colossal python coiled languidly. Sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon its scaled body. It appeared to be in a state of feigned slumber. Yet, unbeknownst to it, several figures lurked within the dense underbrush, stealthily advancing step by step. These were 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, enveloped in a translucent membrane. When a drop of dew inadvertently fell, it swiftly crystallized into ice. The ice garment, designed to insulate against heat, possessed a unique ability to conceal the wearers from serpentine beasts. Even at close proximity, detection proved exceedingly difficult. Clearly, these 3 cultivators intended to hunt the gigantic python concealed beneath the stone. They approached with utmost caution, gradually closing the distance to the beast, nearly able to hear its faint breaths. The foremost woman, her expression grave, nodded to her companions and, in an instant, sprang into action, her sword slicing through the air toward the python's head. However, her movement alerted the creature. It opened its eyes and narrowly evaded the lethal strike. retaliating with a swift bite. Clang! The sharp teeth clashed against the sword in midair, and the powerful recoil sent the woman hurtling backward. Yet, her eyes sparkled with determination. Now, she commanded, prompting the other man and woman to leap from the foliage, their swords aimed at the python's body. Thanks to the first woman's diversion, the majority of the python's form was exposed, with its vulnerable spot falling perfectly within the range of the other two's assault. It was a clever ruse. Swish! The sword struck fiercely against the python's flesh, instantly inflicting 2 deep gashes, blood gushing forth. Wei Yuan, what are you doing? The other woman exclaimed, her brow furrowed in discontent. I apologize, Hu Jie. I missed my mark, the young man replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Their plan had been for the first woman to attract the python's attention, while the other two would work in unison to sever its vital point, thus slaying the beast. However, perhaps due to nerves, Wei Yuan's strike went awry. Though the python appeared gravely injured, it was evidently not fatal. It had merely acquired 2 additional wounds. Be careful, the woman surnamed who was about to scold when her expression suddenly changed, and she rushed in front of Wei Yuan. A massive serpent's tail struck fiercely. Bang! The Hu woman attempted to block with her sword but underestimated the python's strength, causing her to spew blood and fly backward. Sister Hu, Wei Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry about her for now. Focus on evading and seize the opportunity to slay this beast. The female cultivator who had acted first urged urgently, and then she elegantly wielded her sword, charging directly at the giant python. In the blink of an eye, she struck the python multiple times, inflicting several shallow wounds upon its body. The serpent let out a furious roar, redirecting its attention to the woman before it. Adjust your mindset. Remember how we usually train you, she shouted while continuing her assault. Hearing this, Wei Yuan took a deep breath, momentarily forgetting the injured Hu woman, and concentrated all his energy on the python before him. Die! At last, he discovered a rare opportunity, swiftly closing the distance, and, fueled by rage, struck at the python's vital spot, aligning his blow with the previous wounds. With a resounding crack, the serpent was severed, blood spraying all over Wei Yuan. The python howled in agony, thrashing wildly on the ground, while the two hastily leaped away, allowing it to flail in its death throes. They understood that the giant python was beyond saving. Sister Hu, Wei Yuan suddenly recalled Hu Wen and quickly searched through the bushes until he found her. She was coughing up blood, one arm cradled across her chest, evidently broken. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry, Wei Yuan said, his face filled with remorse. At that moment, another woman approached. Having engaged the python directly, she appeared somewhat pale and was drenched in sweat from exertion. I'm fine, your inexperience is to blame. Which is entirely normal, Hu Wen managed a strained smile and said, it's just a broken arm. With a month of rest, I shall recover. It's all my fault. Wei Yuan continued to berate himself. Enough. The other woman interjected, assisting Hu Wen to her feet while addressing Wei Yuan. Injuries during battle are commonplace. Instead of wallowing in guilt, reflect on your own shortcomings. Otherwise, you will never grow. Hu Wen glanced at her helplessly and remarked, Jiang Fei, don't be too harsh. This isn't Xiao Yuan's first battle. Jiang Fei remained expressionless, letting out a slight hum. I simply don't want to lose any more companions from the beggar temple. The group fell silent, taking a moment to regroup before returning to the water's edge. At this point, the python had exhausted its fury, lying on the ground, bleeding profusely and irrevocably dead. Oh, there are some eggs here, Wei Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Fei and Hu Wen hurried over. Beneath the large stone, nestled in the grass, lay a cluster of white eggs, quietly resting. Upon counting, there were 7 in total. Python eggs. We have struck gold, Hu Wen exclaimed joyfully. In the market, a complete python egg can sell for at least 50 spirit stones. This is a tremendous fortune for us. Jiang Fei also displayed a look of delight. Quickly, conceal it and dispose of the giant python's carcass. The scent of blood is likely to attract unwanted attention. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted. Ah, a green python egg. We are indeed fortunate. Moments later, 5 cultivators emerged from the woods, approaching Jiang Fei and her companions directly. All were elegantly attired, exuding an air of distinction that clearly set them apart from ordinary practitioners. Indeed, it is a green python egg, precisely what we needed, proclaimed the leader of the group. A woman whose smile betrayed her complete disregard for Jiang Fei and her companions. Jiang Fei's expression darkened as she stepped forward, clasping her fists respectfully. Esteemed friend, we are the ones who dispatched the giant python, and we discovered the python egg first. Although her tone was polite, the woman showed no intention of acknowledging her. Continuing her advance, Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and prepared to step forward again, only to be blocked by another cultivator who produced a red token. Hey you! Jiang Fei began, but was interrupted as she was pulled back. The token bore a prominent character for Li. The Li family of Yunxiao City were the overseers of the region, a force not to be trifled with. At that moment, the Li family woman had already taken the green python egg. She approached Jiang Fei, her expression devoid of emotion, stating, "I am Li Qing, a direct descendant of the Li family. Worry not, I shall not take advantage of you. Someone, give him 100 spirit stones." A small pouch was tossed at Jiang Fei's feet. An ordinary giant python egg is worth at least 50 spirit stones, let alone this green python egg, which holds even greater value. Yet, in the end, they were left with merely 100 spirit stones, and it was presented as a mere charity. Jiang Fei and her companions could only swallow their grievances in silence, unwilling to provoke a powerful family like the Li. Li Qing'er, evidently well-versed in such dealings, prepared to leave with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a voice broke through. "Li Qing'er, as a direct descendant of the Li family, how can you engage in such oppressive acts against wandering cultivators? It is truly disgraceful." For figures leaped from the forest, leading with a person clad in a purple cloak, exuding an aura of confidence, with a striking blue sword at their waist. "Tianluan Palace, Yi family, Yi Huang?" Li Qing'er raised an eyebrow. "Yi Huang, you have overstepped your bounds." Facing Yi Huang, Li Qing'er exhibited no fear. Standing opposite her, she leisurely remarked, "I do not care how renowned you are as Yi Huang of Tianluan Palace. This mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Li family." Yi Huang crossed her arms defiantly. "And what of it? What of it?" Li Qing'er frowned. "You are encroaching upon territory that does not belong to you, flaunting your power. Is this the way of your Yi family?" Yi Huang chuckled lightly. "The way of my Yi family is simply to intervene when we see injustice. What can you do about it?" Li Qing'er sought to escalate the conversation into a matter between families, but Yi Huang was clearly unfazed by her tactics. The Yi family had always approached matters with caution and prudence. It was perplexing to see such boldness. She was left in confusion. "Yi Huang, your audacity knows no bounds. Are you not fearful of igniting a conflict between the two great families?" Li Qing'er exclaimed, her countenance darkening. She still wished to leverage her family's power to subdue Yi Huan. Yet, Yi Huan merely chuckled and replied, "Are you foolish, or am I? Do you truly believe that a war between families can erupt so easily? Indeed, there exists a possibility. Perhaps today, I could strike you down, or you me, which might incite a war. Would you care to test that?" Confronted by Yi Huan's provocation, Li Qing'er's expression turned ashen. This individual was certainly unpredictable. Moreover, she pressed forward relentlessly. Never had she encountered a member of the Yi family exhibiting such behavior. "Yi Huan, do not presume that I fear you," Li Qing'er retorted, casting a glance at those accompanying Yi Huan, adding coldly, "Do not think I am unaware. The reputation of Tianluan Hall was forged by Yi Qingyao alone. With Yi Qingyao absent, and Yi Xiaoxiao nowhere to be found, what audacity do you possess as merely a qi refinement practitioner to speak so boldly before me?" Li Qing'er had recently attained the transformation stage, and while she could not contend with Yi Qingyao, she felt uncertain against the prodigious Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet Yi Huan, being merely at the qi refinement stage, was said to be akin to her inept father, lingering around the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. How could she possibly fear such a person? Observing Li Qing'er's fierce demeanor, Yi Huan shook her head. "So you are one who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Only in the absence of Qingyao and Xiaoxiao do you dare to challenge me. How pitiable. Allow me to demonstrate how a member of the Yi family handles such situations." With that, she boldly stepped forward towards Li Qing. Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. What was she up to? Why was she approaching so brazenly? Hesitating, she instinctively took a step back. This movement ignited a surge of indignation within her, prompting her to shout, "What on earth do you intend to do?" Yi Huan flashed a playful little tiger tooth and replied with a grin, "Nothing much. I simply find you irksome and wish to strike you." With that, she unleashed a powerful punch, the sheer force creating a gust of wind as it hurtled towards Li Qing. Li Qing'er was utterly unprepared for such a direct assault and hastily attempted to block it. Her aura escalating dramatically. A tremendous crash resonated as a powerful energy erupted between them, causing the qi refinement practitioners Jiang Fei and her companions to nearly lose their footing. When they regained their composure, they were left utterly astonished. Yi Huan, despite being merely at the qi refinement stage, stood unfazed, while Li Qing'er, a transformation stage practitioner, was forced to retreat several steps, leaving deep imprints in the ground beneath her. "How can this be?" Li Qing'er exclaimed in shock. After the impact, her arms felt numb. How could Yi Huan possess such formidable strength? The transformation stage was nothing more than this. Yi Huan pressed forward once again, delivering a flurry of strikes. The wind from her punches howled, leaving behind ethereal traces in the air. Clearly, her martial arts had reached an elevated level. In her panic, Li Qing'er could only passively endure the barrage, continually retreating, as she was relentlessly pressed upon. Those surrounding them were left in a state of disbelief. They had never witnessed a chi refinement practitioner overpowering a transformation stage expert so utterly and without reprieve. When did the Yi family produce such a prodigy? Bang! Li Qing'er, caught off guard, was kicked in the chest by Yi Huang and fell to the ground, leaving a muddy shoe print in the center. Stop! How dare you! Several of Li Qing'er's companions immediately surrounded Yi Huang, standing protectively in front of her, their expressions fierce. Meanwhile, those behind Yi Huang stepped forward swiftly, facing them head-on with an imposing demeanor. Yi Huang waved her hand, signaling them to retreat, and stood alone at the forefront, stating, "I shall not say much. Return what you just seized from others, and I will refrain from causing you any trouble. Otherwise, I am more than willing to spar with all of you." Yi Huang clenched her fist, causing the members of the Li family to retreat in fear. They had witnessed the recent battle. Realizing that even the Qi transformation realm Li Qing'er was no match for her, how could they contend with such a prodigy? Yi Huang. Suddenly, Li Qing'er's voice, filled with rage, pierced through, hoarse as if she were gritting her teeth while uttering Yi Huang's name. "You have forced my hand," she shrieked. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted, prompting the Li family members to hastily evade. A gray whip, emanating a hazy glow, flew towards Yi Huang with blinding speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened as her long sword was drawn with determination. With a resounding clash akin to a clear bell, the whip met her blade head-on. Boom! Another surge of immense energy erupted, even more vigorous than the last. The towering tree above was abruptly severed, its countless slender branches cascading down like rain. On the ground, deep sword marks radiated from Yi Huang as the epicenter, curling outward in all directions. One of the slashes carved through the large blue stone, leaving a break as smooth as a mirror. The azure longsword buzzed in the air, while the whip lay shattered into several pieces, scattered across the earth. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen in place, gazing in terror at the purple figure, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Li Qing'er, half reclined on the ground, clutched the broken whip, her expression dazed, disbelief filling her eyes. How could this be? My thorn of poison is a mysterious grade spiritual weapon. Why? She murmured to herself. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her sword. After more than 2 months of training and countless battles, she was well aware that the spiritual sword bestowed upon her by her father was no ordinary item. Hand over the green python eggs, and I shall grant you a path of mercy, Yi Huang stated coolly. After a moment of silence, Li Qing'er rose from the ground. Although she had not sustained significant injuries, the pressure and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang tormented her far more than any physical wounds. Li Qing'er produced 7 green python eggs, casting them upon the ground. She shot a glance at Yi Huang and huffed, "If you have the courage, participate in this year's battle for the Cloud City. At that time, my brother Li Qi will surely avenge me." With that, she dared not linger and swiftly departed from the scene. Observing her silhouette, Yi Huang murmured softly, "So, it is the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi. We shall meet." Chapter 30. The Pact of Li and Tang. Thank you, Fairy Yi, for your assistance. Zhang Fei and Hu Wan, along with a few others, approached Yi Huang and bowed deeply. She never anticipated that amidst the oppression from the Li family's science, someone would emerge to uphold justice on their behalf. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in this era. To speak candidly, such people typically do not enjoy long lives. Naturally, she refrained from voicing her true thoughts. "It is of no consequence," Yi Huang replied. "I merely acted in accordance with my own desires." Zhang Fei paused. Though her words seemed simple, they encapsulated what everyone has long pursued. To wish to do something and to act upon it. What audacity she possesses to express such sentiments. "I present to you the Qingmang egg, take care of it. One can fetch 200 spirit stones," Yi Huang said as she handed the egg to Zhang Fei. A common giant python egg is worth 50 spirit stones, but the creature they vanquished was a Qingmang, imbued with a trace of primal energy, thus elevating the value of its egg significantly. "We only need to keep 3, Zhang Fei quickly interjected. Yi Huang smiled and replied, "Take it. I am not lacking in such trifles." The Yi family is quite prosperous, with hundreds of spirit stones being a mere drop in the ocean. It is wise to cultivate good relations. "By the way, where do you hail from?" Yi Huang inquired. Zhang Fei clasped her fists and responded, "All 3 of us are from Dechu Town. Dechu Town lies quite a distance away and has been under the jurisdiction of the Li family for many years. I notice some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wudong Town? There are skilled physicians there, and their charges are quite reasonable," Yi Huang suggested. Glancing at Hu Wan, Zhang Fei hesitated. "But we are under the Li family's jurisdiction. Wudong Town falls under the domain of the Yi family. The conflicts between the upper echelons often trickle down to the lower strata. The Li and Yi families have been at odds for years, resulting in various underlying tensions in their respective territories. Generally, cultivators from the Li family do not venture lightly into the lands governed by the Yi family. Yi Huang shook her head. What does it matter? The Li family, the Yi family. Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yunxiao City. You may be distant and thus unaware. Currently, many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families are beginning to merge, striving toward their respective goals. Nearly half of the cultivators in Wudong town hail from the Li family's domain. Jiang Fei was taken aback. What is this? When did cultivators become so harmonious? Come. You will see for yourself. Yi Huang flashed a charming smile, revealing her adorable little canines. In the Yi family's patriarch study, Yi Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile gracing his face. Moments later, he set the letter down and said, quite impressive, exuding an aura of dominance, truly reflective of my style. Opposite him, Shui Yan also wore a broad smile. Elder brother, Xiao Huang's recent prominence is remarkable. The name of Tianluan Hall has nearly eclipsed that of Yulong. Children's play merely. Yi Suifeng replied. Yi Suifeng leisurely savored a sip of fragrant tea. Based on the content of the letter, it was evident that his daughter was no longer the girl burdened with worries. This transformation was anticipated, for he knew that within Yi Huang dwelled a phoenix, patiently awaiting its rebirth through fire. He had merely ignited that flame. Recently, the situation at the borders had flourished remarkably, as the family's activities and policies attracted numerous wandering cultivators from various regions. Many exceptionally talented individuals were contemplating joining their ranks, as Sui Yun remarked. Yi Suifeng nodded, recognizing that this was one of his objectives. Only by amassing sufficient talent could the family evolve into a formidable power. Otherwise, they would merely remain a secluded clan, which held little appeal for him. Yet, after the initial joy, Sui Yun's expression turned troubled. Elder brother, I must mention that our recent exuberance has drawn a considerable influx of cultivators, including many from the jurisdictions of the Li and Tang families. Particularly, the Li family has seen several smaller sects relocate entirely to our side. Might this not pose a problem? Sui Yun inquired. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What problem could there be? The mass exodus of cultivators might provoke thoughts from the Li and Tang families, Sui Yun replied, setting down his teacup. Yi Suifeng beckoned him closer. Tell me, are you pleased with the family's current situation? Sui Yun paused, then replied, of course. The younger generation is vibrant, and the family's reputation is spreading. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then that settles it, Yi Suifeng smiled. As Yi Huang once said, if you wish to achieve something, then pursue it. As long as we remain on the right path, we need not fret about trivialities. The Li and Tang families, since they exist in Yunxiao City, their fate is already sealed. If they behave, we shall offer them a gentler outcome, should they dare to cause trouble. I will ensure they understand that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. Sui Yun nodded, his confidence bolstered by Yi Suifeng's actions over the past months. Even if Yi Suifeng were to declare himself emperor and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts. Let us think long-term, Yi Suifeng chuckled. Do you recall the 27-year-old genius at the transformation stage I mentioned? Let us set a modest goal for our younger generation to strive to reach that level. Our Yi family must aspire to become a force capable of nurturing such talents. Do you understand? Listening to Yi Suifeng's modest ambition, Sui Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Such a scene had never even graced his dreams. Could this truly be a possibility? He glanced at the easygoing Yi Suifeng and nodded to himself. Under the guidance of his elder brother, the Yi family would undoubtedly become a super clan that would leave an indelible mark in the annals of history. Your current task is to wisely allocate resources and generously provide an affluent environment for the cultivation of your family members. Naturally, do not neglect your own practice. I hope that within a year, you, alongside Hu and the others, will break through to the golden core stage and officially step into the nascent soul realm. Yi Suifeng remarked. Sui Yun nodded earnestly. They then discussed a few mundane family matters before Sui Yun took her leave. Yi Suifeng sat by the window, gazing into the distance, as if he could see the charming figure growing at the border of jailing. I simply wish to confront you. What can you do about it? Haha. This little girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. As for the Li and Tang families, I hope you can discern the situation. Yi Suifeng was not inclined to engage with those two families just yet. It truly was unnecessary. For him, both the Li and Tang families were far too weak. So weak that he could hardly bear to even look at them. Engaging in conflict with them would be a sheer waste of time. Yet, as the adage goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, but the wind does not cease. Such is the marvel of the world's affairs. A few days later, Sui Yun returned to the study. Elder brother, the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations, requesting your presence at the Dreaming Drunken Pavilion. Chapter 31. The impetuous Yi Suifeng. In the elegant chamber of the Dreaming Drunken Pavilion, there were only two individuals, Yi Suifeng and Yi Suibao. Initially, Yi Suifeng intended to attend alone, Yet Suiyun insisted on bringing a few others to enhance the atmosphere. Ultimately, they sent the most formidable among them, Yi Suibao, to serve as his bodyguard. It was uncertain what protection a late-stage golden core cultivator who had survived tribulation could truly offer. I say, since it was the Li and Tang families who invited us, how has it turned into us waiting for them? Yi Suifeng remarked. The guests have all arrived. Yet the host has yet to show. This is utterly disrespectful. Elder brother, those two families have always been like this. They look down upon us. Yi Suibao exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation, seemingly more agitated than Yi Suifeng himself. As it appeared he might smash the table in frustration, Yi Suifeng quickly restrained him. Calm down. Fifth brother, there will be time to be upset once they arrive. At that moment, the door finally swung open, revealing two figures, one stout and one slender, each accompanied by a graceful young woman, exuding charm. Yi Suifeng observed that both men were at the golden core stage, and the four women behind them were also at the same level, albeit their auras were somewhat tenuous, clearly the result of medicinal enhancement. Look at the stature of these individuals, and then glance at us, with a rough, bearded man among us. The disparity is stark. How unfortunate, dear Yi, that you have waited so long, the plump middle-aged man said with a broad grin. Yi Suifeng glanced at him. Who are you? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yi Suifeng was not jesting. The corner of his eye twitched slightly as he replied, Brother Yi, you truly have a sense of humor. Elder brother. He is the head of the Li family, Li Liusu. Yi Suibao interjected from the side. Yi Suifeng acknowledged with a casual "oh." He did not intend to provoke trouble. He genuinely did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families. Within the confines of the household, there exist portraits and records of two individuals. Yet one remains disinterested in perusing them. So you are Tang Zheng? Yi Suifeng turned to the other person. Tang Zheng merely snorted, choosing silence as he nonchalantly seated himself. In response to such demeanor, Yi Suibao's eyes widened in irritation, exclaiming, Hey, my elder brother is speaking to you. Tang Zheng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Suibao, appearing distinctly offended. Haha, the fifth master's temperament remains as forthright as ever, Li Liusu interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Do not take offense, Tang family head. The fifth master has always been impulsive, haha. Tang Zheng huffed again, declining to further pursue the topic. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng sat quietly, observing their exchanges with a sense of detachment. Within mere minutes, he discerned several truths. In Yunxiao City, the Tang family's power and influence are unparalleled, and Li Liusu evidently seeks to cultivate a favorable relationship with them while subtly undermining the Yi family. This echelon is rife with social intricacies and devious schemes, a realm in which Li Liusu appears quite adept. Yet, Yi Suifeng harbored no interest whatsoever. You summoned me today. What is the matter? Yi Suifeng inquired directly. Li Liusu, smiling, replied, Oh, let us not rush. Let us first serve the dishes. I must tell you, the cuisine at Zuimeng Lu is truly exceptional. No need. Yi Suifeng interrupted his feigned enthusiasm, stating coolly, If there is something to discuss, please do so now. I am rather busy and lack the luxury of time. Li Liusu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Is it not customary to discuss matters over a meal? How could this head of the Yi family behave like a reckless youth? Yi Suifeng, is it? At this juncture, Tang Zheng finally spoke, looking down upon Yi Suifeng. You, the fourth-generation head of the Yi family, are the most intriguing individual I have encountered. Tang Zheng's opening remarks were laden with condescension, as if he were elevating himself above the preceding 3 generations of the Yi family. I find little of interest, Yi Suifeng retorted. If you have matters at hand, please expedite them. Do not squander our time. He felt no obligation for civility towards the two before him. After a brief silence, Li Liusu chuckled. In that case, I shall be direct. My young friend Yi, your family has recently been rather active along the borders, has it not? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. This was the matter at hand. Yes, quite active, he readily acknowledged. Li Liusu paused, then continued, Since you do not deny it, might you provide me and Brother Tang with an explanation? Yi Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. My family's activities along the border concern you? Why should I owe you an explanation? Li Liusu opened his mouth, momentarily stifled by this statement. Of course it concerns us. Are you not aware that your kin have extended their reach into the territories of the Li and Tang families? I am aware, Yi Suifeng replied. Then why do you insist it is unrelated? Li Liusu, nearly exasperated, raised his voice slightly. This, Yi Suifeng, with his peculiar demeanor, spoke in a manner that was utterly vexing, leaving Li Liusu on the brink of frustration. Yet Yi Suifeng remained composed, sipping his tea leisurely as he remarked. And what of it? Li Liusu's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he replied sternly, Yi Suifeng, are you jesting with me regarding Brother Tang? The ire of our two esteemed families is something you cannot bear. Witnessing Li Liusu finally drop his facade and reveal his fangs, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and inquired, "May I ask you, what exactly has our Yi family done at the border?" Li Liusu was taken aback, retorting, "Are you feigning ignorance? Your Yi family has exploited the recent surge of the Gale beasts, employing various means to recruit wandering cultivators, resulting in chaos across our territories. With many flocking to your side, what are your intentions? To recruit soldiers? To challenge the Li and Tang families?" As Li Liusu's face was rife with accusations, Yi Suifeng shook his head and asked, "Let me pose another question. What means have we employed?" He continued, "Perhaps I should enlighten you. Once the beast tide erupted, we dispatched a substantial number of personnel to assist the border cultivators in resisting the rampaging beasts. Subsequently, we invested significant resources to provide free medical care to those injured during the turmoil. Furthermore, we offered generous compensation to the wandering cultivators, uniting our efforts to weather this fierce beast tide together. I ask you, which of these so-called methods violates the Yuntian Agreement?" The three prominent families of Yuntian City had once established a code known as the Yuntian Agreement to ensure their coexistence, with clauses designed to prevent severe conflicts among them. The actions of the Yi family, at present, have indeed not contravened this agreement. Perhaps no one anticipated that someone would be audacious enough to target the vast number of wandering cultivators. I am a person who values rules deeply. Thus, since I have not breached any regulations, why must I provide you with an explanation? Yi Suifeng questioned. Both Li Liusu and Tang Zheng wore grim expressions. Yi Suifeng appeared utterly impervious to their grievances. The dynamics between the great families were far from childish. A mere agreement could not dictate every circumstance. If you insist upon this mindset, then we can no longer proceed with our discussion, Li Liusu stated solemnly. Yi Suifeng rose from his seat. Difficult to negotiate? Then let us cease our talks. He restrained his urge to overturn the table, declaring, "This is how our Yi family conducts affairs. If you possess the means, then invest resources to persuade those wandering cultivators to return voluntarily. If funding is a concern, I can extend you a loan. In short, I am operating within the bounds of propriety. Should anyone breach the rules or employ underhanded tactics, they must not blame me for my ruthless nature. That is all. Please enjoy your meal." With that, Yi Suifeng beckoned to his companion, Sui Bao, and exited the private room. Li Liusu's countenance was grim as he glanced at Tang Zheng, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. However, Tang Zheng merely shook his head. "It matters not. We are well aware of the Yi family's capabilities and do not expect them to stir up any significant turmoil. I refuse to believe that the Yi family possesses sufficient spirit stones to satiate that insatiable horde of wandering cultivators," he remarked. Li Liusu sighed, "I understand. However, his persistent antics are quite nauseating." Tang Zheng took a sip of tea and remarked, "A moment's impatience can disrupt a grand scheme. Look at that Yi Suifeng. He is merely a reckless youth. The Yi family appointing him as the head of the house is nothing short of self-sabotage. Soon, the Battle of Yunxiao City will unfold. And at that point, the Yi family will either need to replace their leader or face dire consequences." Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback and said, "But the Yunxiao Accord?" "Accords are but lifeless words," Tang Zheng replied, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. "For the strong, there is no concept of breaking agreements. It is merely a revision of the rules." Chapter 32, Preparations in Progress. "Brother, you are truly magnificent." On the way home, Sui Bao revealed a broad grin, his yellowed teeth gleaming as he animatedly spoke beside Yi Suifeng. "These two families are utterly insufferable. One is perpetually hypocritical, while the other maintains an air of superiority. It's infuriating. Today was truly satisfying." Sui Bao was unusually animated. "Calm down, little brother. It's just a small matter," Yi Suifeng responded with a hint of exasperation. "I can't remain calm," Sui Bao retorted, his face flushed. "You have no idea, when I was with the former head of the family, every encounter with those two clans was a source of immense frustration." As he spoke, Sui Bao realized his words were somewhat inappropriate and quickly fell silent. The former head, Yi Suifeng's father, was named Yi Jingwang. Earlier this year, he had ventured deep into the Qinggu Highlands and unfortunately met his demise at the jaws of a demon beast. With Yi Jingwang's brothers having retreated from public life, Yi Suifeng ascended to the position of head of the Yi family according to ancestral decree. "Brother, I apologize for my indiscretion," Sui Bao said, his face filled with embarrassment. "There's no need for concern." Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. He had little memory of his father, Yi Jingwang, and naturally, there were no profound feelings attached. Nonetheless, he was, after all, a close relative of this body. "How is the investigation progressing?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Since Yi Jingwang's death, the Yi family had been tirelessly investigating the circumstances, but the complexities of the Qinggu Highlands, teeming with formidable demon beasts, made the endeavor exceedingly challenging. There is scant useful information, Suifeng reported, based on the residual evidence at the scene. The former had unexpectedly encountered a blood fiend tiger. The blood fiend tiger, a high-ranking demon beast of the 6th tier, possesses strength comparable to those in the out-of-body stage of the Yuaning realm. Naturally, Yi Jingguang, at the golden core level, stood no chance against it. Moreover, such a creature could not possibly be summoned by the Li or Tang families. They lacked the capability to control a blood fiend tiger. Thus, this incident appears to have been purely accidental. What is peculiar, however, is that the location Yi Jingguang ventured to is generally not known for the presence of blood fiend tigers, which is why the Yi family continues to investigate the details. Well, what is done is done, Yi Suifeng said. Perhaps I shall visit the site myself one day to discern the truth. Brother, please reconsider. We have only just begun to see some progress. You cannot afford to take such risks. Suifeng exclaimed loudly. Yi Suifeng replied with a hint of resignation. Do not worry, it is merely a blood fiend tiger. In an effort to divert the conversation from continuing along a troublesome path, Yi Suifeng hastily shifted the topic. By the way, with Yi Suihu now bedridden, the training of those young ones at home relies heavily on your vigilance. Oh, no problem at all, replied Suifeng. A few days ago, our second brother delivered a wealth of training resources to us. We plan to construct a body tempering pool, 10 meditation chambers inscribed with spirit-gathering formations, as well as an abundance of combat puppets, shadow training posts for agility practice, a myriad sword-killing formation, and a heart-refining illusion array. Goodness, at this rate, it feels like the Yi family is on the verge of becoming a sacred ground. Yi Suifeng scoffed. A true sanctuary would not be so humble. Let us get to work then. In just over a month, the border affairs should be settled, and we cannot allow them to languish idly. They must be rigorously trained. Suifeng grinned. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall not go easy on them. The two overseers of martial prowess in the Yi family, Yi Suihu and Suifeng, essentially played the roles of the stern and lenient enforcers. With the former now confined to bed, the returning youths would likely face a rigorous ordeal. As time passed, Yunshao City grew increasingly lively, with throngs of cultivators flocking in, filling the streets and alleys with a cacophony of voices. The inns and taverns were brimming, and shops thrived. Even the brothels and underground gambling dens were teeming with patrons. Countless fortunes circulated throughout Yunshao City, raising questions among many as to the sudden influx of cultivators, especially since there were no significant events occurring. Those privy to the underlying circumstances pointed their attention towards the Yi family. It was revealed that the Yi family's recent activities had attracted these cultivators, all eager to seek their fortune within the family. However, some voiced skepticism regarding the Yi family strategy. This is ill-advised. I do not hold any hope for them. Indeed, a single misstep in strategy has historically led to such extravagance with spirit stones. When their financial resources dwindle, those who came seeking support may swiftly turn into adversaries. True, the young head of the Yi family seems to underestimate the treachery of human nature. While some expressed grave doubts about the Yi family's maneuvers, others maintained a contrasting perspective. What do you know? The scope of the Yi family is beyond your limited imagination. This was the voice of a devoted follower of the Yi family. Ahem. Dear friend, let us not exaggerate. The greatest advantage of the Yi family's current actions is the acquisition of a resounding reputation and the ability to win hearts. Even if they cannot take everyone in, they can select a handful of exceptionally talented individuals. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. This was the rational viewpoint. I personally am quite grateful to the Yi family. My own family deals in spirit herbs, and last month, our sales nearly doubled. This reflected the perspective of opportunists. In summary, a myriad of opinions abounded, and currently, the names of Yunshao City, the Yi family, and Yi Suifeng were burning hot in the public discourse. Additionally, two other names were gaining recognition: Tianluan Temple and Jinlong Pavilion. The three leaders, Yi Huang, Yi Qiniao, and Yi Long, were frequently mentioned, with phrases like Purple Phoenix soaring to the heavens, Divine Might Resplendent, and Fairy Qiniao playing the ethereal melodies, echoing in the air. The true dragon descends, resplendent as jade. The trio is heralded as the shining hope of the new generation of the Yi family. Yi Huang, after undergoing her third body refinement at the hands of Yi Suifeng, has successfully ascended to the Qi transformation realm. The transformative power within the Thunder Calamity liquid has manifested in her dantian, igniting a divine flame. Once unleashed, it could ravage the heavens and obliterate the earth. In terms of genuine combat prowess, Yi Huang can be deemed the strongest among her peers. Naturally, Yi Suifeng did not withhold his guidance from his nephews, Qin Yao and Yi Long, providing them each with a body refinement session to further solidify their foundations. Additionally, Yi Xiao Xiao, Yi Qian, and the siblings Yi Zihan and Yi Hao ran from the Suiyu family, along with the brothers Yi Wei and Yi Ba from the Suiyu family. All received special attention from Yi Suifeng, significantly enhancing their strength. They are indeed the future of the Yi clan. Over the course of a month, Wan Baoge finally delivered the first batch of resources exceeding the heavenly grade. 3 items, a low-grade heavenly ruler with several marvelous functions, which Yi Suifeng entrusted to Sui Bao for the discipline of the younger generation, 10 pieces of azure gold, reputed to be top-tier building resources, and a small vial of Qilin blood, a premier material for body refinement, which Yi Suifeng allocated to the construction of the body refinement pool. The mere value of these items amounts to a staggering 20 trillion. Yi Suifeng's reserves of low-grade spirit stones diminished significantly, and he barely noticed any numerical changes. In addition to these, Yi Suifeng's experiments finally yielded initial results. Feng Ji, Ma Feng, Lu Hong, and Yu Peng Yi have all made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuanshi skill. Chapter 33, The 4 Guardians in the Courtyard. 4 figures sat cross-legged, positioned at the 4 cardinal directions, their eyes tightly shut, exuding a solemn presence. Surrounding them was a bowl-shaped, transparent light curtain, enveloping them entirely. Outside the light curtain, 2 figures stood side by side, observing intently. It was none other than Yi Suifeng and the newly returned Yi Huang. Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you intend to take them as your adopted sons? Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the group. What? Yi Suifeng replied, bewildered. Who told you that? Everyone says so, Yi Huang responded. They claim you are the reincarnation of a sage, benevolent and kind-hearted, which is why you treat wandering cultivators so generously, even leading by example and adopting 4 impoverished orphans. Yi Huang spoke earnestly, yet Yi Suifeng's face darkened with dismay. Who are these people with such vivid imaginations? He had merely acted on a whim that day, and his care for wandering cultivators was merely a strategic consideration for future expansion. How did it transform into the notion of being a sage reincarnated? It is utterly absurd. Your father is not a sage, and this world does not accommodate such benevolence, Yi Suifeng stated firmly. Little Huang, remember this, you may show kindness, but do not be foolish. You may engage in slaughter, but do not lose your true self. Ultimately, everything is predicated upon strength, do you understand? Yi Huang nodded, somewhat comprehending yet still naive, having not yet traversed the complexities of right and wrong. Yi Suifeng refrained from saying more. His daughter's future was hers to shape. Father, what is this? Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the transparent dome. This is the spirit-seizing illumination array, Yi Suifeng elucidated. It is an ancient formation that can significantly accelerate the cultivation process. Yi Huang looked up with curiosity. Can I use it? The array sounds formidable. However, Yi Suifeng shook his head, stating, it's unnecessary. This array has its flaws. It is better to proceed steadily. The spirit-seizing illumination array was, in essence, a pseudo-spatial formation with subtle loopholes in the heavenly law. Such vulnerabilities might manifest during the ascension to higher realms after achieving great success. He had no desire to subject his daughter to such risks. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang nodded, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Father still cares for me. By the way, how have your experiences been during this time? I've heard your name is quite renowned. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Not at all. Yi Huang replied. I merely wish to uphold your reputation. With a smile on his face, Yi Suifeng acknowledged that although he was at home, he was kept abreast of all significant matters at the borders. His daughter's endeavors could indeed be described as the actions of a relentless warrior, always at the forefront of every situation. The reputation of the Tianluan Hall was, in many ways, forged by Yi Huang's own fists. It was for this reason that Yi Xiao and Yi Qin Yao had nominated the still nascent Yi Huang to a position of leadership during her qi refinement stage. Remarkably, Yi Huang's relentless pursuit was driven solely by her desire not to tarnish her father's name. What an endearing little creature she was. After a leisurely exchange, Yi Suifeng suddenly raised an eyebrow. It's happening. As soon as the words left his lips, the transparent light shield gradually dimmed, and the 4 individuals in meditation slowly opened their eyes, exuding a peculiar aura. Master, Miss, they greeted respectfully upon seeing Yi Suifeng. Over time, they had grown accustomed to their roles as attendants and had met their young master, Yi Huang, on several occasions. Yi Suifeng gestured for them to remain seated. Subsequently, he extended his vast spiritual power, comprehending all the mysteries within their bodies. Feng Ji had already opened 9 main meridians, his muscles solidified, radiating a starlit brilliance, concealing immense strength. Ma Feng had opened 8 main meridians, his aura profound. Lu Hong and Yu Peng Yi had fully transformed their spiritual power, each having opened 9 main meridians. However, within Yi Suifeng's perception, Yu Pengyi's overall condition was significantly superior to Lu Hong's. More than a month of cultivation had granted Yi Suifeng a deeper understanding of the effects of the Yuan Shigong. Compared to traditional cultivation methods, the effects of Yuan Shigong were more comprehensive and assertive. Whether it be pills, spiritual fruits, spirit stones, or even the inner cores and blood of magical beasts, as well as malevolent and demonic energies, all could be directly absorbed and converted into usable elemental power. This greatly alleviated the resource limitations inherent in traditional cultivation methods, making it more suitable for the general populace. Moreover, the enhancement of physical prowess through the primordial skill is unparalleled by any traditional training methods. Its comprehensive effects have met Yi Suifeng's expectations. Furthermore, Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi have successfully transitioned their techniques without any adverse repercussions. This bodes well for future promotion efforts. Yi Suifeng is exceedingly pleased with this outcome, as it appears that the 2 months of seclusion were not in vain. The primordial skill is now fully prepared to be established as a foundational technique for dissemination. However, the time has yet to be ripe. Yi Huang, engage them in a spar, Yi Suifeng suddenly commanded. Yi Huang exclaimed, astonished. The 4 individuals before her exuded a peculiar aura, their specific cultivation levels obscured. Yet, based on her experience, they seemed to be at the late stage of Qi refinement at most. She, having attained the transformation of Qi realm, felt it would be akin to a father battling his son. Limit your cultivation to the Qi refinement stage, Yi Suifeng instructed. Yi Huang acquiesced, albeit she still regarded the 4 as inferior opponents. Soon, the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 rounds of body tempering, Yi Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even when restricted to the Qi refinement stage, she possessed the strength to combat opponents of higher levels, and her practical experience was exceedingly rich. Logically, 4 ordinary practitioners at the peak of Qi refinement should not have stood a chance against her singular prowess. However, Feng Zhi and his companions were evidently different. Their energies were profound, and their spiritual power substantial. Though their strength was inferior to Yi Huang's, they far surpassed ordinary practitioners of the same tier. Under the relentless assault of the 4, Yi Huang found herself struggling and was consistently on the defensive. After a fierce exchange of blows, Feng Zhi seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground to latch onto Yi Huang's calf, restricting her movements. Though she swiftly kicked him away, the assaults from the other 3 had already arrived. With a long sword poised at her throat, the outcome was clear. My apologies, miss, Lu Hong said, retracting his sword. Yi Huang stood momentarily stunned. In the months of her training, she had endured countless battles, even facing off against practitioners of the transformation of Qi realm without a single defeat. Though she concealed her emotions, a flicker of pride lingered within her. She had not anticipated a swift defeat, let alone such a resounding one. It's nothing, Yi Huang replied, her expression complex. Yi Suifeng observed from the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Youngsters ought to encounter setbacks from time to time, otherwise, they might come to believe themselves invincible. All right, Yi Suifeng continued, Feng Zhi, you 4 should continue practicing the primordial skill and strive to break through to the meridian opening realm and advance into the Dan Mansion realm. Furthermore, starting today, you will accompany Yi Huang as her guardians. Is that understood? In unison, Feng Zhi and the others replied, understood. Then, Yi Suifeng turned to Yi Huang. I also have a task for you. Defeat them in combat, while maintaining the same cultivation level. Can you achieve this? Yi Huang pursed her lips, determination etched on her small face. I will. Chapter 34. Family integration. The tumultuous beast tide of the Gaoling clan lasted approximately 5 months. With its conclusion, the younger generation of the Yi family returned to their lineage. Prior to their departure, they were merely sheltered fledglings, untested by the tempests of life. Yet upon their return, they had transformed into fierce predators. The entire Yi family resonated with an invigorating spirit. In the study, Sui Yun radiated vitality as he reported the family's recent developments to Yi Suifeng. Those young lads had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once quaking in fear at the mention of the 5th brother, they now charged forward with exuberant fervor. Some even mocked the 5th brother's training methods as suited for the weak, inciting his ire as he pondered more rigorous approaches. The youthful vigor of the clan was a sight most cherished by the family's leaders, symbolizing a flourishing future. Let them settle for a while. Enduring prolonged battles inevitably breeds a certain edge, Yi Suifeng remarked. Sui Yun nodded in agreement, fully aware of the principle of moderation. And they had already prepared appropriate measures. What are the training facilities? Yi Suifeng inquired. Most are operational now. The spirit gathering array, meditation chambers, training rooms, puppet spaces, and the heart refining array. I find myself somewhat envious of them, Sui Yun reflected. In his youth, he had to contemplate the most efficient use of a low-grade spirit stone never dreaming of such luxurious training resources. Only the body tempering pool remains unopened, as the tempering liquid is exceedingly precious. We are still deliberating on the standards for its use. By the way, brother, are you truly considering utilizing that bottle of Qilin blood? Sui Yun expressed a hint of reluctance. Qilin blood was a celestial resource, worthy of being treasured and passed down through generations. Of course we shall use it. It is merely ordinary mortal blood after all. Should we hoard it as a relic? That would be absurd, Yi Suifeng replied. However, the Qilin blood must be reserved for the direct descendants of the Yi family. Any surplus shall serve as rewards for those who have made significant contributions to the clan. I must remind you, the more affluent the family, the more distinct the hierarchy must be. Chaos must be avoided. The direct lineage is the foundation of the family and must have their resources prioritized. Resources symbolize strength, and strength denotes status. The position of the direct line should not be easily challenged. Furthermore, those who contribute to the family should be promoted. Generosity in rewards and clarity in punishments serve as excellent motivators. Lastly, let us apply some pressure to the collateral branches. With many wandering cultivators now entering the clan, we should pay attention to potential talents among them, stimulating the more lethargic members of the collateral lines. The larger a family grows, the more intricate its dynamics become, intertwined and complex. Thus, the distinction of status is of utmost importance. Transgressing against one's superiors is a cardinal sin. If even servants dare to bully their masters, the family has truly reached its end. The direct line is fundamental. Its status must remain unassailable. The Yi family excels in this regard, adhering to strict ancestral teachings, ensuring stability within the clan. However, due to the significant proportion of collateral relatives, certain issues inevitably arise. Some individuals harbor grand ambitions, seeking to penetrate the innermost circles of the family, even aspiring to supplant certain direct descendants. Others feel their connections are robust, brazenly suppressing outsiders, flaunting their supposed prowess despite their lack of true ability. Yi Suifeng refuses to allow such circumstances to prevail. I realize that some individuals indeed require a firm reprimand, said Sui Yun. He was well aware of the familial dynamics, but previously had refrained from taking action. By the way, elder brother, recently there have emerged some disconcerting murmurs within Yunshao City, Sui Yun remarked, his expression turning grave. Some allege that the Yi family has depleted its resources and will soon reveal its true nature. Others claim that our strength is inadequate, yet we act ostentatiously, inevitably leading to our downfall. There are even whispers suggesting that our extensive recruitment of rogue cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with these rogues intended as sacrifices. These rumors have rapidly permeated the entire city, deterring many cultivators who initially wished to join the Yi family. Should we investigate this matter or publicly clarify our position? Sui Yun expressed his concerns, recognizing the potential impact of such gossip on the Yi family's current plans. However, Yi Suifeng merely chuckled softly and shook his head. No need for an investigation. This is undoubtedly the work of those two families. I never anticipated they would resort to a campaign of public opinion to undermine us. Sui Yun frowned. Are you suggesting that the Li and Tang families are deliberately slandering us? Yi Suifeng nodded. Who else would be so petty? Yet, fortuitously, we can leverage this to identify those who genuinely wish to ally with us, which is indeed a positive outcome. Sui Yun nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, in a month's time, the battle for Yunshao City will commence. I suspect these two families are employing such despicable tactics to sway the outcome of this conflict. Sui Yun stated, the battle for Yunshao City is pivotal, determining the allocation of resources and territories among the three major families. Each family selects 5 young members under the age of 18 to participate in a ranking battle, with benefits distributed based on overall points accrued. This approach is astute. It offers a relatively peaceful resolution to familial disputes while igniting the competitive spirit among the younger generations, a win-win scenario. Have our candidates been determined? Yi Suifeng inquired. Discussions are still underway, Sui Yun replied. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Qin Yao are likely to participate. The other 2 are still being evaluated based on their performances. Yi Suifeng nodded. Hurry up with the selection. Once decided, have them come to me for some additional training. It is time to change the Yi family's position at the bottom. Sui Yun beamed, aware of his elder brother's capabilities. This upcoming battle for Yunshao City will undoubtedly mark the rise of the Yi family. Alright, you may return to your tasks now and make arrangements for the new members of the Yi family. Jiang Fei and the others have been here for 5 days already. After their last encounter in jailing, Yi Huang and her companions journeyed together to Wudong Town. The circumstances in Wudong Town exceeded her wildest imagination. She had never witnessed cultivators from diverse regions standing united, working harmoniously towards a common goal. She had never seen a scion from a prominent family garnering such support from numerous independent cultivators. Yi Huang's actions left her utterly captivated. Thus, after much deliberation, Zhang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's ranks and accompanied her to the Yi family in Yunxiao City. The initial days were indeed pleasant. The abundance of resources here invigorated everyone, creating an atmosphere akin to a dreamlike sanctuary for cultivation. However, just yesterday, the very incident she had dreaded transpired. The younger Wei Yuan, while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points, found himself in conflict with a young man from the Yi family named Dou Hua, who was said to be related to the second elder of the Yi family. By the time Zhang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been taken away by Dou Hua, who claimed that Wei Yuan had disrespected the Yi family and would be sent to the enforcement team. Such a person as Dou Hua was beyond the reach of their group of wild cultivators. Realizing that Wei Yuan was in dire straits, Zhang Fei felt a pang of regret for involving herself in the affairs of a prominent family. Today marked the day of Wei Yuan's judgment, and with heavy hearts, Zhang Fei and Huan arrived at the Yi family's enforcement hall to await the final outcome. They could only hope that Dou Hua would show leniency and spare Wei Yuan's life, or that any outcome would be preferable to the worst. Fei Jia, perhaps we should seek out Fairy Huang? Huan suggested. Forget it, Zhang Fei replied, shaking her head. She is related to the second elder, and it would be unwise to trouble her further. Huan fell silent, realizing the depths of the prominent family's intricacies. Even a trivial matter could impose a significant burden on Yi Huang. They could not take such a risk. If blame were to be cast, it would rest upon their overprotectiveness of Wei Yuan, who remained oblivious to the perils of the outside world. The two anxiously awaited outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour when a plump figure emerged. It was Dou Hua. Upon seeing him, Zhang Fei hurried forward, exclaiming, "Young Master Dou, we were in the wrong. I implore you to show mercy and spare Wei Yuan." She continued, "If you find us distasteful, we shall leave the Yi family at once and never set foot in Yunxiao City again. Young Master Dou, I genuinely beg you." Just then, Zhang Fei felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning to look, she found Huan staring at Dou Hua with a peculiar expression. Zhang Fei frowned and glanced back at Dou Hua, only to be rendered speechless. Dou Hua's face had swollen to an almost spherical shape. His eyes were red and clearly had been weeping, with a trail of mucus hanging from his lips. A prominent handprint was visible on one side of his face. Zhang Fei was bewildered. What had transpired? In their moment of shock, Dou Hua opened his mouth to utter an apology, then rubbed his eyes and fled. The two stood there, utterly stunned. What on earth was going on? At this moment, two individuals stepped out from the law enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, and behind him stood a formidable middle-aged man. Zhang Fei hurriedly approached, anxiously examining Wei Yuan from left to right, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fine. I've already told you that I was in the right all along," Wei Yuan replied with a playful smile. Zhang Fei looked at him with a complex expression and suddenly slapped his face. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Do you understand how worried we were? If you ever act impulsively again, you can go on your own." Wei Yuan covered his face and gazed at the furious Zhang Fei, murmuring, "Sister Fei, I know I was wrong. I just spoiled you too much." Zhang Fei remained irate. Youth is characterized by an innocent heart, which is commendable," the middle-aged man interjected suddenly. Zhang Fei glanced at him and sighed. An innocent heart often serves as the key to one's demise. If he continues this way, he will eventually lose his life. The middle-aged man said nothing, merely stroking his beard with a slight smile. "I have yet to inquire your identity," Zhang Fei said, cupping her hands in greeting. "I am the adjudicator presiding over Wei Yuan's case," the middle-aged man replied. Zhang Fei was taken aback and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you very much for your consideration. However, please be cautious regarding Dou Hua. His status is extraordinary, and he is said to have deep connections with the family's second elder." The middle-aged man paused for a moment and then burst into hearty laughter. "I am merely performing my duties impartially. It cannot be considered as providing care. Additionally, I happen to be the second elder of the Yi family you mentioned." Chapter 35. Above the nine heavens. In recent days, the Yi family has encountered two significant events. The first was instigated by Wei Yuan. After his conflict with Dou Hua, most of the wandering cultivators silently mourned for him, having witnessed similar scenarios too often. A rogue cultivator, freshly integrated into a prestigious family, offending a powerful figure. Truly, one could only assume it was a recipe for disaster. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wei Yuan emerged unscathed while Dou Hua, who relied on his connections and acted arrogantly, faced severe repercussions? It was said that even his monthly allowance was confiscated for 6 months. This shattered their perceptions entirely. The Yi family actually prioritized justice over favoritism, an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, following Wei Yuan's incident, several collateral branches of the Yi family were harshly punished for certain outrageous actions. Conversely, Some outstanding external cultivators were notably promoted within the family and elevated to high positions. In a brief span, many wandering cultivators began to identify themselves as members of the Yi family and felt immense pride in doing so. The other significant event was the upcoming Battle of Yunxiao City, set to take place in a month. The Yi family would select 5 of the most exceptional young individuals under the age of 20 as representatives for the battle. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Yi Qin Yao were undoubtedly among the chosen ones. The remaining 2 positions sparked fierce competition within the family, as no one was willing to relinquish such honor easily. Among the youth of the Yi family under the age of 20, excluding those in the Qi refinement stage, there are a total of 19 individuals at the transformation stage. Most of them achieved their breakthroughs during this recent expedition, including Yi Xiaoxiao and the 2 sons of Yi Suiyu, Yi Wei and Yi Ba. After enduring intense battles, the final 2 candidates were determined. One of them is Yi Xiaoxiao, who made her breakthrough during the very first expedition. Possessing exceptional talent and keen insight, she has now advanced to the 3rd level of transformation, decisively defeating all other challengers. The other candidate, however, came as a surprise to many, Yi Qian. His talent and strength have never been particularly remarkable. He only barely broke through to the transformation stage last month. His only claim to fame lies in his character, which has attracted a considerable following of rogue cultivators, nearly rivaling the scale of the Tianluan Hall and the True Dragon Pavilion, establishing him as the 3rd major force among the younger generation of the Yi family. Typically, he is quite unassuming, steering clear of any ostentatious displays. Yet, during this selection, Yi Qian inexplicably fought with fervor, progressively overcoming challenges and narrowly defeating Yi Wei, who is at the 2nd level of transformation, to secure his place as the final contender. Thus, the 5 representatives of the Yi family have been finalized. At this moment, they stand in the courtyard of Yi Suifeng. The youthful aspirants. Yi Suifeng mused, observing the 5 before him, destined to become the first soaring dragons of the Yi family. Their cultivation levels are all too apparent to him. Yi Huang, 3rd level of transformation. Her progress is remarkable. It's extraordinary that she spends her days dining at Yi Suifeng's hearth, and yet makes such rapid strides. Yi Long, 5th level of transformation. His foundation is solid. Yi Qin Yao, 5th level of transformation, exuding an ethereal aura. Yi Xiaoxiao, 3rd level of transformation, her eyes darting about, brimming with mischief. Yi Qian, 1st level of transformation, with bruises on his face and signs of internal injuries. Why exert yourself so fiercely for merely a selection? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian, with a steady gaze, replied, My father informed me that for this competition, my uncle will offer personal guidance. Thus, I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away, as I do not wish to be known as the orphanage director for the rest of my life. Orphanage director? Yi Suifeng asked, puzzled. Father, Yi Huang interjected. During this expedition, many of the individuals Yi Qian has taken under his wing are orphans. Consequently, others have taken to calling him the director of the orphanage in jest. Yi Suifeng understood. A few months prior, this nephew had approached him to discuss the matter, and he had been quite supportive of him then, just as he is now. Then strive diligently. Reputation is earned through one's own efforts, Yi Suifeng encouraged. His gaze shifted to the 5. Starting today, I will conduct specialized training tailored to each of your circumstances. I will make one thing clear. No matter what you encounter, do not panic or inquire excessively. Simply focus on enhancing yourselves. Yi Suifeng transitioned directly into the core of the discussion. Uncle, do you not offer me a modicum of encouragement or pressure? For instance, only allowing victory and forbidding defeat, Yi Xiaoxiao jested. Yi Suifeng replied with a gentle smile, Why should I utter such words? Because when my father trained us, he always insisted on such sentiments, urging me to surpass cousin Yi Weiang and my sister to best brother Yi Long, Yi Xiaoxiao explained. Nearby, Yi Qinxiao and Yi Long exchanged awkward glances, realizing the inappropriateness of her remarks. Yi Suifeng chuckled heartily, recognizing that with Sui Bao's character, such words were indeed fitting. It's no wonder both his daughters were so exceptional. I shall refrain from such declarations, for after this special training, you will assuredly triumph over the formidable Li and Tang families, Yi Suifeng asserted. The others stifled their laughter, seemingly intrigued by the term cattle and horses used to describe people. Such a description is rather unbecoming. I only ask that you never forget. Regardless of what transpires in the future, your roots lie here. Yi Suifeng gestured to the ground beneath them. Now let us commence. He turned his gaze to Yi Huang. Fully aware of his daughter's circumstances, Yi Huang had already taken a small step forward in her swordsmanship. Her fundamental techniques were harmoniously intertwined, and she had achieved minor success with the 9 swords of God-slaying. What she lacked now was intent, the essence of sword intent. Only by honing her sword intent could she truly take her first step on the path of swordsmanship. There are numerous ways to refine sword intent, such as sparring with masters of the sword or practicing within formidable sword formations. Many great powers employ such methods to cultivate their core disciples. However, Yi Suifeng would not resort to such trivial tactics. Yi Huang, come with me. You all may wait here for a moment. He waved his sleeve, and in an instant, the two vanished from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, their figures had now appeared tens of thousands of miles above the ground. From the perspective of a previous life, they had entered the atmosphere. At such heights, the gales howled like razors, and even a cultivator at the golden core stage would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A transparent barrier shielded the two, standing steadfastly against the raging winds. This is the first heaven, Yi Suifeng declared. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never reached such heights before. Father, will I be training here? She inquired, captivated by the notion of cultivating at such an altitude. Certainly not. This is merely the beginning, Yi Suifeng replied, raising his hand slightly as they continued their ascent. Along the way, they traversed vast seas of clouds, dense mists, golden realms, and terrifying stormy territories. Eventually, they arrived in a resplendent world of vibrant colors. It resembled a fairy tale, with ever-changing hues of celestial light, akin to a scene from a dream. Father, where are we? Yi Suifeng smiled gently. The nine heavens, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond this lies the endless chaos. Yi Huang's mouth fell agape. Could this truly be the edge of the world? Ancient texts described it as boundless, a realm devoid of everything, filled only with infinite destruction and turmoil. Yet, at present, it appears otherwise, resembling a realm of celestial beauty. The dazzling spectacle before me may not possess the allure one might perceive. Yi Suifeng smiled faintly, then gestured with his hand, capturing a glimmer of purple light within his palm. The purple luminescence floated serenely, seemingly innocuous. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This was a weapon of exceptional quality, forged from the core black gold of the earth, renowned for its indestructibility and perpetual durability. Observing closely, Yi Suifeng tossed the black staff into the spatial dimension of his palm, where it gently grazed the purple heavenly light. At the moment of contact, the staff hesitated for an instant. Immediately, to Yi Huang's horror, the black staff disintegrated, transforming into countless minuscule particles, vanishing from sight. This was the power of annihilation, Yi Suifeng explained. Yi Huang swallowed hard, forcing a grin as she inquired, Father, I won't have to use such a thing for cultivation, will I? This is far too terrifying. Yi Suifeng beamed with a smile. You shall. However, fret not. I will diminish its power to 1/1,000,000th of its original strength according to your capabilities. As you grow, it shall gradually intensify. I eagerly anticipate the day you conquer and master it. Yi Huang's expression was complex, and she stood in a daze for quite some time before finally nodding. I will not let you down. Chapter 36. The Ancient Arena. After settling Yi Huang, Yi Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Only a quarter of an hour had passed. The three remained there, awaiting his return. Only Yi Xiaoxiao was sneaking bites of the grapes Yi Suifeng had placed beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing him return, she hastily scurried back to her spot, standing obediently with her head bowed. Yi Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed spirited. However, he paid no mind to it. Everyone possesses their own character. If everyone were like Yi Qian, taciturn and methodical, it would lack interest. Do not be too reserved. We are all family, so feel free to be yourself, Yi Suifeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately lifted her head, cheerfully patting Yi Qiniao beside her. I told you, uncle is very easygoing. Yi Qiniao wore a look of resignation. All right. Yi Suifeng scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze upon Yi Long. For a long time, Yi Long had been the most outstanding junior in the family. His character was resilient, his cultivation diligent, and his demeanor steady. He was also quite handsome, the most dazzling star of the Yi family. He was the family's pride. Recently, however, Yi Huang and Yi Qiniao's growing reputations had begun to catch up, putting Yi Long's top position to a severe test. Yet, from Yi Suifeng's observations, this junior did not harbor jealousy or other negative feelings. Rather, he had become considerably more cheerful. Perhaps the title of future family leader was not merely an accolade for him, but also a heavy burden. Now that someone was finally sharing the pressure with him, Yi Long's mindset underwent a significant transformation, facilitating his successful breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi transformation, which was in no small part related to this change. Yi Long, your foundation is solid, and you have embarked on a commendable path of cultivation. Therefore, I do not wish to intrude excessively on your journey. Speak, then. What kind of training method do you desire? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Long possesses his own understanding of cultivation, believing that excessive external involvement could be detrimental. Thus, Yi Suifeng decided to grant him the autonomy to choose. Yi Long was evidently taken aback by this unexpected response, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Xiao, observing his hesitation, grew anxious and gestured vigorously at him. Eventually, she dashed over to Yi Long, playfully nudging him and exclaiming, "Stop being foolish. Quickly request a technique. Your low-grade gun technique is outdated." Hearing this, Yi Suifeng chuckled. "Is the gun technique you are currently practicing truly low-grade?" "Yes," Yi Long affirmed with a nod. "The Dragon Hunter gun technique was bestowed upon me by my father a year ago, and I have since mastered it. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Yi Suifeng replied. "I recall that our family's treasury holds a superior grade gun technique. Go retrieve it later, and simply mention that I sent you. Your father, knowing this, failed to inform you. How absurd. That technique must have been the one that Guwan Xian had sent last time," Yi Suifeng recalled with some clarity. "Thank you, uncle," Yi Long exclaimed, his countenance alight with excitement. Who would not desire a high-grade technique? A superior-grade technique was something he had never dared to even dream of. With that, Yi Long made his way towards the door. "Hey, where are you going? You haven't yet expressed what you truly want," Yi Suifeng called after him. Yi Long paused, momentarily bewildered. "Doesn't that technique count?" "Of course not. It is not particularly precious," Yi Suifeng replied, shaking his head. "I said to think bigger." The others fell silent, astonished that a superior-grade technique was deemed not precious. What, then, was truly valuable? Yi Long found himself at a loss for words again, while Yi Xiao leaned in curiously, eyeing the long spear in his grasp. It was a premier-grade yellow spear, once considered a treasure within the Yi family. "A spirit weapon is not sufficient either," Yi Suifeng interrupted her thoughts. "I will procure something more formidable for you another day. Reflect carefully on what you currently lack in your cultivation. Do the same for yourselves," Yi Suifeng added. The group fell into contemplation, each pondering their individual paths. After a brief moment, Yi Long finally spoke. "Uncle, I have harbored a dream for quite some time. Pray, share it," Yi Suifeng encouraged. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Yi Long's eyes as he continued. "When I was very young, I chanced upon a book entitled Biographies of Extraordinary Figures. It chronicled the myriad of exceptional talents that have graced this continent over the millennia. Their prowess was extraordinary, and upon their arrival, they left an indelible mark on history, igniting my imagination. I often wondered what it would be like to exist in the same era as they, to engage in battle with them. Would I have the potential to triumph over them?" Yi Long tightened his grip on the spear, continuing, "Childhood dreams always seem so laughable. As I matured, I came to realize the chasm that separated me from them, a gap as vast as the heavens, and no matter how fervently I pursued, their shadows remained elusive. Yet, I refused to concede defeat. Even if I cannot catch up, I must ascertain the limits of my own potential. I shall fight. To the bitter end." Yi Long raised his head, his eyes brimming with determination. "Uncle, if possible, I desire a puppet of equal rank, but with strength far surpassing my own. When I conquer it, perhaps I shall draw closer to that illustrious assembly of historical figures." Upon hearing his words, the others were momentarily taken aback. No one had anticipated that this seemingly flawless elder brother harbored such a fervent aspiration. But could such a puppet truly be realized? "Indeed, I shall grant your request," replied Yi Suifeng promptly. Yi Long was struck with astonishment. "Really? Does such a puppet exist?" Yi Suifeng smiled and shook his head. "Such beings do exist. However, a puppet is ultimately an inanimate object. Even if you triumph over it, you cannot guarantee victory against a cultivator of equal prowess." Yi Long's expression grew intricate. "Then you say you will fulfill my request?" "I have indeed agreed," Yi Suifeng stated, "but it's not about procuring a puppet for you. Rather, it is about helping you achieve your first wish. To battle against the greats of antiquity, what audacity that entails." Naturally, Yi Suifeng was more than willing to assist. Meanwhile, the others were left in a state of disbelief. Such a wish was simply unattainable. "Very well, let us proceed," Yi Suifeng declared with a wave of his hand, and he vanished along with Yi Long. Once they departed, Yi Xiao leaned towards Yi Qingyao and murmured, "Sister, uncle must be jesting, right?" Yi Qingyao pursed her lips and shook her head. "I do not know. I cannot fathom how such a feat could be accomplished. Perhaps we shall understand when our time arrives." A silver river flowed endlessly, originating from the void and extending toward the infinite, timeless and unchanging. Suddenly, two dark figures materialized above it, Yi Suifeng and Yi Long. Gazing at the boundless river below and the vast, empty expanse surrounding them, Yi Long felt a tumult of emotions and yearned to inquire about their location. Yet, recalling Yi Suifeng's earlier admonition to refrain from asking questions, he suppressed his curiosity. "Once more, we meet," Yi Suifeng spoke softly. "I sensed something peculiar about you last time. It appears you belong solely to this realm. Nevertheless, it's acceptable. The talents of this world are sufficient." With that, Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and the surrounding environment transformed instantaneously. Beneath their feet, a colossal arena emerged, inscribed with countless intricate runes that nearly overwhelmed Yilong. Fortunately, Yi Suifeng swiftly executed a series of hand seals, causing the runic formations to emit a radiant glow before vanishing, leaving only a vast stone platform. From this day forth, you shall train and battle here, Yi Suifeng proclaimed. Yilong furrowed his brow. And my opponent? Right here. Yi Suifeng replied with a gentle smile, extending his fingers and making a subtle grasp. Suddenly, countless gray lines erupted with a thunderous roar, all surging into the shimmering river of silver light. Soon, one of the gray lines began to quiver. In the next moment, a white figure, akin to a hooked fish, was drawn from the other end of the gray line, landing onto the arena. This was a young man emanating an aura of coldness, his brow furrowed, seemingly oblivious to what had transpired. As he turned his head, he laid eyes on Yi Suifeng and his companion, who, in turn, beheld the visage of the young man. Yilong instinctively recoiled 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief as he pointed at the young man, trembling as he stuttered, "The white-clad spear god. Bu Feishue." His tone shifted, laden with astonishment. Bu Feishue, the prodigy from a millennium ago, wielded a single spear to vanquish all challengers. Once, he had stormed into a millennial sect, single-handedly causing a bloodbath that forever altered its fate. Later, Bu Feishue dared to confront the most formidable 9-9 heavenly tribulation, enduring until the very end. Yet, the might of the heavens was insurmountable, and the final bolt of divine retribution proved overwhelmingly powerful. Bu Feishue ultimately perished, leaving nothing behind. But why was he here? Yilong's mind buzzed. What on earth has my uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Bu Feishue's gaze was icy, and a formidable intent of the spear surged forth. However, Yi Suifeng merely waved his hand, and a thin veil of mist enveloped Bu Feishue's form. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. It is not your turn to speak, Yi Suifeng remarked, turning to Yilong with a smile. Did you not express a desire to challenge them? Why are you so frightened upon meeting them? At this, Yilong momentarily froze, then inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and with great effort, stood upright. That's more like it. Yi Suifeng twirled his fingers, drawing forth figures from the silver river, one by one, to land upon the arena. To prevent a repeat of earlier chaos, they were forcefully deactivated upon descending. Among them were the celestial prodigy Xia Yuan, the night-killing god Tong Mie, the unrivaled Fu Ruhua, the son of the heavenly path Jin Lin, and the ancient legend Long Outyin. As Yilong gazed upon the familiar faces, he murmured, his mind a blank slate. Uncle truly has summoned all the prodigies from the chronicles of exceptional figures. There were even many he did not recognize. It was not until hundreds of figures had emerged that Yi Suifeng finally ceased. You may make do with these for now. In the eternal arena, their cultivation levels are equivalent to yours. Simply think of whom you wish to battle. Should you achieve a breakthrough, their cultivation will rise accordingly. Hone your martial intent well. I shall return for you in a month. With that, Yi Suifeng's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 37. The old turtle. This lad exudes a peculiar, masochistic aura. In the void, Yi Suifeng leisurely soared above the galaxy. In truth, he had not anticipated that Yilong's wish was to engage in battle. However, with Yilong's current prowess, engaging in combat with those legendary figures of antiquity would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment, and he would undoubtedly suffer a fate most harrowing. One can only hope that this young man does not emerge from such encounters bearing the scars of trauma. This river of time feels somewhat peculiar. It seems to lack a certain vitality. This galaxy represents the temporal continuum of this world. Previously, when Yi Suifeng pursued the assassin of Yi Sui who through the threads of causality, he momentarily harnessed the power of the river of time. Yet, that instance was merely a fleeting glimpse. This time, he has come in person. Logically, the river of time is an inanimate entity, eternally flowing through the void, unchanging since the dawn of existence. However, Yi Suifeng is struck by the impression that it is devoid of some essential life force, imparting a sense of desolation. Suddenly, he detects an unusual aura, prompting a slight furrow of his brow before he vanishes from sight. Upon reappearing, he finds himself before an enormous black peak, towering ominously. Its magnitude is daunting, stretching infinitely upwards and downwards, resembling the very walls of this void, obscuring all vision. What could possibly account for such a phenomenon? Yi Suifeng finds himself perplexed. The realm of the river of time is a genuine void, devoid of anything save for the continuum of time itself. How could a peak exist in such a place? This contradicts the principles of the great Tao. No, something is amiss. Yi Suifeng's brow furrows deeper. The object before him does not seem to be a mountain. He distinctly senses a faint pulse of life emanating from the dark mass. But what kind of life could be so colossal? After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng extends his index finger, gently tapping his forehead. Instantly, his soul's power, far surpassing the limits of the world, erupts forth. His soul solidifies, transforming into a shadow of his true self, rapidly expanding from the center of his being. 1 fold, 10 folds. Soon, the shadow of his soul has grown to over 1,000,000 times the size of his corporeal form. Through the perspective of this shadow, Yi Suifeng finally discerns the true nature of the Black Peak. Good heavens, what in the world is that? He exclaims in astonishment. For the sight before him is utterly bewildering. It turns out that the enormous object is not a mountain at all, but rather an absurdly large toe. Beside it are 4 other digits, and above looms an expanse of an immeasurable foot. At this moment, Yi Suifeng's shadow is merely level with the toe. By heavens! What could this be? Is it nearly the size of the world itself? I must uncover the true form beneath this facade. Yi Suifeng steadies his emotions, and his soul's shadow swells once more. After an unknown number of expansions, he finally perceives its true visage. A giant tortoise? He widens his eyes, scrutinizing its shape, ultimately confirming that he is not mistaken. It is indeed a colossal, grotesque black tortoise. Its neck is retracted, leaving only its glistening head exposed, while its limbs dangle languidly in the void. Beneath the lower abdomen lies the river of time, which, from this perspective, has transformed into an almost imperceptible white line. The most striking feature is its tail. Though short, it intriguingly bifurcates at its very tip. Gazing at that fissure, it appears as if it has been forcibly torn apart. Yi Suifeng's heart is filled with uncertainty. What manner of being could inflict harm upon such a formidable creature? Such a grotesque existence should not even inhabit this world, save for himself, of course. It seems there are many secrets in this realm yet to be uncovered. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, finding this intriguing. Otherwise, over time, he would be reduced to seeking ascension to the celestial realm merely to engage in combat with the celestial emperor for amusement. This old turtle is indeed quite extraordinary. Yi Suifeng's spirit has already surveyed the entirety of the old turtle's form. He discovered that every corner of its body is entwined with the laws of the great Tao. With each breath, the vibrations of the rules resonate, utterly terrifying. If you are so powerful, why then do you choose to seal yourself? Upon first encountering the old turtle, Yi Suifeng assumed it was merely in slumber. However, after further observation, he realized that it had confined its entire essence within this vast shell, revealing only the slightest glimmer of vitality to suggest it was not a mere inanimate object. Upon closer inspection, Yi Suifeng extended his hand and placed it upon the turtle's head, intending to delve into its depths with his spirit to discern the truth of the matter. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, as his spiritual projection began to fade, vanishing from sight. Following this, several powerful consciousnesses pierced through the void, intruding upon the scene. They hovered before the turtle's head, seemingly perplexed by the recent occurrence. Yi Suifeng counted 5 distinct consciousnesses, each one surpassing the limits of this world in strength. One of them he had encountered before. After overcoming a tribulation, driven by curiosity, he had sent his spirit into the northern snowfields. Just as he arrived, a consciousness that spanned the entire plateau surged forth from the far north, rushing towards Yi Suifeng. That individual has now also arrived here. The 5 consciousnesses transformed into luminous points, quietly suspended in opposition. Do you wish to shatter the rules? The consciousness from the northern snowfields was the first to voice its intent. As this exchange occurred on the plane of the spirit, it was impossible to discern the gender or even the humanity of the speaker. Shouldn't you be the one eager to break the rules? After all, you are on the brink of defeat, remarked another. If it comes to battle, so be it. I detest engaging in these trivial games. Yet another exhibited a more volatile temperament. Calm yourselves. The shattering of the world serves no benefit to anyone. One individual responded with composure. The pressing matter at hand is to ascertain what transpired moments ago. Someone has acted upon it. The final voice redirected the conversation. After considerable discourse, they all declared their innocence. However, this raises a perplexing question. If it was not any of the 5 of them, who else possesses the capability to penetrate this space? The group fell into silence. The leaves, merging with the void, yawned and inquired, "What are you all doing? Why have you suddenly fallen silent?" "Perhaps it is that," remarked a man from the northern snowfields. "Strange indeed. Just recently, I ventured into the realm of fate and discovered a small fragment, which abruptly concealed itself within the mists. I noticed that too. This world has given rise to a new star that does not rightfully belong to it. I was asleep, completely unaware." The irritable figure often displayed such temperament. 3 individuals expressed that they had observed some minor anomalies of late. Yet, the fellow from the northern snowfields claimed not to have noticed anything amiss. At that moment, The leaves boldly traversed the snowfields without a hint of concealment, surely sensing something. However, he chose to remain hidden, leaving one to wonder about his intentions. After some time, as no further abnormalities were discerned, they altered their course and departed from the realm of nothingness. Following their departure, the leaves also dissipated their ethereal presence, revealing their true form above the river of time, a wounded old turtle, accompanied by 5 individuals with distinct thoughts. A game, or perhaps a chess match. Oh, congratulations to the contestants. Someone has introduced an unfair advantage. Chapter 38. The immortal slaying sect. The leaves departed from the void, their recent encounter inadvertently leading them to stumble upon a secret of this world. Nevertheless, they resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. Currently, they were still reveling in the delights of Cloud City, intending to discuss matters of illicit advantage when they truly confronted those individuals. There were 3 adorable companions waiting at home. After a while, the leaves returned to their courtyard, having lingered in the void longer than anticipated. Yi Qiniao and the others were seated beneath the willow tree. Upon the return of the leaves, they quickly rose to their feet. So what do you desire? Have you made up your minds? The leaves asked. All right. I want a plethora of spirit stones, a vast heap of them. I want to buy whatever I wish. Yi Xiaoxiao was the first to exclaim, her eyes practically emblazoned with the word money. It's not your turn yet. Qiniao will speak first. The leaves interjected, bypassing her. You're being mischievous, Yi Xiaoxiao replied, pouting as she fell back in line. Qiniao smiled and said, Uncle, I have also made my decision. You may find it amusing, but I do not harbor grand aspirations like cousin Yilong. In truth, I lack significant motivation in my cultivation, were it not for my father's stern demands. I might not even be standing here today. Yi Qiniao candidly expressed her thoughts, unfazed by the possibility of incurring the leaves' displeasure and losing her qualification for the Cloud City battle. After all, this represented their family, without the will to fight. How could one achieve victory? However, such an occurrence was unlikely. Indeed, each person's perspective on life is unique. Your calm demeanor and such thoughts are not surprising. The leaves responded. Humans are creatures of rich emotions and vibrant experiences. If everyone were the same, how would they differ from tools produced in mass? Then, do tell me, what is it that you desire? Yi Suifeng inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qiniao replied, Uncle, my thoughts may seem rather ethereal. If you find them unsatisfactory, I am more than willing to reconsider. Please, go on. Very well. Yi Qiniao took a deep breath and said, I seek a direction. At this utterance, the other 2 were momentarily befuddled. What on earth is this? Yilong, at least, had articulated his childhood dream. Yet here was Yi Qiniao presenting nothing more than a vague concept. Yi Xiaoxiao felt dizzy. Oh dear sister. Are you certain you are not deliberately putting uncle in a difficult position? She could not comprehend it. However, Yi Suifeng grasped Yi Qiniao's sentiment. She possessed a tranquil demeanor and a far-reaching vision, yet she was born into a prominent family, with a father who regarded cultivation as sacred and was exceedingly stringent. From a young age, she was compelled to adhere to her father's wishes, relentlessly cultivating to become stronger, to surpass Yilong, and to conquer all adversaries. For one who abhors conflict, this was an immense psychological torment, making disorientation almost inevitable. Fortunately, Yi Qiniao was still young. Should this continue for several more years, she might risk falling prey to inner demons. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Yet, the quest for one's life direction is something that can only be pursued individually. Qiniao, let me ask you, do you believe I can provide you with a satisfactory direction? Yi Suifeng countered. Yi Qiniao fell silent. Being inherently astute, she understood that what she sought, though seemingly simple, was profoundly challenging. Your future can only be decided by you, Yi Suifeng stated. I can offer you an opportunity to choose, though it may come at a great cost. After considerable contemplation, Yi Qiniao ultimately nodded. I am willing to try. If I continue to drift aimlessly, I may truly disappoint my father. Yi Suifeng nodded in understanding. To some, Yi Qiniao's thoughts might appear naive. But who has not experienced a phase of innocence? Especially when she found herself ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion. Then follow me. With that, Yi Suifeng led Yi Qiniao, and they vanished from the courtyard. When they reappeared, they stood atop a verdant peak. The mountain was lush, yet peculiarly. The adjacent mountains seemed to have been struck by lightning, riddled with deep ravines and scorched earth. Yi Qiniao gazed in astonishment. What transpired here? Uncle, is this the burial ground of great demons? She recalled a tale from folklore. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat. What an unfortunate child. How do you express yourself? This is merely the site of my tribulation. Have you forgotten my earlier words? Do not inquire further, he said sternly. Yi Qiniao promptly fell silent. Though her eyes sparkled with curiosity, Yi Suifeng disregarded her, instead raising his gaze to the heavens. Gradually, a profound aura emanated from him. Moments later, A grand portal materialized in the sky, and a golden light cascaded from within, illuminating Yi Suifeng's shoulders. Behind the door, a magnificent celestial melody resonates, stirring the soul. Oh, we meet again. Indeed, the portal in the sky is the celestial gate that appears after a cultivator transcends tribulation. That beam of light serves as the bridge of ascension. Last time, after Yi Suifeng's tribulation, he chose not to ascend, dispersing the aura of immortality surrounding him, causing the celestial gate to lose its purpose and vanish. This time, however, he actively summoned the celestial gate for something within it. The celestial melody. It is vast and profound, not merely a tune, but the whispers of all sentient beings. It possesses not only the essence of ascension and the power of creation, but also a uniquely extraordinary force, the essence of the mortal realm. After undergoing the trials of the heavens, the celestial gate embodies this power in its most magnificent form. Yi Suifeng needs this essence as a material. Thus, I apologize. But I am not inclined to ascend just yet. With a slight smile, he raised his finger like a sword and decisively struck towards the celestial gate in the sky. The entire world seemed to pause for a moment. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth trembled violently. The colossal celestial gate quivered incessantly, emitting a rumbling sound, as if lamenting its fate. Moments later, the golden radiance upon Yi Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted. Following this tumultuous shaking, the celestial gate plummeted from the sky. A massive shadow loomed over Yi Suifeng's head. Gazing into the distance, he realized that the area obscured by the celestial gate spanned dozens of mountain peaks. Yi Suifeng was astonished, never expecting such a grand entity to be so immense. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao stood utterly bewildered. What is happening? How can there be a door in the sky? How can there be light within it? Such an absurdity, and yet. My uncle merely had to lift a finger to bring it down? Who am I? Where am I? She was completely at a loss. Come. Yi Suifeng extended his palm, and the enormous celestial gate swiftly shrank into a delicate golden door, hovering in his hand. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he whimsically shaped the door, transforming it repeatedly until it lost its distant form. Ultimately, it became a beautiful mirror. I shall name you the Mirror of Mortal Dust. This mirror was crafted primarily from celestial sound, with the celestial gate as a supplementary material harmonized by the laws of the universe. Its primary function is to refine the heart. Once one enters the mirror, it is akin to stepping into another world, experiencing an entirely different life. Yi Suifeng glanced at the dazed Yi Qinyao and gently tapped her to restore her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you, he said. Yi Qinyao studied the mirror before her and earnestly nodded. Very well, let your journey unfold. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not forget who you are. After Yi Suifeng spoke, the surface of the Mirror of Mortal Dust suddenly rippled like water. Subsequently, Yi Qinyao figure gradually faded from view. You must carve your own path. Yi Suifeng sighed, then turned his gaze to the sky. The world had returned to tranquility. In the place where the celestial gate once appeared, only a faint trace of golden hue remained, soon to vanish entirely. It seems I may have gone a bit too far. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulation, then seized the 9-9 thunder tribulation, subsequently teased the celestial gate, and now I have outright severed it. It appears I bear no enmity towards them, do I? Yi Suifeng blinked, then chuckled. Oh well, such things as heaven are meant to be defied. Otherwise, one risks being out of touch with the trends. At worst, once I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall make amends. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of grave dismay. Oh no, I have severed my own celestial gate. How shall I ascend to the celestial realm from now on? Chapter 39. The aggrieved Yi Xiaoxiao with the earthly realm crafted from his own celestial gate in hand, Yi Suifeng returned home with a darkened countenance. This time, it was truly hasty. I inadvertently severed my path to immortality. What now? Am I to find someone who has successfully crossed the tribulation and seized their celestial gate at the moment of their ascension? That doesn't seem entirely honorable. Never mind. Such matters can be addressed later. Yi Suifeng composed himself and reappeared in the courtyard, where only Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian remained. It had taken nearly an entire morning to settle Yi Huang and the others. Reflecting on his efforts on their behalf, he felt quite the burden. Very well. Now it is your turn. Yi Suifeng extended his finger, resting it on Yi Xiaoxiao. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, that finger began to move, veering off to ultimately point at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you may go ahead. Oh, Yi Qian, clearly taken aback to be called first, was the weakest among them. However, he did not shy away from the moment and stepped forward, declaring, Uncle, my choice is to completely follow your guidance. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, noting the distinctiveness of these young individuals, Each had their unique choice. Why? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian quickly responded. I simply wish to grow stronger, but my knowledge and experience are far too shallow. Thus, having you decide is the best choice for me. Yi Suifeng nodded. His decision was not without merit. It may not be the most correct answer, yet it certainly was the most prudent and wise choice. Very well, Yi Suifeng said. Though if I am not mistaken, you wish not only to strengthen yourself, but also to empower those who follow you. Yi Qian smiled sheepishly, not denying the truth. Educating others is no easy task, Yi Suifeng remarked. I am willing to put in the effort, Yi Qian asserted with conviction. Then, let us consider, Yi Suifeng pondered. You must enjoy reading? Indeed. Which book do you favor most? Perhaps the Tao Te Ching, Yi Qian replied. He was lying. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. I heard from cousin Yi Qian that he actually prefers tales of the bizarre, especially those about fox spirits and scholar romances. How embarrassing. As the truth was unveiled. Yi Qian's face flushed instantly, and he murmured, the Tao Te Ching is a work I hold in high regard, and it encompasses more than mere sophistry regarding fox spirits. Such arguments are feeble. Yi Suifeng reached out with a smile. Let me see what you have. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qian obediently retrieved a hefty tome from his storage pouch. It was the Shanhai Tu Lu. Yi Suifeng casually perused its pages and discovered numerous tales of fox spirits, flower sprites, and enchanting demons, yet found them not entirely ludicrous. They could easily pass scrutiny. Moreover, these stories constituted only a small fraction of the book. The majority comprised the strange chronicles of mountains and seas, which narrated extraordinary events and extracted moral lessons from them, thus presenting serious content. Wait a moment, Yi Suifeng remarked, taking a seat at the stone table beneath a willow tree. He then conjured a brush and a blank book from thin air, beginning to write at a remarkable pace. Approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a brand new Shanhai Tu Lu emerged. Yi Suifeng rose and handed both books to Yi Qian. Since you have a fondness for them, delve into them. I trust you shall learn much. Though the extent of your growth ultimately depends on your own efforts, he said with a smile. Yi Qian, puzzled, accepted the tomes. He understood that reading could impart knowledge. But how could it enhance his strength? Was there some unparalleled technique concealed within? He placed the two books side by side. Their covers were identical, showing no signs of alteration, save for Yi Suifeng's calligraphy, which appeared more vigorous and robust than the original. As Yi Qian gazed at the new book, he suddenly noticed the characters for Shanhai beginning to distort. Subsequently, an endless tempest seemed to howl in his ears, accompanied by a faint briny scent that invaded his nostrils. Yi Qian stood frozen, bewildered by the phenomenon. Abruptly, the storm dissipated, and the essence of the ocean vanished. His vision gradually cleared, revealing that it was Yi Suifeng's finger that had obscured the characters on the cover. Reflect upon it further when you return. Yi Suifeng smiled. The version of Shanhai Tu Lu he had painstakingly transcribed was no ordinary tome. It was a product of the fusion of great principles. Each character, each phrase, each tale within contained a distinct realm, a unique path of cultivation. This book was, in essence, a supreme guide to enlightenment. If one were to categorize it by the rank of techniques, it would be deemed an exquisite celestial art, infinitely close to the path of Tao. Alas, time was of the essence, and this was the best he could manage for now. For now, make use of it. I am grateful for your guidance, uncle. Having experienced all that transpired, Yi Qian recognized the book's extraordinary nature. After a respectful bow, he departed the courtyard, leaving behind only Yi Xiaoxiao. It was evident she could hardly contain her eagerness. Uncle, I truly desire spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. Can you grant me this? Yi Xiaoxiao's big eyes blinked as she attempted to charm Yi Suifeng with her cuteness. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Yi Suifeng inquired. I can do anything with them. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Is there anything in this world that spiritual stones cannot accomplish? If so, it must be due to a lack of spiritual stones. Yi Suifeng couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. So do you accept? Yi Xiaoxiao asked, her excitement palpable. No, I must decline. The answer took her by surprise. Why not? You have clearly accepted their requests. Yi Xiaoxiao's face reflected her grievance. Feeling that Yi Suifeng was intentionally targeting her. You are different. They possess a clear understanding of their own paths. What about you? All you do is play. If you can navigate this trial successfully, I may reconsider rewarding you with some spiritual stones, Yi Suifeng stated. Pouting, Yi Xiaoxiao asked, what trial? This. With a snap of his fingers, the environment around them transformed entirely, enveloped in a gray haze. Countless gray insects swarmed around, with the occasional dark silhouette darting past. Where are we? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired in astonishment. The dream void realm, a world that lies between reality and illusion, where you can play to your heart's content. Yi Suifeng had already devised this plan on their journey. Since she loved to play, he would allow her to indulge. After all, sometimes, playing is a skill in itself. But what is there to enjoy here? She questioned. Good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide you with the answer, Yi Suifeng replied with a grin. Your trial is to learn how to play in this realm. Now good luck. With that, he slipped away, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao alone, gazing blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40. A visitor. After considerable effort, he finally settled the 5 new stars at home. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, their future achievements should at least rival those of the prodigies chronicled in the annals of history. Ultimately, how far they can go depends on their individual fortunes. Exiting the dream void realm, Yi Suifeng treated himself to a delightful meal at a roadside stall before returning to his study. Throughout his days in this world, he had spent most of his time within the confines of his study, immersed in martial arts manuals, biographies, geographical observations, and ancient legends. He had begun to form a rough outline of the continent's composition. The continent bore many names, with various regions referred to differently. Yet one name had persisted throughout history, the great universe realm. This world was vast beyond measure, and no one had ever traversed its entirety from one end to the other. Even the legends of the far reaches were merely fragments of tales. Through extensive readings, Yi Suifeng had gathered that the location of Yunxiao City was situated in the northern part of the continent, a region teeming with sects and prominent families. Most areas revolved around a large city at the core, supplemented by numerous smaller towns. An organization known as the Nine-City Alliance was the most formidable power governing this territory, with Sioux City, which managed Yunxiao City, being one of its members. In the northern expanse of the alliance lies a meandering chasm stretching 1,000,000 miles, known as the Qinggu Highlands. Further north, one encounters the northern snowfields. To the east of the alliance, a cluster of small nations exists, perpetually embroiled in warfare, fighting almost daily. Yet, when external forces invade, they unite resolutely to fend off their common adversary. It is said that the linguistic and cultural nuances of that region starkly contrast with those of the Nine Cities Alliance. Yi Suifeng resolved that, in his leisure time, he would certainly explore that area. To the west of the alliance, a vast, desolate, arid land unfolds, sparsely populated yet steeped in mystery. It is rumored that the inhabitants there are particularly fond of wrapping themselves tightly in yellow cloth, revealing only their eyes, a most intriguing sight. Conversely, the southern realm of the Nine Cities Alliance presents a different tableau altogether. The culture there bears a resemblance to that of the Alliance. Yet its organizational structure is entirely inverted. The Alliance centers around cities, governed by powerful clans that wield authority over the city-states, while sects hold a relatively minor position within the Alliance. Take Yunxiao City, for instance. Despite the presence of several sects in its vicinity, the most prominent leader merely possesses the foundational cultivation stage. In the southern territories, however, the balance shifts dramatically, with sects and clans inversely proportioned. The epicenter is comprised of various formidable sects nestled within the Spirit Mountains. Clans and states, along with all forms of power and governance, are fundamentally subordinate to these sections. When disciples of the sect venture forth, it is akin to a prince from a grand empire making an appearance, their prestige overwhelming. Yi Suifeng silently vowed to traverse these lands when time permitted. Having arrived in the Daiyu realm, it would be a shame not to explore every corner. Through literature, he had gleaned a rough understanding of the organizational framework of the Daiyu realm. Additionally, by perusing diverse cultivation texts, Yi Suifeng had deepened his comprehension of the realm's cultivation system. One could say he had fully grasped the essence of the techniques. Any method, upon a single reading, could be mastered instantaneously, and he could even modify them to create more potent formulas. Indeed, he possessed such remarkable prowess. Maintaining his composure, Yi Suifeng quelled his pride and prepared to refine the yuanshi technique further. Through experiments conducted with 4 of Feng Zhi's little white mice, he uncovered several nuances that required adjustment. However, this time, the process would not take 2 months nor necessitate a complete seclusion. In just 3 days, he successfully revamped the new technique, imparting it to Feng Zhi and his companions through a process of enlightenment. They did not disappoint his expectations. Within days, they each broke through to the second major realm of the yuanshi technique, the Danfu realm, akin to the traditional cultivation stage of qi transformation. The essence of this realm lies within the dantian, but the yuanshi technique is characterized by its greater dominance and versatility. To commend their diligence, Yi Suifeng, in a moment of joy, bestowed upon them a set of swordsmanship, the heavenly grade lower-tier martial art, Zhu Xian Sword Array. Slay the Celestials, vanquish the Celestials, ensnare the Celestials, obliterate the Celestials. Once mastery is achieved, one may slay celestial beings. Of course, this is merely a counterfeit version. The true slaying immortal's sword array could never be executed in this world. Nevertheless, even this imitation constitutes a formidable art of magic. Yi Suifeng imparts such a level of swordsmanship not only as a form of praise, but also for the sake of Yi Huang. After all, Feng Zhi and his companions now serve as Yi Huang's guardians and training partners. The stronger their abilities, the more effectively they can refine Yi Huang's skills. My dear daughter, do not blame me. I am doing this for your own good, Yi Suifeng declared with a mischievous grin. After a few days of breakthroughs for Feng Zhi and his companions, the family finally received long-awaited good news. Yi Suiyun and Yi Suibao, two key members of the clan, had finally reached the nascent soul stage. A few months prior, Yi Suifeng had advised them to diligently cultivate and not to lag behind in their cultivation levels, even setting a goal for them to achieve a breakthrough within a month. However, reality often proves contrary to one's desires. With the recent surge in family activities, the important members were consistently occupied from dawn until dusk, leaving little time for focused cultivation. Fortunately, they had kept this matter at the forefront of their minds. The breakthroughs of Suiyun and Suibao undoubtedly provided a sense of reassurance to the other clan members. After all, Yi Suifeng's strength was generally unseen, while these two interacted with them daily, excluding Yi Suifeng. The mere presence of these two nascent soul cultivators would render the Yi family no longer fearful of the Li and Tang families. However, after deliberation, they decided to withhold this information for the time being, awaiting a more opportune moment. Yi Suifeng had no objections. Their happiness was what mattered. As time flowed gently by, the 10 days leading up to the battle in Yunxiao City arrived swiftly, and the Yi family unexpectedly welcomed a familiar guest, Gu Wanqing. Chapter 41. A gesture of goodwill. Yi family head, you are becoming increasingly handsome, Gu Wanqing exclaimed. Haha, I do appreciate your humble flattery. Please, have a seat. In the family's reception room, Yi Suifeng and Gu Wanqing sat side by side, as several maidservants presented fragrant tea. I speak with sincerity, Gu Wanqing smiled. I feel as though each time we meet, you appear a touch more youthful. Perhaps it is merely my illusion, or have you recently encountered some joyful event? Yi Suifeng smirked and shook his head. What joyful event could there be? I have an abundance of spirit stones, yet I am plagued by worries over how to spend them. Gu Wanqing chuckled. Yi family head, your words truly insult my profession. With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Yi Suifeng picked up the ring and examined its contents. Once again, it was filled with a wealth of cultivation resources, notably of even higher quality than the last time, with no fewer than 8 items rated above celestial grade. Techniques, materials, sacred herbs, and spirit tools were all present in a delightful array. A price list had also been prepared, but Yi Suifeng bypassed the detailed inventory, directing his gaze at the total amount, 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. This price, it can be said without exaggeration, is sufficient to purchase several cities akin to Cloud City. The storage bag, please. Yi Suifeng, without any hesitation, requested an exceptionally large storage bag from Gu Wanqing, into which he deposited a staggering 32 trillion spirit stones all at once. Even after witnessing such scenes multiple times, Gu Wanqing could not help but marvel. Just how many spirit stones does he possess? Has he secretly unearthed a rich vein of spirit stones? In truth, the higher-ups at Wanbao Pavilion had conducted extensive analyses regarding this superlative client, yet they remained unable to ascertain the origins of his wealth. The only plausible explanation was that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a secret realm, where a high-grade vein of spirit stones lay hidden. However, such a possibility seemed utterly ludicrous. Ultimately, Wanbao Pavilion decided to cease their investigations. High-value clients are rare, and they did not wish to provoke Yi Suifeng out of mere curiosity, thereby jeopardizing their collaboration. Suddenly, Gu Wanqing recalled something. Ah, yes, the head of the Yi family, she said. Due to the staggering amounts involved in our transactions, the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion have asked me to inquire whether it would be possible to conduct our dealings using medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones instead. Of course, if that is not feasible, it is entirely acceptable. It is merely for convenience. Each transaction involves hundreds of trillions, and merely tallying them requires personnel at the out-of-body stage or higher. If we were to use high-grade spirit stones, the quantity needed would diminish by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable even for those at the golden core stage. Well, let me exhaust my low-grade spirit stones first, Yi Suifeng replied. That would be splendid. Gu Wanqing nodded enthusiastically. Each time they transacted, they utilized low-grade spirit stones, and she was confident that Yi Suifeng's reserves would not be excessively vast. A few more transactions should suffice. Yi Suifeng sipped his tea, gazing at Gu Wanqing, unsure of the reason behind her mirth. By the way, may I pose a question? I have observed that Wanbao Pavilion is, relatively speaking, a rather pure commercial organization. Am I correct? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxi nodded. Indeed, the foremost tenet of Wanbao Pavilion is to maintain neutrality at all costs, never involving ourselves in the conflicts of other factions. Our sole interest lies in spirit stones. Then I find myself curious, Yi Suifeng continued. If you do not engage in battles, what purpose do you have for such a vast quantity of spirit stones? This inquiry indeed perplexed Yi Suifeng. Wanbao Pavilion is immensely large, and its presence can be felt in nearly every corner. The staggering volume of spirit stones that flow through such a formidable organization is undeniably astronomical. Thus, the question arises, where do the spirit stones they earn ultimately go? And what are they used for? This is a matter of great concern for Yi Suifeng, as he currently faces a similar dilemma. Money that remains in one's wallet is merely a number. Only the money that is spent holds true value. In response to Yi Suifeng's question, Gu Wanxin appeared momentarily stumped. Head of the Yi family, I haven't truly contemplated that. However, regardless of the means by which we acquire spirit stones, is it not all for the purpose of spending? Yi Suifeng gently shook his head. Indeed, the question of how to spend money may seem rather ludicrous at first glance. However, once the sum of money surpasses a certain threshold, one may find themselves grappling with the dilemma of expenditure. It can be quite a perplexing situation. Utilizing all funds to acquire resources may evoke a sense of triviality. Perhaps I could inquire further on your behalf. I recall there are indeed some rather extraordinary items that demand a considerable amount of spirit stones, Gu Wanxin suggested. Very well, I entrust this task to you. It is truly an honor. Gu Wanxin accepted the responsibility. After a brief pause, she added, Master Yi, in addition to our transaction today, I bring you a piece of news. Oh, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, extending his hand for the storage bag. Gu Wanxin was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No, this is complimentary. She felt a surge of sweat forming. It seemed you truly had an excess of funds. This concerns the Li and Tang families, Gu Wanxin declared. Yi Suifeng nodded, indicating for her to proceed. Well, Gu Wanxin leaned closer, speaking softly. Master Yi, in 10 days, the biennial grand event of Yunxiao City will commence, known as the Battle of Yunxiao City. The list of participants from the 3 major families was released a few days ago. You are undoubtedly aware of the contestants from the Li and Tang families? Yi Suifeng's demeanor became grave. He was unaware that Sui Yun had brought the list a few days prior and left it on the desk. He had simply neglected to review it. However, as the head of the Yi family, not knowing who the adversaries were seemed rather foolish. Why was Gu Wanxin suddenly bringing this up? Yi Suifeng's expression shifted, unsure of how to respond. Yet, in Gu Wanxin's eyes, there was a different perspective. It appeared that Master Yi had already heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, having broken through to the 8th level of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, the Tang family's prodigy, Tang Xiaoqing, has astonishingly advanced 4 levels in just 3 months, now reaching the 10th level of Qi transformation. Yi Suifeng nodded gravely, acknowledging that he had indeed been unaware until now. What are you implying? He inquired, perplexed by Gu Wanxin's emphasis. Gu Wanxin leaned closer once more, whispering, Master Yi, their cultivation levels are not merely as rumored. The Li and Tang families have seemingly gone to great lengths, investing vast resources into their respective participants. The scale of investment is akin to nurturing a golden core stage cultivator. I suspect that this time, either the Battle of Yunxiao City holds extraordinary significance, or they are entirely targeting your Yi family. Thus, Gu Wanxin produced a delicate jade slip, placing it on the table. Due to my position, I have managed to glean some information about those 10 individuals, she remarked, gazing at Yi Suifeng with a knowing smile. Yi Suifeng smiled slightly, picking up the jade slip. So that is how it is. Gu Wanxin was indeed attempting to curry favor with him. Did you not just say that Wanbao Pavilion refrains from intervening in the disputes of other factions? Yi Suifeng remarked with an amused smile. Haha, how can you say that? Gu Wanxin chuckled, saying, between friends, there is no such thing as meddling, wouldn't you agree? Yi Suifeng gently nodded, accepting Gu Wanxin's goodwill. After completing their exchange, Gu Wanxin departed with a satisfied heart. Yi Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, twirled it a few times, and then discarded it into the nearby trash bin. The Yi family had long since outgrown such traditional methods of conflict. Chapter 42. Emerging from seclusion as the date of the battle at Yunxiao City approached, the city itself grew increasingly lively. Many young talents from other cities came to witness this grand event, held once every 2 years, and to gauge their own prowess against that of others. Li Qi is truly remarkable. Having just turned 18, he has already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In our Haiyan City, he would surely rank among the top, exclaimed a dark-skinned youth from Haiyan City. Uff, he is just a product of some backwater. While the 8th level of Qi transformation is commendable, He wouldn't even be in the running for the top position in our Huangye city, retorted a noble young lady from Huangye city, her expression dripping with disdain, as though she were encountering a rustic. However, Huangye city indeed boasted the most prosperity and strength among the cities governed by Su city, giving it the audacity to look down upon others. What about the young master Tang Xiaoqing? At 17, he is at the 10th level of Qi transformation. How does he fare in Huangye city? Someone from Yunxiao city inquired, seeking to reclaim dignity with Tang Xiaoqing's brilliance. Yet the young lady merely scoffed. Let me say this. In Huangye city, there are at least 5 individuals who broke through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16. Silence fell over the crowd. 16 years old and at the foundation establishment stage. What an extraordinary genius. No wonder Huangye city was hailed as the closest rival to Su city. Yunxiao city and Haishi city still had a considerable gap to bridge. At this juncture, the noble young lady spoke again. Aren't there 3 prominent families? Why have I only heard of the Li and Tang families? What of the prodigies from the other family? She had come to enjoy the festivities and happened to pass through Yunxiao city, deciding to partake in the biannual celebration. Yet, the news over the past few days had solely focused on the young talents from the Li and Tang families, with little mention of the 3rd family. That would be the Yi family, the weakest of the 3 prominent families. If the Li and Tang families cannot compare to the families of Huangye city, then the Yi family stands even less chance, someone remarked. How absurd. Our Phoenix Fairy, the Rumor Fairy, and Lord Long are still in seclusion. When they emerge, they will surely knock Huangye city to the ground. A newly joined cultivator from the Yi family retorted loudly. Huh. With only 3 days until the battle at Yunxiao city, they remain in seclusion? Are they planning to emerge only after the event concludes? Indeed, tomorrow is the Drunken Dream Gathering. If the Yi family members have yet to arrive, I suspect they are preparing to forfeit. The Drunken Dream Gathering was a grand assembly for the young talents prior to the battle at Yunxiao city. The gathering, hosted by the Dreaming Pavilion, was designed to facilitate an early encounter among the youth of the 3 prominent families, igniting a spark for the impending cloud battle. The Phoenix Fairy and her companions would undoubtedly return. A member of the Yi family, after uttering a harsh remark, swiftly departed, eliciting hearty laughter from others present. However, a regal young lady from Huangye city displayed a keen interest. The Phoenix Fairy and the Rumor Fairy. Clearly, the female cultivators of the Yi family are notably exceptional. Perhaps, in the future, one might discover a suitable consort among them. How fortunate for you all. The discussions regarding the Yi family's combatants in Cloud City grew increasingly fervent. Sui Yun personally visited Yi Suifeng multiple times to inquire about the current status and cultivation levels of several individuals, much to Yi Suifeng's annoyance. Deciding it was time to assess their progress, he resolved to see what they had achieved. With that thought, Yi Suifeng's figure vanished from his study. He first arrived at the 9 heavens, where he beheld Yi Huang still immersed in her cultivation within a bubble. Surrounding the bubble were the ever-changing hues of celestial light, each ray containing boundless formidable power and intricate rules. These rays gradually permeated the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that spiraled around Yi Huang's form. At that moment, Yi Huang exhibited a solemn demeanor, her eyes firmly shut. Flecks of purple mist were slowly inhaled into her body, indicating her fondness for the color purple. The 7 types of celestial light each harbored distinct energies, with purple representing destruction. As Yi Huang continuously absorbed the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered on her forehead. Indeed, she had begun to establish a connection with the path of destruction. It seemed prudent to nurture her temperament, lest she inadvertently unleash chaos upon Cloud City in a fit of rage. Yi Suifeng smiled, recognizing the terrifying nature of the path of destruction. Its potency was unparalleled, standing atop the hierarchy of all offensive techniques. Even the most exquisite heavenly-grade techniques paled in comparison. Her progression from the 3rd to the 7th level of Qi transformation unfolded more slowly than anticipated, suggesting that her recent focus had predominantly been on the path of destruction. In just a month, Yi Huang had made a remarkable leap in her cultivation. However, this leap was merely a byproduct of the purple mist's inherent effects. Had she dedicated herself solely to enhancing her cultivation, she likely would have already reached the foundation establishment stage. Nonetheless, she was more than capable of effortlessly defeating opponents of equal standing. With a flash, Yi Suifeng appeared before Yi Huang and gently roused her from her trance. As she opened her eyes, the purple petals on her forehead gradually faded, leaving behind only the faintest trace. "Father!" Yi Huang exclaimed, rising with joy to face her father. Having witnessed the pinnacle of power in this world, she now exuded a tempered demeanor, far more composed than she had been a month prior. "It is time," Yi Suifeng announced. "Shall we conclude our cultivation here?" Yi Huang's expression turned wistful. She was acutely aware of how significantly her time spent here had contributed to her growth. What are you thinking? Yi Suifeng could not help but smile as he presented her with a multicolored floral ribbon. Since you cherish it, this shall be your exclusive training chamber. This ribbon serves as a key. Simply recite it in your heart, and you may return here once more, he explained. The effort he had invested was certainly not meant to be ephemeral, for he had long prepared this key in advance. Thank you, father, Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully, instinctively wanting to leap into Yi Suifeng's embrace as she once did, but ultimately refrained. The 6 months of training had indeed fostered her growth. She understood that to achieve true independence, she must not cling to the warmth of her father's arms. Yi Suifeng sighed softly and stepped forward to embrace Yi Huang. Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Forge ahead boldly. I shall always watch over you. Yi Huang buried her head against his chest and nodded gently. After a moment, they parted ways. Yi Suifeng then retrieved a light purple velvet robe adorned with a golden-red phoenix and draped it over her shoulders. Now, go forth and carve out your own path. Chapter 43. Aspirations in the Void. An expansive and boundless river of time flowed from the ancient past into an endless future. Suspended in midair was a grand arena constructed entirely of dark blue-black stone. Within the arena, 2 figures clad in white were locked in a fierce battle. Both wielded long spears, and with each clash, the impact resonated powerfully. With a resounding thud, one fighter was struck fiercely and sent sprawling backward. He crouched down, struggling to regain his footing, crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. I told you, you could never be my opponent. Surrender, Bu Feishue stated coolly as he stood, spear in hand. Ever since he had inexplicably arrived in this place a month prior, he had been engaged in combat with this young man. The lad exhibited considerable talent and had grown rapidly during their encounters. Unfortunately, their strengths remained on entirely different levels. I have already declared that I will never give up. Yi Long wiped the blood from his mouth, rose to his feet, his gaze resolute and his spirit unyielding. Let us continue the fight, he bellowed, ready to charge once more. However, a radiant light immobilized him. Yi Suifeng descended slowly before him. Uncle? Yi Long queried, slightly perplexed, then realized that the time must have come to an end. It seems you have made significant progress, Yi Suifeng observed, taking in the transformation of Yi Long over the past month. His advancement was even more remarkable than that of Yi Huang. Initially at the 5th level of Qi transformation, he had now ascended to the 8th level. More crucially, he now resembled a divine spear, exuding an aura of indomitable fighting spirit. It appeared that Yi Suifeng's earlier concerns had been unwarranted. Uncle, may I have a bit more time? I am on the verge of success, Yi Long implored eagerly. Fearing that this time he might not return, Yi Suifeng smiled and produced a small token, handing it to Yi Long. Do not be so hasty. Progress gradually will suffice. This is the key to entering the eternal arena, and henceforth, you may return to cultivate at your leisure. Yi Long trembled as he accepted the token, his entire being electrified at the thought of battling against so many legendary figures of antiquity. Thank you, uncle. Yi Suifeng nodded, saying, let us depart. As he spoke, he glanced at Bu Feishue beside him, raising his hand in preparation to seal him once more. Senior, Bu Feishue called out urgently. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow and halted. Bu Feishue exhaled with relief and continued. If I am not mistaken, this place serves as your training ground for disciples, does it not? Noting Yi Suifeng's silence as acquiescence, he pressed on. Your methods are truly celestial, leaving me in awe. Yi Suifeng replied coolly, skip the pleasantries. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Bu Feishue cleared his throat twice. Senior, I merely wish to inquire when you might allow me to return home. He had been inexplicably brought to this place to accompany a foolish young lad in his training, and despite his pride, he could not deny his frustration. Yet, for a month, each time he awoke, he sought a way to escape, only to realize he had discovered nothing. Gradually, Bu Feishue came to understand that the creator of this arena possessed powers far beyond his imagination. His only means of departure lay with him. You cannot go back. However, Yi Suifeng offered an answer he found intolerable. Bu Feishue's face darkened instantly. Senior, is this not a bit excessive? Do you not fear the consequences of imprisoning another at your whim? Yi Suifeng chuckled. Ah, so you understand consequences. Indeed. Bu Feishue retorted with a scoff. I have perused an ancient tome that states, those of great fortune bear immense karmic ties. Forcibly interfering with them could spell disaster, even for mighty beings. Moreover, I must inform you that I am not without support. He threatened coldly. Yet he was not entirely incorrect. The higher one's cultivation, the more entangled the karmic threads. The terror that lies within these ties is profound. Thus, those who wield the power to govern the cosmos often remain in the shadows, maneuvering through pawns to orchestrate their designs upon the world. Bu Feishue indeed possessed considerable knowledge, Yet he had misjudged this time. Yi Suifeng spoke slowly. I care not for who stands behind you. My refusal to release you will not attract karmic repercussions. It is your release that would invite such entanglements. Since you grasp the principles of karma, you should comprehend the implications of my words. Bu Feishue furrowed his brow, while Yilong, too, remained perplexed. Suddenly, Bu Feishue's expression shifted dramatically, retreating 2 steps, as if on the verge of collapsing. He pointed at Yi Suifeng, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Suifeng nodded gently. Indeed, you have already perished. I have merely extracted your memories and cultivation, reshaping another version of you within this eternal arena. Should you exit the arena, chaos will ensue. Do you understand? The individual behind you has already forsaken you. Bu Feishue's visage was fraught with panic. He could scarcely fathom that he had indeed perished. Yi Suifeng observed him in silence. In truth, such words ought not to have been uttered to Bu Feishue, for they bore little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. Yet, expressing them bore no consequence. Erasing this memory forcibly would suffice. Yi Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Senior, a hoarse voice emerged. Could you grant me a favor? If possible, in the days to come, I shall strive with all my might to assist your disciple in transforming into a true paragon of the world. Bu Feishue's gaze was fixed as he spoke. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng nodded. Speak, he said, wishing to discern what a departed soul yearned for most. Bu Feishue lifted his head, his eyes brimming with nostalgia, and murmured, I wish to taste the soil of my homeland. May I? Both Yi Suifeng and Yilong were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a request from Bu Feishue. I had assumed your desire would be tied to Shui Yen'er, Yi Suifeng remarked. Shui Yen'er is but a woman. She is not worthy of such lingering affection, Bu Feishue replied. Yet, in a fit of rage, you annihilated an ancient sect for her sake. Yilong exclaimed. The Chongshao sect? Bu Feishue chuckled softly. If they killed my beloved, do you expect me to spare them? Yilong's face was one of disbelief. Was reality truly so? There were no chivalrous hearts nor poignant love stories. The downfall of the Chongshao sect was merely a consequence of provoking those who ought not to have been crossed. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Yi Suifeng declared. This task is but a trifling matter. Primarily, he found Bu Feishue to be quite intriguing. Thank you, senior. Bu Feishue expressed his gratitude deeply. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, casting him into a deep slumber. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, and he and Yilong vanished from sight. On their return journey, Yi Suifeng noticed Yilong's taciturn demeanor and inquired with a smile, What is the matter? Is the shattering of your idol's image difficult for you to accept? Yilong scratched his head. It is somewhat surprising. However, it is not something I cannot accept. I only care for his strength and whether I can surpass him. Yi Suifeng nodded. In truth, individuals like Bu Feishue possess unwavering resolve and a life of brilliance. If he could remain by your side, it would greatly benefit your future endeavors. Yilong responded with an affirmative grunt. Suddenly, he looked up, astonished, and gazed at Yi Suifeng. Uncle, do you mean to? Yi Suifeng smiled faintly, remaining silent. Was it not merely a matter of reviving the deceased? Was it not the work of a hidden hand? Was it not the path of cause and effect? As long as he wished it, no one could stand in his way. Chapter 44. The 5 from the Yi family. Yi Huang and Yilong were personally brought back by Yi Suifeng. Yi Qiniao need not venture out. She resided within the red dust mirror. In the courtyard, Yi Suifeng produced the red dust mirror and gently tapped its surface. A beam of light flashed, and Yi Qiniao's figure gradually materialized in the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had yet to fully return from her arduous trials. After a considerable time, clarity gradually returned to her. Uncle, Yi Qiniao spoke softly. Have you found your direction? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qiniao remained silent, merely nodding gently. She stood there, serene as an ethereal being. Her bright eyes, strikingly clear yet unfathomably deep, resembled an ancient well, calm and undisturbed. It was evident that she had undergone a complete transformation. Uncle, I feel the need to further pursue my studies in that place, Yi Qiniao declared. She was the first to proactively express her desire to continue her cultivation. Is your direction still unclear? Yi Suifeng asked with keen interest. No, Yi Qiniao replied. I understood my future path in the first layer of time. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time. Oh, Yi Suifeng responded, taken aback. The mortal realm comprises 3 layers of time. In the first layer, a single day equates to a year. Initially, Yi Suifeng intended for her to cultivate for a month in the first layer, which would amount to 30 full years, sufficient time to discover her path. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Qiniao sought more than that. In the second layer of time, a day equals 10 years. Uncle, I wish to enter, to complete my mortal melody. As she spoke, Yi Qiniao extended her delicate fingers. A phantom of an ancient zither gradually materialized before her. As she gently plucked the strings, an enchanting melody filled the entire courtyard. The willow trees above them suddenly swayed gently, as if stirred by an unseen breeze, harmonizing with the music. A single willow leaf fell upon Yi Qingyao's shoulder. Once yellowed, it began to turn green again under the influence of her melody, ultimately bursting forth with vitality. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Qingyao. Her cultivation surged dramatically, instantly breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. This momentum did not cease. She ascended to the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. It was not until she reached the 12th layer of Qi transformation that she gradually came to a halt, retracting her energy. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Suifeng nodded with a smile. He refrained from inquiring about the direction Yi Qingyao had discovered. Such a notion was inherently elusive. Finding one's true heart was of paramount importance. The mortal mirror possesses numerous functions. Ponder it well after your return. Yi Suifeng presented the mortal mirror to Yi Qingyao, which had been prepared especially for her. I must remind you, do not hastily enter the 3rd layer of time unless you are fully prepared. A moment's carelessness could lead to disorientation within. Yi Qingyao nodded. Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware. That will suffice. Yi Suifeng waved his hand. Return and take time to consolidate your thoughts. Prepare for the battle in 3 days. After sending her away, Yi Suifeng contemplated for a moment before vanishing from sight. He subsequently appeared in a realm of gray space, the dream void. He wondered how little Yi Xiaoxiao was faring in this place. Yi Suifeng murmured softly, as his gaze scanned the surroundings, only to find no trace of Yi Xiaoxiao. Instead, countless gray worms writhed endlessly within the expanse. Suddenly, a cerulean halo materialized behind Yi Suifeng. A slender hand, clutching a vibrant dagger, emerged from the luminescent circle, aiming for his back. With a crisp clang, the colorful dagger shattered upon contact with Yi Suifeng's body. The little hand, seemingly startled, quickly withdrew, causing the blue halo to shrink and vanish instantaneously. Yet, at that very moment, another halo appeared above Yi Suifeng's head. A brick, emblazoned with the visage of a pig, hurtled towards his face with great force. Yi Suifeng shook his head, grasped the small hand, and discarded the brick, saying, "Enough of this game." With a petulant sound echoing, the blue halo expanded, gradually enveloping Yi Suifeng entirely. The surroundings transformed dramatically. He found himself in a peculiar realm. The flowers and grasses beneath his feet were made of candy, and the nearby stream exuded a rich, aromatic juice. Before him stood a quaint room constructed entirely of pastries. Beneath a colossal gardenia, Yi Xiaoxiao swung languidly on a swing, while round, plump little rabbits frolicked beneath her feet, their antics endearing. In Yi Suifeng's grip was an exceedingly comical monkey. Eek! Yi Suifeng tossed the monkey aside and approached Yi Xiaoxiao with a smile, remarking, "Very impressive. It seems you've grasped the art of play." Dream Void Realm. A space suspended between illusion and reality, where one could conjure anything their heart desired. Clearly, Yi Xiaoxiao had made significant progress. "Humph, big liar," she retorted, turning her head defiantly at Yi Suifeng's praise. He chuckled at her response. Having spent a month in this realm, Yi Xiaoxiao had undergone a transformation. Her twin ponytails had blossomed into a cascade of lush, blue-violet hair, nearly reaching her body, with gentle waves that swayed with the swing. A hint of gemstone blue adorned her lips, lending her an alluring air. "Once we step out, I shall grant you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money," Yi Suifeng declared with a grin. Clearly, she was still dreaming of spirit stones. Yet, having promised her, he would not retract his word. Yi Xiaoxiao tumbled from the swing, looking up at Yi Suifeng with wide eyes. "How much?" 100 million. With a sudden leap, Yi Xiaoxiao embraced Yi Suifeng, exclaiming, "Uncle, you're so handsome. I adore you." Yi Suifeng emotionlessly pushed her away. "Enough of that. Just moments ago, you wished to strike me with a brick." "Hee, I was only playing. That was made of candy." Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. "All right," Yi Suifeng replied, rolling his eyes. "The Battle of Yunxiao City is about to commence, so gather your strength. I have rewards to offer. Piece of cake. I'll sneak into the Li family's storeroom and see how they fare in battle. And as for that annoying Tang Yingying, if I encounter her, I shall strip her of her trousers and see how she boasts then." Yi Xiaoxiao rambled on with a flurry of her grand plans. Yi Suifeng rested his hand upon his forehead, suddenly regretting his decision to allow her entry into the Dream Void realm. It seemed he had inadvertently nurtured a chaotic force. Upon returning home, Yi Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian had transformed into a scholarly figure. Moreover, the tome Shan Hai Tu Lu, penned by Yi Suifeng himself, had significantly enhanced Yi Qian's abilities. His cultivation had ascended to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang stood at the 7th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Long at the 8th, Yi Qiniao had attained the 12th layer, reaching complete perfection, and Yi Xiaoxiao remained at the 7th layer. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family had officially emerged from their seclusion. A tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 45. The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden, an expansive amusement park constructed by the Drunken Dream Tower, occupies a central position in Yunxiao City. On ordinary days, the garden is frequented exclusively by individuals of high status and formidable cultivation. However, during significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a wider audience. For instance, the biennial battle of Yunxiao City. 3 days prior to the combat, countless young prodigies are granted access to the Drunken Dream Garden, a practice that has evolved into a tradition known as the Drunken Dream Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Drunken Dream Gathering. A throng of youthful cultivators surged into the garden, eager to catch a glimpse of the esteemed offspring from the 3 prominent families, hoping to forge connections with them. Anticipating such a scenario, the organizers of the garden had long prepared. To ensure that distinguished guests were undisturbed, they divided the Drunken Dream Garden into 2 distinct areas. The outer layer was designated for ordinary cultivators, while the inner layer was reserved for those of noble lineage or those who had gained some renown, including exceptional talents from afar. Among them were a dark-skinned youth from Haishi City and a haughty young woman from Huangya City, each accompanied by friends and attendants, who occupied separate pavilions, indulging in their leisure. Suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air. The Li family has arrived. Onlookers turned to see several young cultivators strolling in. At the forefront was a commanding figure, unmistakably distinguished, Li Qi. Alongside him were Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Xueping. All 4 combatants from the Li family were present. Save for Li Xinga. Recognition dawned upon some, as the 3 prominent families had announced their rosters days prior, a customary practice to generate anticipation and assert their familial influence. The 15 competitors were already well known to the crowd. As the Li family approached their prepared pavilion, a voice rang out. Good heavens, Li Qi exudes an overwhelming presence. He must have encountered some fortuitous event. The dark-skinned youth from Haishi City nodded gravely, indeed sensing considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. In contrast, the young woman from Huangya City merely cast a fleeting glance before disdainfully turning away. Not even close, she remarked without hesitation. Some cultivators from Yunxiao City felt a surge of indignation, yet they found themselves unable to counter the truth. Huangya City was undeniably superior. Look, the Tang family has arrived. That is Tang Xiaoqing. Moments later, another voice rang out, seemingly directed at the young lady from Huangya City, successfully capturing her attention. The Tang family's entourage consisted of 5 combatants, led by a slightly round-faced youth of modest height, holding a folding fan and wearing a warm smile. The other 4 were Tang Yin, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying, 3 males and 2 females in total. Our Tang Xiaoqing is a prodigious talent at the 10th level of Qi transformation, someone deliberately remarked to the Huangya City girl. Humph, nothing remarkable, she retorted. Yet such prowess failed to sway her. However, no one anticipated that after taking their seats, Tang Xiaoqing would boldly approach the young lady. Several young male cultivators standing by her side quickly stepped forward to interpose themselves between the 2. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to extend a greeting, Tang Xiaoqing said nonchalantly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. If I am not mistaken, you must be the little princess of the Nie family from Huangya City, Nie Xiaoying. Am I right? You know me? Nie Xiaoying arched an eyebrow. I have merely heard of you, Tang Xiaoqing replied with a smile. Half a year ago, I had the fortune of encountering your sister, Nie Fangfei, and I have since been hoping for another opportunity to meet. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoying narrowed her eyes. You wish to pursue my sister? No, I merely dream on. A mocking smile adorned Nie Xiaoying's face. Do you have any idea how many suitors are lined up for her in Huangya City? Among them are outstanding talents who have broken through to foundation establishment before the age of 18. What makes you significant? In the face of Nie Xiaoying's blatant derision, Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth, yet ultimately only shook his head with a smile. We are merely friends. You may remind her when you return that she still owes me a drink. With those words, Tang Xiaoqing offered a respectful gesture and departed. Nie Xiaoying scoffed, her expression brimming with pride. This scene only heightened the discontent among the cultivators from Yunxiao City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not gain the regard of this young girl from Huangya City? Who then could? What of the Yi family? Why had they not yet arrived? Even if they did, what difference would it make? If Li Tang could not prevail, could they possibly reclaim their honor? Indeed, perhaps the earlier rumors held truth. The Yi family might be abandoning their participation in this battle for Yunxiao City. The crowd engaged in fervent debate. Just then, a group entered slowly. They have come, they have come. Yet, why were there only 2? Yi Huang and Yi Long walked ahead, followed by a throng of their own followers. They casually selected a pavilion to settle in, while others murmured amongst themselves. This was the Drunken Dream Assembly, a segment where families competed for influence. How could the Yi family send only 2 representatives? Where's Fairy Yao? I have come here for her. Side 1. I had hoped to rely on the Yi family to regain our standing, but now it seems all is lost. Nie Xiaoyin wore a look of profound disappointment. Her purpose for visiting today was to observe the 3 young ladies of the Yi family, to discern if they possessed the qualities worthy of becoming her attendants. However, only one had appeared, and aside from her attractive visage, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. It was truly disheartening. The reactions of those around them did not escape the notice of Yi Huang, and Yi Huang shook her head, remarking, Qin Yao is indeed wise. She wisely avoided such a spectacle long ago. Is it not akin to being a rare beast on display for all to gawk at? Yi Long chuckled lightly. You shall grow accustomed to it. Individuals like us frequently encounter similar situations. The title of young talent is both a mark of honor and a form of shackles. Yi Huang nodded in agreement. As the Tianluan Hall gained prominence, she too had begun to understand this sentiment, albeit she was still not entirely comfortable with it. Sister Qin Yao has undergone such a remarkable transformation. She seems to have suddenly become an elder sister figure, Yi Huang remarked. Xiao Xiao too, when I saw her yesterday. She startled me. She resembled a little sprite. Is she planning to steal your sword? Yi Long joked. I encountered her as well. She attempted to abscond with the spear that my uncle just gifted me, but I managed to catch her in the act. After a month of rigorous training, everyone had changed significantly. Take you for example. I find it increasingly difficult to discern you. Yi Huang smiled. Likewise, they shared a knowing glance and clinked their cups together. Suddenly, Yi Long was astonished to discover that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. Within the Yi family, particularly among the core disciples, wine was strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and excess among the family's elite. Cousin, this was sent by your father. Yi Huang gently sipped, savoring its fragrance. He said I have grown up. I envy you. Yi Long sighed, glancing at his cup of tea, which suddenly seemed less appealing. Yet, a beautifully crafted wine jug was pushed towards him. Father said we have all matured. Yi Huang smiled. Yi Long shared a knowing smile, emptied his cup of tea, and filled it with wine, raising it again to clink with Yi Huang. The exquisite wine flowed down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. This was an exceptional spirit. Yi Long felt a jolt of surprise, but soon realized that gifts from his uncle could never be ordinary. By the way, Brother Long, after finishing her drink, Yi Huang inquired, what exactly is the purpose of this drunken dream gathering? Are we merely to sit here idly? Yi Long burped contentedly, reluctantly setting down his cup. Certainly not. Each drunken dream gathering is essentially a display of the influence wielded by various families. How is this influence demonstrated? It varies each time. Yi Long pondered briefly before continuing. Sometimes it involves a contest of wealth, other times it showcases treasures or the capabilities of one's followers. We shall see how they choose to present themselves. Yi Huang pouted. How dull. It sounds like a child's game. Yi Long laughed. Who says it isn't? Yet, this is what everyone enjoys. We have no choice but to wait. At that moment, a young cultivator unexpectedly approached the pavilion where the Yi family members were gathered. Feng Zhi dutifully obstructed his path. What business do you have? Feng Zhi inquired. However, the young man, with an air of arrogance, completely disregarded Feng Zhi. Gazing upwards as he spoke, you must be Yi Huang of the Yi family. My lady requests an audience with you. Yi Long furrowed his brow and looked at him, inquiring, may I ask which esteemed family you hail from? Yet before he could finish, a resounding bang echoed as Yi Huang slammed her palm upon the table. Without turning her head, her voice was icy as she declared, this is Yunxiao City. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person. Chapter 46. I am wild within the dreaming garden. As one of Nie Xiaoyin's followers approached the Yi family members, nearly all eyes turned towards him. They were unaware of Nie Xiaoyin's intentions or how the Yi family would respond. When that follower invited Yi Huang to join him, anxiety gripped the hearts of onlookers. Would this encounter result in another humiliation for the Yi family, akin to what had transpired with the Li and Tang families? Yet, Yi Huang's response defied all expectations. This is Yunxiao City. If you wish to meet me, come in person. Such commanding words resonated with an overwhelming presence. The cultivators of Yunxiao City felt a surge of fervor within their chests. This was the voice of true brilliance from Yunxiao City. However, some harbored deeper concerns. If they angered Nie Xiaoyin, misfortune would surely follow. All present were fixated on the unfolding drama. After Yi Huang's rejection, the young follower stood frozen, seemingly unable to process the situation. What did you say? He stammered, his disbelief palpable. Since their arrival in Yunxiao City, they had faced no resistance, their authority unchallenged. Yet now, they had been publicly disregarded. Was my message unclear? Yi Huang replied coolly, still not sparing him a glance. Clang. At that moment, Feng Zhi stepped forward, unsheathing his sword slightly, his formidable aura erupting with force. under the guidance of Yi Suifeng. The cultivation of the four guardians had reached the 6th level of the Danfu realm, equivalent to the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. But they aimed to be even stronger. The follower of Nie Xiaoyin had only just stepped into the Qi transformation realm. He could not withstand such pressure. Instantly, he staggered back several steps. Impressive. Huh. It seems he has finally met his match. Let us see how he maintains his arrogance now. The crowd erupted in approval. The young cultivator's features shifted from green to red, his embarrassment unmistakable. I hope you understand that my lady is the little princess of the Nie family from Huangya City. He attempted to intimidate Yi Huang using Nie Xiaoyin's name. At this moment, Yi Huang finally turned to face him, her gaze sweeping over him. He puffed out his chest, exuding pride, believing that the name Nie Xiaoyin would once again serve him well. I also hope your lady understands that this is not Huangya City. Her status means nothing here, Yi Huang retorted before turning her back once more, resuming her drink. The young cultivator's expression darkened, his countenance resembling a storm cloud. Do not regret this, he spat, flinging his sleeve as he retreated. Yi Long regarded the calm Yi Huang with a complex expression and remarked, Cousin, are we perhaps being a bit too haughty? Yi Huang chuckled lightly. Yi Long nodded in agreement. He has long been renowned, having witnessed many similar scenes like today's. Generally speaking, in such circumstances, there exists an unspoken understanding among the parties involved, even if animosity lingers. They tend to maintain a facade of civility. Instances where someone, like Yi Huang, blatantly tears off the mask of politeness and resorts to confrontation are exceedingly rare. He believed that Yi Huang must be somewhat inexperienced. The Huang family and the Nie family, he had heard, were formidable clans. It was unnecessary for us to harbor enmity over trivial matters, Yi Long explained. However, Yi Huang merely shook her head gently. Cousin, times have changed. Have you not perceived the recent movements within our family? Father's intention is to enhance our strength to the greatest extent possible, to expand our influence, and to enlarge our territory. In such a context, can we afford to be patient? She asserted. Yi Long fell silent. Indeed, the recent transformations within the family had been nothing short of astonishing, overwhelming him to some extent. Yet he remained apprehensive about provoking a formidable foe like the Nie family. Yi Huang sighed softly. Have you forgotten what father once said? Our Yi family fears no one. Do you not believe in him? Or do you simply wish to live a life of caution, avoiding conflict? Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. Who wouldn't desire a life full of decisive retribution? Yet reality often does not permit such whims. A slight misstep could plunge both oneself and one's kin into an abyss of despair. Unless, of course, one possesses an indomitable ally, unafraid of the heavens or the earth. As Yi Long pondered, a sudden realization illuminated his mind. Uncle, that is precisely it. His strength was incomprehensible. Even someone as formidable as Bu Fei Shui was merely a tool in his hands. What was there to fear? A long-dormant spirit, emblematic of youth, began to rise within Yi Long. I may not yet be accustomed to such a life. Thank you for awakening me, he said with a smile, raising a toast to Yi Huang. Yi Huang responded with a smile. Regardless of who that Nie Xiaoyin may be, we have no reason to fear. Otherwise, it would be a grave disappointment to father. The two drank heartily and laughed exuberantly. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke echoed from nearby. What a useless fool. Nie Xiaoyin delivered a resounding slap to a follower's face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Miss, that Yi Huang is exceedingly arrogant. I mentioned your name, and she disregarded me entirely, the young cultivator lamented, his voice tinged with despair. A chill gleamed in Nie Xiaoyin's eyes. Are you implying that my reputation is insufficient, causing you to be struck? The young cultivator trembled, hastily kneeling and repeatedly apologizing. No, it is my incompetence, my incompetence. Nie Xiaoyin scoffed coldly and descended. She regarded the kneeling follower with evident disdain. Raising her hand, two other followers assisted him to his feet. Let us go? I am keen to see just how audacious a mere Yi family can be. With that, the group headed towards the Yi family's direction. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the confrontation and the outcome of the impending clash. Nie Xiaoyin and her companions swiftly arrived at the Yi residence, where Yi Huang and Yi Long had already taken notice of their presence. As the group came to a halt, Nie Xiaoyin suddenly struck the back of a follower with force. The blow was immensely powerful, causing the follower to spew a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground. Hey, Yi, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you think is warranted? Nie Xiaoyin shouted loudly. The onlookers were immediately stirred up. To frame another in such a manner was utterly outrageous. The audacity of having a powerful background was infuriating. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. The crowd murmured in discontent, their anger palpable, as they turned their gazes towards Yi Huang, questioning how she would respond to such blatant provocation. Behold, this is the arrogance displayed by the scions of affluent families. Yi Huang smiled at Yi Long and rose to her feet, her demeanor commanding as she looked down upon the diminutive figure before her. With merely a second-tier cultivation level, it was astonishing that she could compel so many stronger individuals to bow in deference. Truly, having a powerful background allowed one to act with impunity. Is he your servant? Yi Huang inquired. Nie Xiaoyin, narrowing her eyes at Yi Huang's seemingly indifferent expression, replied, Indeed, now tell me what you intend to do. Yi Huang chuckled softly. Since you have admitted it, well then. She slowly descended, declaring, Your subordinate is arrogant and disrespectful. His every word and deed is utterly repugnant. It has been so distasteful that all the cultivators present from Yunxiao City can scarcely eat. Therefore, since he is your servant, you shall compensate him on his behalf. 100,000 spirit stones as damages for emotional distress. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. With that, Yi Huang waved her hand, and her companions, Feng Zhi and others, immediately surrounded Nie Xiaoyin and her group, drawing their swords with an air of lethal intent. Yi Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This tactic was aptly named returning the favor with the opponent's own methods. You dare to slander me? Then I shall extort you in return. I shall be audacious. What can you do about it? Chapter 47. The distinction surrounded by a throng of fierce and intimidating figures. Nie Xiaoyin found herself momentarily at a loss. Throughout her life, she had always believed that whoever she deemed guilty would indeed be guilty. She had never encountered such audacity in being extorted so openly. This was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Yi Huang, how dare you accuse me? Nie Xiaoyin shouted in outrage. What accusation? Yi Huang shrugged nonchalantly. I believe that all present can attest to your reckless words, your arrogance, and your blatant insults directed at the cultivators of Yunxiao City. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Huang addressed the surrounding cultivators. Yes, absolutely. It's utterly disgusting. Indeed, we can all bear witness. Such an arrogant individual, daring to be brazen in front of the elite of Yunxiao City. How contemptible. The onlookers echoed in agreement. Nie Xiaoyin's recent words and actions had already ignited a fire of resentment within them, but they had lacked the opportunity to express it until now. With Yi Huang standing in front, they felt emboldened to voice their disdain for Nie Xiaoyin. Yi Huang smiled slightly. You see, this is the voice of the people. Therefore, without the 100,000 spirit stones, you truly shall not depart. Hearing the uproar from the crowd, Nie Xiaoyin's face flushed with a mixture of rage and embarrassment. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such an audacious individual. 100,000 spirit stones were insignificant to her, yet if she were to acquiesce here, where would her dignity reside? Yi Huang, are you serious? Nie Xiaoyin said in a low voice. What do you think? Yi Huang replied, drawing her sword and positioning it menacingly before Nie Xiaoyin. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, flickering in her eyes. If you dare to harm me, I shall ensure your Yi family is erased from existence. Nie Xiaoyin declared vehemently. Then let us see, Yi Huang retorted, her smile fading as she advanced step by step toward Nie Xiaoyin. With each footfall, her aura intensified, an almost palpable sword intent overwhelming the air as it bore down on Nie Xiaoyin. A wave of dread washed over her. This person was truly intent on fighting. In a panic, she produced a delicate jade talisman and crushed it with force. Elder Wu, come quickly, Nie Xiaoyin screamed. In an elegant chamber on the upper floors of the dream-shattered building, a kindly old man leisurely sipped his wine, savoring the graceful dance of the beauties below. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Who dares to harm my young lady? He exclaimed, rising from his seat and soaring into the air. However, as he broke into the open, he began to descend slowly. Alongside him, another figure fell, a hand lightly resting on the old man's shoulder. It appeared languid, yet the old man's eyes were filled with an unfathomable dread. Let the children handle their own affairs. The newcomer was none other than Yi Suifeng. The old man was aghast. He could hardly fathom that within the small confines of Yunxiao City, such a formidable cultivator existed. His own prowess in the out-of-body stage offered no semblance of resistance before this individual. The two returned to their vantage point, where Yi Suifeng casually picked up a spiritual fruit from the table, observing the dancers below. Senior, this young man before me is rather inscrutable. I cannot discern his origins or affiliations, the old man stammered. Those are the 4 renowned courtesans of the dream-shattered building, performing simultaneously. Such a sight is seldom witnessed. So do take pleasure in it. Yi Suifeng gestured toward the enchanting dancers below. The old man, anxious, thought, at this moment, I have no inclination to admire such frivolities. Nie Xiaoyin's shattered talisman surely indicates she has encountered a formidable foe. If she were to falter, I would be implicated as well. Senior, I must intervene. I am her protector, he finally mustered the courage to say. Yi Suifeng glanced at him and replied with a smile, I advise against it. The force behind that individual is poised and dignified, yet unfathomably deep, and at times, quite temperamental. Should you approach, it would mean your demise. Thus, I suggest you remain here and enjoy the dance. The old man regarded Yi Suifeng with suspicion, wondering if he was not, in fact, speaking of himself. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to refrain from action. What if he truly did have a volatile temperament? Meanwhile, Nie Xiaoyin, after shattering the talisman, awaited the arrival of her protector. Yet nothing came. As Yi Huang approached her step by step, the overwhelming aura emanating from him rendered her breathless. The man exuded an aura of menace. Nie Xiaoyin, for the first time, was genuinely frightened, trembling uncontrollably. When Yi Huang was merely 3 steps away, Nie Xiaoyin finally broke down, swaying unsteadily and collapsing onto the ground. "Wu, you are bullying me," she cried out publicly. Yi Huang was taken aback, instinctively touching his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. "Where has your earlier arrogance gone? If I were to strike you now, wouldn't it seem like I'm picking on a little girl? But I am scarcely 15 myself." Shaking his head, Yi Huang sheathed his sword, realizing that Nie Xiaoyin was merely a spoiled girl. "I shall not bully you. Produce 100,000 spirit stones, and I will allow you to depart." With tears streaming down her face, Nie Xiaoyin hastily rummaged through a storage bag and handed it over. "This is all I have for pocket money." Yi Huang opened it to find over 100,000 spirit stones within. Indeed, coming from a prominent family, her allowance was substantial. It was no wonder she acted so recklessly. At an undisclosed location, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed several times. Yi Huang retrieved 100,000 spirit stones and returned the remainder. "Well, since you have compensated for the emotional distress, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave." Lowering her head, Nie Xiaoyin rose from the ground, not daring to utter another word, and squeezed through the crowd, vanishing from sight. Her followers, equally embarrassed, hastily fled. "Haha, what a relief. Hurry back to Huangyi City. Yunshao City is not a place for you to flaunt your might." The onlookers exclaimed. "Is this truly the pride of the Yi family? Remarkable indeed." Other cultivators shouted in exhilaration. Many vocally praised Yi Huang, who had boldly stood up amidst the humiliation from the Li and Tang families, restoring the reputation of Yunshao City with her decisive actions. This was the epitome of a true young hero in their eyes. The accolades poured forth incessantly. Observing this, Yi Huang waved her hand, declaring, "This 100,000 spirit stones also belongs to you all. Therefore, all expenses for today will be charged to my name." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, marveling at the exceptional nature of the core descendants of the Yi family. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared quite dismal, with only a few individuals who maintained a good rapport with them remaining. After concluding these matters, Yi Huang returned to her pavilion. Watching the lively scene around her, Yi Long smiled and remarked, "It seems this gathering of dreams shall conclude earlier than anticipated." "Why do you say that?" Yi Long pointed towards the cultivators surrounding the pavilion. "Did I not mention that the contest of the gathering revolves around family influence? The outcome is now clear. I must say, your handling of the situation was impressively domineering. Your praise is unwarranted. I merely relied on my father's standing. Ultimately, I am not much different from Nie Xiaoyin," Yi Huang replied, shaking her head. "Not at all." Yi Long indicated the injured followers of Nie Xiaoyin, who had been left unattended, and then glanced at those standing beside Yi Huang. "This exemplifies your distinction." Chapter 48. He is so handsome within the dreamy, drunken pavilion. As the music concluded, the audience erupted in applause. Yi Suifeng joined in the clapping, acknowledging the extraordinary dance performance that unfolded before him. The dancers, each in natural beauty, moved with grace. Every expression and gesture captivated the hearts of onlookers. Their movements were unforced yet resplendent, subtle yet thoroughly enchanting. "Indeed, I told you their dancing is remarkable," Yi Suifeng remarked. Beside him, an elderly man hurriedly agreed. Though he was already drenched in sweat, restless and unable to appreciate the beauty surrounding him. "What a dull fellow," Yi Suifeng shook his head. "You may take your leave now." The old man, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly exited the pavilion, soaring towards Nie Xiaoyin's position. Yi Suifeng adjusted to a more comfortable position, continuing to revel in the next dance. With his presence, no one could harm his daughter. At the dreamy drunken garden, Nie Xiaoyin's appearance transformed this year's dreamy gathering into a showcase for the Yi family. The majority of practitioners from Yuntiao City stood in solidarity with the Yi family. This was not merely a gesture of goodwill, but a testament to their promising future. The core disciples of the Yi family were so formidable that their prospects appeared exceedingly bright. In stark contrast, the other two families languished, with barely any attendees partaking in their own festivities. It was dreadfully dull. After all, they could not contend with Nie Xiaoyin, lacking both the strength and the resolve to oppose the Nie family of Huangya City. As the day drew to a close, a minor incident occurred. Tang Yingying of the Tang family, an 18-year-old with a voluptuous figure and captivating demeanor, was known for her bold attire, often revealing much of her figure. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among a group of practitioners, who gasped and pointed, some audaciously whistling. Tang Yingying looked down only to discover that her delicate undergarment had mysteriously vanished, nearly exposing her entirely. Flushed with shock and humiliation, her ire ignited. She vowed to capture the pervert who stole her garment. However, after an extensive search, she found nothing. As dusk approached, and everyone prepared to depart, Li Qi stood up, inadvertently dropping a colorful undergarment that had been concealed within his embrace. It was none other than Tang Yingying's. In that instant, the identity of the thief was revealed. Tang Yingying's fury erupted, nearly sparking a battle in Yuntiao City. But she was thankfully restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Li Qi, bewildered, fervently protested his innocence. Meanwhile, in a pavilion belonging to the Yi family, a girl with long, violet hair laughed heartily. "You vanish all day, only to engage in such antics," Yi Huang remarked, exasperated. "Indeed, how amusing." Yi Xiaoxiao, nonchalantly blowing a large bubble with her candy, readily admitted, her gaze lingering curiously on Yi Huang's developing figure. "You might want to give it a try," she teased, causing Yi Huang to scowl. Smack! The bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled. No, we are united as one, with a shared resolve against the outside world." Beside her, Yi Long instinctively tightened his belt. This cousin of his was now quite astonishingly uncanny. Her array of skills was truly elusive, and he couldn't fathom what his uncle had taught her. The dream of drunkenness had, after its first day, essentially come to a close. The core disciples of the three great families had not returned thereafter. Only the other cultivators gathered to discuss the events of the first day and the impending battle in Yunxiao City. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the battle in Yunxiao City finally commenced. The city was teeming with cultivators, as many from neighboring towns flocked to witness the contest of talents from the great families. Yi family, must it be this way? Yi Suifeng looked at the pile of extravagant garments before him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Suiyun and Yi Huang stood nearby. "Elder brother, this is a grand event. Everyone is watching, so please bear with it," Suiyun advised. The battle in Yunxiao City would see the leaders of the three great families make their appearances. Yi Suifeng had always donned simple attire, and if he appeared in such a manner, he would inevitably become a subject of scrutiny. While some might consider him indifferent to appearances, most would judge a person's first impression based on their outward appearance. Very well. Yi Suifeng ultimately decided to conform to local customs. It was not a matter of great significance. There was no need to present himself in a disheveled manner or engage in any pretense of humility. After a brief moment, Yi Suifeng emerged in his new attire. Yi Huang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Typically, Yi Suifeng embodied a sense of casualness. Aside from his handsomeness, he was unremarkable. However, after careful coordination of his outfit, he appeared transformed. Coupled with his increasingly youthful demeanor, even the so-called most handsome man in Yunxiao City would pale in comparison. "Look at me like that again, and I shall stride over bare-chested, munching on corn," Yi Suifeng said with a scowl. The others quickly averted their gazes, as this ancestor was known for his ability to act on his words. The thought of such a scene was too much to bear. As the sun rose higher in the sky, 5 exquisitely adorned carriages set out slowly. The battle in Yunxiao City was to take place at the Tingyun Arena, situated near the city center. In truth, it was only a short walk of about 10 minutes from the Yi residence. The use of carriages was merely for the sake of spectacle. Upon the arrival of the Yi family's procession at the arena, the spectators above were already packed to capacity. Their entrance instantly drew all eyes. As in previous years, the Yi family was always the first to arrive. The Yi family is the weakest. Waiting for the other two families is only proper. Otherwise, they might feel slighted and retaliate viciously, remarked an elder-faced cultivator while stroking his beard. "Silence. Who are you calling weak? Say that again." Suddenly, several reprimands echoed from the surrounding crowd. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback, scanning his surroundings. He noticed several young cultivators rising, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. A wave of alarm washed over him. What was happening? Wasn't it customary to jest about the Yi family every year? Why had it suddenly become taboo to even touch upon the subject? Observing the irate crowd, he fell silent, repeatedly clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Afraid to utter another word. Behold, there stood the new head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng. At that moment, someone shouted loudly, and the crowd turned their attention. A young cultivator was gracefully ascending the steps towards the platform, exuding an air of elegance, as if descending from celestial realms into the mortal world. He was strikingly handsome. Was this truly the head of the Yi family? He appeared far too youthful. "I hereby relinquish my title as the most handsome in Haida Go village, Chitong town." Yunshao City. In a corner of the audience, several young men clad in simple blue garments observed the lively arena, expressing their astonishment. Indeed, this was a world that valued appearances. One could not deny that Yi Suifeng possessed remarkable poise and charm. It would be prudent to keep an eye on their prodigies. Perhaps we might recruit one or two into our academy. However, I fear this place is too small, and the likelihood of encountering true geniuses is exceedingly slim. Let's not overlook anyone and return home to ridicule. Fear not, with Senior Zhang Dong present, I am certain we will not miss any discerning talents. In front of them stood a young man dressed in deep blue robes, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49. Yi Huang takes the stage at the pinnacle of the Tengyun Arena. There was a lofty observation platform, providing a panoramic view, a prime location for witnessing the battles. On the platform, 3 soft chairs were arranged side by side, with a table beside them already adorned with fruits and fragrant tea. This was the exclusive space for the 3 family heads, conveniently close together. Yi Suifeng frowned slightly. He preferred not to be so near those 2 individuals. With a gentle flick, the 2 chairs beside him swiftly shifted several meters away. Only then did he leisurely settle into the central seat. As for whether the other 2 family heads would harbor any thoughts about this, he couldn't care less. Under the midday sun, the carriages of the Li and Tang families finally made their entrance, their procession far grander than that of the Yi family, complete with a ceremonial escort, resplendent and elaborate. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, after a brief moment, Tang Zheng and Li Liusu ascended together. When they spotted Yi Suifeng seated in the center, they paused momentarily. Tang Zheng's displeasure was evident, as that position had traditionally been his. However, with so many present, they would not allow such trivial matters to escalate into conflict in front of the audience, risking ridicule. Li Liusu greeted Yi Suifeng with a smile before allowing Tang Zheng to select his seat first, subsequently taking her own. With a resounding chime of bells, the Battle of Yunshao City officially commenced. Naturally, such a grand event called for an opening ceremony, serving as an opportune moment for certain individuals to make a name for themselves. Notable powers within Yunshao City, such as the Drunken Dream Tower, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and the Honey Fragrance Garden, presented their unique performances. To Yi Suifeng's astonishment, Gu Wanxin turned out to be the host of the Battle of Yunshao City. Before a crowd of over 10,000, she displayed no signs of trepidation, engaging the audience with her wit and charm. Coupled with her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, she ignited immense enthusiasm among the spectators. As the opening ceremony concluded, the focus shifted to the main event. Gu Wanxin began to announce the rules of the battle, which were meticulously detailed to ensure fairness, culminating in a ranking based on performance for the families involved. However, Yi Suifeng dismissed the rules, knowing that the scions of the 2 families could hardly rival Yi Huang and her companions. Upon finishing the announcement, Gu Wanxin, with an impassioned voice, proclaimed, "Let us extend our warmest applause for the contestant from the Yi family, Yi Huang." The applause erupted like thunder, accompanied by a tidal wave of cheers. A figure clad in a purple robe ascended the stage with poise, undeterred by the multitude of gazes upon her. "Goddess Huang, I adore you. Goddess, look at me. We met at the dreamy gathering. Go on, crush them." The crowd's fervor surged, and after the events of the dreamy gathering, Yi Huang's name had become the most fervently celebrated among the competitors. Yi Huang smiled gently, raising her right hand. The arena fell into an immediate hush, captivated by her gesture. Then, with a sudden fist clench, a wave of battle intent surged forth. The surrounding crowd erupted, their calls for Yi Huang nearly scattering the clouds overhead. "Ha ha, little brother Yi, your daughter exudes quite the aura," remarked Li Liusu with a smirk that scarcely concealed his surprise. He had never encountered a youth with such an imposing presence and charisma. "Indeed, I take great pride in her," Yi Suifeng replied cheerfully. Li Liusu's facial muscles twitched. According to custom, wasn't Yi Suifeng supposed to feign modesty? Why was he so unabashedly proud? "Such confidence may lead to downfall," interjected Tang Zheng. "True, but I remain indifferent," Yi Suifeng responded nonchalantly. Both families had found themselves in an uncomfortable position, lapsing into silence. "Wen Shu, that is Yi Huang," a dark-skinned youth remarked to the middle-aged man beside him from the audience. "Indeed remarkable," the middle-aged man nodded approvingly. "She is the most captivating woman I have ever encountered." The youth, gazing at Yi Huang in the center of the stage, was filled with admiration. "Ha ha, Mi Feng, you've finally come to your senses." The middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng appeared slightly embarrassed, but soon adopted a melancholic expression. "But she is truly extraordinary, Uncle One. I am unworthy of her." "What is there to fear?" The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. "You are, after all, the son of the Lord of Blackstone City, and having cultivated for merely 3 years, you have already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang." Just as Mi Feng was about to respond, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Enough of this. After this grand event, I shall speak with the head of the Yi family, he stated. Mi Feng turned to gaze at the figure on the stage and ultimately nodded in agreement. The clamor of the arena persisted for quite some time. Once a semblance of calm was restored, Gu Wanxin, with a smile gracing her face, continued, "Next, it shall be the Li family, who ranked second last time, to decide who will face Yi Huang. This is one of the rules of combat." "No need," Yi Huang interjected suddenly. She glanced at the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one individual among them. "I choose to challenge Li Qi." Li Qi, seated in the audience, was momentarily taken aback. They had originally planned to send forth the weakest, Li Xueping, to gauge Yi Huang's abilities. However, they did not anticipate her bold initiative to challenge directly. Gu Wanxin was slightly surprised as well, saying, "Are you certain? According to the rules, should you initiate a challenge, regardless of victory or defeat, you must engage in the subsequent battle." "It matters not," Yi Huang replied, her face adorned with a confident smile. "Today, I aim to demonstrate to you all that the Yi family is no longer what it once was." The uproar surged again. Choosing a continuous battle requires more than mere courage. This is a fight that concerns the future development of one's family for the next 2 years. One must tread with utmost caution. Observing Yi Huang's resolute expression, Gu Wanxin sighed softly. "Very well then. Let us welcome the talented scion of the Li family, Li Qi." Li Qi's demeanor shifted as he stood before the crowd. Just a few days prior, although he had merely caught a distant glimpse of Yi Huang in the Dreamland Pavilion, he sensed that she was indeed extraordinary, eluding his understanding. Yet, recalling his own progress over the past few days, he tightened his grip on his sword and stepped onto the arena. "Go, brother Li Qi. Defeat this arrogant opponent." Li Qing'er shouted loudly. Having suffered considerably at Yi Huang's hands during their previous encounter at Qingdu Heights, she had vowed to let Li Qi settle the score with Yi Huang, and now, her wish was finally fulfilled. She held unwavering confidence in Li Qi. Feeling the encouragement from behind, Li Qi steadied his mind and advanced forward. Then let the battle commence. The first combat of the Cloud Sky City battle unfurled. Yi Huang and Li Qi stood opposite each other, their momentum rising rapidly amidst a cacophony of cheers akin to the roaring of the sea. Yi Huang ultimately stabilized at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi surged past the rumored realm, charging straight towards the 10th level of Qi transformation. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Li Qi has concealed his cultivation level. This is dire. The Phoenix Fairy may face adversity. Concern for Yi Huang rippled through the crowd. Yet, standing opposite Li Qi, she remained serene and composed. "Prepare to be vanquished," Li Qi declared, drawing his sword in an instant. His body flickered across the arena, creating a multitude of illusory figures that dazzled the spectators. This was the Phantom Step, a mid-tier technique of the mysterious grade, and Li Qi employed such a formidable skill right from the onset. Some recognized the technique Li Qi was utilizing. Amidst the astonished gazes, several of his figures simultaneously unsheathed their long swords, launching an assault on Yi Huang from all directions. It seemed he aimed to secure victory with his very first strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Li Qi's numerous illusions gradually dissipated, leaving only his true form. However, his assault was deftly intercepted by Yi Huang, who had yet to draw her sword. With a cold smile, she remarked, "This is far from over." Li Qi bellowed. And suddenly, the long sword in his hand erupted with fierce flames, conjuring 3 fire dragons that soared into the air, roaring as they charged towards Yi Huang. This spectacle reminded Yi Huang of her time training in the 9 heavens, where the gentle violet light was composed of countless slender divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, when compared to those divine beings, resembled the disparity between a flea and a kuenping. She slowly extended her palm. Boom! A tremendous vibration resonated throughout the arena. The fire dragons, proud and fierce, roared defiantly. Yet, within Yi Huang's palm appeared a thin veil of luminous mist, effortlessly blocking all flames, steadfast as a mountain. The searing fire swiftly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. He promptly turned and retreated. As the flames dissipated, he discovered several large holes burned into his clothing, and his handsome face bore unsightly black marks from the scorching heat. Li Qi's expression darkened, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. How could this individual possess such strength? "It appears you have yet to fully master this sword," Yi Huang remarked coolly. The fire dragons had erupted from Li Qi's blade, a manifestation of the weapon's inherent abilities. This spiritual sword was at least of the high-grade Xian level. Yi Huang glanced at her own sword, originally a high-grade Xian weapon. However, after Yi Suifeng had casually refined it not long ago, it had transformed into a true treasure of the heavenly grade. "Yi Huang, do not take too much pride," Li Qi exclaimed, wiping the soot from his face. His voice laced with anger. While being pushed back was bearable, it was intolerable that this girl, younger than him, dared to critique his cultivation. Then exert yourself further. Yi Huang replied indifferently. Li Qi's fury ignited. You asked for it. He tightened his grip on the long sword and activated the shadow leap technique once more. This time, the arena was filled with even more phantoms, moving in perfect unison, nearly indistinguishable. 10,000 layers of sword forest. All of Li Qi's avatars shouted in unison. Instantly, countless ominous sword lights surrounded Yi Huang, a dense array that sent shivers down one's spine. Another high-grade Xian sword technique. The combination of shadow leap and 10,000 layers of sword forest could conjure hundreds of thousands of sword lights intertwined together. He had clearly come prepared. It was unimaginable how Yi Huang would withstand this onslaught. The spectators around them were anxious, filled with concern for Yi Huang. However, she remained calm and collected. Though she had only trained in the Nine Heavens for a brief month, she had encountered the essence of destruction at the Tao level. The sword lights before her were utterly trivial. With a single hand, she wielded the sword sheath, accurately identifying all the genuine sword lights and blocking them one by one. So weak. My father was right. You are indeed too weak, Yi Huang remarked as she deftly countered Li Qi's attacks. Li Qi was consumed by rage, exerting all his strength in an attempt to breach Yi Huang's defenses. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. Enough. It is time to conclude this, Yi Huang declared, drawing her longsword for the first time and executing a horizontal slash. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a myriad of shimmering sword lights, all of which vanished simultaneously. Li Qi's figure was sent flying as if severed from its tether, blood spilling across the ground. Brother Qi, Li Qinger gasped in horror. Cheer. On the stage, Li Lu Su finally lost the ever-present smile that adorned his face. Yi Huang, with a serene demeanor, slowly sheathed her sword. In this battle, she had unleashed but a single strike, and throughout, she had not moved an inch from her original position. Chapter 50. Your schemes are futile. Li Qi's instantaneous defeat rendered the entire arena silent. Everyone recognized Yi Huang's prowess, yet Li Qi was also a paragon of excellence. Not to be underestimated. He possessed a superior-grade Xian-level martial technique, practiced a superior-grade Xian-level swordsmanship, and the two arts complemented one another, all while wielding a superior-grade spiritual sword. In Yunxiao City, such a combination was indeed lavish, as no power, aside from the three prominent families, could forge such a formidable presence. Yet before Yi Huang, he appeared as a feeble insect, mercilessly toyed with and crushed on the spot. Why is Yi Huang so formidable? The Phoenix Fairy is magnificent. A voice, tinged with a crack, echoed throughout the combat arena, followed by a thunderous roar of cheers. They chanted Yi Huang's name, as if sharing in the glory she radiated. The Yi family section erupted with jubilation. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the mainstays of the Yi family, were nearly moved to tears. Behold, this is our Yi family's prodigy. This is our future. Enthusiasm and passion blazed like an unquenchable fire. However, the Li family presented an entirely different scene. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the stage, with Li Qinger collapsing beside him, tears streaming down her face. Several clan elders rushed over to assess Li Qi's injuries. High above, Li Lu Su struggled to restrain himself from leaping into the arena. That was his son. Yet he composed himself, knowing that a patriarch's loss of composure in such a setting would severely tarnish the family's reputation. Soon, someone approached the stage, whispering to Li Lu Su, gradually easing his anxiety. Yi Suifeng, your daughter wields a ruthless hand. Li Lu Su spoke in a low voice, having discarded his facade entirely. Not at all, Yi Suifeng replied with a slight smile. He is not dead, he merely has 100 or so broken bones. You. Li Lu Su, filled with fury, nearly lunged at Yi Suifeng with a punch. Yet he restrained himself. Having been the head of the Li family for so many years, he possessed greater composure than that. A talent that has not matured is merely a talent. I advise you to temper her, lest she provoke calamity one day. Li Lu Su's voice was cold, a veiled threat lingering in the air. Yi Suifeng chuckled softly, choosing silence. Some individuals tend to constrict their own paths. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression grave. Yi Huang was indeed unfathomable. One could not ascertain whether their kin could once again stand proudly among the elite. At that moment, Gu Wanxin ascended the arena once more. Her expression was a tapestry of emotions as she regarded Yi Huang, a girl who had far exceeded her expectations. Yet, what truly astounded her was the influence Yi Suifeng had over Yi Huang. Gu Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's remarkable prowess was undoubtedly intertwined with Yi Suifeng. Yi Huang, will you challenge again? Gu Wanxin inquired. Of course, Yi Huang replied with a smile, casting her gaze towards the Tang family's preparation area. As her eyes swept over the 5 individuals there, they immediately tensed. After witnessing the previous battle, No one could afford to underestimate the formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenged Tang Xiao. Yi Huang was about to name her challenger when she suddenly paused. She glanced at her father on the platform and, with a hint of resignation, stated, "Never mind, let them choose their own contenders." The crowd was taken aback, given Yi Huang's overwhelming strength. She could have easily selected a formidable opponent from the Tang family to vanquish, thereby paving the way for the four warriors of the Yi family. Instead, she opted for a different approach, granting the Tang family greater flexibility. They would undoubtedly exploit this rule. Moments later, the Tang family indeed sent forth their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, a mere 6th-tier martial artist. Having suffered a crushing defeat to Li Qi, he stood no chance of victory. Clearly, the Tang family intended for their lesser contender to stall Yi Huang's superior fighter. This maneuver was entirely expected. However, the audience was less concerned with strategy. As they perceived the Tang family's retreat, erupting in a chorus of boos, Tang Wuhua ascended the stage amidst the jeers, his face a mask of despair. "Let the battle commence." Tang Wuhua clasped his fists toward Yi Huang, expressing, "I hope you can show mercy." Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than a foot connected with his chest, sending him soaring. He was hurled off the stage, collapsing to the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth, unconscious. A swift victory. After this, Yi Huang did not await the result. She turned and gracefully departed towards the Yi family's preparation area. Gu Wanxin was momentarily stunned before announcing, "Yi Huang defeats Tang Wuhua. Let us welcome the second contender from the Yi family, Yi Long." A thunderous cheer erupted. Although Yi Long did not possess the same legendary status as Yi Huang in Yunxiao City, the title of the True Dragon Pavilion's master still resonated powerfully. As Yi Long stepped onto the stage, he brushed past Yi Huang. "It was your uncle who instructed you to do this, wasn't it?" Yi Long remarked. Yi Huang shrugged. "He said to let you all have some fun." Yi Long felt a twinge of embarrassment. To his uncle, was this battle merely a game? Then let us play well. A surge of formidable battle spirit erupted from Yi Long. Within the ancient arena, he had faced countless defeats. Yet, his indomitable will had been tempered to a brilliance akin to the sun. "I challenged Tang Xiaoqing." Before Gu Wanxin could utter a word, Yi Long declared his target. He too was prepared for a series of battles. Furthermore, he aimed to challenge the strongest individual of the younger generation from the Cloud City. The spectators in the arena were nearly hoarse from their fervent cheers. The descendants of the Yi family exuded an overwhelming presence that stirred the blood. Under the gaze of the multitude, Tang Xiaoqing ascended the stage. "I've long admired your reputation. The pleasure is mutual." The two exchanged cordial greetings, but in an instant, they were locked in combat. Yi Long wielded his spear with grandiose flair, emanating an imposing aura. Yet, Tang Xiaoqing, renowned in his own right, had reached the 12th level of Qi transformation, concealing his true prowess. With a fan in one hand, he moved with ethereal grace. Both displayed their remarkable skills amidst a perilous clash, neither able to gain a decisive upper hand. The audience erupted in exclamations of exhilaration. This was the true battle they yearned to witness. Although Yi Huang's previous fight was thrilling, it was over too swiftly to fully savor. Yi Long and Tang Xiaoqing were the finest representatives of their respective families, both already celebrated figures. Their duel was a spectacle many had long anticipated. As time progressed, Yi Long bore several wounds stained with blood, yet his fighting spirit intensified. His spear, akin to a true dragon, instilled awe across the arena. Ultimately, amid Yi Long's ferocious onslaught, Tang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, suffered a grievous blow, blood spilling from his lips as he staggered to the ground. However, Yi Long's assault was relentless. "I concede," Tang Xiaoqing shouted. The sharp tip of the spear hovered perilously close to his throat. With a resounding thud, Yi Long retracted his spear and planted it firmly on the ground. A tempest swirled around him, dispersing the dust in all directions. The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. The sturdy arena floor bore deep, startling cracks. Yi Long triumphed over Tang Xiaoqing. Gu Wanxin announced the outcome of the battle with a booming voice. Following this, much like Yi Huang, Yi Long opted to allow the Li family to select their champion. The Li family, predictably, chose the weakest among them, Li Shueping, to serve as fodder. Unsurprisingly, Yi Long defeated Li Shueping in just a few moves, returning to the Yi family's preparation area. Thus, the Yi family, with one phoenix and one dragon, had secured 4 victories. The path ahead gleamed with promise. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Liusu and Tang Zhang's faces turned ashen, akin to scorched iron. After all, the strongest individuals from both their clans had faced defeat. "Brother Tang, Xiaoqing has also fallen," Li Liusu suddenly remarked. They exchanged a knowing glance, a flicker of ruthless determination igniting in Li Liusu's eyes, while Tang Zhang merely nodded in agreement. Yi Suifeng sat between them, pretending not to notice. "A conspiracy, perhaps? Scheme as you will." Chapter 51. The Law of the Rope. The Yi family emerged victorious in both battles, having defeated the strongest members of the Li and Tang families. This achievement elevated the Yi family's acclaim to new heights. The only regret they harbored was that such formidable strength typically made its appearance in the climactic moments of a contest. Why reveal all their trump cards so early? What significance would the remaining battles hold? Yet, the entrance of Yi Qingyao shattered their expectations once again. Yi Qingyao, with her celestial beauty, resembled a divine maiden descending from the heavens. She too chose to take the initiative and challenge, yet did not specify directly, instead allowing them to select anyone they wished. Previously, Yi Qingyao had exhibited considerable prowess, prompting the Li family to prudently dispatch a relatively weaker contender, Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, Yi Qingyao came forth like a thunderclap, unleashing her full mastery at the peak of Qi transformation. Her aura was overwhelmingly potent, eclipsing that of Tang Xiaoqing by an immeasurable degree. The audience was left utterly astonished. What was happening with the Yi family? They had assumed that Yi Huang and Yi Long were their strongest warriors, only to be confronted with an even mightier contender. Was this truly a vassal of the Yi family? The revelation was profoundly shocking. Undoubtedly, with no reservations, Yi Qingyao dispatched Li Ming in a heartbeat, sending him tumbling off the stage. Subsequently, the Tang family, faces darkened, opted to forfeit. To them, it was clear that aside from Tang Xiaoqing, none could stand against Yi Qingyao. Soon, the 4th match commenced. The representative from the Yi family was Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian ascended the arena with measured steps. Like Yi Qingyao before him, he unleashed his full cultivation to reveal the 6th level of Qi transformation. The audience exhaled in relief. This was the expected turn of events. Go, brother Yi Qian. We believe in you, Master Yi. 2 youthful voices cried out, their enthusiasm infectious. As many similar youngsters gathered around, their faces flushed with excitement, cheering fervently. Yi Qian smiled at them, offering a reassuring gesture. Senior Gu, I choose to challenge Li Xingge from the Li family, he announced, naming his opponent. The Li family below erupted in jubilant excitement. This Yi Qian appeared to be the most easily defeated opponent. They had initially feared he would select someone relatively weaker. Instead, he had chosen Li Xingge, a formidable genius second only to Li Qi in the Li family. It was tantamount to courting disaster. Teach him a harsh lesson, the Li family members exclaimed eagerly. Just watch me, Li Xingge replied with a slight smile, gracefully leaping onto the stage to stand directly opposite Yi Qian. The 4th match was officially underway. So we meet again, defeated foe, Li Xingge said, holding a round fan, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. His complexion was fair, his peach blossom eyes half open, reminiscent of the legendary male fox spirit. I had promised to bring you to justice myself, Yi Qian replied softly. Upon hearing their exchange, some in the crowd were puzzled. Did they harbor a personal vendetta? Indeed. The little girl who had been encouraging Yi Qian moments ago had red-rimmed eyes, her face marred by uncontainable rage. Oh, what exactly transpired? Inquired a bystander. The young girl, her expression laden with sorrow, recounted a tale. She had originally belonged to the jurisdiction of the Li family. Hailing from Qingxi town, her parents were ordinary garment craftsmen, and she had an elder sister. Though their family was not affluent, they managed to live modestly, filled with warmth and joy. However, 2 months prior, a newcomer disrupted their tranquil household, Li Xingge himself. The scion of the Li family graced the town of Qingxi, inciting excitement among the populace, for this presented a splendid opportunity for social ascent. The reason for Li Xingge's visit was the town's esteemed tailoring standards, from which he wished to commission a bespoke garment. Subsequently, he explored every shop in Qingxi, but found no suitable target. However, he encountered another interest, the elder sister of a little girl. When Li Xingge proposed to make the girl's sister his maid, envious glances were cast by those nearby. Yet, the girl's parents were filled with trepidation. Being humble folk, they had never entertained the notion of marrying their daughter into a wealthy family. Thus, Li Xingge's overture was met with refusal. Unperturbed, he commended their principled stance and gifted them an exquisite jade pendant of considerable value. That very night, a band of masked assailants stormed the girl's home, seizing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The little girl, hiding beneath the bed, bore witness to the horrific events. The following day, the town authorities arrived, hastily concluding that greed had spurred the violence. Consequently, the girl found herself destitute and alone on the streets. It was then that she encountered Yi Qian, a young man who, aside from her parents and sister, provided her with a sense of safety. Upon learning of the girl's plight, Yi Qian resolved to track down the avaricious criminals and bring them to justice. Despite their experience, the villains left behind traces that Yi Qian adeptly followed, leading him to a shocking revelation, Li Xingge. Li Xingge regarded Yi Qian with disdain. even dismissing him without a second thought, casting the girl's sister aside. However, the girl was now battered and dazed, nearly unrecognizable. Ultimately, she succumbed in Yi Qian's arms. Enraged, Yi Qian sought out Li Shunge, armed with a sword. Yet, by that time, Li Shunge had ascended to the realm of transformation, while Yi Qian remained in the foundational stage of cultivation. Unsurprisingly, he was swiftly overwhelmed, suffering severe injuries and indignities. Though Yi Qian lay on the brink of death, his resolve was unwavering. "I shall ensure you face justice," he declared to Li Shunge. "Huh, you can forget about that in this lifetime," Li Shunge retorted arrogantly before departing. After hearing this tale, the onlookers surrounding the little girl were consumed with righteous fury. "Such abhorrent behavior," they exclaimed. "I had heard whispers of Li Shunge's frequent abductions and wanton abuses of young women. I never imagined it to be true. He is nothing short of scum." They voiced their outrage, hoping fervently that Yi Qian would deliver a fitting retribution. As Yi Qian beheld the haughty demeanor of Li Shunge, he slowly raised his head. "Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have wronged." Upon concluding his declaration, he clenched his fist and charged at Li Shunge. What folly! Yet Li Shunge merely scoffed, casually waving his fan as his formidable power erupted at the 10th level of transformation, colliding with Yi Qian's fist. The sound of their clash reverberated through the air. A resounding crash echoed as Yi Qian was propelled several meters away, nearly soaring off the arena. "In the past, you were nothing but a worthless fool before me. Now, it is no different," Li Shunge scoffed. Yet, the retreating Yi Qian performed an unexpected act that left the onlookers astounded. He produced a brush and, amidst their astonished gazes, began to inscribe characters in the air. A vertical stroke, a bend, another vertical stroke. It formed a remarkably simple character for mountain. However, upon completing this stroke, an overwhelming force descended from the heavens. The crowd instinctively looked up, yet saw nothing. But in Li Shunge's eyes, a colossal black mountain loomed, bearing down upon him with an immense weight. Letting out a startled cry, he attempted to evade the impending doom, but its descent was alarmingly swift. With a resounding thud, it landed heavily upon his shoulder, bending his back and compelling him to buckle at the knees and kneel on the ground. "How can this be?" Li Shunge exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror. The mountain was not as fearsome as an actual peak, yet its weight drained every ounce of strength from him. Only through sheer will could he withstand its crushing force without succumbing. Li Shunge struggled desperately, but regardless of his efforts, the mountain pressed relentlessly at the brink of his limits, inflicting upon him unbearable agony. "Do you see? This is the suffering you have inflicted upon those you have wronged. They remain ever watchful over you," Yi Qian remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Shunge raised his gaze, and a chill ran down his spine. What he saw was no longer a mountain, but a series of familiar figures. Among them was the sister of a little girl, her gaze fixed upon him, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks, silently accusing him of his misdeeds. "No, this cannot be." Li Shunge screamed in horror, the scene chilling him to the bone. "It's all an illusion. You cannot frighten me," he bellowed, unleashing all his might as he swung the circular fan at the ominous clouds above. Yet, he struck nothing but air. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear, and all had vanished, including the thousands of bewildered spectators. What has become of Li Shunge? They wondered, observing how he suddenly knelt before Yi Qian, flailing about as if battling the air itself. "He looks like a fool." "Ha ha." The crowd erupted in laughter. Breathless and grim-faced, Li Shunge realized that the earlier spectacle had been a mirage conjured by Yi Qian. A surge of fury welled within him as he turned to face Yi Qian, an inferno of wrath threatening to consume him. However, at that moment, Yi Qian inscribed a second character, C. A chilling breeze penetrated Li Shunge's collar, and he seethed, "Not this again." He was ready to charge, but before he could act, a fierce wind howled, nearly toppling him. A damp, iron-scented air invaded his nostrils. Beneath his feet, he felt the sensation of liquid flowing. Yet, it was merely an illusion. "Is this all you can muster?" Li Shunge bellowed, his eyes flaring open. Within their depths, a crimson glow flickered. Around him, the surroundings had transformed into an expanse of ocean, a sea of red. It was blood. No wonder the sensation beneath him felt so viscous. The blood sea continued to rise, swiftly reaching Li Shunge's waist. He lifted his hand, his palm drenched in blood, which flowed slowly downwards. "You once claimed that blood was your favorite, that you reveled in it. Then, indulge yourself." Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. "It is but a mere illusion. Nothing more. Once I escape, I shall undoubtedly slay you." Li Shunge shouted vehemently, then closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could maintain his composure, he would surely break free from this mirage. The blood sea still rose steadily, gradually submerging his nose. The overwhelming stench of blood, coupled with a choking sensation, assailed him fiercely. Li Shunge endeavored to soothe his frayed nerves, It was merely an illusion, devoid of lethal power. However, the choking feeling intensified. If this continued, he would truly perish. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Li Xinge let out a tremendous roar, expelling a torrent of bubbles, then desperately swam towards the surface of the sea. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free and reach the ocean's surface. A sense of despair began to blossom in the depths of his heart, spreading rapidly. Panic, anger, discomfort, regret, and fear intertwined, allowing him to perceive the scent of death. Ultimately, he was on the verge of losing consciousness. With a crash, Li Xinge fell to the ground, inhaling the long-awaited fresh air. You once stated that your torment of others was merely to comprehend the essence of despair. Do you understand now? Yi Qian spoke coldly. Li Xinge lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He was utterly spent, unable to utter a single word. Yet Yi Qian began to write again. This time, it was 2 characters. I once vowed to bring you to justice. I believe that allowing you to die amidst your beloved substance may be the most fitting end. Yi Qian's brush completed the final stroke. Fox immortal. No one knew what visions danced in Li Xinge's eyes. However, his demeanor sent chills through the onlookers. At times he laughed uproariously, at others he wept, his face contorted with anguish, or he displayed sheer terror, pleading for mercy. He laughed while tearing his clothes. Yet his fingers carved deep crimson lines across his body. He wept, uttering apologies while breaking his toes, personally shattering his kneecap. Enough. Li Liusu atop the platform could no longer contain herself, her voice booming. If this continues, not only will Li Xinge perish, but the Li family's reputation will be utterly tarnished. Yet, Gu Wanxin, who presided over the battle, appeared to disregard her plea entirely. Yi Suifeng, truly enough. Li Liusu directed her gaze towards Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin contemplatively. The young man has, astonishingly, discerned the path of slaying from the Shan Hai Tu Lu. This seems rather incongruous with his philosophy. Well, it is of no consequence. It must merely be his obsession, mused Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Li Liusu exclaimed in fury, rising abruptly. I am indeed listening, Yi Suifeng replied, lifting his head and proclaiming loudly. Yi Qian, enough of this torment. On the arena? Yi Qian nodded and erased the words Fox Immortal. Only then did Li Liusu huff and take his seat once more. Just kill him, Yi Suifeng said nonchalantly. Chapter 52. A change is due in the arena of Tingyun. Yi Qian stood amidst the chaos, gripping a bloodied head. Following Yi Suifeng's words, he charged forward and swiftly beheaded Li Xinge with a single stroke. He tilted his head back, exhaling deeply, and casually discarded the severed head at his feet. Then, he grasped a brush from earlier, broke it in twain with both hands, and smiled at the young girl on stage. Tears streaked down her face as she buried her head between her legs, sobbing softly. Sister, your vengeance is finally avenged. Yi Suifeng observed the scene with a slight nod. Yi Qian's slaying of Li Xinge was the vanquishing of his inner demons. The act of breaking the brush symbolized severing ties with the past, returning to his true self. This young man had already contemplated his course of action prior to taking the stage. How foolish of him to worry whether he had succumbed to madness. Yi Suifeng. Yet, someone was not faring well at all. Li Liusu's eyes were ablaze, fixed intently on Yi Suifeng. You have gone too far, he growled in a low tone. Is there any battle devoid of casualties? Yi Qian merely lost control for a moment, Yi Suifeng retorted. After all, you are the head of a family. One of the 3 prominent figures in Yunxiao City. Do not lose your composure, he added, a grin spreading across his face, resembling a villain. Li Liusu, fuming, had veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, he restrained himself. I hope you do not come to regret your actions today, he declared ominously before returning to his seat, falling silent. Yi Suifeng paid him little mind. It is the weak who endure, if you possess courage. Come forth and challenge me. I assure you, I will only employ my tribulation stage prowess. He redirected his gaze to the arena. Yi Qian's execution of Li Xinge had stirred a considerable uproar in the competition. The first prodigy to fall. All participants were cultivators, driven by fervor. Such battles were deserving of their attention, even if the intricacies of the combat remained elusive to many. Yi Qian has triumphed over Li Xinge, announced Gu Wanxin, proclaiming the outcome of the duel. Next, the Tang family was to compete. However, witnessing Yi Qian's strange and ruthless demeanor, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not engage. They opted to forfeit, greeted by a chorus of boos from the crowd. Now, it was the final contender from the Yi family. Let us welcome Yi Xiaoxiao. Amidst enthusiastic applause, a figure bounded onto the stage. She was petite, her long crimson hair cascading nearly to the ground. With each playful hop, she swayed adorably, a delightful sight. In her mouth, she chewed on a peculiar candy capable of producing colorful bubbles. Isn't that just a child? Someone remarked. The onlookers cast disdainful glances in his direction. Haven't the first four from the Yi family taught you a lesson yet? How could their combatants possibly be weak? Anticipation rippled through the crowd, eager to discover the capabilities of the adorably charming young girl. Yi Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanxin with a playful grin. Sister Gu, you look stunning today, so fair and round. Gu Wanxin glanced down at herself, offering an awkward smile. Thank you for the compliment. It's merely the attire for the occasion. She quickly shifted the topic. Would you prefer to follow the usual rules, or challenge someone else? Of course, I choose to challenge. Yi Xiaoxiao replied, her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family, Li Ran. His heart raced. The four from their family had not fared well in the previous rounds. Yet, Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered past him, ultimately settling on the Tang family's preparation area. Li Ran exhaled in relief. It's you, Tang Yingying. Yi Xiaoxiao selected her challenger. Tang Yingying paused, then huffed, sashaying forward with her voluptuous figure. The battle commenced. Oh, why have you changed your outfit? Just as Tang Yingying prepared to strike, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. She froze, then noticed the undergarment in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. Embarrassment and anger flooding her face. How dare you? I remember now. You were the one responsible for what happened at the drunken dream gathering. Tang Yingying's realization ignited her fury. The incident had humiliated her profoundly. Indeed, how would you like to thank me? Yi Xiaoxiao boldly tossed the undergarment into the audience, provoking a commotion among certain ominous figures as they scrambled for it. I will kill you. Tang Yingying seethed, drawing her sword and charging forward. Hee hee. A blue aura emerged beneath Yi Xiaoxiao's feet. The sword swung through empty air. I'm right here, her voice echoed from behind Tang Yingying. And in her hand appeared another pink undergarment. Give that back. Tang Yingying rushed at her again. She could not afford to be exposed before thousands. Yet, as the blue light flickered, she missed once more. What is this technique? Mi Feng of Blackstone City asked in astonishment. The middle-aged man beside him looked visibly uncomfortable. He was Mi Feng's protector, tasked with ensuring his safety during this journey and providing guidance and cultivation. The battle at Cloud Sky City was an excellent opportunity to observe the combat skills of its prodigies. However, this time it was utterly bewildering. First, there was Yi Huang, who effortlessly dominated without lifting a finger. Apart from being strong, there was little explanation to offer. Yi Long and Yi Qinyao were manageable, but Yi Qian's methods were particularly enigmatic. He could not grasp what type of martial art Yi Qian was employing. And now, Yi Xiaoxiao was even more extraordinary. Her movements resembled those of a portal to another realm. How could such divine prowess be wielded by a mere girl in the Qi transformation realm? I am still trying to ascertain, the middle-aged man replied. Uncle One, did you not claim that you possessed boundless knowledge beneath the golden Dan? Mi Feng gazed at him with a hint of confusion. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched. You little rascal, life is tough enough. He fell silent once more, shifting his attention back to the arena. There, Yi Xiaoxiao continued to toy with Tang Yingying, each leap accompanied by a new addition to her ensemble. Sometimes it was clothing, other times ornaments. Tang Yingying was nearly left with empty sleeves. Yi Xiaoxiao, you are going too far. Tang Yingying was on the verge of breaking down. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. All right, I won't tease you anymore, don't be angry. With that, a blue sphere suddenly appeared in her hand, which she hurled towards Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying dodged, but the sphere exploded beside her, enveloping her in a soft blue arc. Sweet dreams, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, and with a roll of her eyes. Tang Yingying collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. The spectators were momentarily dumbfounded. What was this? Could one simply induce sleep at will? How wonderful it would be to possess such a skill. Seeing her tactic succeed, Yi Xiaoxiao bounded over to Tang Yingying's side, peering at her peaceful visage. Fairy Xiao, please show mercy. I concede on her behalf. Tang Xiaoqing implored from below the stage. Yi Xiaoxiao snorted. Your flattery is quite sweet. Very well. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she produced a colorful pen from seemingly nowhere and began to create an abstract masterpiece on Tang Yingying's face. With a snap of her fingers, Tang Yingying stirred, murmuring as she awoke from her slumber. Tang Xiaoqing hurried to assist her in rising. What happened to me? Tang Yingying asked, bewildered. Nothing. Tang Xiaoqing started, but then caught sight of her painted face, nearly bursting with laughter. We lost, let us go. Yet he managed to suppress his mirth. Remember, don't look up. After she departed, Gu Wanxin announced Yi Xiaoxiao as the victor. Ultimately, only Li Ran from the Li family remained. Before the match could commence, he hastily declared his forfeit. There was no choice. The members of the Yi family had truly frightened him. Thus, the Battle of Yunxiao City concluded in an unexpected manner, with the Yi family triumphing in all 10 encounters. Given that all 5 members of the Tang family were still standing while the Li family was left with only Li Ran, the Tang family secured second place, and the Li family found themselves at the bottom. Esteemed heads of families, let us discuss the allocation of resources moving forward. Yi Suifeng said with a smile. Li Liusu, his expression dark, glanced at Tang Zheng, who nodded slightly in response. Moments later, Li Liusu rose. Yi Suifeng, this battle of Yunshao City has been utterly absurd. I believe the agreement among the three great families must be revised. Chapter 53. Two choices at the highest viewing platform of the arena. Li Liusu's face was grim. His piercing gaze fixed on Yi Suifeng. To determine the future of the families with a handful of inexperienced youngsters is sheer folly. Therefore, I propose that this regulation be abolished starting today. Brother Tang, what say you? Tang Zheng nodded slightly. It does seem rather farcical. The three prominent families govern the vast expanse surrounding Yunshao City, bearing an immense responsibility. Therefore, it is prudent to consider the overall strength of each family in order to delineate their respective shares. His expression was one of deep contemplation, indicating that the two had evidently reached an agreement long before. Even if the outcome of today's battle were different, it would likely have been proposed regardless. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, reflecting on the original intention for establishing the battle in Yunshao City, which was to motivate the younger generation of the three families to diligently cultivate and progress together. It must be said, it was quite an astute strategy. Yet now, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had clearly forgotten this initial purpose. When they suggested dividing the benefits based on the comprehensive strength of the families, Yi Suifeng fell into silence. Pondering, is there such a favorable opportunity? Indeed, I concur with your thoughts, he replied. Li Liusu was taken aback, as he assumed that Yi Suifeng, with his youthful disposition, would undoubtedly be anxious. Are you certain? He could not help but inquire again. Absolutely, Yi Suifeng affirmed. With this confirmation, Li Liusu relaxed his brow slightly and stated, you certainly know how to be agreeable. Very well, let us draft a preliminary proposal. When it comes to strength, without a doubt, Brother Tang is the strongest, followed by our Li family, and lastly, your Yi family. Wait a moment, Yi Suifeng interrupted Li Liusu, tilting his head to look at him and asking, are you considering your own excess flesh on your face when determining this so-called comprehensive strength? How could the Yi family be ranked last? Li Liusu's eyes twitched involuntarily. He was indeed somewhat portly, but not to the extent of being excessively so. What, do you have doubts? He glared. Yes, very much so, Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Haha, Li Liusu suddenly laughed. Yi Suifeng, do not presume that because you stumbled upon some fortunate luck and acquired wealth, you can do as you please in Yunshao City. This world is ultimately ruled by the strong. The rules are forever established by the powerful. With that, he waved his hand grandly, and three emaciated elders appeared atop the highest stage, surrounding Yi Suifeng completely. Upon seeing them, Yi Suifeng realized that these were three terrifying beings at the nascent soul stage. How frightening, they nearly startled me. Li Liusu then turned to face the tens of thousands of spectators in the Tingyun arena. Listen up, everyone. Apart from those from the three prominent families, leave the Tingyun arena immediately. We need to discuss some internal matters. His booming voice echoed throughout the arena. Subsequently, over 100 formidable cultivators descended into the arena, poised to swiftly expel all outsiders. They were all members of the Li and Tang families, with the weakest among them being at the Golden Body realm. The crowd erupted in commotion, uncertain of the sudden turn of events. Yet, under the pressure exerted by the opposing forces, they began to vacate the premises one after another. Trouble. They are targeting the Yi family. Mi Feng exclaimed anxiously. Uncle Wen, you must think of a way out. Uncle Wen's expression grew solemn. The three individuals who had appeared on the highest stage exuded overwhelming power, clearly possessing cultivation levels above the Golden Core stage. He himself was merely at the later stage of the Golden Core, incapable of devising any viable plan. Seeing his silence, Mi Feng began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, he lunged toward the outskirts of the crowd, shouting, Phoenix Fairy, be careful. Just as the words escaped his lips, a heavy slap struck his shoulder, rendering him unconscious at the hands of Uncle Wen. Cradling Mi Feng's body, Uncle Wen cast a glance at the youthful figure on the high platform and shook his head slightly. Head of the Yi family, I wish you good fortune. In another direction of the battle arena, a group of young individuals clad in azure robes were also making their way outward. It seems the Yi family is in dire straits, one remarked. Zhang Dong, think of a solution. Those from the Yi family might all possess the qualifications to enter our academy. The tall Zhang Dong surveyed the direction of the Yi family, but ultimately shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that, he turned and departed slowly. Under the influence of numerous powerful figures, the Tingyun battle arena quickly became desolate, leaving only the core members of the three prominent families and a multitude of formidable cultivators from the Li and Tang families. They were fierce and menacing, watching with predatory gazes. Yi Suifeng, now you understand why I placed the Yi family at the bottom. Li Liusu turned, looking down upon Yi Suifeng from a height. With arms outstretched, he proclaimed loudly, "These individuals represent not even a third of our combined strength. And what of your Yi family? Established for less than a century. Lacking any depth, what do you possess to contend with us?" At that moment, Li Liusu was filled with exuberance and formidable presence. Yi Suifeng, resting his chin on one hand, suddenly chuckled. "We have me. You?" Li Liusu burst into laughter. "You, a well-known wastrel just half a year ago, merely a fortunate upstart. I am quite pleased that you lack the virtue of humility, that you cannot exercise restraint, and that after acquiring wealth, you only know how to squander endlessly. Do you grasp the implications of this? It signifies that the heavens do not wish for you to possess this fortune alone." With a broad smile on his face, Li Liusu reveled in his triumph. At that moment, Tang Zheng also rose, speaking in a solemn tone, "Yi Suifeng. The situation in Yuntian City has remained stable for a century, with everyone developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have shattered this prolonged peace. I do not blame you, truly. What young person has not erred? Yet, your error lies in acquiring wealth that you cannot control, for such possessions inflate egos and incite madness, leading you to forget that in this world, wealth is merely an accessory. Only strength is paramount." Tang Zheng stood with hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage steeped in wisdom. Yi Suifeng comprehended the underlying truth. "Ultimately, both of you are merely coveting my meager spiritual stones. Just say it outright. Observe how discomfort you both are, scheming this and that. Aren't you tired? You are both entirely correct." Yi Suifeng rose, leisurely walking to the railing of the viewing platform, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "In truth, I have always understood that every world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Great fish devour the small. The small fish consume the shrimp, and the shrimp feed on microscopic creatures. I am not particularly fond of such a world. Nevertheless, how should one say it? Each individual is different. With differences come comparisons. With comparisons arise conflicts, and with conflicts, there is strength and weakness. In the most favorable scenario, the strong establish the rules while the weak adhere to them, ensuring a coexistence of strength and weakness." Yi Suifeng turned to face them and said, "You are indeed correct." Li Liusu smirked coldly. "So, you agree with our resolution?" "Indeed," Yi Suifeng nodded. "Yunxiao City should embrace new rules and a new order." Li Liusu exchanged a glance with Tang Zheng, both subtly nodding in agreement. "How do you intend to handle this matter?" Yi Suifeng regarded them for a moment before responding. "I have two options in mind. First, you relinquish all rights, property, shops, and resources in Yunxiao City, and take your people far from its jurisdiction, never to return. In consideration of our shared history of coexistence for a century, I shall generously offer each of you 100 million low-grade spirit stones as travel expenses. Should you refuse, then total annihilation shall ensue." Chapter 54. A shift in power. Upon the utterance of these words by Yi Suifeng, a brief silence enveloped the high platform. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to comprehend what they had just heard. They initially thought Yi Suifeng was jesting, but upon witnessing his indifferent expression, they realized he was entirely serious. "Yi Suifeng." Li Liusu's anger surged. "You are courting death. We currently have 3. That is sufficient." Bang! Li Liusu suddenly felt an immense pressure descending from above, overwhelming his arms and bending his legs, forcing him to kneel heavily upon the ground. The platform, reinforced by formations, was marred by visible cracks, a shocking sight. "You have spoken enough," Yi Suifeng said coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth. Tang Zheng and the 3 elder cultivators present seemed momentarily stunned. They looked at Li Liusu, who had just moments ago appeared vigorous, now bleeding from his mouth and nose, trembling as he struggled to support himself on the ground. "Ancestor, kill him!" Li Liusu nearly screamed, his voice betraying the unbearable pressure and agony he was enduring. "This fool seeks his own demise." The 3 elder cultivators, each having lived for centuries, acted almost in unison. Their strikes unleashed high-level techniques of profound mastery, a torrent of overwhelming power directed at Yi Suifeng. Boom! The tremendous roar, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust, erupted within the arena. Spectators who had just vacated the arena, not straying far, gathered anxiously at the periphery, awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing the sound, they looked up in astonishment. "They have made their move," someone exclaimed. "The head of the Yi family is still too young. He ought not to be so ostentatious." Another lamented, "Damn it, if anything happens to the Phoenix Fairy, I swear I will not rest until the Li and Tang families are exterminated." Certain young cultivators declared with indignation. When Shu observed the rising dust and felt the earth tremble, letting out a slight sigh. It cannot be mistaken. It is the action of a nascent soul master, and the head of the Yi family is in grave peril. In the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. He distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura emanating from the recent fluctuations. It was a force that ought not to exist within the confines of Cloud City. What has become of the head of the Yi family? In the cloud riding combat arena, the highest viewing platform had cracked inch by inch, precariously held together by the participating formations, barely preventing it from collapsing. Li Liusu lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and barely clinging to life. The three nascent soul cultivators who had just attacked were scattered at the edge of the platform, their limbs shattered and unrecognizable, clearly devoid of breath. Yet, Yi Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his appearance unchanged. As for Tang Zhong, he sat on the ground, his complexion finally shifting. This is impossible. How could this be? He muttered to himself, utterly bewildered by the preceding scene that had surpassed his comprehension. Faced with the full force assault of three nascent soul powerhouses, Yi Suifeng had merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispatching them all. It was simply terrifying. If this were a nightmare, Tang Zhong could only wish to awaken swiftly. In the distance, at the Yi family seats, Yi Huang gazed at her father upon the high platform, her face filled with admiration and pride. That was her father. I am the daughter of Yi Suifeng. Meanwhile, the others were equally invigorated. Yi Suifeng was the anchor of their hearts. As for the members of the Li and Tang families, including those powerful beings at the Golden Body realm and above, they were frozen in place, unable to move even an inch. Their expressions were filled with dread, yet they could not muster the slightest action. You yourselves proclaim that this is a world where the strong reign supreme. Yi Suifeng straightened his posture and slowly approached Li Liusu, gazing down upon him. Li Liusu was not yet dead. He struggled to turn his head, looking up at Yi Suifeng, who blocked the sunlight, his eyes brimming with unending terror. Why? Why was he so powerful? Li Liusu regretted his earlier intentions against Yi Suifeng. Such an existence was far beyond what the Li family could provoke. Spare me. Li Liusu's mouth moved, attempting to plead with Yi Suifeng, but he could hardly utter a coherent sentence. It is too late, Yi Suifeng replied coldly. He was capable of acts of mercy, yet he was not a merciful man. The moment Li Liusu had threatened him using his daughter, the fate of the Li family was sealed. Yi Suifeng crouched down. If it were me lying on the ground today, do you think you would spare me? Heh. You have long wished to see me torn to shreds, haven't you? He opened his palm, and a drop of Li Liusu's blood suddenly floated out, landing in Yi Suifeng's hand. The droplet spun gently, rising and falling. In Yi Suifeng's grasp, it seemed almost alive. With each breath, a hazy glow encircled it, enchanting and resplendent. You were not wrong. Indeed, the power here is merely 1/3 of that of the Li family, Yi Suifeng remarked. A flicker of red light shimmering in his pupils that sent chills through Li Liusu's bones. What do you intend to do? Li Liusu finally shouted. Would you like to see? Yi Suifeng brought his palm closer to Li Liusu, and that drop of blood magnified infinitely in his gaze. Countless minuscule images appeared vividly before him. He beheld the still unconscious Li Qi, the Li family scion embroiled in a street altercation, and the two ancient ancestors of the Li family, still in seclusion beneath the ground. He saw his own form sprawled on the ground, along with the entirety of the Li family's bloodline. No, Li Liusu had never encountered such tactics, yet he began to grasp the intentions of Yi Suifeng. It was my mistake, I was wrong. Two streams of blood tears flowed from Li Liusu's eyes. At this moment, his heart was consumed by boundless regret. Time and again, he had admonished his descendants to exercise caution, to remain prudent, to ascertain the enemy's true nature before devising a plan, lest they commit an irrevocable blunder. But today, due to his underestimation of Yi Suifeng, he had made a mistake that could never be rectified. Li Liusu locked eyes with Yi Suifeng, his gaze filled with endless pleading. Farewell. Not every plea would yield the desired outcome. The blood droplets in Yi Suifeng's palm suddenly began to whirl violently, radiating an infinite brilliance. Li Liusu watched in horror as, upon reaching a certain limit, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Every image shattered like glass. On the streets of Yinshao City, a young scion of the Li family wore a triumphant smile, while the person he had just argued with lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Undoubtedly, he had once again triumphed in this conflict, bolstered by the strength of his clan. Yet suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with his body. A slender vein appeared on his face. He staggered and turned to survey his surroundings. However, everything before him had transformed into a blood-red realm. He attempted to articulate something, but an overwhelming dizziness engulfed him, causing him to collapse to the ground, utterly unconscious. The red veins on his face darkened gradually, until finally, all was engulfed in darkness. The attendants around him rushed forward to assist him, only to discover that he was devoid of life. Such scenes unfolded throughout Yinshao City, within its jurisdiction, and even in distant other cities. All those with ties to the Li family bloodline perished within mere breaths. In the Tingyun duel arena, Silence reigned over the Li family's seats. On the high platform, Li Liusu witnessed the shattering of image after image. With blood tears in his eyes, he gazed skyward. With the last vestiges of his strength, he let out a howl. It was uncertain whether it was a lamentation directed at Yi Suifeng or a remorse for his choices. Soon after, life ebbed away from him. Yi Suifeng observed his face, shaking his head slightly as he rose to his feet. The Li family bloodline was numerous, holding significant responsibilities throughout Yunxiao City. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly impact the city's governance greatly. Sui Yun, Yefeng, Yi Suifeng called out. Here. The two responded in unison. You are to personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yunxiao City and comprehensively take over all the Li family and Tang family enterprises. From this moment forth, in the city of Cloud Heights, chaos has suddenly erupted. Under the bright daylight, an important figure has unexpectedly met a tragic end. In a state of panic, the populace is gripped by fear, but upon closer examination, it is revealed that the deceased are all of the Li family lineage. Bewildered, they ponder what has transpired. On the bustling street, a carriage races forward. Miss, are we truly not going to wait outside the arena? After all, it is the Yi family, our most esteemed guests, inquired a young woman dressed as a maid. No need to wait. The outcome is already determined, Gu Wanxin replied languidly. Reclining against the soft cushions of the carriage, the image of that man lingered in her mind, impossible to erase. The formidable beings of the transformation realm kneel at his feet. The Li family? The Tang family? To him, they are mere ants, easily crushed. The city of Cloud Heights may descend into turmoil. We must be fully prepared, Gu Wanxin stated. Her devoted handmaiden nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family remains unharmed. I truly admire the Phoenix Fairy, and I also have a fondness for the bubble-blowing Yi Xiaoxiao. I sincerely wish for their safety, she expressed, her face filled with concern. Fear not. They will be fine, Gu Wanxin reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yi Huang, Yi Xiaoxiao, and the other three had left a profound impression on her today, simply because they were extraordinarily remarkable. Such individuals, Gu Wanxin had only witnessed once in her lifetime. His name is Shun Tianming, the core genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who, at the tender age of 27, has ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Could the Yi family truly rival the ancient power of the Wanbao Pavilion? Yet, she was acutely aware that the transformation of Yi Huang and the others was solely due to one person, Yi Suifeng. Perhaps I might attempt to bring my little niece along, Gu Wanxin pondered. Around the periphery of the cloud-soaring arena, many anxiously awaited the outcome of the negotiations among the three major families. Suddenly, several figures shot forth from above the arena, swiftly dispersing in all directions. It is the Phoenix Fairy. Someone recognized one among them. They are all unharmed. Splendid. The head of the Yi family should also be safe, right? Of course. The crowd cheered. The Yi family's methods and strength had garnered the admiration of the majority, and they did not wish for such a noble family to face extinction. How could this be the outcome? When Shu felt perplexed, unable to fathom how Yi Suifeng had survived in the presence of three formidable beings of the nascent soul realm. Perhaps the Yi family possesses hidden strength as well. Young man, the goddess you admire may not be easily attainable, when Shu remarked, glancing at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to depart. Let us go. The victor has been decided. Zhang Dong observed the retreating figures of the Yi family and advanced forward. Senior, who has emerged victorious? Surely it must be the Yi family. Several young people hurriedly followed. Zhang Dong nodded. Return and prepare. We shall pay a visit to the Yi family tomorrow. At the command of Yi Suifeng, all core members of the Yi family departed, intent on quelling the chaos within the city and seizing control of Yunxiao City. Standing upon the elevated platform, Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards Tang Zheng. In that moment, Tang Zheng had lost all semblance of his previous arrogance. He sat slumped on the ground, utterly drained and filled with trepidation. The deaths of each member of the Li family pierced his courage like a needle. Yi Suifeng was far beyond anything he could have imagined. When Yi Suifeng's eyes fell upon him, Tang Zheng felt his heart leap into his throat. Master Yi, I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. In what way? Yi Suifeng suddenly grinned, a disquieting smile. Tang Zheng hesitated, then quickly continued. I should not have heeded Li Liushu's deceitful words. I should not have allowed wealth to blind my eyes. I should not have opposed you. Please, spare me. Spare the descendants of the Tang family. He knelt, banging his head against the ground like a pestle, tears and snot nearly splattering onto Yi Suifeng's shoes. Anyone who comes here today with the intention of confronting the Yi family must perish, Yi Suifeng declared. Tang Zheng, forehead bloodied, looked up at Yi Suifeng, grasping the meaning behind those words. The Tang family would not meet the same tragic fate as the Li family, erased completely from existence. However, the remnants of the Tang lineage would forever be unable to cultivate. I shall give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to consider. Yi Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng lowered his head, his eyes clouded with confusion. To be unable to cultivate was akin to death for them. His fists gradually clenched. But moments later, they fell in despair. Better than death, I suppose. To live as an ordinary person. To distance oneself from the strife of the cultivation world. Perhaps that is a form of happiness. Yet, he wished to make one last appeal. Master Yi. Xiaoqing and the others are unaware of today's plan. Yi Suifeng regarded him intently before finally nodding. You have 10 slots. Decide for yourself. Tang Zheng's body trembled. And he bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity. Tears streamed from his eyes. In a brief moment, a piece of paper bearing 10 names appeared in Yi Suifeng's hand, with Tang Xiaoqing among them. However, Yi Suifeng was slightly taken aback to find that Tang Zheng had not inscribed his own name. The names listed were of the most exceptional young members of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Yi Suifeng inquired. I have, Tang Zheng replied softly. Yi Suifeng nodded. He did not wish to elaborate, for he was now the villain. Anything he might say would feel insincere, since the decision to kill had been made. Then it was time to act. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood, biting his finger and trembling as he offered his blood into Yi Suifeng's palm. Then, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 10 young members of the Tang family, previously bound, could move again, their faces filled with terror as they gasped for breath. Father, Master. Tang Xiaoqing and the others looked anxiously at Tang Zheng atop the platform. Xiaoqing, return. Leave everything behind. Lead our kin away from Yunxiao City, and never come back. Tang Zheng spoke softly. Tang Xiaoqing's face was awash with sorrow. Father, he croaked. Get out. Tang Zheng bellowed. Tang Xiaoqing fell silent, kneeling on the ground, and bowed deeply 3 times towards the high platform. Rising to his feet, he led the remaining members of the Tang family away without a backward glance. Just as he stepped out of the arena, a thunderous explosion echoed behind him. In his peripheral vision, he beheld the place where the Tang family had stood, now transformed into a river of blood. Let us go back. Tang Mengxian, his brother, hesitated before speaking. Move. Tang Xiaoqing barked, not turning back as he strode forward. At that moment, only Yi Suifeng and Tang Zheng remained in the arena. Yi Suifeng opened his palm, revealing a droplet of blood marked with a dark insignia. It was a bloodline curse, empowered by the will of the heavenly Tao, unsolvable in this realm. The curse would manifest in 3 days, granting the surviving members of the Tang family ample time to endure the initial perilous moments. Yi Suifeng remarked, appreciating that Tang Zheng did not include himself among the doomed. Hence, he allowed them those 3 days. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay motionless on the ground, already resigned to his fate. Thus, the Li and Tang families were irrevocably erased from Yunxiao City. Yi Suifeng sighed softly, rising into the sky. Below him, Yunxiao City gradually diminished in size. Its architectural layout laid bare to his eyes. The 3 great families firmly occupied the central position, yet the area of the Yi family was the smallest. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, and inscribed a colossal character for Yi in the sky. As the final stroke was completed, an endless radiance emanated from the character, resonating with the roar of the great Tao, shaking the heavens and the earth. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the inscription, illuminating the heart of Yunxiao City, the domain of the 3 great families. From this day forth, this place would mark the new beginning for the Yi family. Chapter 56. Chaos in the dim, narrow tunnel. A resounding crash echoed as a heavy iron door was forcefully flung open from the outside, and a figure darted past. It was a young man, bloodied and panting heavily. His eyes filled with terror. He sprinted through the intricate underground passages, repeatedly smashing through one iron door after another. As he ran, he glanced back, as if a monstrous flood were pursuing him. Finally, he found himself before a smooth wall of green stone. The young man pressed his body against the wall, frantically retrieving a small, intricately designed circular object from his pocket and manipulating its mechanism. With a series of clicks, a minute crack appeared in the luminous green stone, gradually widening. Suddenly, ominous footsteps echoed from the depths of the tunnel, sending chills down his spine. The young man whipped around, his pupils constricting in fear. Without waiting for the gap to enlarge, he exerted every ounce of strength, desperately pushing himself through the narrowing space, his ribs feeling as though they might shatter. Finally, he squeezed through and collapsed onto the ground. Lifting his head, he found himself in a vast underground chamber, brightly lit, filled with a fragrant aroma. In the very center, 3 ancient coffins lay, with the one on the left already ajar. Ancestor, please save me. Save your family. The young man cried out, rolling and crawling to the coffin, pounding on its lid with fervor. Yet, no one responded. Ancestor, wake up. He struck the coffin with all his might, blood oozing from his forehead until, at last, He forced open a broad gap in the tightly shut lid. A wave of deathly aura wafted forth, but still, silence reigned. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Growing ever closer, and despair clouded the young man's face. He turned, slowly leaning against the coffin, his gaze fixed on the open azure stone door. As the footsteps drew near, a figure cloaked in purple emerged into view. So this is the essence of the Li family. Yi Huang entered, surveying the surroundings. Followed by a dozen followers. No wonder it was termed essence. This place was at least dozens of zhang below the surface. She stepped forward to stand before the three coffins, directly in front of the young man. You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors? Yi Huang leaned in, scrutinizing his face. The young man averted his gaze, whispering, My aunt is the legitimate wife of the third master of the Li family. Yi Huang realized, so he is a relative by marriage. When she and her second uncle swept into the Li family, only the relatives by marriage and a horde of outsiders remained. Confused and unaware of the turmoil unfolding around them. Without a doubt, her arrival spurred their frenzied attack. Yet, under the might of her uncle in the nascent soul stage, no one could withstand the onslaught of the Yi family. In mere moments, they were forced into retreat, transforming the encounter into a chaotic game of cat and mouse. Yi Huang followed the young man into this subterranean realm amidst the pursuit. Spare me, I only, clang. A flash of sword light cut through the air. The young man's head was severed and fell to the ground. Yi Huang sheathed her sword, her eyes devoid of mercy. If the ancestors of the Li family were truly awakened, it would mean death for her and all behind her. Yi Huang straightened, surveying the space that had been artificially excavated. Let us detonate it all with explosive talismans. The Yi family does not require such buried essence. Moments later, the earth trembled, accompanied by a monstrous roar, as most of the Li family's surface structures collapsed with a thunderous crash. Yi Huang and Yi Suiyun stood together, watching the scene unfold. I never imagined I would witness the fall of the Li family in my lifetime, Yi Suiyun remarked softly. Cousin Yi Long and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we not hurry there? Yi Huang inquired. No need, Yi Suiyun replied, raising his head to gaze at the enormous character for Yi suspended in the sky, a jade pendant at his waist glimmering subtly. When that character appeared, he sensed a change in the pendant that symbolized the family's authority. Indeed, it has transformed into a precious gem capable of both offense and defense. Presently, neither the Li family nor the Tang family has anyone to rival them. The streets of Yunxiao City are in disarray. The sudden downfall of the Li family has thrown the Tang family into chaos, with its members fleeing in all directions. The shops that once belonged to these two great families have all shuttered their doors, hastily packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Within a lavishly adorned alchemy shop, a gaunt middle-aged man is frantically utilizing his storage ring, its glow incessantly drawing in all the jars and vials surrounding him. Just as he nearly emptied the shop, he was about to make his hurried exit. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash resounded as the shop's entrance was forcefully breached, and several figures stood before him. The foremost among them was Yi Qingyao. Master Du? Yi Qingyao paused upon recognizing the figure before her. This middle-aged man was none other than Du Haixing, a fifth-tier alchemist who had once taught at the Yi family for many years before ultimately betraying them. He had clandestinely forged an agreement with the Li family, departing during the Yi family's most trying times and taking with him a multitude of exceptional apprentices along with numerous secrets. They had not anticipated crossing paths again, especially not here, in a shop belonging to the Li family. Ah, it's you, Qingyao. Observing the group, Du Haixing's demeanor remained remarkably calm, chuckling lightly. I never thought you would achieve such heights, nor did I expect you to align yourself with our adversaries. The atmosphere grew tense. I was never truly one of the Yi family, Du Haixing exclaimed passionately. I was merely a guest invited by you, when someone offered me better terms. My departure was entirely reasonable. People strive for elevation, just as water flows downward. Yi Qingyao regarded him coldly, devoid of any emotion. That does not justify your betrayal of the Yi family's trust. At that time, when three masters from the Yi family departed simultaneously, they lost far more than just instructors. Most critically, they had sold a wealth of internal secrets. Du Haixing fell silent, unable to refute the claims. Betrayal is betrayal. The tension between them escalated, both poised to draw their weapons. Sighing softly, Yi Qingyao remarked, regardless of everything, you were once my teacher in the art of alchemy. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Leave everything behind and depart from Yunxiao City. Extending her hand, she continued, from this day forth, we share no further ties. Du Haixing, his face darkened, caressed the storage ring upon his finger. Inside lay the wealth of the entire shop, sufficient for him to live leisurely for the rest of his days. Yet, facing the formidable Yi family, the likelihood of taking anything with him seemed exceedingly slim. After a moment of contemplation, Du Haixing sighed, removing the storage ring. He stepped forward and placed it in Yi Qingyao's outstretched palm. Qingyao, you have been the most astute student I have ever taught. Before I depart, let me impart one final lesson. Never underestimate the treachery of the human heart. Suddenly, a fierce expression flashed across Du Haixing's face as he curled his fingers into claws, reaching for Yi Qingyao's neck. As a formidable figure in the golden body realm, he could cover the short distance before the few individuals behind Yi Qingyao could react. Capturing her would undoubtedly enable him to escape Yunxiao City with wealth in hand. He moved swiftly, his grasp nearly encircling Yi Qingyao's throat. Just then, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his actions. A mirror materialized in Yi Qingyao's hand. I have never underestimated you. My apologies, Master Du. Upon finishing her words, Du Haixing, illuminated by the red dust mirror, visibly aged before their eyes. Ultimately, he transformed into a withered corpse, collapsing to the ground. Outside Yunxiao City, a group of several dozen individuals was hastily fleeing into the distance. After covering a considerable distance of several dozen miles, they finally slowed their pace. The Yi family did not pursue us, right? No, it seems they have let us go. But now we are utterly destitute. Young Master Shaoqing, what should we do? Tang Shaoqing stood at the forefront, casting a glance back at the faint outline of Yunxiao City. We leave. He turned and began to walk forward, step by step. Chapter 57. Reconstruction in the Yi family's patriarch study. An octagonal formation plate rested upon the desk. Each corner inlaid with a dazzling high-grade spirit stone, intricate patterns connecting the 8 stones. Yi Suifeng channeled a surge of spiritual energy, and the entire formation plate instantly lit up. A familiar city materialized above the formation plate, its contours distinctly visible. It was indeed Yunxiao City. Yi Suifeng executed a spell, and the ethereal image of Yunxiao City expanded rapidly, revealing all the towers and streets, ultimately stabilizing over the architectural cluster of the 3 prominent families. Why does this feel reminiscent of futuristic technology? Yi Suifeng marveled. This formation plate had been discovered in the Tang family's treasury. It was essentially a map of Yunxiao City, albeit a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation. Truly astonishing. Numerous similar trinkets had also been retrieved from the vaults of the 2 great families. There were void gliding boards for swift travel, easily erected simple pavilions, and even mattresses for massages, along with large iron pots that could cook automatically. While these items bore no utility in combat or cultivation, they provided significant assistance in certain aspects of daily life. This experience utterly reshaped Yi Suifeng's understanding of the cultivation world. Surely, it should consist solely of training and battles? Yet, he soon realized that the civilization of this world had existed for countless millennia. Despite the prevailing themes of cultivation and ascension, practical living could not be neglected. Take food, for instance. The abundance of ingredients yielded an astonishing variety of delicacies, far surpassing anything from his previous life. The aspiration to savor the culinary wonders of the world now seemed a daunting challenge. Elder brother. At that moment, Sui Yun entered from outside. How is it? Yi Suifeng inquired without lifting his gaze. It is basically stabilized. Sui Yun remarked. At the outset, chaos indeed reigned. Many establishments belonging to the Li and Tang families were suddenly left unattended, prompting numerous individuals to seize the opportunity for theft and looting. However, thanks to our intervention, most of these incidents have subsided. Indeed, we owe a great deal to those young men who returned with a multitude of cultivators months ago. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to take control of the entire Yunxiao City. The management of a city cannot be accomplished without sufficient manpower. The recent influx of scattered cultivators has played a pivotal role. Presently, only our Yi family remains in Yunxiao City, with numerous cultivators vying to join our ranks. Many have privately begun referring to Yunxiao City as Yi City. Excitement radiated from Sui Yun's face. This scene was something he had never even dreamed of. I reiterate, we must delineate the hierarchy clearly. Those who join now should be treated distinctly from the previous group. I do not wish to see any absurd notions of equality. Yi Suifeng stated. Sui Yun nodded, well aware from his prolonged position of authority that treating everyone equally is, in essence, akin to serving a beautifully enticing poison. By the way, elder brother, the Li and Tang families have completed their plundering, and their original structures have suffered varying degrees of damage. Particularly, the Li family has had their underground space exploded, nearly collapsing a significant portion. How should we address this? Sui Yun inquired. Yi Suifeng raised his hand, freezing the array map over the architectural clusters of the 3 prominent families. The map had yet to be updated, so all the structures appeared intact. The locations of the 3 families lay in the very heart of Yunxiao City, occupying a vast area, with the Yi family comprising merely about 1/5 of it. Demolish and rebuild, Yi Suifeng declared. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback. Elder brother, there are still many intact buildings within. I am aware. I simply find them unappealing. Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Sui Yun was left astonished. Moreover, after the demolition, we should construct a new residence centered around the current Yi family estate. The household is somewhat cramped now, Yi Suifeng suggested, tracing a large circle on the map. Its area exceeds that of the current Yi residence by more than tenfold. Elder brother, isn't that a bit excessive? The family isn't yet numerous enough to warrant such a space. Sui Yun felt it was somewhat exaggerated. It will undoubtedly continue to grow, Yi Suifeng remarked, casting a glance at him. I have heard that your wife is recently with child? Sui Yun flushed with embarrassment. Offering an awkward smile. Ahem, well, the family is thriving, which brings me joy. A flourishing lineage is indeed a blessing, Yi Suifeng stated. I sincerely hope you can spare some time to thoroughly contemplate the origins of life. Do you understand? Sui Yun, feeling flustered, repeatedly affirmed. I understand, I understand. Yi Suifeng shook his head. This world is still far from as liberal regarding matters of intimacy between men and women as in previous lives. He then returned his gaze to the map. At a glance, the architectural layout of Yunxiao City appeared rather disordered, with crooked pathways and numerous dead ends that were visually unappealing. Contemplating deeply, Yi Suifeng deftly traced 2 vertical lines, centering them on the Yi family estate, thereby partitioning the entire city into 4 quadrants. He envisioned the construction of 4 grand thoroughfares radiating outward from this focal point. Subsequently, he sought an individual of exceptional design prowess to meticulously arrange the buildings within the city. My stipulations are straightforward. The layout must be pristine, orderly, and highly accessible. Do you comprehend? Sui Yun's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Brother, do you intend to demolish the entire city and commence anew? Why not? Yi Suifeng replied. This chaotic appearance is irksome to me. I demand a complete redesign. As he spoke, he noticed that the Yi family's location was slightly off-center, skewed to the left, which would render the cross drawn with it, as the center misaligned with the 4 city gates. What shall we do about this? Sui Yun observed that the wall, while grand, is not circular. It too must be torn down and rebuilt. I require a perfectly standard circle, Yi Suifeng stated earnestly. Sui Yun was utterly perplexed. He could not fathom his brother's intentions and dared not inquire further. However, he understood that his brother's actions were undoubtedly based on sound reasoning, one that was likely beyond his comprehension. Thus, he resolved to comply. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. After all, it was merely a circular city wall. Yunxiao City was destined to become the most distinctive in the continent. Yet, unbeknownst to Sui Yun, his elder brother was merely succumbing to his obsessive tendencies. Let us leave it at that for now. Yi Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map, fearful of conjuring yet another idea. By the way, what news of the other factions within the city? In Yunxiao City, aside from the 3 principal families, there existed 3 additional factions of considerable influence. The first was the Wanbao Pavilion, a hub for cultivators, bustling with a multitude of visitors daily. The second was the Suifeng Tower, the most prestigious tavern in Yunxiao City, complete with an adjoining Suifeng garden. The third was the Shangyun Courtyard, a realm of ephemeral pleasures, requiring no further elaboration. What movements has the Wanbao Pavilion made in recent days? Yi Suifeng inquired. None, Sui Yun replied. Since the Battle of Yunxiao City, the Wanbao Pavilion has remained unusually quiet, with its personnel rarely venturing outside, exercising extreme caution. Yi Suifeng nodded, recognizing the astuteness of Gu Wanxin. Unless prompted by him, she would never act independently. Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of the Suifeng Tower and Shangyun Courtyard? Sui Yun responded. The Shangyun Courtyard remains quite subdued. However, the proprietor of Suifeng Tower seems unable to contain his ambitions. Reports indicate he has begun acquiring nearby land, likely aiming to expand his operations. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Let us summon them all for a meeting tomorrow. It is time to discuss the course of our lives. Chapter 58. Rectification. Upon learning of the Yi family's intentions to reconstruct Yunxiao City, Dong Tianji was filled with exhilaration. As a 6th-rank formation master and a highly skilled architect, he had long wished to prove himself following a previous disagreement with the head of the Yi family. I must demonstrate my worth in this endeavor, Dong Tianji resolved inwardly. Thus, he took the initiative to approach the second master, Yi Suiyun, to express his thoughts. Suiyun, troubled by the lack of someone capable to undertake the task, was elated to see Dong Tianji volunteer and promptly handed over the rudimentary blueprints and requirements. Full of confidence, Dong Tianji opened the drawings, only to be struck dumb in an instant. Whose ingenious mind had conceived such designs? He felt as if he had turned to stone, having never encountered a design of this nature before. While placing one's family at the heart of the city is certainly acceptable, what is the rationale behind constructing 4 thoroughfares leading directly to the family estate? Is it not too ostentatious? Furthermore, The so-called requirements for cleanliness and orderliness. Does he think he is merely planning a backyard? In a city? Should not the foremost consideration be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? What left him most aghast was the circular city wall. Good heavens! Are you intent on creating the most peculiar city on the continent? Dong Tianji felt overwhelmed. This task was indeed daunting. Yet, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After much contemplation, he sought the counsel of Hu Chuang, a fellow master of the 6th rank in artifact crafting. This individual, having traveled extensively and witnessed much, might have encountered such eccentric architecture. It appeared that the designer of this city had given little thought to the safety of the family. Upon receiving the blueprints, Hu Chuang too furrowed his brow. Like Dong Tianji, he believed that placing the family in such a prominent position was somewhat imprudent. In the event of a crisis, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, they could only begin their efforts from underground. However, Hu Chuang soon devised a plan, and together with Dong Tianji, they endeavored to bring this fantastical design back on course. Meanwhile, the instigator of their troubles was leisurely sipping tea in the reception hall. Brother, they have all arrived, Suifeng announced as he entered. Then let us proceed one by one, Yi Suifeng replied. In the reception hall, 3 individuals awaited Yi Suifeng's summons. One was Gu Wanxin, who had visited numerous times and appeared quite at ease, her expression relaxed. The second was a slightly portly middle-aged man, fair-skinned and beardless, adorned in opulent attire, radiating a pearlescent sheen. He sat confidently, a smile gracing his lips. He was Feng He, the proprietor of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The last was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, her murky eyes betraying a hint of unease. She was Hua Popo, the creator of Shangyun Courtyard. Master Gu, I trust you are well. Feng He spoke first after a brief wait. You are indeed a frequent patron of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. I recall you have accompanied the head of the Yi family before, he added, attempting to establish rapport with Gu Wanxin. Indeed, such an event did occur, Gu Wanxin replied, leaning back in her chair. Haha, then it appears your relationship with the head of the Yi family is rather special, Feng He remarked, observing her silence. Assuming her silence was acquiescence, he inquired, do you know why the head of the Yi family has summoned us today? Gu Wanxin did not respond, but shifted to a more comfortable posture, smiling gently as she said, Boss Feng, have you not been in Yinxiao City recently? Feng He was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Master Gu, your insight is remarkable. Indeed. I returned to Linjiang City in the south half a year ago, and have just come back. I never expected such great changes in Yinxiao City. Linjiang City, one of the 9-city alliance, lies south of Su City. It is said to be even more prosperous than Su City. Gu Wanxin nodded and chuckled softly. That must be true. If you had been here recently, you would not have uttered the word please. Feng He frowned slightly. Master Gu, what do you mean by that? Gu Wanxin fell silent. She preferred to maintain her distance from such individuals. Feng He felt perplexed, wondering why Gu Wanxin looked at him as if he were a fool. After a moment, he shifted his gaze to Grandma Hua. Grandma Hua, as an old friend, I must kindly remind you. I have heard that the head of the Yi family possesses a benevolent heart, intolerant of certain sordid affairs, so you should be cautious with your words later. Feng He offered this warning, but his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. He and Grandma Hua had a competitive relationship, and he was delighted to see his rival potentially in trouble. Upon hearing this, Grandma Hua huffed, but remained silent, though her expression grew more tense. Indeed, such rumors circulated in the outside world. If Yi Suifeng cannot abide frivolous pursuits, then, Grandma Hua, please come with me. At that moment, Sui Yun appeared in the parlor. Hearing her name called, Grandma Hua involuntarily shuddered, then slowly rose, following Sui Yun with a grave expression. She's certainly in for it. Feng He grinned at Gu Wanxin. Gu Wanxin rolled her eyes and simply closed them. Whether Grandma Hua would face misfortune was uncertain, but if Feng He continued his antics, he would undoubtedly encounter trouble. In the inner hall, Yi Suifeng sat, holding several sheets of stationery. Under Sui Yun's guidance, Grandma Hua entered. Yi Suifeng glanced at her and said, sit. Thank you, Head Yi. Grandma Hua replied respectfully. Yi Suifeng turned back, observing her as he spoke. The Shangyun Garden in Yinxiao City was established by you, correct? Yes. You have also been complicit in abducting virtuous young women, subsequently training them to serve as playthings for the affluent, have you not? The second question plunged Grandma Hua's heart to the depths of despair. Head Yi. You need only answer with a yes or no, Yi Suifeng interrupted her. Yes. I have done such things. Grandma Hua lowered her head. Yi Suifeng fell silent. An invisible pressure bore down on Grandma Hua, rendering her extremely uneasy. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her wrinkled forehead. After a moment, Yi Suifeng set down the stationery in his hands. From today onward, do not let me discover similar incidents again. Do you understand? Grandma Hua abruptly raised her head, her expression one of shock. Is that all? She found it hard to believe. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, I understand now. Ever since the development of Shangyun Garden, it has ceased to engage in such matters, Yi Suifeng remarked, signaling that she could take her leave. Granny Hua stood up, deeply bowing before she departed the inner hall. I thought you would eliminate Shangyun Garden, said Suiyun with a smile. Eliminate it for what purpose? Yi Suifeng shook his head, stating, such places exist for a reason. Destroy one, and another will inevitably emerge. It is better to find a more compliant one, easier to control. With that, Yi Suifeng waved his hand. Let Fenghe come in. This fellow seems rather inflated with pride. Chapter 59. The celestial array stone. I had long heard of the Yi family's head, whose presence is indeed remarkable. Seeing him today, he is truly extraordinary and exceptionally talented. With a hearty laugh, Fenghe entered from outside. His face was glowing as he clasped his fists and took a seat across from Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng remarked, you certainly are quite familiar. Boss Feng. Looking at the documents in hand, Yi Suifeng delved straight into the matter. I heard that you have been acquiring land near the dreaming drunken pavilion these past few days. Haha, it seems I cannot hide anything from you, brother Yi. Fenghe replied with a smile. The Yi family is formidable. In just a day, you have eradicated 2 other families, which is truly commendable. Such a significant event has piqued my interest in a great business opportunity, hence my actions. Fenghe sat upright in his chair, exuding confidence as he gazed at Yi Suifeng, seemingly convinced that Yi would be intrigued by his so-called lucrative opportunity. Yi Suifeng was perplexed by his audacity. After a moment of silence, seeing that Yi Suifeng appeared unperturbed, Fenghe spoke again, head of the Yi family. This opportunity will allow us to amass considerable wealth together. Yi Suifeng raised his hand. Enough. I am not interested in your so-called opportunity. Fenghe was momentarily taken aback. Head of the Yi family. That involves a substantial amount of spiritual stones. If we join forces, my estimates indicate that the profits could reach at least tens of billions annually. Don't tell me you have no interest in spiritual stones? Fenghe decided to dangle some bait. Having spent several years in Yuntian City, he was quite familiar with the economic situations of the 3 major families. The Yi family's annual revenue is merely around a few billion. Even with the recent elimination of 2 families, it would not multiply significantly. The increase in wealth is not as straightforward as one might imagine. Thus, he believed that the prospect of hundreds of billions annually would undoubtedly entice Yi Suifeng. Unfortunately, having been away from Yuntian City for too long, he was unaware that times had changed. I have less interest in spiritual stones than you assume. The reason I called you today is for another matter. Yi Suifeng set aside the documents and produced a design blueprint, placing it on the table. Yuntian City is preparing for reconstruction, and your dreaming drunken garden obstructs the construction of the main road and needs to be demolished. Name your price. At the sight of the blueprint before him, Fenghe momentarily struggled to comprehend. Such a large-scale reconstruction of Yuntian City? Does your Yi family possess such financial capability? Master Yi, this is rather inappropriate. When the dreaming drunken pavilion first arrived in Yunshao City, we agreed to refrain from interfering with one another, no matter the circumstances. Fenghe gradually suppressed his smile. Who did you make this agreement with? The Tang family among the 3 great clans. Yi Suifeng slightly shook his head. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered few fools, yet Fenghe undoubtedly qualified as one. The current master of Yunshao City is the Yi family. If you wish to conduct business here, you must adhere to the Yi family's arrangements. You can either propose a price to sell the dreaming drunken pavilion to us, or you can pack your belongings and leave. I shall grant you but one opportunity to choose. With that, Yi Suifeng ceased to acknowledge him. Crash. Fenghe abruptly leaped from his chair, seething with anger. Yi Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? My superior is in Linjiang City. Fenghe began to rage, but suddenly felt a profound sense of suffocation. He then observed a golden-hued orb gently floating from his dantian, drifting slowly into Yi Suifeng's hand. It was his golden core. Yi Suifeng grasped the golden core and retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, placing it alongside the core. 1 golden core, plus 1 spirit stone. Is that sufficient to purchase all the assets of your dreaming drunken pavilion? If so, sign the contract and take them away. Yi Suifeng's patience was wearing thin. Had he known the nature of his opponent, he wouldn't have deigned to meet him in person. Dealing with such individuals was tiresome. Their intelligence was surely compromised. He simply wished to conclude this matter swiftly. Fenghe stood frozen, his spirit taut, his heart filled with dread. That was indeed a golden core. How could Yi Suifeng so effortlessly seize it? What had transpired during his half-year absence from Yunshao City? I will sign. Fenghe stammered. Before long, an agreement was finalized, and Yi Suifeng acquired all the properties of the dreaming drunken pavilion for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, Fenghe finally reclaimed his golden core. With the scorching spirit stone in hand, regret flooded his heart. Had he known, he would have simply followed Yi Suifeng's advice and sold the dreaming drunken pavilion from the start. After Fenghe departed, Yi Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters should be entrusted to Sui Yun and the others in the future. It was truly tedious. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Master Yi, Gu Wanqin said, her hands clasped respectfully before her. I hope you can be somewhat normal today. I've had quite enough troubles. Yi Suifeng gestured for her to sit. Gu Wanqin smiled brightly. It's rare to see you in this state. She took a seat. Is it because of Feng He? Let us not mention that fool. Yi Suifeng replied. Now, tell me about you. You've been holed up in the Wanbao Pavilion, not stepping out at all. What have you been up to? Gu Wanqin responded. Naturally, I am awaiting the Master Ye's instructions. You belong to the Wanbao Pavilion, not to my Yi family. So there is no need to heed my commands. Yi Suifeng took a sip of tea. Gu Wanqin chuckled, but then sighed softly. Master Yi, if you do not take me in, I fear it won't be long before you can never see me again. Why? Yi Suifeng frowned slightly. Do you recall the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones from the Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanqin inquired. Yi Suifeng nodded. His curiosity had been piqued regarding the purpose behind Wanbao Pavilion exchanging resources for such a substantial quantity of spirit stones, which, after all, could not be consumed as food. Have you unearthed any clues? He asked. Indeed, Gu Wanqin replied, retrieving a box crafted from an unidentified metal from her storage ring and placing it upon the table. Every transaction made by Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I stumbled upon a most unusual revelation. Each year, a significant portion of the spirit stones earned by our branches across the lands mysteriously vanishes during a specific time frame. Subsequently, a new item appears on the inventory list, referred to as the Heavenly Array Stone. I sought to uncover the hidden intricacies behind this phenomenon, and thus, I seized the opportunity to connect with the overseer of the Heavenly Array Stone. Gu Wanqin gazed at Yi Suifeng, her hands resting on either side of the box. However, I did not anticipate uncovering such a secret. With that, she gently pressed her hands down. Accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the metallic exterior of the box transformed, resembling an intricate assembly of countless tiny blocks. Ultimately, it morphed from a rectangular shape into a disc resembling the Tai Chi symbol. Suspended above the disc were three distinct objects. On the far left, there stood a small tripod cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears. Encircling the cauldron were a multitude of intricate array patterns, interwoven in a manner that sent shivers down one's spine. In the center, there loomed a 9-tiered pagoda, entirely transparent and resplendent, with wisps of clouds swirling around it, exuding an air of mystery. To the right, there was a luminous stone that appeared somewhat familiar. This is the Heavenly Array Stone, Gu Wanqin remarked, her expression filled with profound incredulity. It is only now that I comprehend the reason behind Wanbao Pavilion's accumulation of such vast quantities of spirit stones, all for this diminutive Heavenly Array Stone. Indeed, this Heavenly Array Stone is forged from countless pure spirit stones, with the fusion of a single Heavenly Array Stone requiring no less than 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Gu Wanqin exclaimed in astonishment. Without your presence, the entire Wanbao Pavilion in Su City would have sold goods amounting to merely around 1 billion top-grade spirit stones over the course of an entire year. Yi Suifeng was equally taken aback, never having anticipated that Wanbao Pavilion handled spirit stones in such a manner. Moreover, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the Heavenly Array Stone. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as another glowing stone appeared in his hand, identical to the Heavenly Array Stone hovering above the disc. Master Yi, you possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth as well. Gu Wanqin's eyes widened in disbelief. The Heavenly Array Stone is not to be confused with heavenly-grade treasures. It is a material of the utmost caliber with special properties, attainable only by superpowers akin to Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng remained silent, a dawning realization washing over him. It was no wonder he had not heard the name of the spirit crystal for such an extended period. It turned out that people referred to this item as the Heavenly Array Stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet. Chapter 60. The origin tower of all things. Yi Suifeng initially believed that, under his extravagant tendencies, he would soon exhaust the meager amount of spirit stones in his wallet. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that spirit stones themselves were but trifles. Alas, his perspective was rather limited. If Gu Wanqin's assertions held true, a single spirit crystal equated to 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones. Thus, how many superior-grade spirit stones could be derived from 36.5 trillion spirit crystals? And how many inferior-grade spirit stones would that amount to? With an abundance of wealth, what should one do if they could not spend it? He was anxious for an answer. How did the Wanbao Pavilion transform celestial array stones? Moreover, why convert spirit stones into celestial array stones? What purpose did the celestial array stones serve? Yi Suifeng posed a series of questions, his curiosity piqued. Gu Wanqin reluctantly diverted her gaze from the celestial array stone and replied, Initially, I harbored the same doubts. Such confidential information is held in the highest secrecy within the Wanbao Pavilion. I presumed it would require considerable effort to uncover even a fragment of the truth. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Wanxin glanced at the small cauldron and tower depicted on the array plate, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she continued. I cannot discern whether it is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. The methods for converting spirit stones into celestial array stones, along with their functions, are astonishingly contained within this box. Therefore, if you, the head of the Yi family, do not take me in, I will find myself without a burial place at the Wanbao Pavilion. Originally, Gu Wanxin merely intended to borrow the celestial array stone and present it to Yi Suifeng for examination before making further plans. However, she could never have anticipated the monumental secrets concealed within the box. She understood well that by surreptitiously taking this box, her life no longer belonged solely to her. Yi Suifeng remained silent, gradually extending his hand as the small cauldron floated within his palm. At that moment, he realized that it was not a tangible cauldron at all. In truth, it was a blueprint, an intricately detailed, three-dimensional schematic. Yi Suifeng reached out with his vast consciousness, enveloping it in an instant. Within mere breaths, he comprehended the entirety of the small cauldron's essence. Now it became clear. The small cauldron was named the Spirit Power Furnace, serving a singular purpose, the conversion of spirit stones. Under standard regulations, 100 inferior-grade spirit stones could be transformed into a single medium-grade spirit stone, while 100 medium-grade spirit stones could be converted into a superior-grade spirit stone. Ultimately, 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones could yield one spirit crystal, which was synonymous with the celestial array stone. The Spirit Power Furnace was fundamentally constructed from celestial array stones and array formations. The array formation served as the core, while the celestial array stones functioned as conduits, pathways connecting to the laws of heaven. The artificially arranged array formations, through the celestial array stones, could take root in the heavenly principles, harnessing the power of the rules. Thus, it was capable of transforming the essence of spirit stones. No wonder spirit crystals were referred to as celestial array stones. These stones could directly connect to the laws of heaven, acting as conductors of the rules. Consequently, cultivators could utilize them to harness powers beyond human grasp, enabling them to achieve astonishing feats of creation. Well then, let us give it a try. The Spirit Power Furnace consists of 3 distinct levels, differentiated by their conversion efficiency. The highest tier furnace requires 10,000 celestial array stones, equivalent to the revenue generated by Sioux City over a millennium, an astonishing figure indeed. With a flourish of his hand, Yi Suifeng conjured 10,000 celestial array stones, which floated before them as if they were inconsequential. Subsequently, he executed a series of intricate hand gestures, continuously casting array formations that were imprinted onto the inner walls of the celestial array stones. The complexity and difficulty of the formations required by the Spirit Power Furnace were utterly mind-boggling. Should Master Dong Tianji, a 6th-tier array master, attempt to complete them, even with unwavering dedication, it would take him thousands of years to succeed. Even Yi Suifeng found the task somewhat daunting. It took him an entire incense stick's worth of time to finalize all the formations. Done. At Yi Suifeng's command, a small azure cauldron, roughly the size of a human head with 3 sets of ears, gently descended onto the table. As it landed, a resonant sound reminiscent of grand bells echoed faintly, symbolizing an unparalleled treasure. Gu Wanxin stared blankly at the cauldron before her, her mind reverberating with the image of the 10,000 celestial array stones floating in the air just moments ago. All right, let us give it a try. Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and Gu Wanxin's mind regained its clarity as she focused intently. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Suifeng opened his pouch and began to pour low-grade spirit stones into the cauldron with abandon, akin to discarding refuse, causing Gu Wanxin's eyes to sparkle with astonishment. He continued until he reached an astonishing total of 100 trillion. The interior of the cauldron housed an expansive storage space capable of accommodating such a vast quantity. With a mere thought, he activated the first formation. Within a tea time, the radiance of the formation gradually diminished. Yi Suifeng extended his consciousness and discovered that all the low-grade spirit stones had transformed into mid-grade spirit stones, totaling precisely 100 billion. Fascinating, Yi Suifeng chuckled. Activating the second formation. Within a few breaths, the mid-grade stones morphed into 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. The efficiency was commendable. Nodding in approval, Yi Suifeng initiated the final formation. The cauldron's exterior flickered intermittently. This process persisted for the duration of half a stick of incense before gradually subsiding, releasing an enigmatic aura. With a gesture, a brand new celestial array stone materialized in his palm. Quite satisfactory, Yi Suifeng mused, feeling content with the cauldron. He finally had a means to process the low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones cluttering his pouch. Those numbers were overwhelming and vexing. At that moment, had Gu Wanqing been privy to Yi Suifeng's thoughts, she would undoubtedly have clung to his leg, exclaiming, "Big brother, let me bear your burdens." After testing the spirit power furnace, Yi Suifeng turned his attention to the small tower at the center. If the cauldron is used to fuse celestial array stones, then what purpose does this tower serve? Yi Suifeng pondered aloud. Gu Wanqing nodded with a complex expression. Very well, let me take a look. With a mere thought, Yi Suifeng enveloped the entire small tower with his consciousness, revealing all its information in an instant. The Tower of All Origins. This is a 9-story treasure, constructed entirely of heavenly array stones and formations, just like the spirit power furnace. Each level of the tower serves a distinct function, and with every ascent, the quantity of heavenly array stones required increases tenfold. Furthermore, as one ascends each level, the effects of all preceding layers are also amplified tenfold. The first level produces 1 drop of pure spirit essence annually, requiring 1,000 heavenly array stones. This spirit essence, an exceptionally pure liquid, can be directly utilized for cultivation. Alter the concentration of spiritual energy within a certain radius, and nurture spirit tools as well as enlighten spiritual beasts. Its applications are manifold. The second level yields 1 drop of body refinement essence each year, necessitating 10,000 heavenly array stones. This essence refines the body and can merge with any auxiliary body refinement treasures, enhancing their effects exponentially. It can also, to a degree, strengthen one's innate cultivation talent. The third level produces 1 drop of soul essence annually, requiring 100,000 heavenly array stones. This essence refines the soul and enhances comprehension. Moving on to the 4th level, we have the life essence, representing the essence of life itself, capable of healing injuries and promoting the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The 5th level produces the innate essence, which cultivates various innate qualities. The 6th level offers the sacred essence, fostering miraculous abilities that defy the heavens. The 7th level yields the creation essence, which can transcend the limits of life, allowing one to become a true child of the heavenly Tao. The 8th level provides the rule essence, which can be used to master the laws of the universe. Finally, the 9th level generates 1 drop of heavenly Tao essence each year, requiring a staggering 100 billion heavenly array stones. This heavenly Tao essence governs the rules and creates new ones. After absorbing all this information, Yi Suifeng finally understood. No wonder these superpowers can unleash a core disciple capable of overpowering most extraordinary talents from ordinary great powers. The reason lies herein. After reviewing the details of the Tower of All Origins, Yi Suifeng rested his arms on the table, propping his chin, lost in contemplation. If the information is accurate, a 9-story Tower of All Origins can produce 100 million drops of spirit essence, 10 million drops of body refinement essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These 3 essences are fundamental to cultivation. How many powerful beings could they create? Not to mention the subsequent innate essence, sacred essence, and creation essence. With such resources invested, even the most extraordinary prodigy could be cultivated. If it weren't for Gu Wanqing's fortuitous discovery, who knows how long the numerous spirit stones and crystals on her would have gone to waste. Master Yi, I sincerely apologize, Gu Wanqing said, looking at the silent Yi Suifeng with a face full of regret. I was so shocked earlier that I forgot to mention that the Tower of Origins is the treasure that requires the most investment of heavenly array stones. We should not have wasted those 10,000 heavenly array stones on the spirit power furnace. It's all my fault. Yi Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that the young lady had misunderstood him. She thought he was left with only a mere 10,000 Tianjin stones. No worries. You've truly been a great help this time, Yi Suifeng said with a hearty laugh. Gu Wanqing blinked her eyes and replied, Call you Yi Dage then, Yi family head. Yi Suifeng responded, By the way, you shouldn't be older than me, right? He had not inquired about Gu Wanqing's age, and now that he was ready to regard her as a friend, he deemed such probing unnecessary. To pry into someone's mind and discern their secrets was, after all, rather impolite. Gu Wanqing gazed at Yi Suifeng, refraining from revealing her age, and simply smiled gently, Yi Dage. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, where did you acquire this box? Such an item seems ill-suited to be found within the confines of Su City, Yi Suifeng inquired. The box contained all the information regarding the spirit power melting furnace and the origin tower. How could such a monumental secret be carelessly transported around? It was from a steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanqing explained. He has been responsible for the allocation of resources and collection of spirit stones within the Su City area. At that time, I merely thought that the box contained just a single Tianjin stone. As she spoke, Gu Wanqing suddenly furrowed her brow and added, Perhaps this matter is somewhat related to you, Yi Dage. How could it concern me? Yi Suifeng queried, puzzled. It is like this, Gu Wanxin smiled and continued. Over the past 6 months, your expenditures have been remarkably lavish, and the higher-ups of the Wanbao Pavilion have certainly taken note of this. Moreover, all your payments have been made in inferior spirit stones. You may not be aware, but the warehouse in Su City is filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Therefore, I surmise that they might have brought the construction methods of the spirit power melting furnace and the origin tower for the sake of convenience and transportation. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering. This explanation seemed a bit far-fetched. They could have simply brought a finished furnace without needing to transport the design blueprints. However, they had no way to clarify why the Wanbao Pavilion would undertake such actions. Never mind, it's irrelevant now, as the blueprints are already in hand, he concluded. The steward of the Wanbao Pavilion must possess cultivation far superior to yours. How did you manage it? Yi Suifeng inquired further. Gu Wanxin hesitated for a moment before responding. Yi Dage, you know that as a woman, there are many advantages in such matters. She did not explicitly state it, but Yi Suifeng could discern the implication. It was reasonable to assume that a woman without any backing would need to employ certain tactics to survive within the intricate web of the Wanbao Pavilion. Her ascent to the position of pavilion master was no small feat. Yi Suifeng held a deep respect for individuals like her. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. There will be no need for you to engage in such activities in the future, Yi Suifeng assured her earnestly. Really? Yi Dage, I am immensely grateful to you. Gu Wanxin felt a weight lift from her heart. However, a subtle melancholy crossed her face. So, I will be living with the Yi family from now on, right? Yi Suifeng looked at her and replied with a smile. If you do not wish to, you may remain at the Wanbao Pavilion and continue the transactions with the Yi family. Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback, having taken something so significant from the Wanbao Pavilion. Surely she could not return now? Yi Suifeng chuckled softly. As long as you wish it, there is no issue. I will ensure this matter is settled. Gu Wanxin gazed intently, her eyes wide. Throughout the years, she had navigated the murky waters of sordid class transactions, teetering on the brink of death countless times. Yet never had anyone uttered such words to her. It was a comforting sensation. Thank you, she replied, but suddenly felt awkward. Yigo? It's not that I dislike the Yi family, nor do I think poorly of it. I just, well, never mind. Yi Suifeng interrupted her with a smile. I also need you to temporarily remain at Wanbao Pavilion to procure goods for the family. Gu Wanxin smiled in relief. All right then. Let us return and reopen. Someone has been waiting for you for quite a while. Yi Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. Who? She inquired. That person from last time in Suching. Oh right, Shen Tianming. He must be here for the box. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng extended his index finger and lightly pressed a faint red dot on Gu Wanxin's forehead. He then produced 100 Tianjin stones and passed them to her. Deliver this to him, and say that it is as if nothing ever happened. Otherwise, I shall procure all of Wanbao Pavilion from the Jiucheng Alliance using a single low-grade spirit stone, Yi Suifeng declared. Is that truly how it is? Indeed. Rest assured. With this in hand, there is no need to worry about safety. Yi Suifeng gestured towards her forehead. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously, her steps brisk as she exited. Once she departed, Yi Suifeng let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin had indeed rendered a tremendous service. The cultivation of the Yi family's disciples had reached a bottleneck. The investment of resources had essentially saturated. Increasing the input would not yield qualitative change. Unless one could acquire even rarer resources or tailor training as done for Yi Huang and Yi Long, it would be too cumbersome. Yi Suifeng was not a caretaker. He was only responsible for a few of the most outstanding core disciples. Thus, the origin tower had arrived just in time. How many should be constructed? A 9-story origin tower requires 1 trillion Tianjin stones. Let us begin with 10,000. Too many would leave no space to accommodate them. That amounts to 10 trillion Tianjin stones. This time, Yi Suifeng was indeed making a significant sacrifice. In Yunshao City, Wanbao Pavilion, all guests were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the very center of the first floor, his expression grim. Beneath him, the steward responsible for managing spirit stones lay bloodied, his bones shattered, collapsed on the ground. He awaited anxiously, his heart racing. The second 9-story origin tower of Wanbao Pavilion was on the verge of completion. There could be no mistakes here. We must become the first force on this continent to possess 2 9-story origin towers. Chapter 62. Mirror Lake. For 3 entire days, Yi Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly crafting the origin tower. For him, the creation of such a device was relatively simple, yet its complexity was daunting. Each layer is intricately woven with myriad formations. A labyrinthine tapestry of complexity. The endeavor of forging 10,000 towers is akin to a student laboriously transcribing the 4 characters of Longxing Day 1,000 times. Eventually, Yi Suifeng managed to craft 10 towers in one go, completing the monumental task of creating all 10,000 9-layer origin towers within a mere 3 days. Upon concluding this feat, the study was suffused with origin towers, so densely packed that one could scarcely lift their head without bumping into them. Alas, these structures possessed their own spatial essence, rendering them unsuitable for storage within rings. How might one deal with this conundrum? Yi Suifeng found himself at a loss. It would be utterly impractical to burden Suiyun with all 10,000 towers, as it could very well induce a state of shock. A method for unified management was sorely needed. Pondering this, Yi Suifeng rose and stepped outside. With each movement, the floating origin towers clinked together, some unfortunate ones even obstructing his path. Begone, you wretched origin towers. Moments later, Yi Suifeng departed the study, eager to assess the progress of the new city. With a mere thought, he ascended into the skies, surveying the transformed cloud city. Compared to 3 days prior, the city had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former residences of the Li and Tang families lay completely flattened, replaced by imposing walls encircling the area. A throng of figures busily arranged formations upon the walls, marking the site of the new Yi family estate. From this new epicenter, 4 exceptionally wide thoroughfares radiated outward, leading directly to the city's periphery. At the terminus of each road, 4 brand new city gates stood completed, and the walls were beginning to take shape, bustling with crowds akin to foremen overseeing the construction. Yi Suifeng recognized 2 familiar figures among them, Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang, who had contributed significantly to the design of various aspects of the new cloud city. Within the city itself, construction was rampant. Unsightly buildings had been demolished, giving way to neatly arranged new pavilions, presenting a far more pleasant appearance than before. Yi Suifeng nodded in approval. The pace of construction was astonishingly swift. Upon reflection, this could be attributed to the cultivation realm, where individual prowess was formidable enough to render heavy machinery unnecessary. A mere gesture sufficed to accomplish feats of construction. Moreover, specialized construction teams existed, wielding puppets designed specifically for building, which could erect a brand new edifice in mere moments. Thus, the framework of the new city had been established in just a few days. Next came the installation of formations, fortifying the walls, and a myriad of related tasks, all of which would be overseen by Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. After observing for a while and finding no significant issues, Yi Suifeng chose to divert his attention. He needed only to articulate his requirements and conduct inspections upon completion. The particulars would be adeptly managed by those beneath him. At present, his sole focus was on the arrangement of the 10,000 origin towers. First and foremost was their storage. Since conventional storage spaces were inadequate, he would have to create a dedicated space of his own. This is quite simple. However, that particular space is akin to another world, rendering it rather inconvenient. Moreover, the lower-tier elixirs are produced at such a rapid pace that even if distributed among the entire city, they would remain inexhaustible. Of course, I would not resort to such a course of action. The first level of the 9-tier origin tower can generate 100 million drops of spiritual liquid each year. If amassed, it would approximate around 1,000 cubic meters. With 10,000 such towers, the annual output would reach 10 million cubic meters. In just a little over a year, it could yield a volume of water equivalent to that of a West Lake from my previous life. And this is spiritual liquid. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, when suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Yes, the West Lake. We could create a lake ourselves. He glanced at the recently leveled Li Tang residences, and an idea began to take form in his mind. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Yi family ancestral home, on a patch of pristine land. This place is quite suitable. Yi Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a perfect circle upon the earth before pressing his palm downwards. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled, and the freshly leveled land abruptly caved in, revealing a colossal pit extending hundreds of feet deep. What just transpired? Has a formidable being descended upon us? The townsfolk were thrown into disarray, some emerging from their slumber clad only in their nightclothes. Following the tremor, several figures soared into the sky, hastening towards the Yi household. Suiyun was the first to arrive. His gaze fixated on the suddenly manifested pit, his expression one of shock. However, upon seeing Yi Suifeng standing there in contemplation, he gradually relaxed. Nothing to worry about. Continue with your business, Suiyun reassured the approaching members of the Yi family, landing beside Yi Suifeng. Brother, at least offer a greeting. Suiyun's face bore a look of exasperation. I was merely conducting a test to ascertain the sturdiness of the newly constructed buildings, Yi Suifeng replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor. In truth, he had been so engrossed in thought that he had overlooked such matters. Nevertheless, Suiyun refrained from pursuing the topic further, instead inquiring about the purpose of the enormous pit. A lake, Yi Suifeng stated simply. Now that there is ample space at home, I intend to craft a grand garden here for leisurely strolls. Brother, concerning such affairs, simply informing me suffices. There is no need for you to exert yourself, Suiyun remarked. You do not understand. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Wait here for a moment. I will explain how to proceed shortly. With that, he rose to his full height and soared into the vastness before the enormous character Yi. He then gestured with his hand, summoning countless origin towers from his study, which aligned into a lengthy procession, ultimately converging before him. Let us place them here. Yi Suifeng delivered a powerful punch, shattering the void before him into fragments, creating a pitch-black space. Following this, he pressed his hand against the character Yi, causing innumerable shards of space to cling to its outline and begin to coalesce. In a brief moment, the white character was adorned with a faint golden edge, subtly glowing. This was a newly established space, and the colossal character served as the gateway to this realm. Dive in. Yi Suifeng delivered a swift kick to the foremost origin tower. And in response, the serpentine line began to stir, one by one, passing through the grand gate inscribed with the character Yi, entering the subsequent realm. Once all the origin towers had crossed the threshold, Yi Suifeng's form flickered, and he too found his way into the space. It was not particularly vast, comparable in size to Inshao City. The next task at hand was to establish a passageway. The ancient Qiankuan transference array seemed perfectly suited for this purpose. Recalling the intricacies of this formation, Yi Suifeng traced his fingers in the air, and soon, a colossal array materialized upon the ground. A deep, obsidian pit gradually emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was the very cavern he had just created with a single palm strike. After a moment's contemplation, he executed a series of hand seals, dividing the pit into precisely 10 tiers. Then, he summoned the origin towers, arranging them in concentric circles to float neatly above the pit. With a commanding voice, he issued a directive, and all the origin towers connected with the pit at each level. The first tier of the origin tower linked to the second tier of the pit, and this sequence continued downward, with the 9th tier connecting to the pit's deepest level. Let us commence. Yi Suifeng clenched his fist, and the essence he had produced began to flow gradually into the corresponding layers of the pit. Meanwhile, Suiyun, who awaited Yi Suifeng's command, suddenly sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within the vast chasm before him. He lifted his gaze and was astonished to see a veil of mist enveloping the area just below him, shimmering with faint starlight, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What is that? He marveled. At that moment, Yi Suifeng appeared by his side. Water. As Yi Suifeng's words resonated, crystalline spring water materialized from thin air, cascading into the chasm. Within mere moments, it filled the entire void, transforming the pit into a grand lake. Ah, splendid. Yi Suifeng nodded approvingly. He had connected 10,000 origin towers to this very lake, ensuring that all future essences produced would be stored beneath its surface. Moreover, each tier corresponded accordingly. The first tier represented the lake water, the second tier represented the spiritual essence, and so forth. Let us construct a garden around it, perhaps introducing some fish or lotus flowers, and plant willows and various blooms nearby, proposed Yi Suifeng. Indeed, Suiyun, captivated by the fragrant emanations of the lake, incredulously inquired, Brother, this lake must be extraordinary. Yi Suifeng affirmed with a nod. Nurtured by the essence of the 9 tiers, the surface water has transformed into a unique treasure. Ordinary beings dwelling here may experience intriguing transformations. From this lake, draw forth a few small rivers, construct some rockeries or whimsical features, allowing the lake's waters to flow throughout our family estate. Do you understand? Suiyun nodded in agreement. Brother, such a precious lake deserves a name, he suggested. Yi Suifeng sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the burden of naming. Well, observe its vastness and roundness, and how its surface glistens like a mirror. How about we name it Mirror Lake? Chapter 63. It is time to depart. With the main construction of Mirror Lake completed, Yi Suifeng encountered a new dilemma. Although Mirror Lake was expansive, it could hardly keep pace with the countless origin towers tirelessly producing elixirs. Particularly concerning was the spirit essence. It was projected that within half a year, it would reach saturation. Nevertheless, having an excess of this substance proved to be of little utility. The surplus would simply be distributed throughout the territories of Cloud City. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Suifeng set about his task. He subsequently devised a timed formation, whereby at specific intervals, Mirror Lake would spontaneously evaporate a portion of its essence, merging with the vapor in the sky, which would then coalesce into rain and descend upon the earth. Every month, within the dominion of Cloud City, a spiritual rain infused with spirit essence would nourish the land. Each quarter would witness a transformation rain, imbued with body-refining essence, reshaping all existence. Annually, a soul rain, enriched with soul essence, would enlighten sentient beings. Every 3 years, a life rain, laced with life essence, would promote longevity. Additionally, each year, 3 innate stones would fall. Those who obtained them would awaken their innate bodies. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would descend, granting those fortunate enough to possess them the ability to awaken divine powers, achieving sanctity. Every decade, 3 creation stones would appear. Those who could claim them would become true children of destiny. Altogether, these phenomena would comprise 1/10 of the output from the origin towers, while the remainder would be reserved for the Yi family's personal use or stored away. As for the subsequent rules and the celestial essence, given their rarity, they would not be released to the outside world just yet, but reserved for the core members of the family. Even so, it was anticipated that in the near future, Cloud City would become a veritable sanctuary for cultivation, teeming with prodigious talents. Rather than seeking out geniuses, it was far more prudent to cultivate them. Yi Suifeng smirked. Once all these arrangements were concluded, Yi Suifeng entrusted the remaining tasks to Sui Yun. In the days that followed, the entire Cloud City was engulfed in a fervor of construction. With the circular city walls fully erected, a magnificent new city rose from the ground. The visage of the old Cloud City had been entirely erased from memory. The interior of Cloud City had stabilized, with the remnants of the Li and Tang families thoroughly eradicated, reclaiming all their shops and properties. However, the lands outside the city still harbored many disturbances that required pacification. Sui Bao and Yi Huang were already prepared to venture out today. In the study, Sui Yun reported on the recent developments. Yi Suifeng, feeling somewhat indifferent, nodded in acknowledgement. Now that the Yi family reigned supreme in Cloud City, no faction could rival their strength. Unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was achieved, perhaps it would be time to explore other parts of the world, the chaotic eastern nations, the sacred southern sects, the exotic western realms, and the vast northern snowfields. One could only wonder about the culinary delights each region had to offer. Eldest brother, are you listening? Sui Yun's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Oh, yes, I am, Yi Suifeng replied, regaining his focus. Move swiftly. Those who are arrogant should be dealt with accordingly. Cloud City will never lack cultivators in the future. Sui Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, brother. This morning, a group of visitors came to see you, said Sui Yun. Who were they? Yi Suifeng inquired. A group of young individuals donned in azure garments, all hailing from Tianfu Academy. The leader, Zhang Dong, exudes an extraordinary demeanor. Though his cultivation remains inscrutable, Sui Yun replied. Tianfu Academy? Yi Suifeng pondered, confessing he had never heard of such an establishment. I, too, was unfamiliar with it until I learned that it is a formidable force across the continent, with branches spread far and wide. Those permitted to cultivate there are undoubtedly remarkable talents. I suspect their visit is to recruit some of our people, Sui Yun elucidated. Yi Suifeng nodded in understanding. With the family's rising influence, it was inevitable that they would encounter higher-tier powers. Tianfu Academy was merely the first of many. He held no strong objections regarding family members joining the academy. Though the Yi family was flourishing, true growth often necessitated stepping beyond familiar confines. Just as the Holy Land occasionally dispatched disciples into the mortal realm for experience, so too should they welcome this opportunity. Let them come, Yi Suifeng declared. After some time, Yi Suifeng entered the reception hall, where the group of young scholars in azure sat awaiting him. They were all youthful, around 20 years of age. Yet the weakest among them had already reached the golden body realm, while the strongest, Zhang Dong, merely 25, had attained the consummate stage of the out-of-body realm, a mere step away from the divine transformation realm. Comparatively, he was on par with Shun Tianming from Wanbao Pavilion, illustrating the Academy's exceptional caliber. Firstly, allow me to congratulate the head of the Yi family on unifying Yunshao City, Zhang Dong began. Ever since the battle for Yunshao City, I have wished to meet you. However, understanding the upheaval that followed, I refrained from intruding until today. His demeanor was calm and respectful, albeit tinged with the air of a scholar. Not at all, Yi Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, please speak freely. Indeed, the head of the Yi family is forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his hands together. I shall be direct. Tianfu Academy seeks to gather the world's talents. In observing the Yi family disciples during the battle for Yunshao City, it is evident they are like hidden dragons in the wild. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether you would consider allowing them to study at Tianfu Academy, transforming into true dragons henceforth. Zhang Dong's tone was courteous, yet his words bore an air of superiority. Hidden dragons in the wild. He implied that Yunshao City was merely the wilderness. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin and asked, which individuals have caught your eye? The 5 disciples who fought in the battle for Yunshao City, Zhang Dong responded. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng mused, it is not entirely out of the question. However, such decisions must ultimately reflect their own desires. Upon hearing this, one of the academy students suddenly leaped up. Hey, did you hear that? We are Tianfu Academy. For someone from your background to be granted entry is your fortune, and you still hesitate? The young man wore a look of incredulity, as if Yi Suifeng had uttered something utterly preposterous. Guanmu, silence yourself. Yi Suifeng had yet to utter a word when Zhang Dong sternly interjected. Guanmu was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Dong. Senior, he is merely the chieftain of a rural land. Such pretentiousness is truly disrespectful to our Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's expression darkened. Under Zhang Dong's fierce glare, Guanmu glanced at Yi Suifeng, snorted, and departed with a flourish of his sleeves. I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment, Zhang Dong said after Guanmu's exit. Yi Suifeng rested his chin on one hand and smiled. You ought to keep a close watch on him. He hails from a prestigious sect in the southern region, and he carries an excess of arrogance. Zhang Dong replied, Indeed. Yi Suifeng remained silent. In truth, this group was all cut from the same cloth, Zhang Dong included. They incessantly boasted of their origins. Nevertheless, such an environment is indeed suitable for young individuals to hone their skills. Master Yi, you mentioned earlier that we should consider their own wishes. So where are they now? Zhang Dong inquired. They have left the city on urgent business and will not return shortly. Yi Suifeng straightened his posture. You should return and wait. When they come back, I will inquire. If anyone is willing, they will certainly seek you out. Having grasped the essence of Tianfu Academy, he was prepared to conclude this meeting, as he held little fondness for this group. Zhang Dong appeared somewhat taken aback by Yi Suifeng's words. However, after a brief moment, he rose. Then I shall not impose further. However, we can remain in Yunshao City for no more than 5 days. Should we not see results, we will have to return. Yi Suifeng nodded, understood. Subsequently, Zhang Dong clasped his hands in a courteous gesture and, accompanied by the other young individuals, turned to leave. Yi Suifeng quietly observed their departure, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It is indeed time to depart. Chapter 64. Ambitions aflame with Yi Huang, Yi Long, and the core members of the Yi family leading the charge. The rebellious forces in Yunshao City were eradicated within a mere 4 days, along with the involvement of the Li and Tang clans. The names of Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion resonated with authority. Upon their return, Yi Suifeng immediately summoned Yi Huang and the others to the courtyard. Having endured the Battle of Yunshao City and several pacification efforts, these 5 brilliant jewels of the Yi family had truly blossomed. Both Yi Huang and Yi Long experienced rapid advancements, nearly breaking through a minor realm every 2 days, and they had now reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Yi Qianyao had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage, while Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian had also made significant strides, albeit slightly less pronounced. Coupled with their unique abilities, it could be confidently asserted that even within the confines of Su City, there were no peers of their age who could rival them. Well done, Yi Suifeng commended them. The group instantly felt invigorated. The acknowledgement from the head of the family was indeed a rare honor, a supreme accolade. With matters in Yunshao City drawing to a close, Yi Suifeng prompted, Now, share your thoughts. The sudden question rendered several individuals silent. However, contemplating their circumstances, they came to the realization that Yunshao City was rather small. Even Suching was merely a marginal area of the continent. In the absence of competition and rivals, their advancement would be significantly hindered. Noticing their silence, Yi Suifeng spoke up. A few days ago, a person from Tianfu Academy approached me expressing an interest in having you join them. The academy is located in the southern part of the 9-city alliance, a place teeming with prodigies and abundant competition. It serves as an excellent training ground. So what say you? Is there anyone who wishes to go? After Yi Suifeng finished speaking, the group exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of how to decide. After a brief pause, Yi Huang finally spoke. Will you go, then? Me? Yi Suifeng slightly shook his head. That is a stage for you young ones. I have no reason to go. Why would I mingle with a bunch of arrogant individuals all day? I have my own plans. To be honest, if he went to Tianfu Academy, aside from pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger or teasing the female instructors, he had no real purpose. Yi Huang responded with an "Oh, then I shall not go either." Yi Huang. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. You cannot remain sheltered under my protection forever. None of you can. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved her hands. No, 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 that is not what I meant. I meant if you were to go, then I would consider it. If not, I would continue pursuing my own aspirations. Observing Yi Huang's beaming smile, Yi Suifeng felt unexpectedly intrigued and asked, What is it that you wish to do? I want to lead the people of Tianluan Hall and venture forth from Yunshao City. Yi Huang declared, standing upright, her cloak billowing without wind. I want to make the name of Tianluan Hall resound. I want to elevate the Yi family name. I want to establish my own name. I want the whole world to know that Yi Suifeng's daughter is called Yi Huang. A regal aura erupted from Yi Huang. A smile gradually formed on Yi Suifeng's face. What do you intend to do? Conquer. Yi Huang replied without hesitation. She then smiled and added, in fact, on the way back home after quelling the rebellion, I have contemplated this. We cannot always remain hidden at the edge of the world, overlooked by others. Therefore, I will strike out from Yunxiao City, persistently fighting until everyone knows of us, knows of the Yi family. Yi Suifeng fell silent. This time, his daughter had genuinely surprised him. He recalled when he first arrived in this world. This girl was weak and self-effacing, harboring only a tiny spark deep within her heart. Now, that spark had blossomed into a roaring flame. I am heartened by your thoughts. I support you, Yi Suifeng declared. Yi Huang instantly beamed. Thank you, father. Yi Suifeng nodded, then shifted his gaze to Yi Long, inquiring, and you? Holding his long spear, Yi Long turned to Yi Huang. With such determination from the master of Tianwan Hall, how could the true dragon pavilion possibly lag behind? Uncle, my thoughts align with Yi Huang. Our primary endeavor should be to emerge from Yunxiao City and establish our renown. Perhaps influenced by Yi Huang, Yi Long has also voiced this ambition. Cousin Long, are you attempting to outshine me? Yi Huang inquired, casting a glance at Yi Long. With a grin, Yi Long replied, What? Are you afraid of being overshadowed by me? The two exchanged glances, undaunted, embodying a dragon and a phoenix, their combat spirit ignited. Enough, Yi Suifeng observed the two promising juniors with a slight smile. The world is vast, and the paths you have chosen are still long. How about this? Each of you selects a direction to venture forth, and see who will ultimately prevail. Both nodded in agreement. I shall choose the east. Su City lies in that direction, and I yearn to witness the prowess of the 16-year-old foundation building that Nie Xiaoyin spoke of, Yi Huang declared first. Very well. I shall head west. It is said that the two cities in the western part of the Nine Cities Alliance are fierce in martial arts. And I am eager to test my mettle against them. Yi Long followed suit. Excellent. Yi Huang exclaimed. Let us encircle the territory of the Nine Cities Alliance. Whoever reaches the southernmost point first shall be deemed the victor. Cousin, what say you? Her face gleamed with challenge. Agreed. Yi Long was resolute in his response. The two most illustrious juniors in the family had made their choices. Yi Suifeng then turned his gaze to Yi Qinyao, his niece who had undergone the trials of the red dust mirror. Uncle, I wish to try my hand at Tianfu Academy, Yi Qinyao stated directly. Yi Suifeng was taken aback once more. He had presumed that, given her character, she would be the least likely to pursue such a path. Why? For the red dust melody, Yi Qinyao explained. In the red dust mirror, I experienced countless events. Yet, no matter how genuine those experiences may seem, they ultimately remain illusory. To perfect the red dust melody, I must immerse myself in the real world. Yi Suifeng suddenly understood. Yi Qinyao had embarked on a journey uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her path. Very well, he acquiesced, finding no reason to refuse. He then turned his attention to Yi Qian. And you? Yi Qian pondered briefly before responding. I wish to remain in Yunxiao City. The others exchanged incredulous glances. It is indeed challenging to make progress here, he continued. I cannot bear to leave Xiao Yi and the others. Xiao Yi was the little girl he had once rescued, whose family had fallen victim to the cruel hands of Li Shengge. Perhaps what they said was true. I am merely a headmaster. Yi Qian chuckled softly. Thus, I have resolved to establish an academy in Yunxiao City, providing children with dreams of cultivation the opportunity they deserve. Headmaster it shall be. I embrace this title. Yi Qian spoke candidly, feeling a sense of release. He, too, had discovered his path. Very well, Yi Suifeng nodded slightly. Yi Long cheerfully patted his shoulder. Go forth and pursue your dreams. I have always supported you. We stand by you as well. Do not concern yourself with how others perceive you, Yi Huang added. Yi Qian regarded them, giving a firm nod in affirmation. The four individuals had made their own arrangements, leaving only Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards her. Uncle, I also wish to. No, you do not, he interjected decisively before she could finish her sentence. I intend to embark on a journey, and you shall accompany me, remaining by my side and not venturing elsewhere. Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, her large eyes brimming with grievance. Why is that? You have acquiesced to their requests. Yet I am denied. Uncle, why do you treat me differently? As she lamented, she wiped away the few forced tears that had escaped. They? Yi Suifeng scoffed. They have discovered their aspirations and ambitions, whereas all you do is frolic and cause mischief. Just the other day, the Wanbao Pavilion was robbed. Was it you? Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent. Gu Wanxing took a shower, and all her clothes were stolen. Was it you? Silence again. And then there Esto Hua, who woke up to find himself surrounded by pigs, with his own head drawn as a pig. Was that you as well? Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. But I have also achieved something. Oh, what might that be? Pray tell, Yi Suifeng inquired, stroking his chin. Humph. Yi Xiaoxiao puffed her chest out. A few days ago, when Sister Yi Huang was subduing the rebels, I single-handedly took down over 100 of them. Upon hearing this, the others nearly burst into laughter. Dear sister, such words should not be uttered. They can easily lead to misunderstandings. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Enough. In any case, you are not going anywhere. Stay with me and refine your character so as to avoid future calamities. Chapter 65. The bewildered elder. The 5 members of the Yi family embarked on their respective paths. Yet Yi Xiaoxiao remained discontented. However, she was uncertain about the direction she should pursue. Observing the spirited young successors, Yi Suifeng felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Ah, I have something for you all. With that, Yi Suifeng opened his palm, revealing 4 exquisite little towers that materialized in his hand, the origin towers of all things. Over the past few days, he had contemplated the future development of his companions and had taken the time to forge 4 9-story origin towers. Regardless of the circumstances, cultivation resources were indispensable. Hand, Yi Suifeng instructed. The others obediently extended their hands. He then touched each of their palms with his index finger, and in a brief moment, a small character representing Yi appeared in each palm. This was a minuscule space. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng placed the origin towers within each space. The functions and usage of the origin towers were contained therein. Familiarize yourselves with them upon your return. Oh, and this as well. He then produced 4 rings, placing them into the palm space as well. These are some spirit stones to serve as your expenses for this journey. It is essential to have some money when venturing outside, Yi Suifeng remarked. The others nodded and withdrew their hands, leaving only a small paw awkwardly suspended in the air. Yi Xiaoxiao looked on in confusion. Yi Suifeng shot her a glance. You are accompanying me. Do you fear lacking spirit stones? Yi Xiaoxiao shrugged, repeatedly chanting to herself in her mind. Getting accustomed is all that matters. All right. Everyone should return and prepare. Those who must leave should depart. And those who should stay may remain, as Yi Suifeng stated. At this juncture, the paths of the 5 individuals have become entirely clear. Only Yi Qiniao is destined for Tianfu Academy. I hope these young ones can journey further along their respective paths. In a pitch-black expanse, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted forth. 2 radiant orbs pierced the darkness. As the brilliance dimmed, it revealed a pair of glowing eyes. I have finally broken through. Suddenly, a circle of candles was ignited, illuminating the space. It turned out to be a spacious room, surrounded by thick walls of bluish stone. At the center of the room sat a man appearing to be in his 50s, clad in a voluminous white robe, which bore a golden character for leaf embroidered on its back. 3 years have passed more swiftly than anticipated. The middle-aged man stood, shaking off a layer of dust. The Li family and the Tang family can no longer underestimate our Yi family. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he waved his robe, causing the heavy stone door to creak open. He stepped outside, only to be taken aback at the sight of another individual dressed identically standing there. Second brother? He queried, approaching with curiosity. Xingyao? The person turned, revealing a face that would astonish any member of the Yi family, for it was identical to that of Yi Jinzong, one of the 3 esteemed elders. The man who had just emerged was indeed the second elder, Yi Jingyao. You 2 have broken through? Yi Jinzong asked in astonishment. Indeed. Yi Jingyao replied, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Second brother, have you also achieved a breakthrough? Haha, we need no longer worry about the Li and Tang families. Yi Jinzong nodded. 3 years prior, the 3 esteemed elders had entered seclusion with the ambition of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, aiming to dismantle the dominance of the Li and Tang families in terms of supreme combat prowess. And now, they had finally succeeded. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. Second brother, what troubles you? Yi Jingyao inquired, puzzled. Yi Jinzong shook his head. I do not know. It merely feels as though this smooth breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is somewhat peculiar. Yi Jingyao furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. Over the past few years, I had shown no signs of a breakthrough, but just a few days ago, I suddenly sensed an arcane aura that stirred my spirit, leading to this seamless breakthrough. Yi Jinzong nodded in agreement. The 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty in the other's eyes. After a moment, Yi Jinzong gestured dismissively. Let it be. Perhaps this place has suddenly awakened with spiritual energy. Let us return and see how things are at home. Yi Jingyao smiled. With elder brother present, there is surely no cause for concern. By the way, are we not waiting for grandfather? The 3 esteemed elders, Yi Jinzong, Yi Jingyao, and Yi Jinzu. Did you truly believe we could all break through together? Grandfather was only at the mid-golden core stage when he entered seclusion. He merely grew weary of worldly conflicts. Yi Jinzong chuckled. Let us proceed. Yi Jingyao nodded, and soon, the figures of the 2 vanished into the fabric of space. At the Yi residence, Yi Suyu was seated in his study, diligently allocating the family's forthcoming resources. Suddenly, a shift in his spirit caused his expression to change dramatically, prompting him to leap out of the window. In a short while, he arrived at the ancestral hall of the Yi family, where two figures gradually materialized. Father, third uncle. Yi Suyu exclaimed in surprise, quickly bowing. The junior Yi Suyu extends his congratulations to the two esteemed elders for successfully emerging from seclusion. Yi Zhenzong gazed at his son, his eyes brimming with delight. Indeed. Suiyu, you have remarkably advanced to the late stage of the golden core. He was taken aback, recalling that his second son had possessed only average talent and had been at the foundation establishment stage before his seclusion. He never anticipated that within a mere 3 years, he would break through to the late stage of the golden core. Is this what they call late bloomers? Haha, I told you. With the eldest brother watching over the family, there would be no issues. Yi Zhengyao approached Suiyu and inquired, "Where is your uncle? Quickly summon him to welcome us." Haha. Upon hearing this, Yi Suyu dared not raise his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yi Zhenzong and his companion sensed the unusual atmosphere. Suiyu, where is the family head? Yi Zhenzong asked in a deep voice. Suiyu's throat felt constricted as he stammered, "Father, third uncle, the old family head, he has passed away." The air grew frigid. "What did you say?" Yi Zhengyao seized Suiyu by the collar, his copper-like eyes filled with bloodshot fury, fixated on him. "What do you mean? What has happened to my elder brother?" Suiyu's gaze faltered, and he stuttered. "The old family head departed unexpectedly a year ago. You're talking nonsense." Yi Zhengyao thrust Suiyu away, a formidable aura erupting within the ancestral hall of the Yi family. Anger intertwined with sorrow erupted within him. "Calm down." Yi Zhenzong restrained the raging Yi Zhengyao, his expression grim as he fixed his gaze on Suiyu. Who did this? The Li family? Or the Tang family? He too was engulfed in intense fury. If it were indeed their doing, he vowed to pursue relentless vengeance against both prominent families. Suiyu sat on the ground, reeling from the sudden outburst of Yi Zhengyao, feeling the impact surge through him, his chest and abdomen churning with pain. "No, it wasn't them," Suiyu quickly clarified. "The old family head ventured into the Qinggu highlands a year ago, but was unexpectedly attacked by a 6th-grade demon beast, the blood fiend tiger, and lost his life." Upon hearing this, both Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhengyao fell silent, unable to fathom that the elder brother had perished in such a manner. Elder brother Yi Zhengyao knelt on the ground, his face filled with desolation. Yi Zhenzong's heart was heavy with grief as he furrowed his brow and asked, "With the old family head gone, who now leads the Yi family?" "It is the old family head's son, Yi Suifeng," Suiyu responded. "Father, we are adhering strictly to the regulations." Yi Zhenzong sighed in relief. Had it been Suiyun or anyone else attempting to covet the position of family head, he would not have hesitated to take action, even against his own son. Thankfully, the members of the Yi family had always understood the importance of unity and had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Yet, the question lingered, could Yi Suifeng truly shoulder the weight of such a complex family? If I recall correctly, brother Yi Zhenguang's son possesses an utterly absurd level of cultivation talent. After the departure of the family patriarch, nothing significant has transpired within the clan, has it? Yi Zhenzong inquired. Suiyu shook his head. Not really, perhaps a little. Is it or isn't it? Yi Zhenzong raised an eyebrow. Have the unsavory members of the Li and Tang families taken the opportunity to bully us? Yi Zhengyao also frowned fiercely, appearing quite menacing. Suiyu's expression turned peculiar as he blinked and stammered. "Father, second uncle, the Li and Tang families have already been eliminated." Yi Zhenzong. Yi Zhengyao. What happened? Who destroyed them? The two were utterly astonished. In Yunshao City, who possesses such formidable power? Could it be that another great cultivator has come to Yunshao City? Suiyu scratched his nose and slowly revealed. It was our new family patriarch, Yi Suifeng. The two elders, who had just broken through to the Yuaning stage, felt an inexplicable atmosphere enveloping them. Does he possess such power? How did he accomplish this? Did neither of the two great families retaliate? They simultaneously inquired. They did retaliate, Suiyu explained. Right after the battle in Yunshao City concluded, the two families suddenly changed their demeanor and sent 3 Yuaning cultivators to besiege Patriarch Yi Suifeng. And then, Suiyu hesitated before saying, I didn't see it clearly, but it seemed that my brother merely raised his hand. And those 3 Yuaning cultivators instantly spat blood and perished. All the remaining members of the two families present were rendered immobile. Then, with a mere thought, my brother annihilated all the bloodlines of the Li family. In another instant, he killed half of the Tang family members, while the rest had their bloodlines sealed, unable to cultivate for eternity. Upon hearing Suiyu's account, Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhengyao stood rooted in place, motionless for a long time. At that moment, it felt as if someone had placed them inside a grand bell and was continuously striking the exterior with a massive iron hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 66. The promise. When Yi Suifeng learned that the two elders had emerged from their seclusion, he was genuinely taken aback. For such an extended period, he had completely forgotten that several elders were concealed beneath the ancestral hall of the Yi family. Brother, the elders are currently in the revival courtyard. The revival courtyard is where the four brothers of Yi Jingguang grew up. Ever since the three elders entered seclusion and the old patriarch passed away, it had remained sealed. Let us proceed there, Yi Suifeng sighed softly. He truly did not know how to face these three relatives he had never met. How should we confront him? In the main hall of the revival courtyard, Yi Jingzong, Yi Jingyao, along with Sui Yu, Sui Hu, and Sui Bao, were all present. After hearing about Yi Suifeng's deeds and the current changes within the Yi family and Yunxiao city, the two elders felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. How could it be that after merely entering seclusion, the entire world had transformed upon their return? Initially, they were slightly incredulous when Sui Yu mentioned it. However, when Sui Yun and Sui Bao, who had already broken through to the Yuanying stage, arrived, they gradually accepted this reality. Yet, it was still difficult for them to come to terms with it. Their most esteemed elder brother had perished. A nephew, who had always been a source of frustration and had never garnered any optimism, astonishingly soared to great heights overnight. His methods were nothing short of miraculous, verging on the extraordinary. When did this world transform so rapidly? They truly found themselves at a loss on how to confront such an incomprehensibly powerful nephew. Father, my elder brother has indeed changed, yet his heart remains with the family, explained Sui Yu, discerning their doubts. Indeed, without my brother, there would be no grandeur for our family today, echoed the other two. The two elders exchanged glances, perceiving a shared sentiment in each other's eyes. A thriving family, united in purpose. Was this not the very goal they had tirelessly pursued? Perhaps some burdens ought to be relinquished entirely. At that moment, two figures approached from outside, Yi Suifeng and Yi Suiyun. Suifeng congratulated the two elders on their successful emergence from seclusion. Upon entering, Yi Suifeng respectfully performed a bow. Despite his soul having transformed, rendering emotional ties with them negligible, he felt it necessary to observe the proper decorum towards his elders. Suifeng has arrived, announced the two elders as they rose. Please, take a seat. Upon hearing this, Yi Suifeng stepped forward and settled himself below them. You all may leave now, said Yi Zhenzong, as Sui Yun and the others departed the main hall, leaving only the three of them. A silence enveloped the room. I remember the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books, disinclined to speak or stand before others. Yi Zhenzong initiated the conversation. Yi Suifeng instinctively stroked his chin. Indeed. However, people do change. Yi Zhenzong chuckled heartily. Precisely, people do change. Yet who could have anticipated such monumental shifts in this world? We have witnessed the Yi family reach unprecedented heights under your stewardship. We are truly delighted. Yi Zhenzong skillfully reframed personal transformations as reflections of global changes, deftly sidestepping the most awkward topic. Yi Suifeng gradually began to relax. I am a member of the Yi family. Naturally, I feel an unwavering obligation towards the family's advancement. Your return is most welcome. The addition of two elders will undoubtedly enhance our prosperity, he remarked. Even amidst the awkwardness, he could not deny the elders' continued roles. Their lives had been devoted to this family. However, Yi Zhenzong broke into laughter. Not quite, he replied. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow, puzzled. We are old, Yi Zhenzong stated. To be honest, upon emerging from seclusion and witnessing such vast changes within the family, we are filled with astonishment and trepidation. Why is that? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Zhenzong smiled gently. As I mentioned earlier, this world changes far too quickly. Our thoughts can no longer keep pace with the family's development. If that is the case, why continue to bear the title of elder and issue nonsensical orders? This household shall be entrusted to your generation. For I possess unwavering confidence in you. Yi Suifeng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Yi Zhenzong would so casually relinquish his position as elder, particularly after witnessing the flourishing state of the Yi family. What tremendous fortitude this requires. They are indeed the founders of the Yi lineage. Second uncle. There is truly no need for such formality, Yi Suifeng began, but Yi Zhenzong raised a hand to halt him. Merely calling me second uncle is sufficient. He replied with a broad smile. If your elder brother were to see your achievements from beyond, he would surely be immensely pleased. Yi Suifeng fell silent, unable to bear the weight of such emotions. I have heard that there may be hidden circumstances surrounding your father's passing, Yi Zhenzong suddenly remarked. Indeed. Yi Suifeng nodded. The blood-fiend tiger should not have appeared on the outskirts of Qinggu Gaoling. However, our investigations have yielded no other leads. Your inquiry was without my involvement, was it not? Yi Zhenzong inquired. Yi Suifeng touched his nose sheepishly. As you are aware, My cultivation was insufficient at the time. Yet, Suifeng, Yi Zhenzong said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon him, you possess the capability to uncover the truth. Do you not? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Suifeng responded, I believe I can. Promise me you will investigate this matter thoroughly and discover who is truly behind these misdeeds. Can you do that? His tone was almost pleading. Yi Suifeng was once again taken aback by the sincerity in Yi Zhenzong's eyes, mingled with a profound sorrow, leaving him at a loss for how to refuse. Very well, I shall undertake this journey. If someone is indeed orchestrating these events from the shadows, they shall face the consequences they deserve, he declared earnestly. A sense of relief washed over Yi Zhenzong's features. Then we shall rest easy. Yi Suifeng nodded. This matter shall be entrusted to me. You have just emerged from seclusion. Take some time to recuperate. I will arrange for Sui Yun to construct a villa by the Mirror Lake, a serene and elegant location. Yi Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. Let us forego that. Having spent so long underground, I have grown weary of such tranquility. Yi Suifeng looked on in confusion. Yi Zhenzong exchanged a glance with Yi Zhanyao and nodded. The world is vast, and we wish to explore it. After a lifetime of toil, we have yet to truly savor the wonders of life. They laughed heartily. Observing their mirth, Yi Suifeng felt uncertain of how to respond. In that case, allow me to prepare some provisions for your journey, he suggested. Yi Zhenzong was about to decline once more when Yi Suifeng interjected. Please do not refuse a younger family member's respect towards their elders. Yi Zhenzong paused, then eventually nodded. Very well, we are family, and there is no need for excessive politeness. Indeed, Yi Suifeng smiled. Shortly thereafter, he exited the main hall, only to find that Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhanyao had already vanished from sight. Sui Yun and the others were expressions of helplessness, for the two elders had instructed them before leaving, focus on your own matters. Yi Suifeng unfurled his wings and cast his gaze towards the distant northern mountains. It was time for him to depart. The first destination would be the ancient heights of Qinggu. Chapter 67. Departure the following day, at the entrance of the Yi residence. Two exquisite Xianlin steeds stood majestically on either side of the gate, one black and the other white. Two groups of individuals had already gathered. Yi Huang and Yi Long emerged from within the gates and mounted their respective steeds, facing each other head-on. Cousin, this pure white Xianlin steed suits you perfectly, Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Clad in white, Yi Long, atop his noble steed, truly embodied the elegance of a youthful hero, reminiscent of the legendary figures of old. I did not expect you to choose the most spirited one, Yi Long replied with a chuckle. They shared a hearty laugh, though their eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. Having grown up under the same roof, their bond was forged through both rivalry and the camaraderie of countless battles fought side by side. This farewell was uncertain. It was unclear when they would reunite. Cousin, don't let me outshine you when we meet again, Yi Huang teased, lightening the somber mood of their parting. Yi Long laughed in return. You have far more allies in the Tianluan Hall than we do. If you find yourself short on resources during your journey, I can lend you some. As he spoke, he retrieved the storage ring gifted by Yi Suifeng, idly toying with it. I suggest you keep that safe. We have a large family to support, Yi Huang chuckled. Please, our True Dragon Pavilion thrives on our own endeavors. This trivial amount for travel expenses. Yi Long began, but upon peering into the storage ring, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly clasped it tightly in his hand, realizing that what he had assumed to be mere travel funds was, in fact, a fortune easily exceeding 10 billion. Moreover, it appeared to consist primarily of high-grade spirit stones. Yi Huang, noticing his astonishment, burst into laughter. It seems my father is bestowing you your first allowance. Yi Long's lips twitched at the notion of allowance. Which parent would be so generous? Cousin, we must not disappoint his expectations. Until we meet again, Yi Huang said, clasping his fists in farewell. Yi Long reciprocated the gesture, discreetly returning the storage ring to his palm space. They then turned their horses, one group heading east and the other west, galloping away. In no time, they exited the city gates. Among Yi Huang's company, a dark-skinned youth cast a lingering glance towards Yunshao City. Mi Feng, keep up, Zhang Fei called out. All right. Mi Feng quickly turned back to rejoin the group. Following the battle at Yunshao City, he chose not to seek out the head of the Yi family, but instead joined the Tianluan Hall. He was determined to stand alongside the figure in his heart through his own efforts. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yunshao City, a group of young individuals clad in azure attire emerged. Among them, an ethereal figure in light blue attire stood at the rear, appearing somewhat out of place among the crowd. It was Yi Qingyao. Qingyao, pay no heed to that Guanmo. In the academy, many individuals are quite amiable. Nearby, a young girl approached her. It's perfectly fine. Yi Qingyao smiled gently. I have simply never ventured this far from home before. It's all the same. The girl chuckled. Most of the people in the academy hail from distant lands. My hometown is in the far south, a place so remote. The girl's words were plentiful and engaging, gradually dissipating the homesickness that lingered in Yi Qin Yao's heart. After a considerable time, Yi Qin Yao inquired with a smile. What is your name? Me? The girl giggled. I am Yen Shi. Rest assured, once we arrive at the academy, I shall look after you. At the northern gate of Yunxiao City, a humble donkey cart ambled out from within the city. A seemingly young and unremarkable man leisurely guided the cart. Behind it trailed a dilapidated, roofless carriage, filled with dried straw. Inside the carriage sat a petite figure clad in a black cloak, enveloping her entirely save for a small face that peeked out. That face, with large eyes filled with helplessness, bore a pout that seemed to reach the heavens. Is this really how we are departing, uncle? Yi Xiaoxiao's tone was laced with reluctance. What do you expect? To be carried in a grand sedan chair. We are embarking on a journey, do you understand? Yi Suifeng replied without turning back. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh, propping her chin on her hands. She still had many aspirations yet to fulfill. Following her uncle, it seemed there would be no opportunity in the near future. Brother Yi, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Moments later, two figures, one large and one small, hurried towards them. Yi Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see it was Gu Wan Xian. Behind her was a graceful young girl, appearing gentle and demure. Brother Yi, Gu Wan Xian exclaimed, breathless from her sprint. What is it? Yi Suifeng inquired. There is something I have long wished to express, yet I have lacked the opportunity. Gu Wan Xian admitted, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Yi Suifeng's heart quickened. It seemed a romantic drama was about to unfold. Please, no, sister. Gu Wan Xian then pulled the girl forward, saying, This is my niece, Gu Yulan. She is nimble and astute. I believe, dear brother, having a compliant maidservant by your side will greatly facilitate your endeavors. Yi Suifeng understood now. It was merely this matter. However, he had grown accustomed to solitude, and the presence of an additional person would indeed feel somewhat cumbersome. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I must decline, Yi Suifeng replied. She is quite obedient and can assist you with many trivial matters of daily life, Gu Wan Xian urged. Yet, Yi Suifeng shook his head once more. No, I prefer solitude. She can prepare countless exquisite dishes from various cuisines. Yi Suifeng interjected. She has been collecting recipes from around the world and is currently learning them. Yi Suifeng continued. I believe that on a journey, having an additional companion would bring forth new vistas. Xiao Xiao, would you not agree? Yi Xiaoxiao responded with confusion. After a brief moment, a slender figure appeared atop the humble donkey cart. Along the wide road, 3 individuals and 1 donkey proceeded slowly towards the distant mountains. Chapter 68. The time Black Hole Wudong Town lies at the foot of the ancient Qinggu Highlands. Once a small settlement with few inhabitants, it served as a temporary haven for wandering cultivators seeking opportunities in the Qinggu Highlands. However, several months ago, after the joint efforts of the master of the Yi family's Tianluan Hall and the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion to combat a formidable beast tide, Wudong Town began to thrive. Its area expanded several-fold, attracting numerous wanderers who claimed that embarking on adventures from this town would bring them fortuitous encounters. On this day, a modest donkey cart leisurely made its way into Wudong Town. The driver was a young man dressed in simple attire, while 2 strikingly different young women occupied the cart's rear. One was serene, and the other restless. This trio comprised Yi Suifeng and his companions. Departing from Yunxiao City to reach Wudong Town had taken them a leisurely 10 days, during which they encountered many breathtaking vistas and met an array of people. Naturally, they also savored a variety of delectable dishes. The young girl, Gu Yulan, possessed remarkable culinary skills, rivaling even the finest chefs at Zui Menglu. She could unearth the deepest flavors of any ingredient, transforming them into exquisite delicacies, a true treasure. Yi Suifeng bestowed upon her the highest praise he had ever given. Wow, Wudong Town has changed so much, exclaimed Yi Xiaoxiao, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed around while cradling a white rabbit in her arms. This was an ordinary rabbit, save for its unusually large front teeth, which were several times larger than those of an ordinary rabbit. Yi Xiaoxiao fell in love with the little creature at first sight, rescuing it from a litter of rabbits belonging to Gu Yulan, all the while exclaiming how adorable it was, even as she indulged in the culinary delights crafted from its siblings. This behavior earned her a disapproving glare from Yi Suifeng. Last time I came here with my sister and the others, it was merely a larger village, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked. Yi Suifeng nodded. The number of cultivators in Yunxiao City is clearly on the rise. Along their journey, they had observed a noticeable increase in fellow cultivators, likely drawn from distant lands. After all, Yunxiao City was now brimming with opportunities. After a moment, they arrived at a vast square. In the center, swirling mists obscured a grand structure that loomed behind the dense fog. As they approached, Yi Suifeng was struck with astonishment, for it was revealed to be two lifelike statues. One figure, wielding a long spear, exuded an aura of cold ferocity, as if engaged in the hunt for fierce beasts. Indeed, it was Yi Long. The other figure, standing with a sword lowered to the ground and hands clasped behind, donned a flowing battle robe, radiating a commanding presence, none other than Yi Huang. The people of Wudong Town had erected statues in honor of these two. Yi Xiaoxiao gazed upward, her mouth agape in awe. They are so handsome. Be quiet. Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached them. This is indeed the esteemed Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon, extraordinary prodigies. How could one possibly describe them with mundane language? He shot a glare at Yi Xiaoxiao, then took out two long incense sticks, igniting them before placing them at the base of the statue. Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the situation. How could an outsider dare to show such disdain and disrespect towards my own brother and sister? What has become of this world? Yi Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Once the old cultivator had finished paying his respects, he stepped forward and inquired, "My good friend, why do you act thus towards these two young individuals?" The old cultivator scrutinized Yi Suifeng from head to toe. "You must be new to Wudong Town. I advise you to promptly procure a stick of heavenly incense and ignite it at the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon. Divine fortune shall surely protect you." With that, he disregarded Yi Suifeng completely and turned to leave. Yi Suifeng rubbed his nose. Was he to offer incense for my daughter and nephew? That seemed rather contrary to the natural order. Moreover, they could hardly bear it. "Hey, uncle, should I go buy a stick now to try our luck?" Yi Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle. "Go away," Yi Suifeng replied irritably. Yi Xiaoxiao huffed, and the little rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Yi Suifeng, displaying its rebellious nature, much like its owner. Sooner or later, it would find itself in a pot if this continued. Observing the throngs of people offering prayers, Yi Suifeng decided not to linger any longer and turned to depart. Behind him, Yi Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Gu Yulan and whispered, "Yulan, trust me. He is too proud to do it himself. You should buy some incense to place there." Gu Yulan remained unperturbed, replying, "Miss, my aunt instructed me to heed the elder's words while outside. I sincerely apologize." Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. How dull. The three of them enjoyed a meal in Wudong Town but did not linger, setting forth deeper into the high ridge. After traversing a path populated by numerous cultivators, Yi Suifeng finally ceased his slow pace. With a grand gesture, the entire donkey cart soared into the air, gliding atop the clouds at a swift pace. Yi Xiaoxiao was at last able to remove her robe, her long purple-red hair dancing in the wind, her spirits lifted. Gu Yulan, however, clung tightly to the cart, appearing rather anxious. "Fear not, uncle will not let you fall," Yi Xiaoxiao encouraged as she pulled her up. The two stood in the cart, gazing at the sun floating above the clouds, the golden rays gently caressing their faces. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yi Xiaoxiao beamed. Gu Yulan nodded vigorously, watching the scene unfold. She couldn't help but recall her aunt's words. "By following that esteemed elder, you will witness what others can only dream of." When she first laid eyes on the donkey cart, she had harbored doubts about that statement. Yet now, she was utterly convinced. Majestic mountains raced behind them. The donkey cart continued its journey through the skies, delving deeper into the ancient high ridge, eventually arriving at a dense forest atop the mountain. Yi Suifeng whistled, and the cart gently descended, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the very place where Yi Jingguang had been ambushed. "Wait for me here." As Yi Suifeng concluded his words, he levitated and ascended to a towering cliff across the way. Here, the vista was expansive, revealing all that lay beneath him. A year had elapsed since that fateful incident, and the forces of nature had long since erased all traces of it, rendering it utterly unrecognizable. Yi Suifeng exhaled softly, for he had always harbored a sense of evasion regarding Yi Jingguang, his biological father in this realm. After all, he hailed from another world, a sane adult, and the sudden emergence of a father figure was not something one could face with ease. Indeed, with his current abilities, he could even reunite souls, reconstruct bodies, and resurrect Yi Jingguang. However, after such a resurrection, how would they coexist? He found himself unable to genuinely utter the word father. Thus, even though the circumstances surrounding Yi Jingguang's death were suspicious, he had never sought the truth. Had it not been for Yi Jingzong's plea, he might never have ventured to this place before departing this world. Sighing, he resolved to uncover the truth, if only to provide this borrowed body with a semblance of closure. Yi Suifeng inhaled deeply, extending his hand slowly before suddenly flipping it upward. Time rewound. With his motion, the world beneath him began to transform. Trees swayed, streams flowed backward, the heavens and earth inverted. Grasses burrowed underground, and even the birds swiftly diminished in size, retreating into their eggs. Suddenly, great trees began to topple, revealing horrific traces that gradually came into view before Yi Suifeng's eyes. He had returned to a year prior, to the moment following the battle. He beheld shattered rocks, blood-soaked earth, and the tragic demise of the Yi family members. The ferocity of the blood fiend tiger was beyond their capacity to withstand. Yi Suifeng slowed his pace, intent on discerning how this calamity had unfolded. As time progressed, a ferocious roar echoed distantly, a sound unmistakably belonging to the blood fiend tiger. The truth lay before him. Yet, at that moment, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted. The scene before him began to sway erratically, all imagery rippling like water, unsteady and uncertain. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow, a powerful aura emanating from him as he unleashed an unfathomable force of spirit, stabilizing this fragment of time. However, in the next instant, all imagery vanished, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Yi Suifeng's expression turned grave. This was a temporal black hole. Someone had wielded immense power to forcibly sever the scene of Yi Jingguang's ambush from the continuum of time. Chapter 69, Apologies. The river of time within the temporal black hole. There existed only emptiness. Yi Suifeng stood amidst this void, his brow furrowed. He could not comprehend why the events surrounding Yi Jingguang's ambush had been obliterated. Who was the perpetrator? What secrets lay concealed within? Why would a seemingly frail cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core attract such formidable forces? Countless questions swirled in Yi Suifeng's mind. He continued his temporal journey. And after a period of darkness, the world was once again illuminated. However, the realm below had returned to tranquility, evidently a time before the battle had transpired. That enigmatic presence had indeed come for Yi Jingguang. Intriguing. Yi Suifeng offered a cold smile. If you wish to conceal yourself, then I shall discover who you are and what schemes you are plotting. Subsequently, he reversed time, traversing through the black hole once more. Arriving at the scene that had been erased, dozens of corpses from the Yi family lay before him, bloodied and lifeless. Can you sever time or erase causality? Yi Suifeng curled his fingers like talons, instantly piercing the void. Moments later, a gray thread was grasped in his hand. It was the path of causality. Once, while pursuing the murderer of Yi Suifeng's brother, he had merely brushed against the fringes of causality. Yet this time, he had appropriated the entirety of the path. Go. Yi Suifeng thrust his palm forward, and the gray line of causality immediately expanded infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a gray world. It was the canopy of causality. Countless threads of causality swayed within it. Peering through this celestial veil, Yi Suifeng gazed upon the fallen members of the Yi family. To his astonishment, the sight that unfolded was remarkable. Within the realm of causality, he could discern the life trajectories of all beings. Yet, surrounding the deceased Yi family members was an ominous haze. They were no longer part of causality. That individual had truly obliterated them along with their very causality. Yi Suifeng's heart was filled with even greater confusion. What abilities did Yi Jingguang possess to invoke such treatment from that being? Observing the scene devoid of any trace, Yi Suifeng waved his hand, dispersing the gray world and returning to the realm of reality. The fresh air gradually soothed his restless spirit. It was clear that the one responsible for these deeds was an extraordinary practitioner. Mastering the great principles, he acted with remarkable precision, leaving no signs to trace. This matter had grown complex. He had not anticipated that fulfilling his first promise would be so arduous. Yi Suifeng shook his head, a cold smile appearing on his face. But if you think I will relinquish my pursuit, you underestimate me greatly. I will surely find you. Moments later, Yi Suifeng gently landed beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we have discovered a nest of cooling bird eggs. Upon his return, Yi Xiaoxiao leaped towards him. However, upon seeing the expression on Yi Suifeng's face, she was immediately taken aback, retracting her hand and gazing at him wide-eyed, rendered speechless. She had never seen her uncle so serious. Yi Suifeng regarded her with a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I must depart once more. You all stay here and do not wander off." As he spoke, he extended a finger and traced a large circle around the donkey cart. Remember, you must not step outside this circle. The earlier events had instilled a slight sense of vigilance within him. Perhaps the individual lurking behind the scenes is not merely drawn to Yi Jingguang. Uncle, rest assured, I shall not wander aimlessly. Yi Xiaoxiao replied earnestly, nodding her head. Yi Suifeng chuckled, affectionately tousling her hair. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly. With that, his figure gradually faded from sight. Uncle, Yi Xiaoxiao called out, but it was too late. She glanced around her surroundings, instinctively clutching the small rabbit in her arms. Then, Yi Xiaoxiao took Gu Yulan by the hand and retreated into the cart's compartment. You need not fear, Yulan. Allow me to tell you a story. In the void, a silver river of time flowed from the ancients to the future, eternally unperceived. Suddenly, a figure appeared above this river, Yi Suifeng. Gazing at the boundless expanse of time before him, he smirked coldly. I refuse to believe you can manipulate this realm. The void is an evolution of the river of time. To contend with it is to oppose the entire fabric of space. Here, no one wields such formidable power. Yi Suifeng stood with arms crossed, treading upon the surface of the river, swimming against its current. Soon, he arrived at the temporal juncture a year prior. The moment Yi Jingguang was ambushed. At last, he beheld Yi Jingguang, along with the frenzied blood-fiend tiger. Yi Suifeng's heart quickened. Indeed, his conjecture was not in vain. Contemplating for a moment, he plunged into the river of time and was transported to that familiar scene. On the ravaged terrain stood a robust middle-aged man, drenched in blood, facing off against a colossal crimson-black demon tiger. Behind him lay dozens of lifeless bodies. Impossible. You should not be here. The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng, being none other than Yi Jingguang. It was the first time Yi Suifeng witnessed him alive. At this moment, he was gravely injured, nearing his limit. He questioned angrily. However, the blood-fiend tiger showed no inclination to converse, letting out a roar and lunging forward. Its razor-sharp claws swiftly tore through Yi Jingguang's body. After effortlessly accomplishing this, the blood-fiend tiger howled to the heavens, then transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing entirely. This assailant had come solely to eliminate Yi Jingguang. But what could his true motive be? From the earlier scene, Yi Suifeng discerned that Yi Jingguang was, in fact, an exceedingly ordinary cultivator, possessing no substantial reason for such elaborate efforts against him. This left Yi Suifeng utterly perplexed. Very well, I shall seek the answers myself. He focused on the location where the blood-fiend tiger had disappeared, preparing to invoke the path of causality once more within the river of time. Yet, just as he initiated his actions, the scene before him underwent a violent transformation. The entire galaxy inverted in an instant. Suddenly, within the galaxy, myriad colossal portals erupted, encasing Yi Suifeng entirely in the blink of an eye. Behind each portal lay a distinct world, power extracted from the river of time itself. Yi Suifeng let out a cold snort, unleashing all the power within him as he struck a mighty punch against the portal. However, after a resounding crash, the portal merely quivered for a moment before returning to its original state. A silvery luminescence continuously swirled around the portal. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. It appeared that the individual had intertwined these portals with the entire continuum of time itself. To oppose it was to wage war against the very flow of time. This was clearly premeditated. Was this all for my sake? Yi Suifeng gazed at the temporal force swirling among the myriad portals, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. But are you truly prepared? Yi Suifeng sneered, feeling a surge within. The cultivation stored within his system was instantly unleashed, flooding into his being. A millennium, 10 millennia, within the portals, Yi Suifeng's cultivation began to ascend wildly. That world had its limits. Being excessively powerful could lead to its collapse. Yet, in the void of space, such concerns were non-existent. Yi Suifeng continuously extracted his cultivation, causing ripples to emerge in the surrounding emptiness. The speed of the temporal force circulating among the myriad portals escalated, clearly indicating that they sensed the mounting pressure. After he had extracted 100 billion units of cultivation, the portals were already crisscrossed with cracks. Begone! Yi Suifeng roared. His fist clenched as he struck directly at the portal before him. An unfathomable energy surged forth instantaneously. The myriad portals were utterly reduced to dust upon contact with his fist. The power was overwhelming. After shattering the portals, it surged directly into the river of time. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The pitch-black void resembled the emergence of an incomparably radiant sun, blinding to the eye. After a considerable duration, the brilliance gradually subsided. Yi Suifeng stood in the emptiness. Before him a silver river of time, now marred by a colossal rift. His punch had cleaved the river of time in two. The void surged forth, streaming through the rift, consuming the upper reaches of the river of time. All the moments of this world from a year prior were obliterated beneath Yi Suifeng's wrathful strike. Observing the scene before him, Yi Suifeng fell silent. I had just broken through and failed to control my strength. My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70. No turning back in the realm of emptiness. Yi Suifeng stood amidst the void, witnessing the distant river of time being gradually devoured by the void until it vanished completely. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the entire space quaked violently. Immediately, at the point where the river of time had fractured, a plume of gray mist, akin to smoke, surged forth frantically. That was the essence of chaos. Yi Suifeng remained indifferent. It seemed that his earlier punch had not only severed the river of time, but had also shattered this void space in tandem. You have heard of me. I assure you, it was not intentional. Yi Suifeng felt a sense of helplessness within. He had merely sought to shatter the portals that confined him. Who could have anticipated that a millennium of cultivation would unleash such ferocity, creating a vast chasm in the void? Truly, the flames consuming the city gates have ensnared the innocent. Who could be responsible for such a grandiose act, if not for Yi Jingguang alone? In the river of time, Yi Suifeng perceived clearly that Yi Jingguang was merely an ordinary cultivator, devoid of any distinctiveness. Could it be due to his mother? With a slight furrow of his brow, Yi Suifeng recalled that his mother was but a disciple of an average sect outside Yunxiao City, their marriage a mere political alliance. The likelihood of her being the catalyst seemed quite low. Perhaps there exists another possibility. He may indeed come for my sake, severing the threads of time and erasing causality, merely to allow him to traverse the river of time in search of the truth. As Yi Suifeng utilized the path of causality, those portals emerged. In retrospect, those portals, connecting to the river of time, were exceedingly perilous. Even those nearing the pinnacle of cultivation in the mundane world would find themselves trapped, likely to be slain on the spot. Is he attempting to use Yi Jingguang's demise as a means to eliminate me? A cold smile crept upon Yi Suifeng's lips. That individual possessed indeed celestial abilities. Yet, alas, he has failed. However, he has successfully roused Yi Suifeng's wrath. I hope you have the foresight to secure yourself a favorable resting place. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng opened his palm, revealing a leaf as pure as snow, quietly resting within. Upon the leaf, an image of a creature was etched, resembling a bear with a luxuriant coat. At the moment Yi Suifeng shattered the river of time, his consciousness seized this leaf, found within the fragment of time when Yi Jingguang was slain. This leaf was remarkably unique, severed from the threads of causality, existing outside of it. Wait for me. I shall surely find you. Yi Suifeng tucked the white leaf away and turned to depart, preparing to return to his original world. As he traversed the void, a thin veil appeared before him. This veil served as the world's barrier, designed to thwart the chaotic storms from the outside. Yet for Yi Suifeng, passing through it was a trivial endeavor. Without much contemplation, he stepped into the world's barrier. However, at that moment, a terrifying event unfolded. As his foot crossed the threshold, a cacophony of cracking echoed abruptly. To Yi Suifeng's astonishment, the world barrier began to fracture inch by inch. Countless laws of the heavenly way within the barrier shattered, one after another, disintegrating into dust. Witnessing this scene, Yi Suifeng hastily withdrew his foot. Only then did the collapse of the world barrier gradually cease, slowly beginning to mend the laws that had just been fractured. Yi Suifeng. He had forgotten that he had extracted 1,000 billion years of cultivation, and his energy had long surpassed the limits of this world. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to lose a single hair due to staying up late and fall into this realm, within the span of an hour, the world would shatter completely. He had arrived in good condition, but now, he found himself unable to return. A resounding exclamation echoed in Yi Suifeng's mind. In the depths of the outer area of Qinggu Jailing, a donkey cart stood incongruously amidst the dense primeval forest. Outside the cart, a white circle emitted a faint glow, seemingly safeguarding the vehicle. Inside the cart, two young girls, Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, crouched within. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately perked up, turning to lean over the edge of the cart, cautiously peeking out. The jungle was tranquil, the vegetation dense. A flicker of fear flashed in her large eyes. Then, she slowly withdrew her head. Scoundrel, you promised to return quickly, yet it has been 3 days. And there is still no sign. Yi Xiaoxiao murmured, clutching the rabbit in her arms tightly, curling into a ball, burying her face in her knees. Yulan, do you think he has abandoned me because I was too mischievous? Or perhaps he has encountered some danger? Could it be that he was ambushed and— Gu Yulan looked at the girl before her and sighed softly. Normally so carefree, Yi Xiaoxiao had become timid in the face of Yi Suifeng's true departure. She propped herself up, sitting alongside Yi Xiaoxiao. Miss, why don't you tell me another story? Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and glanced at her. I have no more stories. Then tell me how you help those impoverished children realize their dreams in your dreams. Gu Yulan suggested. Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, then gently sighed. Dreams are but illusions, and the next day, some still perish from hunger. Gu Yulan was taken aback. Then why didn't you save them? Yi Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, staring intently at the straw before her. In the realm of dreams. Each day I witness countless dreams. There are beautiful dreams and nightmares. I see many people struggling and dying in their nightmares and pain every day. I watch them die before my eyes, yet I can do nothing, not even know where they are. I cannot save them. I truly cannot save anyone. As she spoke, Yi Xiaoxiao buried her head back into her knees, quietly sobbing. Gu Yulan stared at the sobbing Yi Xiaoxiao, unable to fathom that this seemingly carefree little girl had already become accustomed to the cycle of life and death in the mortal world. She pursed her lips, gently lifted her arm, and embraced Yi Xiaoxiao. How about I tell you a story? Chapter 71. The Celestial Path's Ring Beyond the World's Barrier. Yi Suifeng had been here for an entire day. He endeavored through various means to enter this realm. Yet, whether he suppressed his own aura or disguised himself as a feeble tribulation stage cultivator, he found no safe passage through the barrier of this world. Of course, safety was a relative term for the realm itself. His current strength, if carelessly wielded, could bring about catastrophic consequences for this world. What is this? A mere trifle that could be dismissed with a casual urination is deemed worthy of the title world? The frailty of this realm incited his impatience. What if he could never return? What fate awaited the members of the Yi family? How heartbroken would Yi Huang be? Moreover, he had left Yi Xiaoxiao stranded on the Qinggu jailing. No, he must regain his composure. Yi Suifeng took a deep breath and pondered earnestly. Relying on brute force would not suffice. The issue at hand was not a lack of power, but rather an excess of it. Even dissipating his cultivation would be futile, as his body had, alongside his ascension, reached an immeasurable state. At this very moment, a single drop of his blood could easily annihilate countless beings and obliterate a small world. Was it possible to forsake his physical form and seize a new one? That would be even worse than not returning, utterly repulsive. After much contemplation, Yi Suifeng gradually recognized his most significant weakness, insufficient mastery of Tao. Although he possessed cultivation and a spirit beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, allowing him to command the principles of the great Tao with ease, he was rather naive concerning certain intricate and specialized techniques. The reason was simple: he had not encountered them. Since his transcendence, he had studied numerous techniques, yet all derived from the mundane realm. His exposure to knowledge transcending the ordinary was exceedingly limited. It was precisely this lack of knowledge that had led him to be outmaneuvered by that unknown entity, nearly shattering the entire void and now rendering him unable to return. The thought of it only intensified his desire to locate that shadowy puppeteer and exact retribution. For now, however, he needed to consider how to return. Gazing at the world barrier before him, he observed countless principles of the celestial Tao interweaving like an intricate celestial net. Perhaps if I transform myself into the Tao of this realm, I could integrate seamlessly? A spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. He recalled a particular object. Opening his palm, a resplendent crystal appeared within it. It was the heavenly array stone. This crystal could directly link to the principles of the Tao, serving as a conduit for the rules. The origin tower had been constructed using this very characteristic. By employing various complex formations, it interconnected the principles, thereby generating an array of primordial spiritual liquids. Yes, this approach should have a high probability of success. Yi Suifeng nodded, sweeping his hand to arrange countless heavenly array stones in perfect alignment within the void. This was an immensely grand undertaking, as he needed to engrave all the celestial Tao principles onto the heavenly array stones to serve as his disguise. After a moment's reflection, Yi Suifeng set to work. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, and soon, more than 10 days, Yi Suifeng was completely absorbed in the process of replicating the celestial Tao. Before him lay the celestial array stones, each adorned with intricate patterns of runes, embodying a distinct principle of the heavenly laws. At long last, perseverance bore fruit, as he inscribed a complete celestial principle into the stones. Henceforth, the celestial array stones ought to be referred to as the celestial law stones. Yi Suifeng exhaled deeply, counting, astonishingly. There were over 100 billion celestial law stones. Every detail was meticulously accounted for. I hope you shall not disappoint me, he murmured, with deft movements of his hands. The myriad celestial law stones coalesced instantaneously into a colossal vortex, which then constricted tightly towards its center. Moments later, the stones vanished entirely, transforming into a delicate white ring that nestled in the palm of Yi Suifeng's hand. I shall name you the celestial law ring, he declared whimsically, adorning his finger with it. Instantaneously, his aura underwent a profound transformation, becoming enigmatic and profound. It was as if, in that instant, he had metamorphosed into a living embodiment of the celestial law itself. Testing its power, Yi Suifeng approached the world's barrier once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand toward the world beyond. As he traversed the barrier, the anticipated collapse did not ensue. A shimmering ray of light emanated from the celestial law ring, enveloping Yi Suifeng's hand. It safeguarded him. No, it shielded this world from any harm he might inflict. Elated, Yi Suifeng took a step forward, his entire being gliding through the barrier without incident. At long last, he had successfully entered. What an arduous journey it had been. Yi Suifeng gazed at the celestial law ring on his finger, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Regrettably, within this realm, he would be as weak as the celestial laws themselves. It was imperative to check on Xiao Xiao and the others, to see if they had been up to any mischief. At the Qinggu Highlands, the donkey cart remained unchanged. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The gaunt old donkey brayed in surprise. Yi Xiaoxiao's head popped out of the carriage, momentarily stunned upon seeing Yi Suifeng. "Ah, quite impressive. You actually behaved this time, and didn't he wander off?" she remarked. Before Yi Suifeng could respond, a small figure leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly. "I thought you wouldn't return," Yi Xiaoxiao said, her voice tinged with tears. "Almost. But I managed," Yi Suifeng replied with a smile. Yi Xiaoxiao said nothing, merely tightening her grip around his arms. Sensing her emotions, Yi Suifeng sighed softly and said, "I recall that during your last month in the Dream Void Realm, you didn't react this way. That's because you returned on schedule," Yi Xiaoxiao murmured. "What?" Suddenly releasing him, she glared at Yi Suifeng. "I meant, could you please specify a concrete time when you leave next? You said you would return soon. And we've been waiting for over half a month." Taken aback by her sudden ire, Yi Suifeng pondered when this girl had become so attached to him. He gently tousled Yi Xiaoxiao's purplish-red hair and smiled. "All right, I promise you, if I ever leave, I will give you an exact time. How does that sound?" Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. "That's more like it." Then, he turned to see Gu Yulan just alighting from the carriage and remarked, "You have no idea how frightening it was for Yulan in this desolate wilderness." Gu Yulan replied, "All right, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes." "That's enough." Yi Suifeng chuckled. "This time it's on me. Since you enjoy playing so much, I promise you, the upcoming itinerary will be entirely up to you. Play however you wish." Instantly, Yi Xiaoxiao erupted in joy. Observing this delightful little girl, Yi Suifeng couldn't help but reflect on the worthiness of the effort he had expended to return. "As for the mastermind behind it all, I shall settle accounts with you in due time." Chapter 72. The northern snowfield towering mountains rise like knife-edged peaks, piercing the heavens. Reaching hundreds of feet high, hardly any human has set foot here. Everything retains its most primitive form. Among these, one mountain stands even taller and more magnificent than the rest. At its summit lies a crystal-clear pool of emerald water. Beside the pool, a lion of deep azure hue lies with its eyes closed, soundly asleep. Suddenly, its ears perk up, and it turns its gaze to the southern sky. A powerful wave of energy is rapidly approaching. The azure lion immediately sprang to its feet, fixating its eyes on the distant horizon. The aura emanating from that direction was nearly on par with its own and was bold and unabashed. Was it seeking to challenge its dominance? A fierce energy surged from the azure lion, its mane bristling with rage. Who dares to provoke here? Moments later, a colorful figure appeared in sight, resembling a bird in flight. The azure lion paused. 2 streams of hot breath erupted from its nostrils, melting the stones beneath its feet. It recognized the imminent threat, the vibrant phoenix, its archrival, dwelling 100 miles away. As the colorful phoenix approached swiftly, growing larger in its vision, the azure lion puffed out its chest, its mane dancing wildly, and let out a thunderous roar towards the phoenix. A colossal force erupted at the mountain's peak, creating a massive arc of several kilometers in diameter, scattering the surrounding clouds and mist. It howled, pouring out its fury. Yet, suddenly, it sensed something amiss in its vicinity. The scent of foliage had vanished, replaced by a faint, delicate fragrance. The azure lion opened its eyes to see a human face looming before it. Meow? A large fist loomed in its vision. With a resounding thud, darkness enveloped it, and it knew nothing more. "Uncle, what is that?" A girl's voice echoed from the colorful phoenix above. A head of purplish-red hair popped out from beneath the phoenix, belonging to none other than Yi Xiaoxiao. Rather than sitting atop the phoenix, she grasped one of its talons with one hand, swinging gently in the air. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao released her grip, and a blue circle materialized beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before Yi Suifeng, who continued to drive his donkey cart. Casually, he tossed the unconscious lion behind him and remarked, "This is the Tsanggu Blue Lion, an 8th-tier demon beast, equivalent to a cultivator in the late stage of human integration." "Oh," Yi Xiaoxiao responded, tilting her head to gaze at the now smaller and somewhat endearing Tsanggu Blue Lion, which was pierced in the throat by Gu Yulan from within the cart. "Utilize the method I taught you to discern carefully. This kind of lion possesses delectable meat and is replete with treasures," Yi Suifeng instructed. "Yes, master," Gu Yulan replied, extracting her dagger, from which blood gushed forth immediately. Yet she swiftly collected it in a small vial. This dagger was specially forged by Yi Suifeng for Gu Yulan, capable of slicing through even the most resilient materials with ease. Gu Yulan dipped her fingertip in the fresh blood from the blade and tasted it, her eyes instantly emanating a soft golden glow. Observing the two, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but retract her neck. How cruel. The lion is so adorable. However, recalling the exquisite delicacies crafted by Gu Yulan, her stomach began to grumble. "I won't watch anymore," she declared, leaning back as the blue circle reappeared, transporting her to the neck of the colorful phoenix. Then, she seemed to hear a sound of weeping. Tilting her head, she noticed the colorful phoenix was shedding tears. "Little Kai, what troubles you?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked curiously. The colorful phoenix spoke. "That blue lion was my old friend." Yi Xiaoxiao paused. "So you wish to accompany it?" "Oh no, no, no," the colorful phoenix exclaimed, shaking its head in alarm. "I am simply moved. I am incredibly fortunate that the great master spared me and did not hand me over to that little demoness inside the cart." Yi Xiaoxiao playfully tapped its forehead. "Stop shaking. I'm about to fall off." The phoenix immediately ceased its movements, flying steadily. "Rest assured, little Kai, as long as you follow me, you shall never come to harm." As she spoke, she plucked a vibrant feather from its neck, beginning to weave a headband. "You are quite the little demoness yourself," the colorful phoenix remarked. "Well, it's better than being with another one. The demon beasts over there all end up on a platter." Several figures soared swiftly through the sky. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind struck them head-on. Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback, donning the completed colorful headband atop her head before rising to gaze into the distance. A vast expanse of pristine white appeared in her sight, dazzling and blinding under the sunlight. "Uncle, we've arrived," Yi Xiaoxiao called out exuberantly. Yi Suifeng nodded. He had seen it long before. The northern snowfield was indeed his destination. When shattering the river of time, he had brought forth a white leaf, engraved with the visage of a bear with long fur. Upon closer inspection, Yi Suifeng recognized it as a legendary creature that exists solely in the northern snowfield, known among people as a natural disaster. Thus, he chose to traverse the Qinggu Highlands, making his way to the northern snowfields. However, his pace was leisurely, as he took the opportunity to fully appreciate the splendor of the Qinggu Highlands while accompanied by Yi Xiaoxiao and her companions. Along the journey, they indulged in delicacies such as charcoal-grilled dragon pond eel, steamed crimson fire cheelin, and stir-fried earth divine silkworms. They vanquished all beasts of the 6th rank and above, gathered heaps of celestial fruits, and plundered countless treasures of heaven and earth. Indeed, the phrase feathering the geese's passage aptly describes their exploits. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the northern snowfields. If the Qinggu Highlands possessed consciousness, it would surely shed tears of gratitude. "Uncle, where shall we go next?" Yi Xiaoxiao inquired. At this moment, they had officially entered the realm of the northern snowfields, where the ground was blanketed in thick ice and snow, devoid of any signs of life. Yi Suifeng extended his spiritual sense, sweeping across the landscape until he soon discovered a small human settlement several hundred miles to the east. "Let us seek out some people," he commanded, and the donkey cart changed course, hastening towards the human gathering. Yi Xiaoxiao stood atop the vibrant phoenix bird, following closely behind. Chapter 73. The Eternal Winter Realm. The northern expanse lay shrouded in ice and snow, perpetually blanketed by falling flakes. The climate here was exceedingly frigid, with survival conditions remarkably harsh. Yet, certain beings, with unwavering resolve, managed to endure in such an environment. Humans were among them. In the vast snowfields, a towering wooden wall stood, blocking the cold winds from the depths of the snowy terrain. This was a wooden barrier, shimmering with the light of an array, steadfast and unyielding over the years. Behind the wall, a cluster of simple wooden houses lay scattered. Their exteriors and rooftops were enveloped in thick hay and animal hides, while snow-laden streets occasionally witnessed bundled figures hurrying past. At that moment, a donkey cart approached from a distance. Its appearance starkly contrasted with the local style, unadorned and drafty, lacking even a proper canopy. A man and 2 young maidens, clad in thin garments, braved the biting wind as they journeyed forth. Remarkably, the trio seemed unaffected by the bitter cold, a truly peculiar sight. The donkey cart, though seemingly slow, arrived at the gate of the wall in mere moments. The guards stationed there immediately grew vigilant. "Halt!" they called out, speaking in a language entirely different from that of the Joqing Alliance. Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and a strand of spiritual awareness surged forth from the guard's crown, swiftly splitting into 3 and entering the minds of the trio. Instantly, they comprehended the foreign tongue. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" the guard bellowed, his bow drawn taut and ready to release. Yi Xiaoxiao mimicked Yi Suifeng, snapping her fingers as well. Consequently, the guard swayed and collapsed to the side, falling into a deep slumber. "Giggle," she beamed at Yi Suifeng. He merely shook his head, driving the donkey cart onward as the gates opened automatically in their approach, while the guards remained lost in their dreams. After a brief moment, they arrived before a relatively large house, where various wild beasts were tethered, fiery steeds, unicorn cattle, and a peculiar large bird with 2 elongated legs, all appearing to be mounts. The wooden tower served as a resting place, from within which faint voices emanated. "Let us venture inside," suggested Yi Suifeng. He dismounted from the donkey cart, followed by Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, who also leapt down. The colorful phoenix had shrunk to the size of a sparrow, nestling within the long hair on Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. With a creak, Yi Suifeng pushed the door open, and immediately, a wave of warmth, thick with the scents of smoke and liquor, rushed to greet them, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Ugh, Yi Xiaoxiao coughed, fanning her face before raising her head, only to find that the once boisterous Yin had suddenly fallen silent. Almost all eyes turned toward them, filled with curiosity, skepticism, and a hint of greed. Yi Suifeng strode forward and casually chose an unoccupied spot to sit. "Good wine and fine dishes, please," he called out. "Right away," responded a lean youth with a loud voice. Soon, he approached, carrying a jug of wine and several plates of food. The other patrons, returning to their raucous chatter, resumed their previous conversations. The 3 dishes were all meat, prepared in a simple and crude manner. Nevertheless, Yi Suifeng picked up his chopsticks. For a foodie, one must possess a heart willing to venture into the unknown. Gu Yulan, on the other hand, produced a low-grade spirit stone and placed it in the server's hand. The server paused for a moment, then grinned widely as he walked away. Returning to the counter, he leaned in toward the burly innkeeper. "Uncle, those individuals seem to have come from quite afar," he whispered, subtly shaking the spirit stone. The innkeeper, holding his pipe, shot him a warning glance. "Mind your own business. Those people are clearly not ordinary. Do not seek trouble." The server chuckled softly. "Of course, I wouldn't dream of it. But the Black Wolf gang might not be able to contain themselves." Following the server's gaze, a table of 5 men clad in dark, coarse clothing huddled together, whispering amongst themselves while casting glances toward Yi Suifeng. "Let them test the waters." The innkeeper exhaled a cloud of smoke. Moments later, the Black Wolf and his companions stood up, malevolent grins on their faces, and approached Yi Suifeng. "Hey, shut your mouths and go back." Yi Suifeng lifted the wine jug, took a sip, and slightly frowned before placing it down. Having been spoiled by Gu Yulan's culinary skills, such mundane offerings failed to pique his interest. The Black Wolf, taken aback by the disregard, found himself momentarily stunned. In all his years of dominance in this region, he had never encountered such audacity. "You son of a bang." As he began to speak, the bodies of Black Wolf and his 4 companions were suddenly propelled backward, crashing through several tables and chairs before colliding with the wall and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, lifeless. He stared with wide eyes, not comprehending until his last breath the nature of the presence he had provoked. The other patrons in the inn stood, terror etched upon their faces as they gazed at Yi Suifeng. How did he manage to accomplish that? Yet, Yi Suifeng maintained an air of calm, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth, shaking his head before setting down his chopsticks. The food and drink here were unremarkable. Subsequently, he rose and walked directly to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, witnessing Yi Suifeng's approach, felt his heart nearly cease. His pipe clutched tightly in his mouth, paralyzed with fear. "Have you seen this?" Yi Suifeng produced a white leaf and laid it before the innkeeper. The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixating on the bare emblem engraved upon it, his pupils constricting in alarm. This was the totem of the Eternal Winter Kingdom. His expression shifted to one of horror. This individual sought after the Eternal Winter? That was one of the mightiest forces in the northern snowfields. "Where is it?" Yi Suifeng retracted the leaf. The innkeeper, managing to steady his nerves, replied, "Very far, thousands of miles to the northeast. I have only heard whispers of it." "Thank you." Yi Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table before turning to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan hastily rose to follow him. After a considerable time, voices began to emerge within the inn. "Uncle, who on earth were those individuals?" A trembling attendant inquired, his legs still quaking. Fortuitously, he had resisted the urge for greed. The innkeeper withdrew his gaze from the black-clad group, taking a deep drag from his pipe before answering in a somber tone, "They are extraordinary beings. Yet, it remains uncertain whether they are fate mages or beast spirit warriors." Exhaling a plume of smoke, he added, "Fortunately, their aim is the Eternal Winter Kingdom." The attendant, puzzled, responded, "Why have I never heard of this name?" "You certainly haven't," the innkeeper replied. "It is a vast empire located thousands of miles away, where extraordinary beings roam freely. Once, by a twist of fate, I accompanied a remarkably powerful extraordinary being and ventured there. Merely the journey took 3 years." As they conversed, Yi Suifeng and his companions arrived before a colossal archway. The archway towered several dozen zhang, soaring into the clouds, resembling a gateway to the heavens. Above it, 2 grand characters were inscribed, Eternal Winter. Chapter 74. The enlightening Tree Pingyang Pass is the westernmost gateway of the Eternal Winter Kingdom. It stands majestically within the western sky gate, akin to an ancient divine dragon coiling in this locale. In comparison, Yunxiao City seems merely a quaint town. The western sky gate, rising several dozen zhong, is adorned with a luminous barrier that extends endlessly to either side, spanning countless miles. To enter the eternal winter kingdom from this side, one must pass through the western sky gate. Each day, cultivators wishing to enter the pass form lines stretching for miles. Naturally, Yi Suifeng possessed neither the patience to queue. Silently, and without a trace, his donkey cart entered Pingyang Pass. Instantly, a warm current greeted him. "How bustling this place is!" Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, gazing at the broad streets filled with a continuous stream of people, her voice filled with admiration. Yet, some passers-by fixed their eyes upon her. "What sort of vehicle is that?" they murmured, for it appeared to be nothing more than a humble old donkey. "Oh, look at that charming girl. She could easily be mistaken for a little princess." The townsfolk were abuzz with discussions about the modest donkey cart. Fortunately, the eclectic fashion sense of the locals meant that no one paid any heed to their peculiarities. "Hey, uncle, look quickly. I've spotted a bear," Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed suddenly, pointing at a child on the street. The child bore a pattern on his back, strikingly similar to the long-haired bear head depicted on the white leaf. Yi Suifeng let out a slight sigh, instructing, "Lift your head." Yi Xiaoxiao obeyed, and her mouth fell agape in astonishment. All around the streets, shops, and buildings, an abundance of identical white flags fluttered, each adorned with the image of the long-haired bear. "Have we arrived at the bear's den?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked, her face a canvas of disbelief. Yi Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, a multitude of intricate information surged forth from above the heads of the townspeople, converging at his fingertips to form a swirling vortex. He then delved his consciousness into the whirlpool. Great Celestial Bear? A crucial piece of information emerged. In the kingdom of eternal winter, this bear was not regarded as a natural disaster as it was elsewhere. Instead, it was venerated as the Great Celestial Bear. This magnificent being possessed extraordinary powers, capable of summoning winds and rains. Most importantly, it had single-handedly forged the eternal barrier, shielding humanity from the harshness of the outside world's cold and storms, allowing them to thrive in peace. Yi Suifeng smirked. He had noticed the signs of the eternal barrier upon his arrival. Its formation unmistakably crafted by the combined efforts of several formidable cultivators. Thus, it bore little relation to the Great Celestial Bear. However, he was not particularly concerned with the eternal barrier. Rather, he was intrigued as to why the visage of this Great Celestial Bear appeared upon the white leaf. What, indeed, was the significance of this white leaf? Contemplating further, Yi Suifeng released his consciousness, enveloping the entire Pingyang Pass, rendering everyone within his view crystal clear. Was the most powerful presence merely at the integration stage? Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. To sever the causal ties of this leaf and embed it within the river of time was a feat beyond the capabilities of a mere integration stage cultivator. Nevertheless, he could inquire with him. With that thought, Yi Suifeng prepared to summon him. Yet, within the folds of his consciousness, a familiar name caught his attention. Let us investigate that. Moments later, the ox cart arrived at an exceptionally bustling area. The decor here was evidently elevated in sophistication. Among the structures, a striking 9-story building stood out prominently, its sign emblazoned with 3 grand characters, Wanbao Pavilion. Truly, a formidable force with establishments scattered across the continent. Yi Suifeng disembarked, leading Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan into Wanbao Pavilion. As with other places, the first floor was teeming with people. A cursory glance revealed that the goods here differed significantly from those at the 9 Cities Alliance, particularly in the markedly reduced proportion of elixirs, which were supplanted by a plethora of beast blood and inner cores from various magical beasts. These commodities appeared to be in high demand. The monks gathered over there are rather peculiar. Their internal spiritual energy is remarkably chaotic, yet their physical prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, each individual possesses one or several distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors, perhaps? Within the recently acquired information, there were fragments concerning beast spirit warriors and destiny mages. This represents a cultivation method that starkly contrasts with that of the 9 Cities Alliance. It would be prudent to inquire further about this and explore the merits of both cultivation techniques. Yi Suifeng nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, he allowed Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan to roam freely, and then his figure gradually vanished. In the uppermost chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously examined a ledger. Suddenly, an unfamiliar presence materialized within the room. "Who goes there?" the man exclaimed, abruptly lifting his gaze as a 3-inch-long, hiltless dagger shot forth from his sleeve, hurtling towards the unexpected figure with lightning speed. This was his most formidable innate spiritual weapon, nearly unassailable by anyone below the integration stage. Yet, to his dismay, the once invincible dagger bizarrely halted just before it could pierce the young man before him. Simultaneously, he found himself immobilized, unable to even twitch. The middle-aged man's heart raced. The only person capable of instilling such trepidation within him at the Pingyang Pass was the formidable Pass Master of the integration stage. Yet, even the Pass Master did not possess such terrifying power. From whence does this formidable cultivator hail? And why have they sought him out? Trembling internally, he pondered. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters, Suifeng remarked, grasping the 3-inch dagger and approaching the middle-aged man, taking a seat before him. He then placed the dagger upon the table. A fine spiritual weapon, indeed, with a most exquisite design. As Suifeng's words fell, the middle-aged man suddenly felt himself able to move. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Suifeng was speechless. This person seemed far less audacious than Gu Wanqing. You are the master of this Wanbao pavilion, are you not? Suifeng inquired. The middle-aged man nodded, swallowing hard as he replied, Senior, I am indeed the pavilion master here, Jian Xingquan. If there is anything you desire, please feel free to take it. Suifeng was again at a loss for words. What does he take me for? Without further ado, he produced a leaf and asked, Have you ever seen this? Jian Xingquan was momentarily taken aback. Then, upon examining the leaf, his brow furrowed in astonishment. Senior, how do you possess such a thing? He appeared genuinely shocked. Suifeng grasped the leaf firmly. Speak. Please hold on for a moment while I verify this. Jian Xingquan exclaimed, dashing to a large chest nearby. After activating a complex formation, he revealed a chest brimming with books. It was a storage chest, containing countless volumes. Jian Xingquan quickly began to rummage through the contents. Soon, he produced an ancient-looking tome. Yes, this must be it. Jian Xingquan reverently turned to a particular page of the ancient tome and placed it before Suifeng. Senior, please take a look. His series of actions evoked amusement in Suifeng, who thought to himself, I haven't done anything to warrant such a fright. Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient book. On the page, a majestic tree was depicted. Beneath it, a group of playful bear cubs frolicked, exuding a charming innocence. Suifeng glanced at the chapter title, The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75, The Divine Gift Assembly. In the beginning of chaos, as the universe was born, a great tree rose to become the pillar between heaven and earth. As it continued to grow, the distance between the realms expanded, forming an embryonic world. Known as the world tree or the backbone of existence, it fulfilled its purpose and ultimately collapsed. In its aftermath, several new saplings emerged from its remains. As progeny of the world tree, these saplings were extraordinary from birth, each possessing immense strength and unique abilities. The Enlightenment Tree was one among them. According to legend, the Enlightenment Tree symbolized the dawn of wisdom within the cosmos, capable of enlightening all living beings. One day, a severely injured mother bear, pregnant and seeking refuge, stumbled upon the Enlightenment Tree to recuperate. However, her injuries proved too grave, and she did not survive. After giving birth to 7 cubs, she departed from this world. The cubs thrived beneath the Enlightenment Tree, nourished by the rays of dawn and the dew of dusk, growing steadily. Under the tree's nurturing influence, these cubs exhibited remarkable prowess, each one stronger than the last. After a convoluted tale, one day, one of these bears shattered layers of ice accumulated over millennia with a single swipe, establishing an oasis within a snowy expanse, which would later be known to humans as the Eternal Winter Kingdom. This bear, the creator of eternal winter, was revered by all beings as the great celestial god, receiving their utmost veneration. Thus concluded the story inscribed in the ancient tome. Suifeng, holding a leaf from the tree, pondered silently. Could it be that the one who placed the Enlightenment Tree's leaves within the river of time was indeed the so-called great celestial god? If the ancient text is to be believed, this deity might possess the ability to traverse the void. After a moment of contemplation, Suifeng inquired, where might one find the Enlightenment Tree? Jian Xingquan's expression turned awkward. Senior, I'm afraid I do not know. My understanding of the Enlightenment Tree is merely a fleeting impression gleaned from chance readings. Suifeng nodded, acknowledging that such an existence would not be within the knowledge of a late-stage transformation practitioner, who would possess information about the Enlightenment Tree or the great celestial god. He pressed further, who might have knowledge of it? Jian Xingquan pondered briefly before responding. Perhaps only those in the eternal Eastern Imperial City might have some insight regarding the Enlightenment Tree. However, if you seek the great celestial god, his consciousness is said to descend upon Pingyang Pass at the Divine Gift Assembly, which occurs in half a month. Suifeng raised an eyebrow. At the Divine Gift Conference, he had just acquired information and heard this name. It appeared to be a grand event, and the influx of visitors to Pingyang Pass was indeed for the sake of the Divine Gift Conference. Let us discuss this Divine Gift Conference, Suifeng suggested. Certainly. Jian Xingquan promptly nodded and explained, The Divine Gift Conference is held once every 3 years and is the grandest event in the Eternal Winter Kingdom. As Jian Xingquan elaborated, Yi Suifeng began to grasp the essence of it. In simpler terms, it was merely a selection event orchestrated by the great celestial deity. The conference occurs triennially, and participants must be young prodigies under the age of 16. Destiny mages, beast spirit warriors, or those of other factions may participate. After numerous selections and fierce battles, the finest group of young talents is determined. Subsequently, the great celestial deity bestows certain blessings based on the rankings of these chosen ones. The top contenders are directly guided by the great celestial deity to the divine realm, embarking on a legendary journey unlike any other. For instance, this year, there are 5 slots available at Pingyang Pass, all of which will be claimed by the great celestial deity. It sounds as if this great celestial deity resembles a cult leader, Yi Suifeng remarked with a smile. Jian Xingquan chuckled awkwardly, knowing he dared not respond to such a statement. If the locals of Eternal Winter were to hear someone describe their great celestial deity in such a manner, regardless of one's strength, they would surely rush to retaliate. Are you certain that the great celestial deity's consciousness will manifest? Yi Suifeng inquired. Indeed, Jian Xingquan affirmed. Since my arrival at Pingyang Pass, I have attended every divine gift conference. I can sense the terrifying consciousness of the great celestial deity, which instills fear. No one can compete with it. Of course, in comparison to your esteemed self, it pales significantly. Yi Suifeng was left speechless once more. Your survival until now is likely closely tied to your rather small measure of courage. However, if the great celestial deity truly would come, he would no longer need to search. When the time came, he would simply seize the opportunity. A swift punch first, and then he would inquire later. With half a month remaining, Yi Suifeng contemplated and asked, does your Wanbao Pavilion possess any techniques or tomes regarding the cultivation of destiny mages or beast spirit warriors? Jian Xingquan's heart skipped a beat. The feared moment had arrived. Wanbao Pavilion was bound to face repercussions. Yet, he dared not lie before this individual. Yes, esteemed senior. Not only do we have those techniques, but we also possess cultivation methods from the Southern Highlands, as well as spiritual artifacts, elixirs, high-grade beast cores, celestial materials, earthly treasures, and spirit stones. Enough, enough, Yi Suifeng interjected, raising a hand to his forehead. I only require those 2 cultivation techniques. Procure as many as you can. During the waiting period, he intended to explore the unique aspects of these 2 cultivation systems. Understood. Soon, Jian Xingquan presented a beautifully crafted storage ring before Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng glanced at it casually. Goodness, at least tens of thousands of tomes. This person truly emptied his home. How much does it all cost? Let us proceed at the regular price, Yi Suifeng particularly emphasized. Jian Xingquan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that his senior would actually provide payment. The cost price is approximately 8 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Does that seem acceptable to you? Yi Suifeng remained silent, first retrieving the cultivation methods from his storage ring, then placing a sufficient amount of spirit stones within and handing them to Jian Xingquan. It was merely a trivial matter. He had not yet reached the point of desperation where he would resort to theft. Subsequently, he prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, he recalled something. Oh, how does one participate in this divine gift conference? With numerous prodigies gathering, it would also serve as a commendable opportunity for Yi Xiao to gain experience. Finding her something to do would also prevent her from causing mischief. The quota for the conference was already determined over a month ago, Jian Xingquan replied. Can one purchase a quota? How much does it cost? Jian Xingquan's lips twitched. It seemed he wished to acquire everything. How wealthy are you, senior? How many quotas do you require? Yi Suifeng stated. One will suffice. I happen to have a junior with me, and I would like her to have a try as well. That can be arranged. Jian Xingquan responded. Our Wanbao Pavilion has 10 quotas this year. I can secure one for you. Yi Suifeng frowned. You must have already determined the candidates. Wouldn't this displace others? Jian Xingquan respectfully replied. The matters concerning the senior take precedence. Have you even inquired whether she is qualified? Your disciple is certainly a paragon among her peers, a true dragon among men. Yi Suifeng could no longer tolerate it, muttering, let it be so, before swiftly departing the room. After a considerable time, Jian Xingquan approached his chair and sat down slowly, a look of lingering trepidation upon his face. He shook his head and sighed. I thought that upon reaching the later stages of transformation and arriving at Pingyang Pass, things would be easier. Yet, unexpectedly. No worries. Maintain a calm mindset. As long as we are alive, that is sufficient. Chapter 76. Who is the useless one? Me? Participate in the competition? In an elegant and comfortable chamber. Yi Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Suifeng lounged lazily by the window. A variety of fruits from the eternal winter kingdom adorning the table, each one cool to the palate and melting upon entry. Yes, it is quite similar to the battle at Yunxiao City. Yi Xiao leaped from her chair, but this place is clearly much larger than Yunxiao City. There must be many formidable individuals here. What if I cannot hold my own against them? Yi Suifeng chuckled lightly. If you cannot win, then stand tall and endure the blows. What else can be done? One must experience trials and tribulations. You are already 14 in age. It is time to grow up. Yi Xiao's face was filled with reluctance as she gazed down at her toes. I haven't really grown at all. What is the strength of the others? Yi Xiao inquired. I do not know, Yi Suifeng replied, but all participants are youths under 16. They cannot be too powerful. There are still half a month until it begins. Spend these days contemplating how to handle them. It had been several months since they left Yunxiao City. Along the journey, he had taken the opportunity to refine some origin towers, utilizing the supreme essence they produced for cooking, personal hygiene, bathing, and other daily activities. Of course, it was also used for regular cultivation. Supreme is not merely a concept. Under the substantial investment of resources, even without dedicated training, Yi Xiao's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. She entered the foundation establishment stage over a month ago and is now a prodigious genius at the 5th level of this realm. Even Gu Yulan, who initially was only at the qi refining stage, has achieved successive breakthroughs and is now a practitioner at the late stage of transformation. Indeed, the Pingyang Pass far surpasses Yunxiao City. However, the geniuses under 16 are not excessively extraordinary. It is estimated that the pinnacle of talent lies between the foundation establishment and golden body stages, corresponding to the 3rd and 4th tiers of the Destiny Mage or Beast Spirit Warrior within this cultivation system. With Yi Xiao's capabilities, even if she cannot prevail, the losses would be minimal. All right, Yi Xiao replied softly. She has been delving into the Dream Void realm, realizing that her offensive skills are rather limited, thus requiring thorough contemplation. If you're truly concerned, there is a gathering at the Wanbao Pavilion tonight, and many participants will be attending. You might consider attending to observe, Yi Suifeng suggested. A gathering? Splendid. Yi Xiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Do not misbehave, do not tease others, and certainly do not steal. Focus on understanding the strength of your opponents, understood? Yi Suifeng admonished. This girl is still too young, having grown up under the protection of her family, and she is too playful. Rest assured, I have outgrown the age of mischief. Yi Xiao responded with a feigned seriousness. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Yet she was not entirely incorrect. Since that day at Qinggu jailing, the girl has indeed undergone some changes. Although her personality remains lively, she no longer crosses boundaries. All right, off you go, Yi Suifeng urged her. Once she departed, Yi Suifeng retrieved a book and casually began to peruse it. Destiny Mages, Beast Spirit Warriors, how intriguing. That night, in a private room of the Wanbao Pavilion, an angry voice echoed. Why is this happening? I must seek justice from the pavilion master. Within the room, 10 young men and women lounged casually. One individual stood up, filled with righteous indignation and fury. Xiaodao, sit down, a slightly older person commanded in a stern voice. Brother Huarong often clearly attained this qualification, yet as the competition draws near, he has been displaced by a stranger. I must confront the pavilion master. Xiaodao exclaimed angrily. Do you think the Wanbao Pavilion operates according to your whims? The elder Huarong retorted. The pavilion master's decision must have its own rationale, and we shall comply. Moreover, did he not say he would provide Fun with appropriate compensation? Compensation? Xiaodao scoffed. What could be more precious than the divine liquid? He might even be chosen by the great deity. At that moment, someone next to Huarong suddenly laughed. Chosen by the great deity? Such delusions escape your lips? Hua Yining, are you not simply upset that with off and out of the competition, you can no longer swindle the divine liquid from him? Hua Yining interrupted. Xiaodao's face darkened. Fun is my closest friend. Yes, a closest friend who is perpetually taken advantage of by you. Do you think we are blind? Hua Yining replied with unabashed mockery. Xiaodao found himself momentarily speechless. The individuals present were far from foolish. They were acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding them. At that moment, a woman toying with a dagger interjected with a smile, suggesting that if the newcomer possessed formidable strength and did not hinder their progress, she had no objections. How could she possibly be strong? Xiaodao spread his hands in exasperation, revealing that he had learned the newcomer was merely a relative of the guild leader. An obvious case of nepotism. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the main door of the room. A small head with violet-red hair peeked in. Excuse me, is this the assembly point for participants of the Wanbao Pavilion? It was Yi Xiao. Her presence instantly silenced the room, all gazes converging upon her face, some scrutinizing, others questioning, some indifferent, and a few disdainful. Under such scrutiny, Yi Xiao's small head began to retreat slowly, but after a brief moment, she ventured to peek back in. Is Huarong here? The elder Huarong stood up. I am Huarong. And you are? Yi Xiao exhaled. stepping fully into the room and producing a token, which she handed to Huarong. It's from Jian Xingquan. Yes, he sent me here. The realization dawned upon the crowd that this little girl was indeed the new participant. She appeared far too young. Surely, she was not here to amuse them? You must be Yi Xiaoxiao, right? How old are you? Huarong expressed his disbelief. Although the rules permitted participation for those under 16, nearly all competitors were at least that age. At such a young age, even a year could mean a significant difference in strength and experience. I'm 13, almost 14, Yi Xiaoxiao declared. A chorus of sighs filled the room. At such a tender age, participating in the Divine Gift Assembly was akin to seeking hardship. The collective strength of their team was of utmost importance, and this cohort of participants would undoubtedly face immense pressure. Xiaoda shrugged, remarking, I told you. She's just a product of favoritism. Now, We've lost a third-tier destined mage and gained what appears to be a dim-witted waste of space. The Wanbao Pavilion should brace itself for embarrassment at this Divine Gift Assembly. However, as he spoke, he noticed the expressions of those around him shift to one of peculiar astonishment. All eyes were directed not at him, but at his side. Confused, Xiaoda turned to inquire. But suddenly, he felt a gentle breath against his ear. In an instant, his pupils constricted in terror. With great difficulty, he turned his head to behold a pair of icy eyes, tinged with a hint of anger, fixed upon him. A sharp blade, exuding a chilling aura, pressed against his throat. Who did you just refer to as a waste? Chapter 77. The bewildered wolf girl. The cold dagger pressed against Xiaoda's neck. The intensifying sting sending chills coursing through his body. Crimson droplets of blood began to trickle down his neck. The occupants of the room were rendered speechless. None having noticed how this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl had approached Xiaoda so stealthily. No one could have imagined her actions would be so resolute. In an instant, a shallow gash appeared on Xiaoda's neck. He dared not move, his eyes pleading for help from Huarong, who quietly urged, Sister Yi, enough. If this escalated to a fatality, it would be a gross dereliction of duty on his part as captain. Yet, Yi Xiaoxiao did not spare him a glance. The blade glided ominously. That is truly enough. He did not mean it. Huarong's expression grew grave. If this continued, he would have no choice but to intervene. Hypocritical. She was clearly doing this intentionally. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a soft scoff, the blade shifting once more. The atmosphere in the room had plummeted to a freezing point. As the blade drew closer to Xiaoda's major arteries, Huarong and the others were poised to act. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, the blade vanishing from her hand as she casually strolled away. I almost forgot. He doesn't allow me to make too much of a scene. How bothersome. With that, she took a seat, her tone and demeanor light-hearted and playful, as if she had merely been teasing. With a crash, Xiaoda sprang to his feet, colliding with several stools in his hasty retreat to Huarong's side. He pressed his hand to his neck, eyes wide with terror as he regarded the seemingly nonchalant Yi Xiaoxiao, his clothes damp with cold sweat, his body trembling. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the grip of death's fear. Seeing that Xiaoda was relatively unscathed, Huarong finally relaxed, flexing his fingers only to realize that even he had begun to sweat. This seemingly harmless young girl could be so merciless. I like this newcomer. A woman playing with a dagger suddenly declared, rising to approach Yi Xiaoxiao. She was far more formidable than that foolish lad. A fun. The woman wore a smile. Her exposed neck and shoulders adorned with tattoos, but it was her icy blue eyes that drew the most attention. Who is a fun? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired, perplexed. Just an inconsequential individual, the woman replied with a laugh. And you are? Xiang Siyue, she introduced, extending her hand. Of course, everyone calls me the Wolf Girl. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes. Wolf Girl, what a peculiar nickname. However, she felt no aversion towards this woman and gently shook her hand. Let us go? I will take you to today's gathering. Let them vent their emotions here in boredom. With that, the Wolf Girl pulled Yi Xiaoxiao up and they exited the room. Once they departed, the tension in the room eased slightly. Xiaoda, still clutching his neck, approached Huarong. Brother Rong, silence. Huarong snapped coldly, turning to fix him with a steely gaze. I have told you time and again to focus your energy on cultivation, not to seek advantage from others. Strength is paramount. He scoffed, to be frightened senseless by a 13-year-old girl, unable even to resist. Behold your appearance. The Wanbao Pavilion has not lost face. But you have already tarnished your own. After speaking, he forcefully wrenched Xiaoda's hand from his throat. Xiaoda gasped, hastily checking his neck, only to discover that the bleeding had ceased long ago. Yi Xiaoxiao's knife skills were exceptionally precise. He had only experienced a fleeting pain and fright, without any substantial injury. Observing the panicked Xiaoda, Huarong scoffed coldly and turned to exit the room. The others followed suit, casting scornful glances at Xiaoda as they passed. This was an extraordinarily opulent hall, filled with the flickering of cups and shadows, where dozens of young people engaged in lively conversation. At that moment, Two figures entered through the doorway, one tall and one short. The taller one had a wheat-colored complexion, adorned with intricate tattoos, and a pair of chilling blue eyes. The shorter one sported long, purplish-red hair cascading almost to the ground, their bright, curious eyes exuding an endearing charm. A handsome young man, upon spotting the two, brightened instantly and approached. "Sister Siua." "Leave," the wolf girl replied, not even glancing at him, as she and Yi Xiaoxiao strode directly into the hall's interior. 2 cups of ghost flame wine, she soon ordered. Before long, 2 goblets filled with blood-red liquid, ignited by green flames, were presented before them. The wolf girl took 1 cup for herself and handed the other to Yi Xiaoxiao. "Can you drink this?" Yi Xiaoxiao inquired curiously, as the strong scent of alcohol mixed with a hint of blood wafted toward her. This was her first encounter with such a drink. "I'll give it a try." After spending several days with Yi Suifeng, she had grown accustomed to drinking alongside him. She accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. Instantly, her eyes widened as a violent energy erupted in her throat like a conflagration. The wolf girl laughed heartily, taking a swig herself, immediately feeling a scorching heat envelop her body, as though every pore was releasing flames. This was no ordinary wine, but rather a concoction brewed from the blood of various high-level demonic beasts and special spiritual fruits. Its ferocious energy was such that even she, a 4th-tier beast spirit warrior, would need considerable time to recover after a single sip. Encouraging Yi Xiaoxiao to drink was purely for amusement. "Hello, may I have another cup?" A voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning, she saw Yi Xiaoxiao embracing a second cup of ghost flame wine, gulping it down eagerly. "Wolf sister." "Xiaoxiao, you wolf sister. Surely there's sugar added to this?" Yi Xiaoxiao wiped the remnants from her lips and remarked, "Next time, I'll ask uncle to add some sugar too. His wine is too spicy, while this one is delightful, almost like juice." As she spoke, she requested another cup from a nearby maid. The maid responsible for serving guests appeared flustered, questioning whether she had mistakenly served the wrong wine. The corners of the wolf girl's eyes twitched as she watched Yi Xiaoxiao consume a 3rd cup of ghost flame wine, inquiring, "Xiaoxiao, what tier are you at now?" After downing her 3rd cup, Yi Xiaoxiao let out a satisfied burp and remarked, "I suppose I should be considered a tier 3, 6th level fate mage, which places me rather behind in our group." Along the way, she had learned through the wolf girl's introduction that among the members of Wanbao Pavilion, the most formidable were Huarong and the wolf girl herself, one being a tier 4, 3rd level fate mage, and the other a tier 4, 2nd level beast spirit warrior. The rest of the individuals were all in the late stages of tier 3. The wolf girl remained silent. After all, very few dared to indulge in ghost flame wine at such a level. "Beautiful sister, do you have any of that juice left? I would like to take some home." Yi Xiaoxiao addressed the maid, wishing to let her uncle have a taste as well. Miss, to take it out, you would need to make a purchase." The maid replied, "How much does it cost?" The maid responded, "A single cup requires 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, but if you buy a barrel, it will be somewhat cheaper, 50,000 in total." "Oh, then I'll have one." Before Yi Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, the wolf girl intervened. With a smile, she said, "Since it's your first time here, I cannot let you pay. I shall treat you." "It's fine. I can manage," Yi Xiaoxiao insisted. "I insist." The wolf girl said firmly, "Consider it a welcoming gift from me. Now tell me, how much do you want?" Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes in surprise. "All right then." She removed the storage ring from her hand and handed it to the maid. "Let us just fill 100 barrels. Wolf girl, goodness, what kind of family do you come from? Are your units measured in hundreds?" Chapter 78, God-slaying technique. That evening, Yi Xiaoxiao skipped back to the inn, exclaiming, "Uncle, I've brought you something wonderful." She stood before Yi Suifeng, who was still engrossed in his book and did not turn his head. "What is it?" "Here, take a look, it's absolutely delightful." As Yi Suifeng turned to see, he was met with the sight of Yi Xiaoxiao cradling a wooden barrel nearly the size of her body, from which she poured out a mysterious red liquid. Instantly, the room was filled with a rich aroma of alcohol, laced with a faint scent of blood. With a snap of her fingers, the liquid in the cup ignited. She then held the cup out to Yi Suifeng, saying, "Uncle, you must try this." Yi Suifeng set down his book, wrinkling his nose. "No need to taste. I can tell this is a concoction made from the blood of numerous low-level magical beasts." However, to spare the child's feelings, he took a gentle sip. "Well?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. "It's passable, but not to my liking," Yi Suifeng replied, returning to his book. "This is a drink for children." Hee hee, Yi Xiaoxiao giggled, finishing the remaining ghost flame wine in her cup, savoring the taste. "But I am just a child after all." Yi Suifeng shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "I think it's quite good." Yi Xiaoxiao placed the barrel on the corner of the table and continued. "I bought 100 barrels to take back for my sister and cousin Yi Huang to try as well. I initially planned to buy 1,000 barrels, but someone insisted on paying for me, so I didn't want to impose. As she spoke, she noticed Yi Suifeng was regarding her with a peculiar expression. How many did you buy? 100 barrels. And how much does each barrel cost? 50,000 spirit stones. Someone else paid for it. Indeed, Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. She has been quite kind to me. She is a friend I made this evening. Yi Suifeng set down his book once more, rubbing his temples. That friend who paid for you. Make sure to return the favor at an opportune moment. And as for your monthly allowance, it shall be reduced from 100 million spirit stones to merely 100. Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Why? This is quite disheartening. I graciously brought you delicacies, and yet you have slashed my allowance. Moreover, this reduction is rather extreme. Once you comprehend the reasoning behind it, I shall reconsider your allowance, Yi Suifeng replied, returning to his book and ignoring her. Pouting, Yi Xiaoxiao was perplexed as to what she had done wrong. However, her uncle's decision surely held merit. What to do? What can be done but to ponder it? With her head bowed, she exited the room. After a moment, Yi Suifeng sighed softly and set the book aside. Her disturbance had rendered it impossible to concentrate. He recognized that he bore some responsibility for her disposition. He should not have acquiesced to her outrageous demands so readily. To buy 100 barrels in one go was akin to someone clearing out an entire stock at the treasure pavilion. Who does such a thing? Well, there are those who do, but I am untroubled by the risks that accompany such expenditures. Without the assurance of strength, an abundance of wealth often serves as a fuse leading to peril. It seems prudent to allow her to venture out occasionally, to experience the world's harsh realities, lest she remain ensconced in her sheltered existence. Shaking his head, he found solace in the knowledge that her intentions were good. Her extravagant purchases were meant to be shared with Yi Huang and the others, rather than for frivolous indulgence. A bit of worldly experience would do her well. Reflecting on this, Yi Suifeng's thoughts drifted to Yi Huang and her companions. Several months had passed. He wondered how they were faring. He raised his hand, contemplating using the great Tao to glimpse their circumstances, but hesitated and ultimately set it down. It is best to let each person forge their own path. Excessive interference may do more harm than good. In the 9-city alliance, within the confines of Su City, lay the grandest city, Huangye City. At the central Yuan Grand Arena, a figure stood proudly. Surrounding her were a dozen young cultivators, bloodied and sprawled upon the ground. Opposite her knelt a valiant youth, propped up by his longsword. The prodigies of Huangye City are hardly exceptional. Yi Huang sheathed her blood-stained sword, her purple cloak billowing dramatically. The youth spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice laced with fury. Yi Huang, do not go too far. Too far. Yi Huang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Do you recall how you and your companions regarded us upon our arrival in Huangye City? Rustic brutes, commoners, lowly beings, despicable wretches. Huh. Now, you lie defeated by the very despicable beings you once scorned. How does it feel? The young man's face was a mixture of red and pallor. He had heard of Yi Huang's reputation, yet could hardly fathom her formidable prowess. A group of over a dozen prodigies from Huangye City, all under 20 and at least at the foundation establishment stage, simultaneously besieged Yi Huang, only to be utterly vanquished within the span of a single incense stick burning. Furthermore, their defeat was catastrophic. Some had even been slain on the spot. Even though we may have crossed paths unfavorably, such mercilessness is uncalled for. The youth's eyes were bloodshot. For among the fallen were his friends. Mercilessness is a lesson you taught me, Yi Huang replied, striding forward to present a small box before him. Upon opening it, he beheld 20 neatly arranged fingers, each belonging to different bodies, all thumbs. Had you not treated the disciples of Tianluan Temple as mere playthings and tortured them to death, perhaps today would not have unfolded in this manner. A dagger glimmered as Yi Huang drew it from her waist. The young man gazed at the flashing blade, a low chuckle escaping his lips. You harm me. You shall not leave Huangye City alive. Yi Huang's expression remained impassive. If I do not harm you, I cannot return to Tianluan Temple. With a swift motion, the hot blood flowed down the dagger, staining Yi Huang's hand. The young man's eyes reflected disbelief and an unshakable terror, gradually losing their color. As the dagger was withdrawn, his body collapsed to the ground, blood soaking the box containing the fingers. Yi Huang straightened, the gentle breeze tousling her long hair. In that moment, she truly became the master of Tianluan Temple. My child. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. Yi Huang turned to see a middle-aged man advancing with overwhelming authority, followed closely by a cadre of powerful cultivators. Upon witnessing the young man sprawled at Yi Huang's feet, the man's eyes turned bloodshot. You dare to kill him, he bellowed, a furious aura surging toward Yi Huang, emanating the formidable might of the Golden Course stage. Standing amidst it all, Yi Huang resembled a solitary leaf in a tempest. Who dares to harm my master? A throng of individuals clad in black surged onto the stage, forming a protective barrier behind Yi Huang against the powerful pressure emanating from the middle-aged man. You all shall perish. The man's eyes bulged with rage, fixating on Yi Huang. Yet she remained unfazed, calmly stating, "I can comprehend your feelings." However, she produced a sheet of paper filled with writing. "We have signed a life and death contract." The middle-aged man stared at the contract, his gaze drawn to the familiar name inscribed upon it, sorrow and fury gradually consuming his reason. "I care not for any life and death contract. You have slain my son, my only son. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself appears, I shall take your life." He had succumbed to madness, unleashing his full power, charging forth with lethal intent. Yi Huang sighed softly. "Then do not blame me." From her brow, a delicate purple petal began to drift downwards. Yi Huang unsheathed her sword, the petal landing perfectly upon the blade, instantly transforming into a radiant violet luminescence, akin to celestial light. Perish. At this moment, the middle-aged man had succumbed to madness, recklessly charging forward. Yet, Yi Huang remained composed. She raised her long sword and spoke slowly, the first form of god-slaying. Chapter 79 commenced. Huangyi City, the foremost metropolis within the jurisdiction of Su City, sprawled across an area several times larger than Yunshao City. From above, it appeared as a perfectly structured cube, nestled upon a fertile expanse of plains. However, today, a colossal fissure had emerged from the heart of Huangyi City, cleaving the city with a profound gash. A middle-aged man stood at the center of the arena, silently gazing at the origin of the crack. Beside him, a young girl clutched his arm tightly, her complexion ashen. She was Nie Xiaoyin, who had previously participated in the dreaming feast. "Father, is this truly the work of Yi Huang?" Her voice trembled. She could hardly fathom the immense power required to rend Huangyi City asunder. If Yi Huang had unleashed such a move against her that day. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, several formidable figures descended rapidly from the sky. They landed beside the middle-aged man, their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the enormous sword scar before them. "Patriarch Nia." One of them stepped forward to inquire, "Where are the people from Tianwan Hall?" "They have left," Patriarch Nia replied. "Fled?" "No." He shook his head. "After she killed the head of the Huang family, she did not depart. She awaited our arrival." The man was taken aback. "And then?" Patriarch Nia sighed softly. "I let her go." "What?" Another patriarch exclaimed in disbelief. "How could you allow her to escape? She has so brazenly provoked us. She must pay a price." Patriarch Nia turned, his expression impassive as he regarded him. "Have you considered Yi Suifeng?" The others were instantly rendered speechless. Indeed, if his daughter possessed such formidable strength, what of her father? Yi Suifeng had single-handedly unified Yunshao City and established an unimaginable new city. Their tardiness was merely to witness the grand character suspended above Yunshao City. A single glance had left them shaken, nearly incurring injuries. How could such a being be an adversary they could confront? After a moment of silence, one of them ventured, "What of the head of the Huang family?" Here, Patriarch Nia opened his palm to reveal a severed thumb, resting in the center of his hand. This was... The other men felt a jolt of apprehension. It was both retribution and a warning. Patriarch Nia gazed distantly towards the direction of Yunshao City. "Perhaps we shall need to deliver tributes there in the future." Yunshao City. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resonant chimes echoed throughout the city. A brand new courtyard gradually opened its gates. The plaque above descended, unveiling the words concealed beneath the drape. The 2 characters, written with an elegant flourish, proclaimed, "All under heaven." As the gates swung wide, a cohort of young individuals clad in pale blue garments formed for lengthy lines, entering the courtyard in succession. Leading them was a very young girl. Her countenance was grave, her expression solemn. She was the girl who had narrowly escaped from the singer Li Xinga, known as Xiao Yi. Upon entering the grand entrance, a colossal statue, towering several dozen zhang, stood regally at the center of the plaza. The likeness of the sculpture was none other than Yi Suifeng, the lord of Yunshao City. After their arrival, they took their seats in a sweeping arc around the statue. "We pay our respects to the dean," they proclaimed in unison, their voices harmonized. Beneath the statue, Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes. Xian City, located in the western region of the 9-city alliance, is a significant metropolis, comparable in stature to the northern Su City. The environment here is harsh, yet the people are fiercely tenacious, with practitioners known for their combative nature. Fighting is almost a daily occurrence for them. Within Xian City, numerous arenas have been constructed solely for this purpose. The Huangfeng Arena stands as the largest among them, with spectators flocking to witness the battles, often filling every seat to capacity. Recently, there have been whispers of a force known as the Jinlong Pavilion that has been particularly active. In the audience, 2 robust men, clad in little more than their bare skin, engaged in a loud conversation. "I know, but the leader of Jinlong Pavilion seems to be just a boy, pale and delicate." "Like a lady," one of the men remarked. The other, chuckling, replied, "Have you never seen the Dragon Lord?" The two men turned their attention towards him. Why should we bother with a mere child, just because he resembles a pretty boy? Haha, here in Cheyenne, we respect strength. You wouldn't want to abandon our traditions and follow that so-called dragon lord, would you? Become a mere puppet? Their words dripped with provocation. Not satisfied? If not, let us settle it in the arena. That's the way of Cheyenne. Yet the man who had been taunted merely smiled. Let me ask you first. What brings you to the Huangfeng arena today? Ha, coward. One of the men scoffed, turning his head away. The other, still laughing, declared, we are here for the Gun King, of course. In just over a month, he has ascended from the smallest arena to Huangfeng arena, wielding nothing but a single gun. He has faced only the fiercest opponents, emerging from each battle drenched in blood. That is the type of person we, the people of Cheyenne, should rally behind. Not some delicate pretty boy. As tensions between the two groups escalated, an overwhelming cheer erupted throughout the arena. Gun King! Gun King! The crowd roared with fervor. The atmosphere electric. Amidst the thundering applause, a figure strode into the arena, brandishing a long rifle, his attire tattered and stained with blood. He exuded an aura of indomitable combat spirit. Haha, if you have the guts, call your dragon lord down to face the Gun King. The burly man bellowed. Yet the figure merely smiled, an expression of smug satisfaction gracing his face. I fear that may not be necessary, for he is indeed our dragon lord. At the southernmost tip of the Nine-City Alliance lies a vast mountain range. In the heart of the mountains, a majestic archway rises amidst the clouds, adorned with the inscription Tianfu Academy. Ah, we have finally returned, exclaimed Yanxi with fervor. Standing beside her, Yi Qingyao gazed at the grand scene, her heart filled with emotion. Along their journey, they had traversed numerous locales and encountered many tales of culture and history. Now, they had finally arrived at their destination. Let us proceed. Yanxi smiled as she turned, taking Yi Qingyao's hand and leading her up a path resembling a celestial staircase. This route, as per the Academy's regulations, could only be ascended on foot by anyone. As they walked, Yanxi provided explanations. Soon, they reached the foot of the mountain gate, where the Academy's entrance loomed even more magnificently. We shall go to the Dragon Gate, Yanxi declared, steering Yi Qingyao towards a peculiar small door instead of the main entrance. Upon seeing Yi Qingyao's confusion, Yanxi elaborated. Every new student of the Academy must pass through the Dragon Gate, which serves to assess their talents and determine their future allocation. Do not be anxious. I believe in you. You will surely enter the Four Seasons Academy. Along the way, Yi Qingyao had learned from Yanxi that Tianfu Academy was also stratified into levels. From lowest to highest, there were 5 tiers: the Mundane Academy, the Gentleman Academy, the Four Seasons Academy, the Celestial Academy, and the Heavenly Academy. Gaining entry to the Four Seasons Academy was a mark of extraordinary talent. However, Yi Qingyao held no obsession with this. To her, all places were part of the mundane world. She stepped forward towards the Dragon Gate. With 5 chimes, you will enter the Four Seasons Academy. Go for it. Yanxi cheered from behind. Boom. The first bell tolled precisely as anticipated. Yanxi's expression turned tense. She too was uncertain of what would transpire. Boom. A moment later, the second chime resonated. Huh. Do not get your hopes up. The so-called geniuses from the countryside are lucky to receive 2 chimes, remarked Guanmu, who approached from behind. Yanxi scoffed, asserting she will definitely enter the Four Seasons Academy. Haha. Do you think anyone can simply waltz into the Four Seasons Academy? If she makes it, I will owe you a piece of Earth-grade spirit artifact. Yanxi rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. However, the anticipated third chime was delayed. Just as her patience waned, a sudden third chime echoed forth. Before she could revel in the moment, the fourth chime followed closely behind. Soon after came the fifth and sixth chimes. Moments later, the resounding 9 chimes reverberated throughout Tianfu Academy. A tremendous explosion startled Yi Suifeng, who had been engrossed in reading. Frowning slightly, he prepared to investigate the commotion. At that moment, the door swung open, and Gu Yulan stepped inside. Master, the Grand Assembly has commenced. Chapter 80, Fate Star. Beast Soul. A magnificent and brilliant firework erupted over Pingyang Pass, illuminating the entire gateway in a kaleidoscope of colors. The streets and alleys were filled with throngs of people waving the banners of the Great Divine, their fervor igniting this colossal structure with unparalleled enthusiasm. In the room, Yi Suifeng sat by the window, gazing at the ever-changing hues of the distant sky. Master, aren't you going to take a look? Inquired Gu Yulan beside him. Yi Suifeng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Forget it. I have no interest. He turned back and picked up a tome of martial arts. Delving into its pages, the allure of such grand events had waned significantly for him. Even the platter of fruit on the table seemed more intriguing. The competition officially begins today, and the young lady will make her debut, Gu Yulan remarked. Yi Suifeng paused, then replied. You should accompany her and remind her to perform well. I shall be watching closely. Gu Yulan nodded obediently and exited the room. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. "Senior, it's me. Come in." A middle-aged man gently pushed the door open, cautiously closing it behind him without a sound. It was Jian Xingquan. "Isn't today the opening of the grand event? What brings you here?" Yi Suifeng casually inquired. "Such matters pale in comparison to yours, senior." Jian Xingquan replied with a bow. Yi Suifeng sighed inwardly. Jian Xingquan's excessive caution bordered on humility. He was not particularly fond of such individuals. A more relaxed demeanor would foster a more pleasant interaction. Yet, one could not impose change upon others. It was evident that Jian Xingquan's character had been shaped over time. In the realm of cultivation, one must possess survival skills to endure for so long. "What brings you here?" Yi Suifeng asked. Jian Xingquan respectfully presented a ring. "Senior, I have procured some high-level techniques for you. However, to find the most elite among them, one must venture to the eternal winter imperial city." Yi Suifeng nodded, accepting the ring. Upon opening it, he discovered it meticulously contained over 1,000 tomes, all concerning the techniques of fate mages and beast spirit warriors. After his previous exploration of these two cultivation methods, he had developed a keen interest in them, as they starkly contrasted with the southern path of cultivation. Fate mages appeared as a variant that infused traditional cultivation with formations. These formations were exceptionally unique, capable of connecting the cultivator to a phenomenon known as fate stars. Through communicating with fate stars, practitioners could refine their bodies and master spells. Compared to traditional methods, fate mages offered a more convenient and rapid cultivation process, yet placed greater emphasis on innate talent. The role of fate stars was paramount among fate mages. It was their very foundation. If an individual's fate star was weak, they might never ascend to become a fate mage. Conversely, beast spirit warriors aptly filled the gap left behind. Their cultivation method was remarkably straightforward and direct. They strengthened themselves by merging with the souls of demonic beasts and bathing in their blood, thereby augmenting their power and acquiring some abilities of the beasts they merged with. Unlike fate mages, this approach could swiftly forge a formidable warrior. Consequently, the population of beast spirit warriors in the Eternal Winter Kingdom was exceedingly vast. These two unconventional cultivation methods, while markedly flawed, possessed their own merits. As Yi Suifeng delved deeper into their intricacies, he discerned that certain characteristics could potentially extend the subsequent stages of the primordial technique. After establishing the initial two phases of the primordial technique, Yi Suifeng set this matter aside, treating it as a mere afterthought. However, he now sees an opportunity to refine it further. Thus, a few days prior, he had tasked Jian Xingquan with seeking out higher-level techniques, intending to reassess after reviewing them. Stowing away the ring, Yi Suifeng procured a verdant spiritual fruit and presented it to Jian Xingquan. "Your reward," he declared. Jian Xingquan hurried forward, cradling the spiritual fruit with both hands. His brow furrowed in confusion as to its nature. Observing the fruit's elegantly natural patterns and the faint aura of life emanating from it, Jian Xingquan's pupils dilated in astonishment. This appeared to be a life source fruit, a sacred-grade spiritual fruit. It could prolong one's life, cleanse the soul, and even reconstruct the physical form. As Jian Xingquan gazed at the fruit, his hands began to tremble, fearing that a moment's carelessness might cause it to slip and shatter upon the ground. "Senior, this reward is far too generous," he exclaimed, hesitating to accept such a treasure, for even those in the tribulation stage would find such an item exceedingly rare. "Take it," Yi Suifeng insisted, casually retrieving a tome from his storage ring and perusing its contents. While traversing the Qinggu Highlands, they had not only vanquished all 6th-grade beasts, but had also harvested numerous 6th-grade spiritual fruits and herbs. They had gathered a plethora of sacred medicines akin to the life source fruit. Yi Suifeng felt that throughout his journey, he had consistently drawn upon the resources of the heavenly Tao. Cultivating his family was part of this endeavor too. Seizing opportunities felt somewhat unjust. Thus, he planned to collect more sacred medicines and beasts during his travels, intending to nurture them in the Mirror Lake Garden upon his return, thereby repaying the heavenly Tao. Moreover, should he ever crave a taste, it would be convenient. Observing Yi Suifeng's nonchalance, Jian Xingquan cautiously accepted the life source fruit, understanding that the will of his senior must not be defied. "All right, you needn't keep coming back here. Go and oversee the assembly." Yi Suifeng urged him to depart. "Aren't you coming? I have arranged the best seat for you," Jian Xingquan replied. Yi Suifeng pondered briefly. "Perhaps I shall attend during the final showdown." He was confident that with Yi Xiaoxiao's current prowess, she would undoubtedly reach the end. Following his orders, Jian Xingquan exited the room. Moments later, he found himself hovering above a vast arena, landing atop the highest spectator stand. "Master Jian," several individuals greeted him warmly and respectfully. After all, he was the master of Wanbao Pavilion, a formidable figure with late-stage transformation prowess, one of the most esteemed within the Pingyang Pass. Jian Xingquan nodded impassively, then took his seat beside a burly man adorned with a thick beard. "Old Jian, where have you been? You missed the Grand Assembly." The man inquired with a gruff voice. Jian Xingquan clasped his fists apologetically. "I beg your pardon, Master Shi, I was engaged with an important guest." It turned out that this man was none other than the overseer of Pingyang Pass. Master Shi turned slightly, casting a glance at the empty chair beside Jian Xingquan. The positioning of that seat seemed to suggest a status even higher than that of Jian Xingquan himself. "Is that a senior official from your Wanbage?" Master Shi inquired. Jian Xingquan turned his head, squinting slightly. "Master, I believe it would be prudent for you not to concern yourself too much with the affairs of Wanbage." "Humph." Master Shi's expression was one of disdain, yet he refrained from pressing further. Those in high positions understand all too well what Wanbage truly represents. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the grand arena, and the surrounding dozens of platforms began to come alive with excitement. The divine granting ceremony had officially commenced,